Just down the bottom. That's huge.
Yeah, you should be able to see that from. Wow.
Anyway. What's this?
I like specifically if you look at the 1691 assassin. Look at how Canada just connects right to the North Pole, no problem. Still a landmass. Yeah, they put man, they just let the land run right up to the North Pole. Oh wow. That's interesting.
What did I miss?
Maps. We're looking at maps.
Posted a link to some concave maps. And I'm just looking at how they still put land around North Pole.
Where oh, you put, okay, gotta go down. Yeah, concavity, in my opinion, is just the misinterpretation of what I would call looming. Looming, again, is just the extension of the distance farther into the background. But you can't have concavity unless you have a control image, which is what Jeremy's, banner cry has been. Like, you don't know the original starting position. So
Right.
if you,
Yep.
huh?
Would you call Black Swan looming?
No, I
Well, because I think Black Swan-like images are causing some people to think it's concave.
But you have to have a before and after shot, because the entire field of view changes.
Yeah.
I'll post my 5-panel image of the same target in 5 different conditions, and you tell me which one's looming. Hold on for a second. We gotta find it.
What would you deem a controlled image, though?
I know, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the $64,000 question.
Well, it would be...
Every image from a certain location is a control image, but for all the different opinions and discernments, the best way to describe a control image where it is like normal, as if there is no atmospheric influence. But in effect, every image from the same location under different circumstances is a control image to another image from that position and the same focal length and things like that.
So in this image that I'm posting right now, the clearest image is the 5th image, left to right.
I was wondering, do you guys think of like concave as like, there's 2 versions of concave, right? Like one version is concave like a cup, right? And the water lies flat across it. And then there's the other like LSC concave model. You know what I mean? So it's like when people say concaves, you kind of figure out whether they mean like a cup because the earth is like a cup holding the oceans, or whether it's like the LSC, you're inside the globe. You know what I mean?
That's an interesting question. My gut would say the LSC version.
See, I've thought that too, but I think some guys just think of it as like the concave cup. you know.
Mm.
I mean, if it was a concave Earth, where the Earth is located inside the Earth, and the sun would be kind of in the middle of that, wouldn't it be daylight all the time?
Yeah, have you ever seen LSC's video?
Because of all the reflections and stuff like that?
No, just like, have you ever seen his actual, like, LSC was a controversial character. He passed away, I think, a couple years ago. But
Yeah.
I used to hang out with him and debate him, and it was funny. One of the first songs I ever wrote out here was "No Believing in Steven." But anyway, it was because he was like, "You're all gonna go to hell," and I was like, "No believing in Steven," and he's raging in the background. You guys are all gonna go to hell and fucking and but but he's got a fucking cool. He got a couple of great points, man. Like one, like mega cryo meteors, which are a real thing, which he said were like falling off of the ice crystal on the like what holds the container of Earth. So mega cryo meteors are a real thing. But like he used to look at it like, and he's got a really cool video about it, about how you're on the inside of the globe, kind of a thing, and like like Africa is like above you, and like you know what I mean, kind of a thing, and
Yeah.
versus the more simpler like a cup analogy, which is I
Yeah.
think people have confused those two.
He put quite a bit of work into his graphics work, Blender kind of.
Yeah.
LSC. You know, so shout out to him for like kind of getting his head around that sort of program and putting some stuff together. Really.
Oh, dude, and you know what's crazy with him is that he was on the shape of the Earth discussion, like in the '90s.
Oh, really?
Like this dude
Damn.
he was talking about the shape of the Earth since like there's a video of him. I think it's from like '99 or something like that.
Yeah.
And he's at some conference and he's trying to like harass, like, or not harass, but he's like, he was creating a problem at this conference by asking these questions. It's a video. I'd have to find it. And like, you know, it's someone like, you know, it's somebody like Art Bell or somebody like that speaking. And he's like, yo, well, you know, what about this? And like, you know, they're just basically like, I think kicked him out of the place. I don't know. But, you know, he's been, you know, he's an interesting guy.
He's a real OG then.
Right. Like regarding this, you know, controversy over the shape of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in modern history, yeah, definitely.
Oh, I found some.
Oh, I guess not.
What's up? What's up with all these maps not putting Antarctica in them? Just forget.
You guys see what I mean when I've got that 5-panel image? You guys see what I mean by the conditions completely change everything in the field of view, right?
Oh, I'm looking at it now. Okay, so yeah, everything moves. The houses, the mountain, where the top of the mountain supposedly ends. Even look, yeah, the height of the mountain changes.
I mean, look at the surface of the water in terms of image 2 and 4.
That's drastic.
You see how you're seeing more water,
Absolutely.
right?
Yep.
Even in image 4, you're seeing more water than image 2.
Yeah, look at that. Yep. Damn, bro. Everything's lifted up.
And yet, look at the tower in the top left. I've always tried to orient it as best I can with a full optical zoom to be in the same position.
Oh, that's excellent. That's like your little, yeah. Oh, dude, that's amazing. That just makes it so clear. Thanks for putting the tower there.
So
Really
then
cool.
imagine right now, look at image 3 with an inferior mirage. So image 3 has an inferior mirage. That inferior mirage is creating the limit to the water. Why can't you see as much water as image number 4? Because the mirage is in the way. So if you draw the line where that water is in image 3, if you extend that line to image 4, it's going to be right where that light blue band transitions into the next blue band. So
Yep, I
then
see it.
you've got that distance from that part to the shoreline all compressed within that angle of the mirage. And that distance could be 2 miles.
Do you know the distance from where you're standing to the houses?
It's 5.87 miles, according to Google.
Sweet. So cool. This is awesome. I'm gonna save this picture.
So which one's got severe refraction?
They all do.
Right?
With the tower being in the same place in every picture, it appears. None of these can be used to say that you ever got an actual horizon. Yeah, so
Because
you'll
if you
never have your
right, so
consistent.
look, I did this one time on a live stream, and I think Ruhiv was there or somebody else was there, maybe Flat Earth Math or somebody, but I had all of these images up, and I said which one how did I say this?
Oh, you said which one has the least amount of refraction?
No, I think maybe I only had 3 images. 2 of them looked close, and then the other one didn't. So I said, which one has a different focal length? And they chose the one that looked farther away because it looked like I had zoomed out, right? So they're like, oh, it's that one. But they're all the same focal length. So then image number 2 if you marked out the horizon there, where the water ends underneath the house, you would think that the distance to that horizon was farther than image number 1 because you're seeing more water. So that's farther away, but they're not. They're both the same distance from me, and yet you're seeing more water in the same frame at the same focal length. How the fuck is that possible?
Same focal length every picture.
Yeah.
How are you seeing more water? Same observer height.
Yep.
Compression. Is the air above the water less compressed in the first image?
There's no way you'd ever know that, man. Who knows? Describe it any way you want. Oh, there's a temperature inversion and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, show me how you were out there measuring all that shit. Oh, well, we were just on the shoreline, just looking with my camera, and I took measurements on the shoreline, but I know what's happening 5 miles away. Temperature inversions.
I mean, that second photo that looks more like a boat than a house. It doesn't even look like a house anymore.
Right.
So what's happening? I don't know. Is that like a giant inferior mirage? Like just everything is.
The only image that has an inferior mirage is the third.
Look at that. Yeah. Okay. So that's really easy to tell.
Everything else is a direct line of sight down to the shoreline. So if you look at the fifth image, you see the houses in the middle, and then if you just go to the right of the house until you get to this like other structure, can you see that other structure that's a red roof? Hold on, I gotta talk to somebody. I gotta step away and go do something in my delivery, so I'll be right back.
All right. This person said, the dome idea does lead to a lot of problems. I think it's mainly from biblical literalists. And then it's percolated through FE.
Really? What about all the old cultures that depicted a dome-like environment? What's it got to do with the Bible? Mayans, Incans, Norse, you name it.
You can't have a dome. There's no dome. You're in the back.
All these ancient cultures depicted a barrier, a dome of some sort over them. That's how they viewed it.
Yep.
I think it's quite disingenuous to say that's a biblical thing, even if a firmament may be mentioned in.
You ever read Stephen King's book Under the Dome?
No.
No, it's funny, man. That book is funny.
I've only read one of his books. I think was that crows or birds. Sorry, the
I
birds.
never read that one.
That was pretty creepy, actually.
Yeah. Under the Dome pretty much tried to give the idea that if you were all of a sudden aware of containment and that you couldn't leave from where you were, that chaos would just arise like to no bounds.
Wasn't there a TV series years ago, The Dome or Under the Dome? Was that based
There
on
was, and I
Steve?
tried to watch it. Dude, I don't
Was
suggest watching that. The book
was that
yeah.
was it based on Stephen King? That series?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I vaguely. It's not something I watched, but I vaguely remember.
Yeah, I tried to watch all the Stephen King TV series once. I was interested in The Stand and the Dome one, and I was like, oh, come on. No
Actually,
justice.
no. I think The Birds wasn't Stephen King. That was
That might have been Alfred Hitchcock, I think.
Alfred Hitchcock, exactly. He was another creepy. He was an excellent director, producer.
Mm-hmm. I don't have a problem with there being a dome. What's the big deal?
We watched the movie. Was it Psycho? Was it Psycho? The very first one with Bates in the old motel. As she's getting stabbed through the shower curtain.
Oh, no. I actually never seen that movie.
You never seen it? I can remember watching that. God, as a kid, and that was the scariest thing. Anyway, we watched it about 12 months ago, and it's like, oh my God, it was like a little bit corny, but it did have a way of, which I think good horrors do, or good thrillers do. Instead of being graphic, they place the seed in your mind of what's going on instead of actually showing what's going on. Have you seen the Saw franchise, Electric?
No.
Saw 1, 2. I think there's about 8 of them now. But the very first one, to me, is by far the best one, where you don't actually see anything graphic whatsoever. The seed is just planted in your mind, and they just water it throughout the movie, what's going to happen, and allude to what is happening. But you never actually see anything. You never actually see anything.
You know what I remember? I remember seeing the first one being like, yo, this movie's actually, people got it wrong. It's not super gory. It's good. And then the second one came out. I was like, let's go. Saw 2. Time for some more crazy puzzles. And it was disgusting. I was like, dude, this is awful.
It just goes over the top sometimes, the horrors with all the gore and all the blood and all that sort of stuff. And
Yeah, I don't need that.
no.
I'm good.
I remember the horrors back in the 80s. The teen horrors type of thing, where a group of kids would go out to this cabin in the bush and be the middle of the night, and they'd hear a thump down in the basement or outside. It's just like, don't go outside, don't go in the basement. It ain't going to end up good for you. What do? Away they go. They go into the basement or they go outside. There you go. All over Red Rover. Freddie
Well,
was the big
yeah.
one in my day. Freddie. That was the big one.
Man, I post one little gif of a dome and the Globers are on my helmet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That'd be...
F your dome. It's often forgotten we don't live in a solid slab of glass. Like, come on, guys. Just think a little harder about what I'm trying to show you. It's not about the glob of thing in his hand. It's about representing what's happening in the sky, small scale, recreating a demonstration. Oh, that's not a Glover? Oh, he was just kidding then.
Prove no. Exactly.
It's got a refractor. What is he talking? Oh, just a hair higher. Anytime I hear it's just a little bit. I don't listen. I don't need to hear. It's just slightly. You just can't. You almost can't see it. Like, okay, sure, bro. I gotta tune that stuff out.
Yeah, the globe is like Russian collusion with Trump. Like, you ask, like, you know what I mean? Like, you ask, like, like, they're like, he's definitely colluding with Russia. And you're like, okay, what's your evidence? And they're like, I don't have any, but I know he's a bad guy.
I was reading an article. Trump suing CNN for about $500 million or something.
Oh, yeah. You know what's so cool is these niggas are getting wrecked quietly.
Yeah. Yeah. Defamation for calling him Hitler, a racist, everything, white supremacist. He's going after him. Only $500 million.
But you know what's so cool is like they're bankrupting these assholes, which is so cool. Like, they've like bankrupted Soros in Ukraine. They're bankrupting, you know what I mean? They're like all the things that everyone thinks are like, oh my God, are actually, I think, just being used to bankrupt all these evil assholes. So when the hammer drops, they're left holding their nuts.
Yeah. Did Andrew Cuomo, I think it was Andrew Cuomo, did he quit or did he get sacked? And is he on the air anywhere else? Do you know?
I think he got put on like some internet thing he's doing.
Oh, okay then.
Oh, there was the Governor Cuomo, and then there was the Chris Cuomo, which was the one.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, Chris Cuomo. Yeah, not Andrew. Chris.
Yeah, but Andrew Cuomo needs to get it too because of all the patients that died that he like put into some fucking. So like, I think what's interesting is like, like we're kind of living through the moment, but it's like kind of like the Iran Contra shit. Like it's all going to come into the Congress in front of the people in a little bit, like, in a couple of years or something. It'll all come and everyone's gonna be like, well, I was just doing what they told me, and But look what they did to Oliver North, though. They put him right on a TV show. He didn't lose anything.
Yeah. Who was the big name that I think it was 215, 216 got sacked Fox, and then he went online, became pretty huge. What was his name?
Glenn Beck.
It was a Beck, yeah.
Glenn Beck, I think, is who you're talking about. But he's like total. It's like anyone, like, it's unfortunate because anyone who was like against, like, George Bush did 9/11, it's like now they're all like, they've all realized and like, they're all acting like, oh, what's going on? And it's like, you assholes let this shit happen. You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
you were the same. It's like, even like as much as I like Tucker Carlson, I can't forget that when someone said to him that 9/11 was an inside job, he like laughed it off as though they were some nut job. And they were like, we just need to invade Iraq and go to, Afghanistan. And and it's like, dude, you assholes. I mean, shit, you know how many like friends of mine that are Marines are like, sorry, bro. Sorry, dude. Cause like I was in the protest in 2003 trying to stop the fucking Iraq war and Afghanistan and the rest of it. And fucking, they were all like, you're anti-patriotic and I'm like, no, you're a fucking idiot. I'll still buy you a beer because you're serving, but you're a fucking tool. And then what sucks is that all the soldiers get out there and they're really not fighting for the politics. They're fighting for their buddy they went to training camp with.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, and then now they're all hooked.
What I miss?
No, nothing exciting.
Mic check.
Yo,
Check. Your check.
I'm just trying to find a GIF. I think I found it. Here it is.
So this is an image that Zanuck is hanging his hat on with this boat. And he's misjudged the sail being in the inferior mirage by placing the vanishing line for the distant horizon to be the same vanishing line for the sailboat, which doesn't fit with perspective. The sailboat is much closer, so the vanishing line for the sailboat would be lower. Like Zanuck doesn't even know how to scale perspective in an inferior mirage.
So, so Zanuck's saying because he's put a line where the mirage is for the buildings, that then equates for the sailboat as well. Even though the sailboat is much, much closer, they're both on the same.
So there's a phrase in maritime lingo called hull down, HULLDOWN, hull down. That is, I can't see the hull of this sailboat, so where is it? Zanuck's argument is that sail is 100% physical, and the hull is below the water, behind the horizon. That's his absolute argument. The problem is, to the left and to the right of that sail is an inferior mirage. So once you decode the inferior mirage, you have to arrive at the understanding that the boat is in the inferior mirage as well. Because you have the limit to the water. The limit to the water is unilateral. From left to right, the limit to the water is unilateral. What's creating the limit to the water to the left? Earth curve. No, you've got an inferior mirage there in the background. That inferior mirage is what's creating the limit to the water on the left. That inferior mirage is creating the limit to the water on the right. So how do you justify saying that that little piece there in the middle with the sail isn't an inferior mirage? It's absurd.
So Zanuck is saying that sail is all sail. It's all physical sail.
Yes.
Down to the waterline. Oh,
Yep.
okay. That's interesting.
It's just an ignorant statement.
Well,
but then again, you see what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who look at something and then just declare it right away, right? So my point is that if this sailboat were moored for a week and Zanuck went out every day at different times of the day and took pictures, you'd have a different presentation of this sailboat. You might even see the hull one day. And
so
but then
how much of that sail do you say, excuse me, is actual sail? Like you've got the red line, you've got the water line.
So I would lower his red line. You see the two white squares, one to the left and one to the right of the sailboat?
Yep.
I would put the sailboat's vanishing line at the bottom of those two squares.
Oh, those squares. I was about to say the same, actually, right about there.
Because you can clearly see the obtuse angle that the sail presents.
Yes.
That is an indication of the phenomenon of mirage, of this mirage as well. You have a greater than angle, you have a lesser than angle on both sides. That's an absolute telltale sign of an inferior mirage.
No, I'd agree with that. He just totally disagrees. That
Well,
whole
look,
sail is actual sail.
Yeah, it's 100% physical. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not.
So you have the very left image, that sperm-looking white shape.
Yeah.
right? So you have it above the line and below the line.
Yep.
Okay. So that image below is the inferior mirage. So that image below the red line, that white image below the red line, below that is a dark spot. And then you have the water,
Mm-hmm.
right? The dark spot below that white spot is the dark area above the physical target, above the red line. So that entire space between the red line and the water line is an inferior mirage. There's no way to deny that. No way. To deny that is absolute insanity. So then the question becomes, what is creating the limit to that water? Why can't we see more water? Because the mirage is blocking the rest of the water to the shoreline. There's no way for Zanuck to give me an inferior mirage to the left of the sailboat and to the right, but not the sailboat. There's no way he can do that. Not with a straight face. No way. It's absurd.
Well, I'm sure he'll be in later today to argue that point again.
I just had a weird thought, and it might not apply to any of this stuff, but you know how water is reflecting light? Would that have anything to do, like, with how much of the water you're seeing?
So my position, if you're talking about this sailboat,
Yeah.
okay. So my position is the inferior mirage is not reflecting off the surface of the water. It's happening in the air above the water.
If you have a lower observer height, does the inferior mirage rise up?
It gets closer to you.
It's closer
It comes towards you. It's just like changing your perspective on a chessboard, right? You're looking above the chessboard, you can see all the squares. And then as you lower your perspective, the squares disappear more and more, which brings that distant line closer and closer to you, so that you only see the squares that are in front of you. At that point where your eye reaches that angle where your eye can't distinguish the back squares any longer. So if you start, okay, sorry if this is so abstract. It's abstract in my mind, so bear with me. You're looking above the chessboard. You can see the entire square. You can see all 64 squares.
Yep.
As you lower your perspective, the background is going to come closer to you. So in a sense, wiping out those back squares. You can see the squares closest to you, but you can't see the squares farther away. But in that transition, that background is actually getting closer to you as you lower your perspective.
I would also add that in a lot of cases, the mirage, as you go lower in your elevation, the mirage intensifies. I'm not saying that that's all the time, but it's a lot of the time. But it definitely moves towards you.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning.
And like the opposite is true too. You raise an elevation, and that mirage effect will appear to go away from you, but only to a certain point at sometimes, because then you start reaching that point where things are merging together due to other reasons, or being distorted for other reasons. It's an easy phenomenon to go out and look. You can see the shine on the water or whatever that is there, and raise and lower your altitude, your viewer height, and you can see it. You can see it in our videos.
So the one thing that, well, there's more than one thing, but I'm going to post a
Oh, well, I see it. Yeah, there's an inferior mirage on the right.
Are you looking at that photo?
Yeah, it's literally in front of the mountain. It looks like the mountain goes down to the road, and the inferior mirage is above the road.
Right, but the
Very
reason, yeah,
top.
one of the reasons why I posted this is because the reflection that's on the lake is much more crisp and pure than the mirage. The mirage is going to have a diffused presentation so that it's almost blurry. So that's one of the differences between a reflection on water, which is what a mirage is not. A mirage is not on the surface of the water. One of the reasons why I can say that is because the image of the mirage is diffused.
Do you think that's why the sky appears gray in the mirages and not blue?
It depends, I have ones that are pretty unilateral, like you can't tell where the sky differs from the mirage because it blends so fluidly. But it just depends on the conditions, because at other times you can clearly see the aether band in the distance. It's a dark band that's below the sky, so you can clearly see a marked difference between the two.
Yeah, I got you. I guess it does depend on because the mirage might just be at a certain layer, right? It might not
Right.
extend up all the way, but a lot of
Right.
times I think it's like a canvas. It's not the sky anymore. It's the mirage basically, or the illusion that's created
Yeah.
in the sky.
Try to find another example. I think I've got an example of a freighter on the ocean so that you have the sky to the left and to the right. So you can kind of see what we've been talking about. Yep, here we go. Right, so here's a freighter on Channel Islands in the shipping lane. So you can clearly see that there's a space beneath the freighter and the ocean. It looks like it's floating in the air.
If you
But
zoom in, you could actually see the reflection. I'm going to take a picture of this.
But I'll tell you this: you can't zoom in and see any more of the ship. You know what I'm saying? Like you're only magnifying the mirage. You're not magnifying the
right,
reflected light off the object. It's still a
right.
mirage.
You see how there I posted a picture? You think that's the top of the thing? Shown right above the water within the band?
So what you've captured a picture of it, we'll call that the captain's deck, that white section.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to cut the entire image in half. What's below is above. The target above is physical. The inverted image below is a mirage. But yes, you've got that captain's deck below, right above the water line. So the entire
Right, I'm sorry. That is in fact cut in half and a reflection right there above the water.
For
right, but
sure, whether it's perfectly in half or not, but it's definitely mirrored down or
right.
whatever.
But make no mistake about this. The entire freighter is there in the mirage. It's not below the water anywhere. It's right there in
Right.
front of you.
The
Everything.
water is actually blocked by the sky. Like I would say the water is, if you extend that water out, you know what I'm saying? That's where the boat is sitting on it. Of course, that's reality. You can't see that in this picture because of the mirage.
Heck.
The
Say this.
what-
horizon of the water goes way beyond the boat. You understand what I'm saying? Like the water, if you could see the water through the mirage, or where you know there was no mirage, the water would keep going past the ship and appear to be higher, right, than the top of the boat at some point. If you could see that part, it's not. It's just, I mean, that's just the way it happened. But right here, the mirage is obstructed.
This is the actual position, guys.
Picture that I
Floating.
posted, yeah, the picture I posted of the Marriott, it's the same effect. So top of the
Yeah, I was
building
just
being
looking at that.
reflected down
That's
on
a
the
building.
bottom.
That's not even a building.
That's the Marriott Hotel across Lake Pontchartrain.
Wow.
Yeah, 24 miles in their sky, you know, appearing under it, or it appears to be floating. Well, we know it's not doing that. This is proof, 100% proof that it's a mirage. It's an optical effect. It's, I mean, you know,
That's
there's
another.
buildings. There's also taller buildings or buildings that are just as tall right next to it, but they're at a different angle. So they're not reflecting as much light. So they're already disappeared, right? They're already gone because of the angle to the viewer. See what I'm saying? The building to the right of it, I think it's a parking garage or whatever it is, it's made out of the same glass material, but it's at an angle. It's not as a blunt face towards the viewer right here. So that angle, that reflected light at an angle, doesn't get back to the viewer. So you don't even see that building at all. Not only is it not mirage, but it's gone, right? It's still there, but it's so that the information is so lost, you don't even get the reflected light back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah. So what's obstructing? What's obstructing this hotel? Is it curvature? No, it's a mirage. It's literally floating above the supposed geometric horizon. If it were a geometric horizon.
See the picture I posted of all the cluster of buildings right there?
Yeah.
So they're all made of the same, you know, glass, right? Like very reflective, blah blah blah. Well, ones that you know they're at different angles to each other. That's why when you're across the lake in a certain position, you're only going to see the one that is reflecting the most light back to you. You're not going to see the other ones. And then there's other buildings on the other side of the bridge that are not made of shiny material, that are made of more of a stucco concrete material that's more absorbent to light, I would say, not as reflective. And you don't see them at all, right? they're there. They're just as tall, or you should be able to see them, but you can't because they're not reflecting that information back to the viewer.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty simple stuff. Once you just use your common sense and know that water isn't curving, then you just all you do is figure out, well, if I'm looking over a horizontal plane and I'm not seeing these buildings or these ships or whatever, what do I know, right? Well, I know that optical illusions exist. I know that light over distance, especially in the marine layer, acts in a funny way. I know that certain materials are more reflective than others. You know, so you start putting all that together and got yourself, you know, yeah, you can make your own conclusions. You know, I've made mine. I don't need anyone else now that I've done all my own research and spent hours and hours doing all this to tell me that that's actually a curved water over 24 miles. It's 280-foot difference, right? In curved water from shore to shore. It's got a 90-foot sagitta in the middle from the chord line. And that when I do see further than I should, it's refracted up. And when I see less than what I should, it's because of Earth curve. I don't need any what I would call a fool to tell me that, right? Because they've been fooled. It's wizardry. It's whatever you want to call it. I don't need that anymore. I don't even partake in it. Matter of fact, I fight against it. That's why I'm here. Fight against deception. Because if the same people are telling my kids, my family members, my friends, you know, people I don't know, you know what I'm saying? It's deception.
Yep. I got no problem, refining my arguments against the globe better and better every day. I feel like it's important to constantly say what's true.
I would suggest, only because this is what I've done and it worked for me, but for everyone, you know, that can, get yourself a camera, a zoom camera. The P900 is not really, it's all you need. Go out to the same position multiple times. Go enjoy yourself, right? Get out in the nature, bring a lunch, meet some people, let them look through the camera and see what you see, you know, like on different days, and prove to yourself that it's the conditions of the day that are changing the view, not anything else. You know, it's just the way it is. Learn about perspective, learn about angles, and everything that they've taught us. A lot of it is the truth. They just hedge a little bit, right? They just there's truth in everything type thing.
That's a nice way to put it, hedging.
Yeah, they just hedge. They just fudge it a little bit, fudge the numbers here and there, plot it down onto a geodesy or whatever model they're using. You know, and over distance, you're only talking about minuscule amounts that you couldn't measure anyway over those distances. So who the hell knows? You know, 1,000 miles from point A to point B, you're only a mile off or a mile and a half off. Well, how did you know? You know, you could go in a zigzag a little bit and calculate or, you know, whatever.
Check out the picture I posted in chat. I didn't realize that this is why everybody thinks level means a curved line. But this is what they need to make sense of that claim.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Look at that. How silly.
There are no horizontals. You know, the only horizontals that touch the surface are what they call tangent lines or whatever, but only touch it at a point.
Right.
You know, but it's kind of weird that when you know, they fight against the horizontal line so much, and really because I think it's their death knell. You know, you put if you can't tell me we can measure centimeter accuracy to the moon and can't make a horizontal line over water a mile long and measure the 8 inches. Like those two things don't equate, right? So that's why they fight against the horizontal line.
Yep.
It's the hardest thing ever, Rick, to make
Yeah.
horizontal fine, apparently, isn't it, eh?
I know.
Or, you know, it would almost be as absurd as saying, you know, I get dropped calls all the time in Virginia, but man, we fucking called the moon.
Yeah. Strange, right? Like the first thing I did this morning at 6:30 a.m. was create a horizontal line. I have a plane, you know, 4 corners, ran string, and created a horizontal plane. Now they're putting boards up to those strings, but the tops of those boards are now the top, you know, horizontal plane. And if you put visqueen in that form, fill it with water, guess what it's going to do, right? It's going to go to the top of the board. The only reason that a portion of the water would either flow out or be lower than any part of that form is if that board was higher or lower, that particular spot. But overall, the boards are going to create a horizontal plane. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
simple.
and if that,
It's easy.
yeah, and if any part of that board wasn't aligned correctly, you'd have a drop and a rise.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And the water would tell you that. It would either be below the board or it would flow out in that area first. That
Right.
means
Yep.
if wherever it flows out on that horizontal plane that you
Right.
created
Yep.
with your form, that is where it's lower. Wherever
Yep.
the board is higher than the water, maybe in 1 or 2 spots, because it's never going to be perfect. You know, that is where the form is too high. And you can adjust that form down and up to the water and be assured that it's horizontal then.
Water and plumb bobs are the most accurate measuring tools for a reason.
Yep. You can take a water level tool and go around the form, you know, and check it. You can fill it with water and it'll tell you everywhere your form is off. Now, the majority of it is going to be right. You understand? Like, because you did it with a laser level or auto level or theodolite or whatever. But the more accurate tool would be to fill it with water. It'll tell you everywhere you were off, whatever hump the board has in it or crown or, you know, up or down, that water will show it. Sorry, Globers.
So I just had a funny meme pop up in my head that I just made up, as far as I know. So let's say Rakia is on the work site and he mislevels something and then fills it full of water to see if it's level. And you see that one part is lower than the other so that the water is flowing out of that lower part, right? So you can clearly see that water will flow and overflow at its lowest point, right? So you see that, everybody understands it, and then you zoom out to outer space and show the Earth with water at an angle sticking to a ball. Doesn't work. It would flow off. And then they're going to say, he doesn't understand the model.
No.
We have one who cannot see. He doesn't understand the model. No, we just showed you in a small scale what water actually does all the time, every time. You're the one who's abusing the model. Glowflake Science Warrior.
It's funny though how they think water is self-supporting, be higher in the middle of a body of water than
Yeah,
at
it's
the
absurd.
edges.
Yeah, put something in a tank of water and show me that.
Anything self-supporting, absolutely ridiculous. It's ludicrous.
These people aren't even offering anything other than what you're suggesting. They're just saying, no, you're wrong. Nothing else.
And that's all they've got. You're wrong because it's fear. Because we
Right.
say so.
And the thing is that we can show all day long the small scale demonstration. We can show it every single time. I did it yesterday with Zanuck, and he was busting he was glitching his circuit. right? I got 4 containers, 4 aquariums, and I make uneven flooring on all of them. And then I fill it full of water, or at least up to the, somewhere close to the top. The water at that place will be equidistant from the top in every single one, regardless of what the uneven surface of the flooring does.
Yeah.
Right? And they can't understand that that's how you refer to, like, how do you make a horizontal line? Right there. Well, how do you know it's horizontal? Because every point is equidistant to the surface of the container. Right? And then the opposite point that I was making is that the surface of the water is not going to be equidistant to the floor if the floor is uneven. You're going to have different distances from the floor to the surface, which is exactly what we see in lakes, right? The lake's not flat. The lake's got uneven surface, which means that the surface of the water is not level to the flooring. But that's what they do with the ball. They remove the reference from the floor of the container to the center of the earth so that becomes equidistant. It's absurd.
They can't scale a damn thing.
The great scale negator.
I just think this picture's so silly. I ain't mean to tag buddy. I just meant to post it.
Oh, everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Look what they call a vertical line.
What's silly about it?
Everything.
Well, what do you mean everything?
This picture that I posted, I think it's silly. I mean, you want to explain it and make it not silly to me?
Sure. One piece at a time, though. Vertical is from the center of the earth.
Okay, I disagree right away.
I'm sorry?
Right away, I disagree. That vertical is...
Well, so you're already presupposing the earth is flat, so that makes this whole thing silly.
Yeah, completely ignores that he's assuming the earth is a globe with a radius and a center. Right. Back at you there, buddy. 15 love, my serve.
Isn't vertical perpendicular to horizontal? Isn't that the basic definition?
Yep.
Okay. That doesn't necessarily represent that picture.
Not even close. Well, they tried to where it says horizontal plane and horizontal line. That's about the closest thing they got to a horizontal right there. But the vertical line, I don't think it's actually plumb to that. I mean, it might look like it is, but I don't think it is.
Have them define what horizontal is.
Oh, boy.
I'll give you a hint. There's the thing called there's a connection to another word in that.
Whores?
Or?
Horizon.
Right, yeah.
Or is on.
It's an equipotential surface. That's all it is.
Wait, I say that again. I was laughing at my own joke.
It's
What
an
did you say?
equipotential surface.
Yeah, that has to be said because you're creating that reference within your model. You have to have equal potential, right? That's your own vocabulary that was created because of your model.
This is where I've noticed that you change the definition of words to fit what you want, what you're thinking. If you go back to the original understanding of horizontal, not reimposing a new definition on horizontal.
When you say original, you mean like archaic definitions?
Yeah, the original way they used to talk? Yeah.
You see
Yeah,
where they
well,
use the word level everywhere in this little picture I posted? Everywhere it says level, it should say curved. Don't you think?
Yep.
Well, every point on the level surface has the same gravitational potential.
Oh,
There's
bunk 'em.
Yeah, but see, my question is, like, why do you need to talk that way, right? Because if we're using something as a reference point, it simply starts out at 0, right? If the mean sea level is 0, then that's where you start. You don't have to go below the surface at all. There's no need to.
What's wrong with going below surface or above the surface? How is that?
well,
Okay, hold on,
well,
hold on, real quick. The point of going above the surface is to measure elevation. There's no need to go below to measure elevation above. See what I mean?
There's no need to go below. Is that what you said?
There's if you're going to do elevation changes above mean sea level, that's where you need to focus and stay. There's no reason to go below the surface of water if you're taking elevation changes above it. There's no need to change that orientation or reference.
It's the mean sea level of the Earth, and there are points on land that are below mean sea level.
Okay, but see, now you're still doing elevation changes of land. Yeah, I don't have a problem. Right now, you're changing the reference frame, right? Because if you're on the coast of California, everything is going to be above until you get to Death Valley, which is below. At that point, you are going to use that reference, but you're not under the water out in the ocean referring to the center of the Earth. You're still on the ground using the surface of the water as your 0.
But knowing the mean sea level as an equal potential, that would help you understand like what areas are at risk of inundations, for example.
Yeah, but I don't think that we need to use the term equal potential. It's just a matter of like
it's all about equal potential. It's all about gravity.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Because without gravity, there's no vertical.
Okay, you guys can have him.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Can I ask a question?
Me?
Just part of the litmus of like whatever. I was just curious. To the baller. Did Trump collude with Russia?
Who are you asking?
The Glober. Whoever is espousing the globe.
Mr. Katz.
I'm not in the loop of knowledge of.
What would your initial response be, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know. I think that was an evolving situation, and I really don't have an opinion.
Do you think? How about this then? Do you think Trump is good for America or bad for America?
I don't. I guess that's like a grade. Really, I mean, you
okay. How
get
about this?
grades, bad grades, but everybody makes mistakes. Some people are just horrible.
Right. I'm just asking. Like, do you think like Trump is a bad guy or a good guy? Just like, what's your opinion?
I think he may have started with good intentions, but then maybe got kind of I don't know, self-absorbed in the end.
And one more, like not to be, because I understand you're right to my not knowing is totally whatever. But like, did you vote in 2016?
I did.
Forgive me, I couldn't hear you. You said yes?
Yes.
Did you vote for Hillary, if you don't mind me asking?
I did not vote for Hillary.
Bernie?
I did not vote for Bernie.
Fair enough. Cool. If you don't mind me asking who you voted for, I mean, you don't have to tell me.
I voted for Trump because I honestly thought that, he had a spine, and I believed America, our American leadership needed kind of a spine and not sell America out. But if there was more to the story about Trump than that, I did not know about that.
No, I mean, that's awesome. I mean, that's cool to hear, man. I happen to like Trump. I was just curious to take on it.
Let me ask you, do you believe Iraq had weapons of mass destruction when we invaded?
In a way.
Which way?
I don't think he had like nuclear weapons of mass destruction. If anything, he might have had like biological or chemical weapons, which could be considered mass destruction too.
Were any found?
What was a potential weapon of mass destruction, or I don't know, maybe pure insanity, or was, I think, we're talking about Saddam Hussein, right? Saddam Hussein was kind of obsessed with this idea of a super weapon, a super cannon. And there was this guy named Gerald Bull who was kind of promising Saddam Hussein to help build him a super cannon. Eventually, Gerald Bull got assassinated. Nobody knows by who.
Did they find any?
Well, I mean, the shipments for the parts were intercepted. So
Did they find any weapons of mass destruction? It's a pretty simple question, really.
I can't confirm that they did, but I cannot deny that they did either.
They didn't, therefore you can't know what kind of weapons they would have found.
Well, you're making a claim that they didn't,
Well,
they claim they did.
Did you see any news reports, any newspaper clippings, any rumors, anything? Did a pigeon drop a message out of the sky?
That was so long ago. I don't remember if I remember seeing that. I mean, I don't remember if I saw that or not.
The point is, you were led to believe something. You were led to believe something, and it turned out to not be true.
They were out apologizing for it, even.
But I mean, the war in Iraq and all that. It wasn't just about weapons of mass destruction. If that's where we're going.
What was it about? Giving Iraq democracy?
Some part of it. What one of the countries around there, Kuwait, I think they were at risk of just being annihilated completely by Saddam Hussein's forces, and so Western forces came in to basically kind of save Kuwait.
So they saved the shit out of him.
And so when Saddam Hussein's forces were retreating, they set all the oil drills on fire, and that became if you've heard of the Gulf War, the Gulf Fire, or excuse me, I forgot what it's called.
Do you know what
Fires of Kuwait? That's what it's called.
Do you know what Building 7 is?
A what?
Building 7. Like if I say Building 7, do you know what that means?
Building something.
Building 7.
Building 7. No, I don't know. This is.
Stop it, Isa. Stop it.
I know. Just curious. Just curious.
Let's see where you're going.
I think the next thing out of Isa's mouth would be like this.
Well, I mean, fair enough. But at the same time, not really, because I mean, if you're an American, I think, brother, you should check out Building 7 because it was it was the third building that came down on 9/11 that not many people are aware of, and it came down under a whole heap of scrutiny because the guy who owns it put an insurance policy out on it strictly for terrorism, 6 months before 9/11. And then fought to get paid twice because it was two buildings. And then also is on record as saying that he pulled Building 7, which is a demolition term, which kind of reinforces the idea that there was like bombs in the building and all the shit. But I was just curious where you're, if you knew anything about that stuff. And like, there's a bunch of engineers that are like, wait a minute, this is a controlled demolition. This wasn't what they told us.
I would venture to guess that unless you're in this discussion, you won't have heard about Building 7.
Did he leave?
Yep.
Dang, I was going to ask him why he chose the term archaic definition.
Well, because it's offensive, but don't be offended.
No, I'm just wondering why that term came to his head, because that's the banner they put under any flat Earth videos on YouTube.
Right, and that's where it comes from. And what's interesting is like archaic, which they admit that people then they have to then it's so great because in one hand they're like nobody ever thought the Earth was flat, and then under every Google video it's like, well, it's an archaic belief that the ancient people used to think the Earth was flat. It's like,
Yeah,
you
but
guys are fucking idiots, man.
Yeah, but check this out, right? So a better term would have been paleo, because paleo has to do with time. An old paleo.
Right, no, but archaic is offensive, and that's their goal. Their goal is to make it seem like holding a position about something is as detrimental as possible. That's their goal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. I hear what you're saying. My point was to bring in a contrast. Archaic comes from the Greek word arche, which means beginning or first or primary. So it doesn't mean old, right? That's not what it means, even though it's used that way. So it's ironic that they're just taking us back to this is where this began. This began. People began to understand the world this way.
Yeah, cosmology initially accepted that the Earth was flat, basically. But then it never happened, and nobody ever thought that. And it's just, like, straight lines are curved. Men can get pregnant. It's wild, man. I mean, that's a tough position to argue from.
That's funny. I don't want to get in trouble for spamming the same stuff, but I think it's really important that people understand this is why Globers say that level curves is this picture. That's why you can have a drop from horizontal while still having the horizontal. It's just goofy way to look at stuff.
Yeah, but if you're sitting at the bar having a conversation with your buddy, and you pick up your pint glass, and you tilt that pint glass, the beer is not going to follow the tilt. It's going to resist the tilt and stay level.
You're welcome for that one, Travis. You're welcome.
I didn't need you for that.
Yeah, you did.
I was having beers in Massachusetts with fellow barflies long before I met you, bro.
Nothing better than talking about the shape of the Earth over a frothy. That's for sure.
I tell you what, I had great conversations with people. You know, it's better than talking sports and shit.
It is way more interesting.
Did I tell you what my opening line was?
Yes, you did. Yes. Yep. And I will be using that one day, actually.
What is it?
Would you like to have the most disturbing conversation you've ever had in your life?
Nice. I always liked opening it up with, have you heard about these stupid flat earthers? Because, like, that's the best way to do it. And then, you know, I don't know. Flat Earth is game, boy. Flat Earth is game. Like, if you're not, you know what I mean? Like, picking up chicks with Flat Earth, you're doing it wrong, dude. I used to have so much fun with that. Because then they're like, oh my God, you're such a rebel. You know?
Oh, you're such a rebel. Oh, yeah, you're such a rebel.
Fucking
They
right.
like the bad boy, don't they?
And then, and then fucking, you know,
It's
and then
so
the best part, the best move, and don't forget this fucking move, and don't forget this is a fact, as like, you know, if you believe in, like, let's say chakra territory, right? Is like these lower level chakra heads, the only way they're going to be interested is if you tell them that they're not allowed to come. You're not cool enough, bro. It's no doubt, you know, no doubt you didn't get it. Like, and then they're immediately like, you know, oh, what do you mean? I fucking, and it's like, dude, you know, that's just, I mean, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? And then they get all like, they either get real butthurt or, you know, and then, or they want to join the party, and either way, the butthurt about it because you're, you know, you started the party. They're all pissed off.
Exactly. Go find your own party.
Right. We don't want to go to your boring ass party, your Super Bowl party. Like, stay the fuck out of our party, dude.
Exactly.
We're having
And we got all the hot chicks. You know what I mean? Like, fuck out of here, dude. You know what I mean? Like, even all the hot football chicks are like, whatever. I'll go to your party. Yeah, you will.
You know where it's at.
What was that?
Wife's always kicking me under the table, so whenever I bring up any of this stuff, she just look at me, kick me.
Oh, dude, my old lady.
Roll her eyes, and then she'll. We end up having a blast of a
Oh,
night.
dude, my old lady will like prep me if I'm going into certain places. Like, you know, don't fucking talk about fucking
yes,
and fucking don't talk about this. And I mean, dude, did I tell you one time, like during the whole vax or the madness, fucking they had a birthday party for like her best friend ever, you know, and like 30 fucking people are at the restaurant. And I was like, she's like, whatever. She's like, don't do the whole fucking ride. And I was like, you know, I'm gonna do something. She's like, you know, I mean, stop. You know what's gonna happen. And so fucking, I drove like an hour to this place. We get there, fucking sure as shit. They ask everyone to put a mask on, like as you just as you go to the table. And I was like, look, you know, and I took the manager to the side and I had a little conversation. And I was thinking, like, I could go, you know, I could go nuts and like, you know, be like, all right, cool, what's your name? And you know, I'm gonna write up a piece of paper and you're gonna owe me some fucking money. Or I could, you know what I mean? Like I could have been, but it's like the birthday party of my girl's friends, right? So like, you know, I was like, look, I'll just leave. She was so pissed. Her fucking like the girl's boyfriend or the girl's brother wanted to fight me and shit because I was being disrespectful. Bro, I fucking created such a storm. Now it's like I don't hear the end of it if I ever go out with them. It's like fucking unfucking real. But they all know what to expect. So in a way, it's like liberating, you know. Like everyone knows, it's like fuck, you know, don't invite him because fucking. It's like, yeah, I don't want to go. Fuck you, stupid fucking hibachi. I can throw fucking meat around on my stove any day of the week.
I found a new non-moon landing believer on the weekend, so we'll be delving more into that.
Who's the non-moon landing believer? What's this?
Oh, just another person in the community that we met on the weekend, actually, because it's generally one of the first things I start off with. You know, just to feel out the waters, Isa, feel them out and see kind of where they are, like moon landing, JFK, 9/11, these sorts of things. You just want to test the waters a little bit to see how open.
You know what I think is, man? We forget to test those waters with the characters that come in here. That's what made me even like with the other guy. It's like I'm curious. Like, okay, like your first question should be, okay, can men get pregnant? You know what I mean? Because like I'm not gonna get into some like just like when you're out at dinner, if the guy doesn't believe in the moon landing, you're gonna get some traction. You know what I mean? But with the guy who fucking like just accepts it all, it's like, well, there's no reason to even fucking talking to you about anything sublime. You know what I mean? Like, why would I want to discuss like the intricacies of fucking light with somebody who can't even know the difference between fucking right and wrong, man? That's my thing. It's like, why would you waste your time? Why would you expect anything other than what you get from these fucking shill motherfuckers? And I'm on that principality shit. Like, I think they're just run by a principality. So it's not even them. You know what I mean? It's like that's why the Care Bear philosophy is so legit, because like everyone's just under a spell. They're not bad people. It's just I think they're under a spell. That's why me and Bandsaw need to get together and share the Care Bear love and change the world subliminally.
Exactly.
Because that's how you do it. Is the first step is to make them realize, like, oh, wait a minute, like, it's like my always thing. It's like, hey, by what authority would you tell me what I can or cannot think? Go fuck yourself, dude. You're gonna tell me what I can think? Go fuck yourself, you anti-American communist fucking piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, if you should never stand for the national anthem again, you fucking commie. If you're gonna fucking, if you're gonna fucking say that a flat earther's like, if you're gonna like not allow a flat earther to fucking speak, then you're an anti-American commie.
Anybody want to take?
Yeah, you're worse than somebody who thinks the moon landing didn't happen.
Anybody want to take bets on what Issa's baby's first words are going to be?
Yeah, it's gonna be trust the government, nigga. No, because I mean, my theory. Don't make me get breaking down shit, but yeah, that's right. Conditional acceptance. Actually, her first words will probably be a conditional acceptance.
Issa be like, honey, bring that to daddy. She said, well, if you.
Yeah, all of a sudden. Yeah. No, not even. She's going to be like, give me the milk. I'm like, damn it. All right, cool. That works.
You're gonna go up to one day and you're gonna say, hey, how did you do this? And she's gonna say, Daddy, you can't prove nothing.
Right. Totally. Marker all on the wall, all over her face.
Yeah.
Can't prove nothing, Daddy.
You can't prove nothing.
Where's the charging instrument? That's gonna be another one. Where's the charging instrument? Oh shit.
So Issa's spank paddle is going to be charging.
I'm just following my old school, the way my dad did it. It's just chores.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, you fucked up? Oh, well, here you go. Get to work.
Get a pile of bricks. Either get him to move it from one corner of the yard to the other. Right?
Dig a hole. Dig a hole, fill it back up. Dig a hole, fill it back up.
Yep. And once they've moved all the bricks, they'll come in and say they're finished. You go, no, you haven't.
Oh, you cut out for the last punchline there. You haven't what?
when they come in after they've moved the pile of bricks, you go, no, you haven't. I need them over there now.
Right, that's the wrong patch of grass.
Exactly.
Or not even like your mother said. We're reorganizing. We don't want them over there now.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take the heat off. Take the
Fucking
heat
right,
off.
dude. Yeah. Conditional everything, bro. She ain't learning from no fool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy though. Like I was thinking of like, or like in law and like people developing to understand law. I used to always talk about like this cat Tsarian would talk about how like you got to learn how to say no to everything, right? Like learn how to reject everything, like and it's almost like part of like like atheism. Like atheism is a step in the right direction in the beginning
Yeah.
because you're rejecting everything that everyone's trying to impose on you. But then there comes a point where there's like you realize there's like a hidden sophistication to things. And like it becomes a point where just saying no is an adolescent response to an adult problem. And that's where like I try to get in even like just to get into conditional acceptance is the idea that like when you say no, you know what I mean? It's just an act like you have to go through the process of learning how to say no. But then it becomes a conditional acceptance and you're saying no in another way, in a sophisticated way that doesn't offend the other party either. I think that is so, and I think it's crux in this, in the flat Earth debate. It's being able to take like, well, you're fat, stupid, and ugly, and you're like, yes, you may be right. However, it doesn't mean that fucking whatever, that gas pressure at the fucking sea level means that there isn't a container. You know what I mean? Like, or something like, it's like, just don't be offended by their fucking, their little insults because it's literally all they have.
How old is she?
And get them back too. I like insulting back. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Well, she only a couple months, man.
Couple of months.
Yeah, gonna be a year soon. Yeah, man. No bunking. But yeah, it's like even like with like everyone talks about like school and education, they're teaching a lie at the school system. It's like no, they're just teaching fucking like it's like even arguing about like I've been hearing this conversation about the basketball and what's level and all the rest of it, and it's like it's trying to compare apples to oranges. And it's stupid. You know what I mean? Because like you're not gonna fucking like on a globe it makes sense on the globe. It doesn't, on the flat earth it makes sense because, I don't know, perspective and all, whatever it may be, but like you either choose, it's a personal choice. You know what I mean? Like you can't say like, oh, a level doesn't exist on the globe, but because it does in their own little made up world. Just like, it means infinite flatness for us. Equally unprovable, and it's a philosophical decision. Just how much cooler to think of yourself as the center of the universe because there's no other context anyway that you're ever going to come across. Not that you need to be like a self-entitled dickhead, in God's little ant farm, but like, you realize like, wait, this is different. But, oh yeah, I was going to get to the idea that take like school. It's like, I'm going to like, like she's all not, they're going to learn all about the globe. You know what I mean? Like learn all about that shit. There's nothing wrong in that. That's what society thinks. So you got to know what society thinks that you're living in. If you want to have a different opinion, you're right. That's why America's the greatest fucking place that ever existed. And never forget, if you're against flat earthers and you want to censor them, never pledge allegiance to the American flag again. You're worse than a moon landing denier. And go fuck yourself. Sorry, man.
She walks among us. He can tell you there'll be sunshine again. She'll take the food right from your plate. She'll steal the crumbs that you won't save. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles away. Trillions of miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. And when she thinks about all this going round, could it only be an opportunity? Lead another with some mystery down the road to misery. Lead another with some fantasy, 'cause that's really what it seems like to me. She'll take your moon and your star away. So many miles, so many miles away. Trillions of miles. She'll take your moon and your stars. So many miles, so many miles, trillions of miles. She'll take your moon and your stars. When your baby looks so nice, they even want to come and ask your price. When you're lost on the avenue of broken dreams and attitude, they'll even want to change your face. And at that point, baby, what's left to fake? She'll take your moon and your star. So many miles, so many miles away. She'll take your moon and your star away. She'll take your moon and your star away. Not today. You'll never get my moon and my star away. No, no, no. Not today. You'll never get my moon and my star away.
First of all, thanks for playing that. I always think that whistling is the hardest thing to do during a song. I wonder if Billy Joel, in his song "The Stranger," when he whistles, I wonder if he's ever like blown chunks and just not been able to whistle at that.
Dude, them boys are pros, man. Them boys are professional, man. They don't fuck it up. They got like chapstick on their lips, bro.
Really?
They're fucking ready.
Whistling chap.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just joking. You know what I mean? But like, they got like, they like professional cats like are really something else, man. Especially like a performer like Billy Joel or something like them dudes. They don't fuck up. They're so good at it, Blow chunks. Yeah, I don't know. Probably at the bar early on. Fucking, ooh, I'm gonna work this one out. Yeah. Love singing this song. If I'm singing to you, love. I am the milkman of human kindness. I will leave an extra pint. I love you. I am the milkman of human kindness. I will leave an extra pint. If you're ready, I will call. If you're alone, I will be. I love you. I am the milkman of human kindness. I will leave an extra pint. I love
I will leave an extra pint. I like that tune too. It's fucking nice, man. Fucking nice, you know. If anyone wants to talk, just have at it. I'll stop playing. I'm just kind of ripping. Daddy worked like a mule, burning pipe, counting coal. Fucked up his back, couldn't work. He said one of these days you'll get out of these hills. Keep your nose to the grindstone and out of the pills. Sip the waves of this world, just bring you to tears. Keep a load in your heart, you'll have nothing to fear. And do the best that you can. Don't lie, don't steal. Keep your nose to the grindstone and out of the pills. Daddy, I've been trying, just can't catch a break. Too much in this world, I can't seem to shake. But I remember your words, Lord, they bring me to chills. Keep your nose to the grindstone and out of the pills. Keep in mind that a man's just as good as his word. It takes twice as long to build bridges you burned, and there's hurt you can cause. Time alone cannot heal. Keep your nose to the grindstone and out of the pill. Daddy, I've been trying, just can't catch a break. Too much in this world, I've done too much shit. But I remember you, so Lord, they bring me the chills. Keep your nose to the grindstone, out of the pill. Your nose to the grindstone. Fix that for me. What is that? Can't prove nothing. Can't prove nothing. Can't prove nothing. Something like that, right? Can't prove nothing. Can't prove nothing. Tell me that you're clean. Magazine. And you wouldn't care to know. It's so cold. Stop seeing what you're saying. It's reality. Magazine.
It was amazing.
Great. Thank you, man.
Hey, what's up, Jasper?
I don't think I could ever be a musician that way, right? My mom gave me a guitar when I left for college. So I had a acoustic guitar that I started playing, and I could do basic chords. But I could never dream in music. I could never speak, write, think. If Issa and I were hanging out, and he's like, "Oh, you play guitar? You should come over and jam." I'd be like, no.
You better come jam.
You understand what I mean? I mean, I think that certain people are musically adept that way. Like,
What do you think? You think you would jam or wouldn't jam?
no, I'm saying you wouldn't want me to play in a jam session. I would just make fucking noise. It would be like a 2-year-old banging on pots of paint. I would have no idea how to do. I would have no idea how to improvise.
It's half the fun about jamming, making noise.
Yeah, I guess that.
Come on.
But that's cool though. You know songs though, then. So you know, like, you know, because like there's different cats, man. Like, you know, I'm always amazed, like, that I know some incredible musicians that also cannot improvise for some fucking weird ass fucking reason, dude. But they could play like Rachmaninoff from fucking their memory.
Yeah,
right.
a personality.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah.
Go ahead.
If I learn a song, it's like dancing. I couldn't get up and improvise a dance, but I could learn the waltz. Right? I could learn the waltz. I could do the waltz. But to get up and just improvise with dancing, I'd look like Elaine Bennett. I'd just be like.
Yeah, I used to think like you though, Travis, that there was because I agree that there's people who are better at better improvising than others. But I think when it comes to singing or playing an instrument, I think anybody can practice long enough and become good at it. Because you look at the people who are most skilled, like Mariah Carey for singing, or like I like Randy Rhoads for guitar playing. But these people, like Floyd Mayweather, you know, in boxing, they were trained as like from very little, very little. You know what I mean? So if you've been practicing it your whole life, there's no doubt you're gonna have some skill.
Can you play some, I don't know, Comfortably Numb or Wish You Were Here? Liza?
See, that's where I suck.
Really?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I could figure it out, like the chords and
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, yeah.
But the actual the lick, do you know what I mean? Of
Mm-hmm.
Comfortably Numb, like I just haven't spent the time doing it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I could, you know what I mean? You know what I've been learning, and like I always learn. Like right now, I've been learning, Wild Horses from Rolling Stones. You know, Couldn't Drag Me Away. Wild, wild horses, you know. Couldn't drag me away. You know, that kind of shit. But like, I don't fucking go in and read the tabs on how to play. I know. I mean, I'm sure I could even figure it out because you know. Yeah. I'm sure. I think I could figure them out, but it's not at my ready. You know.
You know,
Like a lot. What's up?
go ahead, Mr. Issa.
What were you saying, brother?
Well, no, I was just gonna say that because I play. I'm like a drummer primarily. You know,
Really?
not really a musician, but I can play guitar. But ever since I learned how to play guitar, I've only learned. I've always not used a pick, so I either play with my thumb or I can even finger pick. But I don't play with a pick.
I've been working
Just
on
kind of
that
sets you
actually.
back.
Funny you mention it, but yeah, I'm a thumb player. You know, I play with my fingers as well. But like I've picked up a pick and I've been trying to play flat picking. I've been getting into that shit, but it's tough, dude. What the fuck?
What gauge?
Yeah.
If you were going to use a pick, what gauge would you use?
Pretty stiff. He's a pretty
Oh
stiff.
yeah.
I
Oh
really,
man.
but to be honest, I'm thinking of trying out. I don't know well enough, but but I grew up a little bit playing the bass, so I saw picks in that way. But I never really I play my bass with the fingers. But the fucking picks are interesting though, because them like them real thin ones that are just movable. That might be the direction I'm headed. To be honest.
That's the only one I played with. If I lost a pick, I would just get a piece of paper and fold it over a couple of times and use that. I did not like the thicker
Oh man,
gauge.
I can't like for me. I've always had like I always played reggae music, man. I was always in reggae bands and shit, and like the only white kid kind of thing, you know. And fucking and I never I could always just get it with my fingers. You know, I just anytime I use a pick, I feel like it's holding me back. I don't know, man. It's so weird.
I feel the same way. And Mr. Benson.
I was just going to say, get yourself into some Tommy Emmanuel. Liza.
Tommy Emmanuel, I'll look him up right now. Go on, Cole.
Tommy Emmanuel, man. He's a beautiful Australian guitarist. Beautiful. Getting on now, but yeah, I think you'd like some of his stuff.
It's oxymoron.
Forgive me, Tommy. What?
Tommy Emmanuel.
Got it.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, same way with the finger picking. Like to me, it feels natural. I guess I've done it for way too long, but I do know that using a pick, it allows you to be able to play up. Because obviously you can play down with your thumb, but it's hard to flick up.
Well,
That's
you
what the
know,
fingers are for.
right. I feel you with that, but I feel like I kind of make a pick with my thumb and my finger. So I
Yeah.
have like a down and up with my thumb and my pointer finger, you know?
Right.
But you know what got me about even the first time I was like, damn, I want to learn how to play the pick because everyone always tells me that I play too soft, which I don't know why, but I don't know why, whatever. But and I watched one of those guys that like created the like one of those first early California beach songs. It was like a video on that guy. I forget his fucking name, and he was like the first thing about, and he always said, he goes, the first thing was we always wanted to do was play loud. And he goes, and the first thing that's going to make you play loud is a pick. And I was like, that's a great point, because
Yeah.
it does make everything, like when I play, like right now my baby's sleeping, so it's like, you know, I'm not fucking looking to rock out, but like if you know, if I've had my pick, it's like it's just so fucking, it takes over the room. You can really create a different, like if you want to like walk in and be a punk rock motherfucker and really just take over a fucking room, you could do it with a guitar and a pick. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like that shit can get loud, you know.
What's up, Issa? What's going on, man?
Snacks, what up, brother? I was
Yo,
hoping to
man.
fucking chime in, man. I was waiting for the sax. I was hoping it might just pop in on one of them tunes.
Yo, it's killing me. Yeah, I'm just like listening. I'm like, fuck, I can't.
You always know you're
Yeah,
like
I got.
come on, man. Like when Voltron has to
It's
form,
too early. It's too
you got to
early
get
for
it. It's like it
saxophone.
doesn't get
It's like
started
it's
unless
early,
snack.
bro. It's early for saxophones. Can't do it.
Right, but it's like but really though, what's early though, snack? I mean, really, come on.
I do have like a broken melodica that I was like really
Oh,
hoping.
nice.
I wish it worked because I would just like phantom like just dropped in on the solo part
Yes,
to Moon and
yeah.
Stars, and
I
I
was
just went.
hoping to hear this.
And you'd been like, "Oh shit, is that Augustus Pablo that just walked in the room?" And be like,
Right,
"No,
dude.
no,
Like,
it's just Night to the Future." But
fucking right. I was like,
oh boy, yeah.
I started whistling and I was like, oh, this gonna sound like shit. I hope
Mm.
Snack fucking comes in.
No, your whistle actually carried good, man.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just wanted to say
got
shout
me.
out.
I started thinking, because like my thing is like I'll sometimes record what I'm playing, and then I'll play it back, and I'm like, oh, I hate it, and fucking, and I just think to myself, but then like some of the best music that I've ever liked, even is just like it's not right. Do you know what I mean? Like some of the best, most like I don't know, like heart wrenching fucking music is like poorly recorded and just a guitar, and you're like,
Yeah,
oh my god.
just the imperfections. It's like
Like, you know
all.
what I mean? It's like it's just the voice. It's just the song of the artist. Like, and I guess that's why I even like Bandy. Like, I never got into learning other people's music because I've always been an activist. You know, and that's, I already got something to say, dude. You know what I mean? You know, that was great. You wrote that song in the '60s, but now here's some new shit. You know what I mean? Like, I just always, I don't know. I always felt like it was like music was like a weapon to me in that way. You know, it was never like, you know, I just want to sit back and learn Pink Floyd's fucking exact rendition of something. But I'll fucking talk about fucking Palestine.
Yeah, it's about that.
You know what I mean? Like, I'll fucking talk about resistance and shit. You know what I mean? Like, or fucking, you know, whatever it was back in the day.
What you're saying about playing sax, because I played the violin for a little bit too, but obviously as a drummer, like it sucks. You know, an instrument that you can only play it loud. You know,
Right.
unless you have an electric set. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I was gonna say those electric sets, dude. Fucking sweet.
Yeah, I gave it to my little brother. He's fucking actually. I heard a song the
Cool.
other day. My other brother showed it to me, and I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. And he told me my brother recorded the whole thing. Like my other brother, he played I guess every instrument or whatever. He recorded the whole
Sweet.
song. Holy shit!
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Tell you what, it's too. It's like the music is a young, you know, like the scene anyway of music is when you're younger. You know what I mean? Like that's awesome, man. Because like that's when you're gonna have the most fun is when you're just a youngster running around. I always grew up around heads like this nigga Snack who like are just genius musicians, and I was always terrified to play. And then years later, I got into it. You know.
I like that. I like the jam sesh, dude. It's always cool to jam with whoever. You know, whether it's really
I
good
like.
or
Well, you know what's
as long as
crazy?
you don't suck.
What was that?
No, I'm saying yeah, as long as you don't suck, jam sessions can be fun as fuck.
What's crazy? Like even there's so many levels to music because then you start introducing other people's music, and then there's musicians that just mastered other people's music. And like shit like that, which is cool. Yeah, music is like that's why I think like even when you get into the like resonance and frequency and like all this like this think of like the power of music, let's say, right? Like to turn a shitty day into like a what I mean, like you can really do a lot with music, the vibes of a situation, the music in a room. All of that stuff. I think there's just so much to sound that we don't, that has more to do with the unit, whatever context you're in.
Issa, it's so funny you bringing this up right now. I just ran across an old book that I had from Pyramid Books bookstore, if you remember that bookstore.
Oh yes, I do, man. No shit.
And it deals with a lot of the foundations of Johannes Kepler's work on establishing a cosmic harmonic resonance model.
Yeah.
That he deduced from the distance from perihelion to aphelion of the planetary motions from the sun, and then he mapped them to ratiotic intervals, and then found that almost all, except for 2 intervals that we hear in common Western tonality, are expressed in the ratios of the planetary motions around the sun. I just thought that was interesting. But that was primarily what his work was about. Again, Coriolis was mainly interested in streams and water wheels and windmills and stuff and billiard balls and more so than the atmospheric sciences. But it's just some interesting shit with Kepler and laws of planetary motion. I guess for elliptical orbits, which don't make sense, but whatever.
That's why it brings. See, all of that information is that's
it's
why
philosophical because it goes back directly to Plato and the guitar. Actually, the monochord is actually what he played a single string instrument to understand ratios, because they didn't really understand tonality quite like we do.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's weird how the string, the division of the string creates the octave, right? And or isn't that right?
Yeah.
It's something it's just so cool.
Double the frequency, you get twice the octave.
Right.
And so all these overtone structures are all throughout nature, that the overtone series that just makes the harmonic, because every string divides in half, and a half of a half and a half of a half. Every guitar string, is the richness of the lower bass string is because there's many resonances occurring within the same string, and then the high string, it just has one piece of that, if you will, that spectrum.
Yo, Coach, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. But before you jump in, I was just going to say that that resonance thing with the orbital mechanics, it's a very real thing. Actually, I think the bigger truth is the musical resonance and our planetary orbits
That's what makes me think.
Don't match that perfectly, rather than it matching the orbital one.
Oh, forgive me. I was just think the idea of when it says in the beginning was the word. Well, the word is indicative of sound. I think of it anyway. You know what I mean? And being it is. It's just so interesting how sound plays a role at the roots of everything. But what's up, Jeremy? Also to the 440. That discussion is interesting.
I'll wait till you guys are done with this. Go ahead, finish this up.
Well, this could go on for 8 hours, Jeremy. Have at it.
Jeremy's like the dad. He
Yeah, going to come in and talk about the measurements of the shape of the Earth. Are we going to talk about the measurements of the shape of the Earth, Jeremy?
We're in the basement.
We're going to talk about this.
Oh my God! It's just the degradation of sophistication here. What's going on?
Talk about this refraction thing, because Zanuck yesterday
was. All right.
Listen, Zanuck yesterday was telling me they can get an actual position.
Of course he did, bro. He's Zanuck, dude. Of course he did.
Zanuck yesterday was telling me they can get an echo. Zanuck yesterday was telling me they can get an actual position based on your elevation change. I think Kosho was backing them with the sun. Right? Did you understand what Zanuck was saying yesterday?
I wasn't really listening. Oh, the refraction is something. Yeah, I was actually trying to make my own argument with it. But sure, go ahead.
Just going up. Does the rate of change? I don't know why he kept saying change twice like that. Why did he kept saying change twice? Can the rate of change give you the actual position?
Yes, but I don't like the argument. I like Moyak's argument better because it was closer to my argument, which is...
Dude, your argument sucks way worse than Zanuck's.
No. The rate of change
would be something like acceleration.
Yeah, exactly. but the rate of change without the acceleration. So the
What
15
about the
degrees
rate
per
of
hour of
change
the
has
sun.
changed?
Forget about the rate of change. The rate of change on its own of the sun moving across the sky, the difference between that and 15 degrees per hour, you can give you the a refraction indicator rather than what he was saying, which is true too, but I think it's simpler.
Your argument's more trash than anything I've ever seen. Because listen, the sun moves through the sky 15 degrees an hour. Okay, that doesn't tell you vertically where you should see it. It comes around on top of your head the next day, right above you. Boom. It doesn't speak anything to where it should be vertically in your line of sight.
Especially when it's
Your
coming
argument.
from a horizontal position in front of you.
Hold on. What, Kosho? Like, your argument sucks. Do you have a rebuttal to that? I didn't wake up trying to fight. I wanted to get to the bottom of this yesterday. Of course, no one will ever let you finish anything, ever. I don't know why you guys do this. We do this to ourselves. I do it too. I jump in when other people are trying to get to the bottom of shit. It'd be best if we just. The sun moves through the sky 15 degrees an hour. The sun moves through the sky 15 degrees an hour. That doesn't speak to where we should see it in our line of sight vertically.
Okay.
How do you know the refraction out of this?
First of all, if it is moving 15 degrees per hour consistently, it tells you that refraction is not involved. Okay? Because if it's moving 15 degrees per hour consistently, and it moves around once a day, 24 hours, 360 degrees, that tells you that 15 degrees per hour is the correct movement of it. And if it's doing that consistently, no matter what angle it's at, it tells you it's not refraction, since refraction is based on the angle.
Okay, so what you're saying.
Okay, go ahead. This is the time we don't get to the bottom of anything again. Go ahead, though.
No, I'm having this discussion with you. So you're saying, Kosho, that because you have a change in acceleration at the horizon, that shows you that's like the control, right? That shows you that there's something else going on. Because if there was no refraction at the horizon, you'd have a consistent 15 degrees per hour all the way across the motion of the sky, right?
How would you prove a rate of acceleration from a point of versus side view? The only way you can see a rate of acceleration.
I know. Maybe make another point and not let Kosho answer that point.
Well, no, he's
this is why we don't get.
This is why the amount of time that the sun comes in and changes the temperature for the amount of time, and then he's saying when it goes straight, you see it for longer, and he's saying there's a change rate. There really isn't. It's just an appearance. It just looks like that.
Yo, Kosho, drop down a live stream 2 with me real quick.
Jeremy, look, man. Hey, listen, I didn't know that this was supposed to be Jeremy only. Okay, I didn't.
It's not Jeremy only, but we can never get to the bottom of shit. See,
okay, well, I'm gonna go on.
What do you get to the bottom of? What do you get?
I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna go on mute because I
want to
hear
the bottom
this.
of why Kosho thinks that this
get
15 degrees an hour thing. I'm trying to get to the bottom of why Kosho thinks this 15 degrees an hour thing thinks that it speaks to the position we see it in vertically.
Okay, very quickly then. Respond to Jeremy. You hear me? Hold on. Okay, yeah. Very quickly. Well, you're saying 15 degrees per hour. So Zanuck said this yesterday too, that fraction is based on the difference between the mediums, but it's mostly dependent on the angle of incidence. So you can agree whether it's a globe, flat plane, or anything. If you're changing the angle all throughout the day, but the degree change is only 15 degrees per hour, then that tells you that what's affecting that position is not refraction. It can't be refraction because the angle change is consistent, yet it wouldn't be if what was changing it was refraction. The consistency tells you that it's not. that clear?
Yeah, it was clear. Can we move something 15 degrees an hour behind a Fresnel lens?
Okay.
Now, question: can we move something 15 degrees an hour behind a Fresnel lens? That was an okay. It
Yes.
wasn't an answer.
It was a where did that come from question.
The
Kosho,
answer
can
is
we move
yes.
something 15 degrees an hour behind a Fresnel lens?
I would say yes.
Kosho. All right, guys.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you, man. Sorry.
Kosho, can we move something 15 degrees an hour behind a Fresnel lens?
Consistently,
Yeah,
I
consistently.
would say no, unless there was
No.
some. I would say no, unless when I say consistently, I mean from 10 p.m. to 4 or 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. You know what I mean? But so that's 6 movements, all at 15 degrees per hour. But regardless,
Can I move something 15 degrees a minute for a couple hours behind a Fresnel lens?
yeah, I would say no, unless there was some erratic thing that was making the movement that was matching the strange angles the Fresnel lens is gonna send a picture to you, which is not
Why can't
consistent.
you? Why couldn't you move something 15 degrees an hour? I'm just wondering why'd you say no to that?
Because a Fresnel lens isn't going to move anything consistently. It's going
So
to move
I'm
it.
moving something. I'm not saying the Fresnel lens is moving
I know.
anything. The Fresnel lens is just sitting there. I'm moving something. You're on one side of the Fresnel lens. Everyone else got this. You didn't, apparently.
No, I'm telling.
You're
I
on one
did
side of a Fresnel lens. I'm on the other side, and I'm moving something 15 degrees an hour.
Yeah, you're moving at 15 degrees per hour, and I'm seeing it
Yeah.
being moved 15 degrees per hour.
I need to move it. You're seeing it move 15 degrees an hour.
Exactly. That's my point. Is no matter how you're moving it, you would need to move it in a way that perfectly matched the strange angles that the Fresnel lens is causing me to see it, such that when I see it, it moves 15 degrees per hour, which means that
Okay, if I move something 15
neither
degrees
one
an
of
hour,
those
you're
two
not
things
going
are consistent. Neither one of those two things are consistent. The only thing consistent about them would have to be that one is correcting for the other, so that you see 15 degrees per hour, which would be a very strange coincidence.
So if I move something 15 degrees an hour behind a Fresnel lens, you're not going to see it move 15 degrees an hour?
No.
No?
Yeah, no.
How do you know that?
Because does a Fresnel lens change the position that you see things?
I totally get what you're
Maybe.
saying, Jeremy. I totally follow what you're saying. I don't know why he's not able to.
Because he can't have this happen. He can't let this happen because it'll ruin his whole argument that it gives us the actual position as 15 degrees an hour thing.
So you think that if you have something going around you in a circle, 15 degrees per hour, and there's a Fresnel lens in between you and that thing, and the Fresnel lens is changing the position of this thing, that whatever it is, and you think that the Fresnel lens is going to perfectly, consistently send you the same error every time.
It's not an
It's
error.
only changing the position. It's only
It is
changing
an
the position. It's only changing the position vertically. It's still moving 15 degrees. You're just not seeing it in the same spot in the vertical, in your vertical. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. So when you say that, you're saying it's moving 15 degrees per hour, just not in the position it actually exists in, which is fine. But what that implies is that the error is consistent no matter what angle, no matter what angle it's interacting with. So, like with refraction, for example, with a Fresnel lens, whatever the angle of incidence is going to totally change. The angle that you view it at. It's not that doesn't stay consistent. It would need to be consistent. The error would need to be consistent, just as the movement is consistent.
Right. So, if I can, I'm sorry, Jeremy, but if I'm looking out over the Channel Islands and there's an inferior mirage on the horizon, and all I have is the sky and the water, and then a freighter comes along the channel and enters my field of view, that freighter is going to be moving through the lens from left to right. And I'm going to see it basically in the same shape the entire way because the medium is uniform and stable. That's what Jeremy's trying to say with the sun. The sun is moving through or in or behind that medium. You're seeing it. You know, if you're going to time the freighter to be changing 15 degrees per hour because it's going really slow on the horizon, it's just poking along, poke, and you measured that from this point to this point was basically 15 degrees per hour. But you have the medium of the air between you, giving you that presentation of the image of something behind the image. That's what Jeremy's describing. I don't see why that's a problem.
Because that would have to be consistent in all 360 degrees around you. Have to be so consistent.
Yeah,
that the same air would have to take place no matter which direction of uniform.
Our air is consistent
right.
with its
The error that's being described.
The air in which it resides above. The air is your consistency. It is your Fresnel lens. The air.
Yeah, but it can't be. No matter what shape you're on, the angle change is going to be different. Whether something's on the horizon, something's straight above you.
You can't even produce.
Maybe another day.
Talking about Kosho. You definitely can't tell me that the atmosphere can't be the Fresnel lens. Definitely, you're not going to tell me that.
Yeah, well, what I'm telling you is that the angle of incidence at the horizon or straight up on a flat plane, or on a globe.
It moves across the sky and doesn't stop. I don't see an angle of shit. Where you get that idea, Kosho?
Yeah, you can't have something move from the horizon to the zenith
have an angle on
and not change its angle of
Demok, listen, Demok, man, I love it when you get feisty, but let's try to have a simple back and forth.
Well, he needs to stop looking past this. You can't have.
He can't control himself. He can't do it.
Answer this, Kosho. How can you have an object that's never stopped? How can you have a fixed point on that? Let me know.
We're not talking about fixed points.
Yeah, we are. We're talking about an angle, which is a line, which is a fixed point to something. So if you put that line from the sun, it's going to keep on moving and never stop. You don't have an angle.
Well, we don't have an angle to the sun? Is that what you're saying? We don't have an angle to the sun.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You got a big imagination and no angle to nothing. You got a whole bunch of air and opportunity to make excuses.
That's pretty fucking stupid, D-Mark.
Demonstrate what you're talking about, how you can pinpoint something or know its location or get an angle from one point. How does that work out, buddy? Pretty stupid to say you can get an angle from a point that keeps moving like a fish. Show me how that works.
We're talking about visual angles, though, man.
Yeah, right.
We're not talking about the angles of its actual position. We're talking about the angles it appears in our vision.
No. Where's an angle at? You're looking at the sun. What angle to what? What are you talking about?
Well, you have 360 degrees around you, and you have 360 degrees.
You only have you only have 180. What are you talking about? 360.
You have a straight line.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. You have 360 degrees.
You don't have 360. You're not in the North Pole or
Yes.
South
Hey,
Pole.
Jeremy.
24 hours.
We're like a pinball.
Hey, Jeremy.
We're like a
You
pinball
there, Jeremy?
inside a pinball. Yeah, we're like a pinball inside a pinball machine, just bouncing all over the place now.
And I'm the pinball wizard.
No, we're talking about the sun supposedly having an angle.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's go back. Jeremy,
this is what Jeremy's talking about. This is what Jeremy's talking about.
Yeah, I know it is. But listen, love us. Just love us. Jeremy, did you hear what I said about the freighter going across? I thought that was a pretty good analogy to your point about the sun. Jeremy?
Probably making coffee. Sucking dick or something.
So, wait, Kosho, when you say error, you have to have a control. What's it in error from?
Whatever's causing the visual in the atmosphere, whatever's causing the bending of the light, like with a Fresnel lens or refraction, is causing it to bend and not come in a straight line. This is what I'm describing as the error. So you can call it the bend, you can call it the I don't know. We call it whatever you want, but this is what I'm talking about. And so if there is this error or bend,
well, I'm not gonna.
This error or bend would need to be consistent from whatever angle you're viewing it from, as it goes 360 degrees around you.
Okay, you never see anything go 360 degrees around you.
Sometimes you do, yeah. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
when? Okay, when?
Well, you could see, for instance, the sun go 360 degrees around you if you're north enough
No, you
on
don't,
We
some
said,
time of
dude.
when
the
do you
year.
see it? When do you video it? You keep saying it does that, but you're lying. It goes straight from whatever direction that it appears in, and then it goes across the sky, and then you can't see it. How's that a 360? How does that work out?
I've seen somebody walk in a circle around me and go do all
That's not
360
the
degrees.
sun. We're talking.
Yeah,
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 you've seen
yeah.
somebody
You
walk
said
out of your
something.
view
I
too.
said the sun, and then you
You
said
can't claim somebody walking out of your view. If I walk away from you and I disappear, you're not looking at me for 360. You saw me for a focal point of a line walking away from you. Stop making stuff up, Kosho.
I turned my head with them. I was
No,
following them around as
where's
they
the
went
video of
360
the sun
degrees
doing
around me.
that? Just stop. Stop
Osho
making stuff
mentioned
up.
seeing the
Talking
sun
about
from the
fish
North
and
Pole.
people.
You guys
The
ignoring
sun.
that?
Video it. Real simple. 24 hours video at 360.
Yeah, regardless, yeah,
You're
this is
making a
what
good
you would need
flat
to
Earth
see.
argument, though.
And then
Go ahead. Tell me more, Coach, about how the sun does a 360 above our heads around the North Pole. I
Yeah,
like
well,
it.
the sun does that, and the Polaris does that. But yeah, you have to be able to see either one for 24 hours to confirm that. But both those can be seen for 24 hours.
Stop
Some
making that
places,
claim. You
sometime in
should
the year.
stop. You're saying where you are right now that you see him. You're talking about you got an angle to it and this and that. What's your dangle to the angle of an invisible object that you can't see no more? That's refracted in the first place. How does that even work out? How do you get a pinpoint location or an angle from something that's not even where it is? It's apparently there. And then it's moving. So it's apparently there, but it's moving. And you don't even know if it's moving the opposite direction.
So
Sun
if in
could be moving the
Alaska,
whole opposite direction.
they can see the sun for 24 hours, and I can only see it for 12, and I see it go 15 degrees per hour, and I know in
right,
24 hours
dude.
it's going to be back in the same position, then I can
Listen,
simply infer that the sun is making another 180 degrees when I can't see it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the
No,
position for it to make a 360. So
you're not going to make lies up to my
it's not a
standards.
miraculous leap.
You don't have it for 24
What,
hours in
Flame?
Antarctica to even make that claim.
What, Flame? Were you trying to say something to me?
I said something
I
to
had
you.
some weird
No,
technical
no,
issue.
I was just talking about how it went sideways.
It happens every day, dude. We're like fucking Pinky in the Brain trying to take over the world. I knew this
Well, we
was
should
going to
stay
happen.
on topic, shouldn't we? Let's talk about this angle that you don't have and the 360 sun you don't have. Let's stop talking about left lane and
Let's
whatever
be
he likes
gracious.
about flowers.
Let's be gracious and let's try to get back to Jeremy's point about refraction.
No, let's try to imagine your point. Forget Jeremy's point that didn't make no sense. Get a Fresnel lens. Cool. What a good point. Now, let's find out where the sun is doing what you claim for 24 hours so we can stay on point of the globe.
Mock,
Jeremy,
I've
I
always
talk
liked
about
you.
globe.
I've always liked you, but I noticed recently you've had a vendetta versus Jeremy because he meets you
I got one
sometimes.
against you too. Any liars, anybody that says anything that's untrue. Yes, you're
I
my
meet
vendetta.
you sometimes too, man. But
Well, you're
regardless,
making claims that the sun changes 15 degrees when you're looking at it as a focal point, like a little kid riding a bike away from me, straight in my view. I only see it straight. How the fuck can I test the degree of view? Look at something going forward. You're not going to do that at all.
great
You'll
question.
never be able to do that. And you're
It's a
talking
great
about a
question.
side view versus that. You need to have the side view 15 degrees and see that change, right? You need to implement a change in the side view versus the forward. So you need the side view change in time and distance. You don't have that anywhere. You also need 24 hours sun in Antarctica. Stick with me.
Without an equatorial mount, without a measurement even, you can simply infer that if a star or the sun is gonna move but end up in the same position in 24 hours, then it has to take a 360-degree route in 24 hours.
Kosho,
If it's
what
moving
is
in
the
a straight
same
line,
position? It's
unless it's
never
moving in a
stopped
straight line,
moving.
if it's doing a circuit above your head, it has to be doing
I
50
mean,
degrees.
that's just not.
Something
Or
moving
it could be
doesn't have
staying
a
still.
position in the sky.
Oh.
My fish never stopped swimming in the ocean. It never stopped. How does it have a position? It's never stopped. It didn't come back to the same exact spot. It couldn't. It's impossible. How does the sun come back to the same exact spot somewhere? Where's that spot at? Can you mark it before it gets there?
Yeah. To be clear, though, it should be said that it doesn't do exactly It doesn't show up exactly in the same spot in 24 hours. But for the sake of simplicity, we're going to forget about this slight difference between day to day. So in 24 hours, it'll make a complete cycle, not in a straight line. So it has to make a cycle. It has to go around in a circle. Otherwise, there'd be no way for it to end up in the same spot.
It doesn't end up in the same spot. The Earth's tilted, wobbling, and spinning 3 different directions while going around the sun. Impossible for it to ever end up in the same spot. You don't even know where the spot is to begin with when you're looking through an atmosphere that's like a Fresnel lens that Jeremy's trying to explain to you. So when you don't even have the normal point of it anyway, and it could be coming from right to left, and you're like, oh, look, I see the sun. When I set a glass of water in front of me and I move the flashlight, it looks like it comes from the opposite direction. So if you're looking through the atmosphere, how are you going to tell me it ain't coming from the opposite direction? I don't know, and neither do you.
Oh, man, Demok, man, you got to see some of the footage that we've seen. As soon as the sun sets, we see this object zipping across the sky in the opposite direction, man. You got to check this stuff out.
It's liquid, man. Liquid does it. Get a glass, fill it with liquid. I mean, seriously.
You got to see the missing curve. Check out Beerman's channel, the missing curve. He's put these sunset images up. It's pretty interesting. Really fucking interesting, man.
Yeah, I was the one that told him to get the glass of water and like move it behind it. So
it's been really interesting stuff.
But I'm just saying, like, why, Jeremy, why are you not holding Kosho to this and no Glober or Flat Earther? How can you have a minnow that never stops moving in the ocean? It just never stops swimming around in circles and stuff. That doesn't mean it has to end up at the same point just because there's a cycle. And I can't keep inferring a cycle when I only see a portion of it, like 1/4 of it. How am I going to keep guaranteeing a cycle? I'm not.
A, I was trying to, and then you jumped in. And B, it does go in a circle because you can see it from the north.
Where's your video?
You can see the sun going in its circuit.
From north what? Where's this at?
I don't know, Finland, Canada. You can see the sun. You can track the sun all day, and it'll. You can track the sun all day, and it'll go around in a circuit, in a circle. Am I wrong? Am I
fixed? Yeah, I can hear you.
Am I lagging?
A little bit. Does it stay fixed? Like, so we can make a line and put a line in the sky and it'll stay there and we can get another line to it and make an angle? How does that work?
No. Have you ever seen it? I'll tell you how it works. Have you ever seen a 24-hour sun?
No, I don't live in North Pole or Antarctica.
Okay, well, it's a real thing. And yes, you can make an angle to it.
And how do you know that's 360? You guys keep declaring all this weird, dumb shit. That could move in a triangle. Your vision's still going to see it as a 360, regardless. It could move in a square. Just because it makes
that's 100.
like
Yo, and you know what's crazy? And you know what's crazy? I got a video where I was like, that's exactly what it looks like it's doing because it goes out and comes back in like a triangle. And I'm like, But anyway, I only piped up and I know my mic is bad, so I'm not going to be long. You know, people question whether or not there's a 24-hour sun visible, right? In the north as well. Like, people question that. I'm not saying, because people have a problem with me relaying information as me saying it. No, I'm just saying there are people that don't believe the 24-hour sun regardless of where you are.
Yeah, there's people here who believe the Earth is flat, but somebody believing something is not evidence.
Belief in a demonstration. We have video cameras. So pop it in the ground and film it.
Nigga, your whole heliocentric belief is a belief. That wasn't as hard as I wanted it to be, but it's true. That's a belief, nigga. You don't know it's a globe. Why? Because you ain't one of the 500 people that supposedly went up and seen it. So you believe the data is interpreted correctly. Get the fuck out of my face with that. Anyway, Like I said,
No name calling, brother.
okay, my bad. Some people would like to see with their eyes the 24-hour sun, not just 24-hour daylight. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, cut the shit in the chat. Maybe you're not seeing the chat. He's posted one of the many recordings of 24-hour sun. It's not a question that the day length gets longer the further north you go in the summer, and it extends up until it becomes 24 hours. It's not
We're not talking about day
not
length. We're talking
deniable, but
about
people
having the
deny it.
sun in your view for 360, Coach Show. Why do you always flip it to something different?
Well, cut the shit has posted a GIF of somebody doing that. So
He's got a gift for 24 hours. It's 24 hours long of the sun being in the camera, being followed at 15 degrees in a circle. That's what you're telling me right now.
Yeah, it's called the 24-hour sun. Yeah.
So why would anybody over there question it if they're filming it? Why would one guy named Cut the Shit have it and believe it and you believe it? Two guys, but guys who live there don't. Something's wrong.
yeah, I'm not a psychologist, dude.
Yeah, well, I'm not a guy over in Antarctica because I guarantee you guys wouldn't be getting away with sitting there lying saying what you fucking believe all day without demonstrating it. Jeremy, quit talking out your ass when you don't live over there.
We're talking about the north, anyways, dude.
Yeah, you're talking out your ass. Quit without video.
I guess Australia doesn't exist without video, or without one of us
nothing
living there.
does. Nothing exists without video, stupid.
Hey, you flat earthers are really you're. This guy's
Yeah, this ain't a good look. I'm going to be honest, guys. Don't call names, Denmark.
Well, just go believe cartoons, buddy. Let me draw a cartoon. Nothing exists. Cartoons do. Just believe that Sandra Bullock's in space, buddy. You go ahead and do that.
Validation, I thought, with flat Earth. And I have never been able to validate a 24-hour sun. My personal being able to validate that, I can't validate that. I like Demak was saying, I have seen videos, I've seen GIFs, I've seen, like we talk about things being altered. I'm not saying Australia doesn't exist. We all know we have people there, but I do understand the conversation that's happening here. I do. But where's the proof that for validation of a 24-hour sun? Not a GIF.
You would think there would be a million videos. You would think Science, Astronomers Anonymous, National Geographic, you think all these people would have hundreds of thousands of videos. They film spiders and ants drinking out of caterpillars' butts, guys, for days on end and hours. They film the whole thing. So you're not going to keep telling me they got all this great proof when nobody's got it but one guy named Dwayne or JW or Cut the Shit that all happen to be Glober CIA. Yeah, okay.
I'm also not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I haven't ever seen proof of it. Actual proof.
Right. Same here. I'm not saying everything can exist. If you show it to me and demonstrate it, if I can ride your unicorn, it exists, of course. But if you're not going to bring it over for me to get on it and ride it, then no, hell no, it don't exist.
Yeah, that's the only thing, man. It's like, as far as the North, like exactly. Like, you know what? Matter of fact, this should be an easy problem because for things that really exist, like, you know, like show me a video of you in front of the Empire State Building or some shit like that. Like, it's like, okay, fam, this problem can be resolved where we could just shut up and stop talking about it. Just get one of us, because there's got to be one out of us that could just go ahead and be like, yeah, I've seen the 24-hour sun. You want me to go? You want me to like fucking? I'll at least take the word of a flat earther who lives in the North who can say they've seen it 24 hours, like the literal sun, not it go away and then come back, not it disappear beyond the mountain. I want to see it go around.
Have
like,
you ever heard of Flat Earth
so
Alaska?
you get what I'm saying? Like, it's just like we're not saying it's fake. We're just saying if it's real, why I don't need some one two dudes. Look, all I'm saying is for Antarctica to be what it is, why the fuck? What celebrity put it on video? Why they're rich enough? Why don't they go? Why don't they live stream it? Yo, you know Cardi B would get a fucking billion fucking views for going live in Antarctica if that's possible. Like, y'all niggas is wildin'. Y'all have such a low level of imagination for what you would want from the globe.
Yeah, these
Like,
arguments are
that's what the fuck
retarded
I
as
would
fuck.
want.
Like this is super
It's
stupid.
right on
But
point.
y'all keep it up, man.
Yeah.
Y'all making it look good.
Okay, we're talking about the 24-hour sun. Hold on. We're talking about the 24-hour sun in the north. And
Yeah, I
not the
just I
south.
literally,
24-hour sun in the north.
I literally just said we can this whole problem can be handled just by we gotta know look what Arwen, like who's close enough to the north that they can actually
Flat
say,
Earth
yeah,
Alaska. Flat Earth Alaska. He's an old ass dude, about 70 years old. I don't know if he's still around. He told me there is not 24-hour sun there. He said
that's
there
what
was
I'm
sunlight,
saying. The only
but
guys
not
from the
24-hour
north,
sun. 8 years ago.
the only
Flat Earth Alaska, look him up.
from the north, the only flat earthers from the north that I know of have said they haven't seen it. That's all I'm saying. So I'm like, well, we should know one person who has, or I'm not gonna make the claim. Like that's all. It's not that it's fake or it's not. It's that it's weird that can't no flat earthers confirm that it's fucking 24 hours with their eyeballs. That's all I'm saying.
It turns out that nobody who lives in Alaska, or nobody who's not a caveman who lives in Alaska, lives where you can see it for 24 hours. But they can see it for 20 hours in most of the cities. You got to be a lot further north to see it for 24 hours.
20 hours is not
How do you got to
24
be
hours.
further north?
20 hours is
something to be
not
above
24 hours. Like I said, I don't want to see it disappear, but there still be daylight and then it come back. I want to see 24 hours.
Jeremy, you gotta stop these two.
I suggest you go there and stop yelling at everybody.
You gotta stop these two. They're just off the hook, man.
23 and 3/4. I want to see 24 hours.
Then
that's it.
Argue the 24-hour sun in the north. It's their prerogative.
Why-
I mean, I can't tell them what to argue.
Nah.
Yeah.
But you agree these two idiots they're arguing just something
No, we agree you
stupid.
No, you can't
sun
call names.
for 24 hours.
Oh, my bad.
We
My bad.
agree you don't have sun.
So, do you agree with them, Jeremy? As a flat earther, do you agree with them?
No, I think there's a 24-hour sun in the north.
Please, Jeremy, between me and you, honey, you said the word think. Have you been validated, verified? How do you know that there is one? Do you know, or do you think there is one?
I'm fairly certain. I've never seen it myself, but I'm almost 100% that there's a 24-hour sun in the north.
And can I ask you, why do you have such a strong feeling towards there is one? What has been presented to you to prove to you in your life that there is?
I've seen tons of videos of them. All right, I think there was a flat earther from the top of Sweden or Norway or some shit over there that saw it before. What's his name, Heinrich or Hyder or something? I can't remember. One of the flat earthers said they saw it. There's just tons of video of it, like tons of video. Go on YouTube. There's from amateur people that have nothing to do with this at all.
Like I was saying, before y'all pretended y'all couldn't hear me because my voice is very low, so now it's going to be hella annoying. Jeremy, you don't have to argue on the side of or agree with. There's nothing to agree with because there's no claim, there's no position. Don't get Jedi mind tricked by these motherfuckers telling you that we're wrong. We don't have a position. How can we be wrong if there's no position?
You do.
What we're saying is we
do.
don't have no experience. So anyway, outside of that, you can go ahead and say costumes as evidence that the earth is the globe because we can't model it on the flat earth and have a cup of tea, Jeremy.
You need to, Elijah, man, you really need to man the fuck up and have a straight, honest conversation instead of this deceptive bullshit, okay? Like be a man. Just grow the fuck up.
A stupid comment. I tell you, Elijah's the most honest person in this room.
No, he ain't.
Yes,
No,
he
he
is.
One here. Sorry, but I've known Elijah for quite a while.
So what about his arguments honest, Andy? You tell me, man.
Direct evidence.
Very.
Hold on. Okay. When you want to talk about our moon argument, then step the fuck
You're
off.
breaking up a little.
I want you to act like a grown man, dude. That's all.
Eli,
Fact
you're
check.
way too argumentative.
Eli, he's a
No,
little boy trying to fuck with you right now to get you going as a man. Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you're doing critique, you would have to actually utilize one of my arguments, which I know damn well
Your
you
arguments are
haven't.
stupid, Elijah. That's the problem here.
You've never heard any of my arguments. All I do here is relay information. I've never come to you and said, yo, here's my answer. I want to say, you know why? Because I'm above the average. Because I was doing
Eli,
Breaking
we
up,
can barely
sweetheart.
make out what you're saying, bro.
But see,
Eli,
this
we can
this
barely
is a
make out what
gang
you're
up against
saying.
Eli for no reason because Eli's claim was no claim at all, like he said. He's saying he's not one making a claim. Everybody else is making a claim based on what? So he's having a conversation on, especially where I know we came for 24/7 Flat Earth. It was all about validation a couple years ago. Everything of Flat Earth was. That was the whole point. So when we're talking about validation and people are making claims that a 24-hour sun exists, we have to step in as other flat earthers and say, I don't necessarily align with that. There's nothing wrong with what Elijah is saying. It's facts.
Why is he coming in here yelling at us then?
Because look at me now, I'm yelling because people are coming in here talking shit.
You mean
And
like
it gets
Elijah?
I was just saying something. He comes in here yelling at me.
Yeah, he's just acting like a child.
I'm yelling because of German. Like, I don't give a shit about y'all. I'm
Well, you
yelling
said you
because of
needed-
German. Because I give a shit about him.
You said you needed
Okay?
evidence or something. You said you needed evidence or something, and then somebody said, "Grow up. You should be able to believe
never
things
get a
without evidence."
rise out of me because you're not
Nobody said that.
intelligent enough.
Nobody said that.
But Jeremy and me going to head bothers me.
It's
But
because
you
your
will never
position
get a
is-
rise. You couldn't get a rise out of me if it was 6 a.m. and I just woke up.
Well, you're yelling right now, bro. Watch your legs.
Sounds like he's got a rise.
I have personally observed the 24-hour daylight off the coast of Norway.
God damn, there it is.
Look, there's no. Listen, you see what I said.
I'm gonna look up all the 24-hour sun videos.
Specifically missed the part where I said 24-hour sun. I don't give a shit about 24-hour daylight because nobody's refuting that. If you don't understand the distinction, then maybe you should go to sleep.
Yeah,
So which one of those creates a problem for the ultimate argument here, which was about a 360-degree path of the sun in our vision? That's all we're talking about. Is that in a given day, for the sun to end up back where it started, regardless if you can see it the whole time, tells you that it's making some 360-degree route.
Nah, bro, you see, the sunlight does a 360-degree route, but the sun itself doesn't. We cannot logically infer that because we see sunlight, therefore the sun is also doing the same. Does that make complete and total sense?
Absolutely. 100%. Glad you cleared it up.
Drink of Kool-Aid, man. I appreciate your observation. Apparently the flat earthers didn't hear it, or they think you're some sort of liar. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, they think I'm a liar. They don't like sailboats.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Yeah. Sorry we had to take you here.
To back up, Elijah, no, the sun would actually dip below the horizon, but you could watch it, point at it, and the sky was still bright. You could still read a book, whatever you needed to do, and then it would come right back up, right on the path that your hand would follow.
I reckon where it went while it was below the horizon.
It went too far away to see.
It's like wondering where's the moon during a solar eclipse.
Exactly. It's exactly like that.
You see what I'm saying? So you see what I'm saying? If it's in a circle, then there should be somewhere that it doesn't dip below the horizon. Look. I don't care if it do. I don't care if it don't. I don't have a claim. I don't have an argument. Thank you for the guy saying, to be fair, it does do what Eli's saying. Obviously, right? So me saying that I'm not going to claim that I can literally have my eyeballs on the sun for 24 hours if I was somewhere in the north. I can't say that. There's nothing wrong with me saying that I can't say that.
Okay.
Even
Well,
though you can't see the disk of the sun, the light coming from it can be seen for 24 hours straight.
He said that though from the very beginning.
No.
Yeah, but then why is he
Duh.
arguing that? Because we're just talking about going
I
to
just
disagree.
told you I'm not arguing. Jeremy said we can see the 24-hour sun. And I said,
Yeah, we can't.
who's we?
Yeah, there are places you
Yeah,
can't see the
you
24
can't
hours.
say we can, and then you can't say we can, and then say, well, the conversation we don't know what you're arguing about because okay, you're talking about no. So you already know that the guy just said, yeah, it does dip below the. Okay, Jeremy said
Oh,
seeing. So you either
yeah,
you
if you're on the
see the sun
equator,
for 24
it
hours
dips
or you
below the
don't.
horizon for half the day. If you're far enough north, it doesn't dip below the horizon. So it doesn't do that everywhere.
yeah. You should be able to
Yeah, and
logically
look.
extrapolate that the further north you
Anyway,
go, the more of
you
the
can believe
sun
what
you
you
will
like.
see throughout the day. Not that this is relevant to anything. Like, why? This isn't an
Yeah,
argument that needs to be
you
had.
can believe
There's a
what
bunch
you
of
like.
video
All I'm
evidence in
saying
the
is,
chat. I know we all know what you're saying.
Jeremy, go ahead.
You've
All I'm
repeated
saying is,
yourself
Jeremy, go
like
ahead and
Hang up
accept
on
over
guys.
the question
and
fallacy
over.
and sleep comfortably back on the globe. There's no problem with that. You can take inferences that are closely related and you can let it convince you. That's just fine, Jeremy. Go right on ahead. No problem.
Dude, just because there's a 24-hour sun in the north doesn't mean we're on a globe.
So
It's crazy talk.
just because there's a 24-hour sun, and just because Eratosthenes, the Globers have evidence that it works on a globe, just because of all of these quote unquote evidence, doesn't mean we live on the globe, Jeremy. Because that sounds ridiculous. Because that's not my
Eratosthenes,
reasoning. Because if I understood what you understood, I would be a Glober. So I don't get it.
And if we use
Yeah, this
the
has
sun
nothing to
and the
do with it.
moon, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, this has nothing to do with Eratosthenes or being on a globe. It's just, do we see a 24-hour sun in the north? You can be on a flat Earth or a globe. You can
Who's
presuppose and beg
we?
the question of anything.
Who is we? Who is we?
why are you
Humans,
arguing?
humans, human beings, human beings.
Huh?
Yeah, why are you even
Okay.
arguing this point?
No, I'm not
Yeah,
arguing.
yeah, it's
Like,
just it's
how do
irrelevant
you?
to
How do
everything.
you
Like
know? Oh,
it,
you're right. You're right. Just like the horizon is geometric due to Earth curve,
everything is geometric, Elijah. Don't say
right?
this stupid shit to me, man. Come on,
Right,
grow the
Jeremy?
fuck up.
But the geometric horizon is an explicitly different thing on its own. So
Bullshit.
when I'm not invoking geometry like in general. When I'm talking specifically about the line meeting the curve, the tangent to the tangent point, that geometry is the only geometry I'm talking about in this instance. And in that instance, Jeremy, who cares if it moves up and down, back and forth, round and round? It's there. So why don't you go ahead and believe that the Earth is a globe?
So just
I
using
don't know
those
what I don't know what
observations.
you're doing.
Nobody
Because
knows, man.
we all see the geometric
He's just
horizon.
being like he's being
We've heard
overly
you say
emotional.
we've
Elijah,
heard you say we've
Jesus
heard you
Christ,
say
man.
that we've heard you say that the geometric horizon can literally block stuff. Things can no rewind. Things can literally be geometrically obstructed. That's what you said. So
So
why not just
how
be a
about we
Glober
you let us make a
and be
claim?
happy?
Elijah, can you hear me? So my claim is using the sun and the moon, I can perform astronomical observations and locate my position within 5 nautical miles anywhere on the face of the planet.
Okay, and does that mean that the Earth is a globe?
Yes,
Okay, and Jeremy, do you
using
believe him?
with the calculations
Okay,
that are
Jeremy, do you
required
believe
for
him?
celestial. Can I finish my
Okay,
statement?
Bro, I'm not getting.
I already accepted what you said, bro. You don't have to fucking like. You guys are like information rapists. You just want to cram some shit down. Listen, facts. Heard what you said. Using the triangulation, you can use the sun and the moon to get your position.
Trilateration.
That's great.
I get a large
Trilateration,
hot French
even better.
vanilla with cream of
That's
sugar.
great. Jeremy,
That's it.
he said that because he can do that, it means it's a globe. You believe that?
I'm not getting involved in that argument. It's not my argument. I don't know shit about celestial navigation. If you want to take that argument on, go ahead.
No, it's not an argument. Like they can do the thing with Eratosthenes,
That is
he
my
can make
argument.
the claim that
My
he
argument
made.
is, Elijah, would you listen to
I'm
my
not
argument so you
arguing.
can
You're
argue
making an
against
argument.
somebody in the room?
He's not even done
And
talking, dude.
I'm not arguing. You can't make me argue. I heard your claim, and I'm not engaging you about your claim. I understand that
Right.
you believe that the
You're
data
not here
you
for a
have
conversation. You're here for a
is
preach
in.
session. I get it.
Well, I don't know. Since you want
Preach
to
on,
debate,
brother.
no, ask someone else. I'm not stopping you from having it. Go ahead. Anybody want to take a
Yeah, celestial
Oh,
navigation does not work on the flat earth.
because if not, I would like to finish what the fuck I'm saying.
Do
So
you?
you can
Well,
talk.
you said
And
what I said, so we've already
language.
disproved the fact that flat Earth is a thing. So, congratulations, you're now arguing semantics for semantics' sake. Have fun with that.
He's arguing about arguing.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, so Jeremy, just like they can interpret Eratosthenes as Earth curve, you can interpret trilateration using the moon and the sun as being on a globe. Same
Bro,
exact
what's this
thing.
got to do with
But
the 24-hour sun in the north?
it doesn't have anything to do with that. But they're saying that the 24-hour sun proves Earth is a sphere. Are you telling me that's not what they say?
In the south, maybe, but the 24-hour sun in the north doesn't prove jack shit for any model. You can have that on both models. So,
What about
Okay,
24 on 9 in the
so
north?
then what's the argument? Don't get it. Why are we arguing?
I don't know. Right
What?
now, we're arguing if there
Because we're
even
just
is.
being gaslit.
Right now, we're arguing if there's a 24-hour sun in the north.
Well, the thing that you know what people argue over opinions and things they haven't experienced.
Except what I'm using the 24-hour sun as part of the celestial navigation. I'm saying celestial navigation works. I'm saying celestial navigation in its current form, the way that it's used, gets me an accurate result within 5 nautical miles of any point on this face of the Earth. That those calculations that I do to get that reject any kind of flat model.
And to his point, he's done it himself.
Right. In Norway.
And it works in the southern hemisphere as well.
There's
Curious. I mean, you
Norway.
did it on a map, or you did it in real life, like you actually sailed the path, or you just did it on a map. Just curious.
I did it in real life, sitting on the deck of a sailboat.
Were you physically on the deck of a sailboat near Norway?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've answered that question.
Just making sure, because the guy does do like virtual sailing and talks
You're
as
right,
if
I do.
he's actually sailing. So we just need to confirm, because sometimes he speaks as though he's currently sailing, but he's virtually sailing.
Right. You're right. I am currently doing a virtual regatta that requires celestial navigation. That is not what I'm speaking about now. What I'm speaking about is when I actually circumnavigated the globe on a physical sailboat, and we stopped in Norway. We got boarded by the Icelandic Navy, the whole 9 yards.
Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Boom.
Seems a logical conclusion to me.
Yeah, you get it. You get it, Ethan. Yeah.
This is
That's it.
your argument.
Really, you can go home.
Eli, this is your argument now.
You can
Maybe
go
tell him
home.
how he can't do celestial navigation without a horizontal baseline.
Why? Because he's gonna say that's non sequitur. Because his argument exists in a vacuum where it's not actually relying on proof. It's relying
No,
on.
my argument exists on the face of reality where I've used it
I'm gonna
in
talk,
real
David,
world.
and not cut me off, and then I won't do this.
It works on both models. Let's not all be upset now.
No, it
You
doesn't.
haven't
Stars
checked
don't
that.
work
You
on
haven't
any
checked that.
model. At 100,000 feet, they don't
I love how
exist.
both of you guys take contention that it could work on the other guy's
No,
model.
it can't. No, it
Oh,
can't. Not at
okay.
all. Because
Isa,
there's
you
no
haven't
stars.
checked that. You
So
haven't
at
made any
No,
attempt
but
100,000
look,
on
feet,
trying to
your
validate if it
ocean.
can actually
Can
work
you
on a
hear
flat
me?
Earth.
Hello?
Argue
no,
harder,
no,
everybody,
because
at the same
nobody can
time. It
hear
Hey,
sounds
because
too
great.
many
nobody's
talking.
going to moderate.
Yeah, too
Nobody,
many talking.
we don't have a moderator here.
Yo, if I gotta pull this car over, I'm giving everyone warnings that was talking. So stop it, guys.
No stars past 100,000, 110,000, 120,000. Do your celestial navigation at
Pull
130,000
that
mile
over,
range.
Jeremy. Pull that goddamn car over right
I mean, if you
now.
really want, I can show you celestial navigation that was done on the surface of the moon, but you're just going to hand wave dismiss it. So what's the point,
No,
Dima?
Oh
no,
my
I want your
God.
live video.
Jeremy, they celestial navigated on the moon. It's over. We can go home back to the base.
They
If you want to
celestial
argue
navigated
about
on
that,
the
go
moon. Get the fuck out of here.
ahead. I wouldn't even
No,
get
no,
involved in that
I
one.
know. Look, I was specific about not arguing. Like, there's nothing to argue when we're going to
They
talk
took
about
a
interpretations versus proving. Okay.
they took
So
a Davis
We just
versus
said we didn't.
Sexton.
I've already explained in full detail in this room many times. Look, I don't do the same thing more than
So
once. Okay.
so why don't you tell
So,
me how that I'm using
so
celestial
the bottom
navigation
line is,
wrong?
no, I can't tell you shit, bro. And, like, don't rape me into the conversation. Okay? I don't like that. I'm telling you no.
Hey, can I ask
Right.
you a
You know
So
question?
how clear
Tell them
about
about
that
the
I'm gonna
horizontal
be.
base. Tell them about the horizontal baseline.
No, because Jeremy, horizontals don't actually exist in real life. Because we don't have a horizontal orientation. That doesn't exist. Our senses are just tricking us because actually we're perpendicular horizontal on a globe. Remember, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Wake
So you
up!
need Oakley and them.
Wake up, Jeremy!
Their whole argument has been you need a horizontal baseline for celestial navigation. You're telling me those horizontal baselines don't exist and we can't do celestial navigation?
Yes, sir.
Jesus Christ.
No, first of all, we're saying it doesn't exist. It
That's some
doesn't.
science
It
denial
doesn't
right there,
exist.
though.
It doesn't literally exist. It exists in theory. It exists as a function, but not actually. Because we don't actually have an Earth that's in a horizontal orientation. What we so
so
horizontal is just a concept because of
you're roboting. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but in reality, does celestial navigation work?
No.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything you said, Eli.
There's no horizontal plane, he said. There really isn't. There's dips and valleys. It's like a mashed potato Earth. It's like a horizontal mashed potato Earth. You got water in some parts. You got parts higher and lower. You got mountains. You got valleys. You got dips. There's no fucking perfect horizontal anywhere. It's pretty simple.
I'll just say that
So
celestial navigation does work for my end and my people. Celestial navigation does fucking work.
Well,
Hey,
go
right,
in
Isa,
the
celestial
Pacific
nav.
Ocean from the
I
center
want
and
to
tell
ask
us
Isa
how
a
you get
question.
where you're going. Film it.
I want to ask Isa a question. So you said it works on both models, right, Isa? And I wanted to know how you validated that.
I would say that I've
Easy.
used the sextant and taken readings for myself on different stuff, but I haven't set out to, I would think there's anomalies in both models because you're dealing with, essentially lights in the sky. So I think in both models, there's like anomalies. That's what I think,
That's not
though.
what I'm asking. So you said you took readings with the sextant. Did you
because this
did you
model.
turn those in also into a coordinate, or did you just take the readings?
Because
No, I
this
just took the
model,
readings, but
how
like
you
understanding
interpret
like the almanac, I could be able to say pick one of the stars and find a position using like let's say correlating two stars or using the almanac. Like I trust that the almanac is
So
great.
you think you could do that? You didn't do that, right? Didn't test it if it can
Yeah, I
actually
haven't done
work
it. I
on.
have not set out like on a
Right.
ship and done that myself. No,
No, you don't have to go to a ship. Celestial navigation doesn't
I'm
only
just
work
saying.
for ships.
No, I understand what you mean. And you're right. Like that would be a good little exercise. Like that's great exercise.
Right. So you haven't validated that. That's just what I'm trying to get to.
Sure.
Okay.
And you haven't validated the movement of a ball and how it would do that, going one way from east to west and then going forward, like from bottom to top or top to bottom, like spinning forward, and then going around the sun. So show us the vectors of those stars. Like, how does that look on a ball? Can you get a room and a little ball and spin it those 3 directions and show us how we would see the stars?
Yeah, Denmark, don't worry about it, because everything that FED has done is just like, it's so wrong. There is no scientific method. You can think and do what you want in any form you'd like. The models are real, and we can actually argue between the models. This is all fine, because in actuality, we live on a globe, and all of the previous arguments are invalid. So why don't we all just go home and enjoy the ball?
We used celestial navigation long before they even thought about the Earth being a globe, and they were talking about it being flat. I mean, we just traveled around, right? Just running into
You're talking
fucking
about
everything,
complete
not
different
knowing where the
methods.
fuck we're at, right?
No, you're talking about complete different methods. The celestial navigation that we refer to right now didn't exist before the 1800s, because we didn't have portable clocks to have precise measures of time, which is absolutely necessary for how we do celestial navigation now.
You need a clock to travel around a ball.
Yeah,
You
you
need
need
a
it for
flat little clock with
longitude.
hold on a minute, dude. Hold on,
No,
man. You need a clock with 12 numbers on it on a flat base to go around a ball. Is that what you're telling me?
No. You need something that can precisely monitor the time in Greenwich so that all of your astronomical observations are linked to one time, regardless of if whether it has 12 numbers, 24 numbers,
Who
or
the fuck is
100
Greenwich?
numbers on it.
Why
Yo, how
Pulaski
old?
Greenwich? Nobody
How
cares
old is
about
the point
Greenwich.
of Aries?
Hold on a minute.
How
Why
old is the
Greenwich?
point of Aries? I ask.
Oh, don't do that. Don't. I mean, come on, Denmark. Look, listen.
The
That is. Look, I don't want to question how celestial navigation is actually done. What I want to
Well, I
critique,
do.
actually, what I want. Okay, you can do that, but that would be a red herring to what he said. So let me address what he said. Then you can take a dump on celestial navigation if you like. Is that okay?
Who said? You want to address what? Who said?
Okay. Okay. So you saying that they couldn't use the stars to navigate is absurd. Just because they didn't use celestial navigation as it is today, because they didn't have the data points.
I didn't claim that.
He's talking about time and the use of longitude. They didn't measure longitude like they do today.
Yeah,
That's what he's
I
talking
know,
about.
but nobody claimed.
Well, no,
When
that's why I
Stacy
was
said
saying this, Eli.
when Stacy said what she said, she wasn't talking specifically about that. They've been using the stars to navigate forever.
Right, and I was just going to ask is like the idea that like how old is the first point of Aries?
Like
Because
2,000 years old.
you know what I'm saying? Like, the first point of Aries is an indicator in the sky that we've used for however long. And my point is
Yeah.
that predates the use of a time in the way that we use it since the 1800s to understand longitude. But I'm saying, like, to say our ancestors didn't calculate all that stuff and use celestial navigation based on their understanding of the celestial sphere, and like the first point of Aries being like a locator in time, I just think, like, they were still using celestial navigation and time, not as precisely maybe, but that doesn't limit it or vindicate your model.
It's still
Right.
though, if you want to look it up, you can look it up. It'll tell you it's 4,000 years old. However, it may not be the same technique that we're using exactly today.
Yeah, but
Correct.
it's
Thank you for
significantly
clarifying that
different.
up, because he definitely. You're gonna say yeah, but why don't you
No,
just say
the method's
I can?
different. There's
Why don't you?
nothing about the method.
Yo. So
What do you mean you
why
cut in and
don't you,
interrupt everybody?
Try to answer her.
instead of you saying yeah, but that was an honest critique, because
It actually wasn't. I mean, it's a true statement, but it's not a critique.
no. Someone
When I try to address it.
someone strawman us by saying they didn't do celestial navigation the way they do it now for thousands of years, which
I
no
was
one here
clarifying.
said.
It wasn't necessarily saying that was your argument. I was just clarifying it. Like, you cannot be a straw man if I'm just adding information to the
It
conversation.
didn't need clarification. You were telling us that, like someone
I think
said.
that's relevant information.
Well, it's not relevant information. We have been navigating using the celestial bodies for forever.
Yeah, and I
Like
think
that's
it's
what we
relevant.
said.
Whether
And I
or
think it's
not, whether you
relevant.
believe
So
Well,
why?
I'm
it
trying.
is
So
relevant
how's it?
because you said
How is it
it
relevant?
can't exist on a flat Earth. You said that.
Yeah, because we're obviously talking about the modern methods when we say that.
And then
Okay,
when
and
you were
that's
talking about the
misinterpretation of data.
Yeah, and when you mention other methods that are older, that predate sextants and clocks, those methods, like it's fine that they worked because they don't. None of those are methods that can work anywhere on Earth. They're not general methods. They're methods for the routes and locations where they were developed, which is fine to exist in either model. But now, what single method that can work anywhere, it's a whole different deal. And a method like that only existed since the 1800s.
Was what I
Yeah, but
said.
they
All I
still.
said was
These
celestial
guys really
navigation was
don't
being
know.
used for years long before we even knew it was a globe. And then you turned around and said that that is impossible and it did not happen. But it is a fact.
Say
You're
that's
just
impossible.
using your own little straw man to say it's right now, this technique. It's a game with you guys. It's not, you guys can't
That's
just be
normal.
honest and have a conversation.
That's
Stacey,
just
what
normal.
Stacey, the
Never
reason,
technique
the
are
said
reason,
it
you
was
referring
impossible.
to?
That's just as
What
smart.
technique are you referring to specifically? Let's talk about that.
well,
Many techniques, honey, but I just mentioned one a second ago, and you guys are purposely ignoring it because
Yeah.
you guys want
No,
an
no.
argument instead of having a conversation that we have used them. The fact is we have used the sky, right? The body's up there
Right.
to navigate for years. Is that not the fucking
Right.
case?
yeah, but
No,
that's
you're
yeah, but
you
that's not,
Yes,
but
stay
that's
you're
not.
there.
100%.
Disputing that.
Yes.
Hold
No
on,
one is
guys. Let me
disputing
get a
that.
lane. I don't want to have an argument. Just let me get a lane real quick,
Jeremy, I am forcing official fucking mutes or whatever you call them. Damn. The only
All right, let's
reason,
just slow it down.
the
Let's
only,
just slow it
no,
down.
the
Here's
only
what.
reason I'm reacting the way I'm reacting is because I gotta cut them off. If they're cutting me off, you have to reset the tone. Because
Okay.
Here's what we
I'm not
should do.
gonna,
I'm gonna do it right
I'm
now.
not
I'm gonna
gonna
do it
cut.
right now. If you stop, I'll reset the tone right now. So here's what we need to do. We need to slow it down. We should let one flat earther and a glober respond. It's not fair if you let three globers go at once or two flat earthers or three. So let's let everyone. Let's let each side have a turn.
Right.
If I could, real quick, Stacy, you mentioned the old techniques, and you are 100% correct. Which technique are you referring to? Let's talk about
Why does it
how they did it.
matter? Why don't you get to the fact of it does and was used? And that is your answer right there, is the fact that yes. And there's been many techniques along the way that have been improved along the way. So does it actually matter? Because the fact that what I said was a statement that it was true. Is it or is it
It was.
not?
Yes.
So what is the point?
But let's look at the oldest technique I know of is the astrolabe. And now we have to look at the technique and how the astrolabe was used. The astrolabe was used with a concentric sphere model. The celestial sphere, the sphere of Earth, and then the astronomical point in the very center. That, by necessity, is a globe model. It is not a flat Earth model. Do you know of a technique where they use a flat Earth model for celestial navigation? Because I am unaware of one.
Wouldn't they all have been like verbal anyway, like passed on?
That's why it's not relevant to mention methods that you say predate the notion of a spherical Earth if you
Well,
don't
no,
know
I'm
how
saying.
those methods work,
I
and
have a
Well, I'm
they
just
don't
saying,
work
like, and then it's
generally.
also. Well, here's my thing, right? Let's say like you're in a localized area, and your people use the stick, and on that stick it says at this height, this is where Polaris is, and this is where you need to. You know what I mean? Like they used to
Well,
use the
Issa,
stick.
you're not that far off, man. The Jacob's stick, is something that they use, to as a surveying tool. Basically,
Right.
it's a cross stick with a member, and you just basically measure elevation angles. It's pretty simple stuff.
And even
Let
still, like
a
before.
glober respond.
Well, hold on, I'm not done. Let's say like so you've got a localized area where you're using your stick, you and your people, and you don't really go much further than anywhere else. Then you've got a group of other people over here on like the other side of the plane, and they measure the stars using their sticks and their particular stars. And like, it's like if you put it all together, like, it could have worked, let's say, in a flat way, and they treated it as flat. Now to then superimpose and say, well, because we have longitude and understand time, vindicates the globe model. I just think is a little presumptuous. Because I mean, the only thing, and that's what fascinates me about this, the only thing that really vindicates your position is this NASA shit. Other than that, it's a wide open debate.
Can I cut to the chase, please? Because this is going on too. But
I have a question.
Hold on, but we don't need to talk about any model that they've used in the past or anything like that. Because specifically, Bacon is talking about using this method, the one which uses 69 miles per degree, and the almanac and the sextant and all this stuff. This is not a method that was used before. Before there was a globe conception, a celestial sphere. It wouldn't make sense to use any method.
Well, I
like
think,
that.
see, but that's
This is the
bullshit
method
because
they
they
just
used to
talking.
migrate. Hold on, Kosho. They used to migrate from the north to the south. So they would know, let's say, the altitude of Polaris. So they were measuring, like, and their reasoning for understanding why it dipped further towards the horizon as they went south was because it was a fucking flat level plane and it was just perspective. Like, you know what I mean? So if all those regions are putting together this information, and then we've collected this information, because, like, remember, any reading or sighting you're going to take is so localized. You're still dealing, you know what I mean? Like, and that localized section has like almost a lexicon and a positioning of stars that should be expected. I don't
Listen,
see that
Kosho,
as necessarily evidence for like the idea that you're on a spinning. To me, it just doesn't correlate. I understand you're talking about the method we use today seems to work on this globe, etc. Except all the measurements and shit you got to take, could be superimposed on a globe. But, like, just like when you do it, you have to rely on your trusty flat Earth map, and you can treat the Earth as flat. You know what I mean? And like, but it doesn't necessarily make it as fucking flat Earth either. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, but that's what they fucking do. And so,
all
like,
right,
what's up?
Go ahead. My bad. You're monologuing. Listen,
Yeah,
Kosho just said it. It's the 69 miles per degree. We were into that right before this all started because if this sun vertically changing position in your sky, it has, that's what that whole thing was about before this whole thing started.
Yeah, we end up into the weeds because something gets said. It's important to remember what we're actually discussing a long way from there. But
All for the begging the question, then it can be justified all day, every day. Boy, oh boy.
There you go. Begging the
Do you
question.
understand that? Do you understand that you may as well accept that to go?
Yeah, because 69 degrees is bullshit too. Because all you're seeing is something go out of you're looking one direction at a ball of light get smaller, so the sun can get smaller 69 degrees or 69 miles every degree it moves out of your way. So 69 miles forward, 69 miles smaller. See how that works? That has nothing to do with the ground below your feet. Sunny days. And then actually what it does is it gets bigger and wider at the horizon. It grows. How does your model explain that, Glober? How does the sun get 10 times bigger when it's further away?
I've never seen that. The sun
You
gets
never
10
seen a
times bigger.
horizon or a harvest moon where the moon. Hold on a minute, man. Hold on.
Measured the
You've
angular
never
size of the
seen the
sun
moon when it's
during the
5 times
sunset.
bigger than the normal time when it looks above the fucking sky, when it's a full moon or a super moon, when it's a little bitty blue white dot. It's like little as hell. And then you look the next day and it's red and orange. I mean, what are you talking about, Jeremy? You're not making no sense, dude. You say weird shit.
No, that is a good point. It does look like it gets smaller and bigger. Have you ever measured it?
Yeah.
Listen, what I said was at the horizon, is it 5 or 10 times bigger than above your head? The answer is yes. No, you're not measuring it because nobody's touching it. That's a weird question, too.
You can measure the angular size of something to
There
see if
is
it
no
actually
angle.
is.
What are you talking about, man? Show us.
What do you mean there
Get
is
your
no
camera,
angle?
set it up, and measure it. And show us. You keep talking all this weird shit like you're a glober. Show us your angles.
You're telling me we can't check the
half a
angular
degree.
size of the
I'm
moon?
telling you, you make a lot of shit up without showing us. Yeah. Stop making shit up without showing us and demonstrating it your damn self.
Eli, you think we can get the angular size measurement and angular size of the sun?
You're fucking talking, bro. And I was talking to you when you
I didn't
interrupted
hear
me.
you. Your mic. Oh, I didn't hear
Your
you.
mic was messed up. We didn't hear it.
I know you heard me
I didn't
talking
hear you.
because you addressed me. You addressed me, so I know you heard me.
I addressed you out the blue. Honestly, I didn't even know you were talking to. Go ahead.
Wolfie 6020 already showed that the angular size of the sun changes. So who cares?
It changes slightly. Dimok was referring to what, 10 times bigger? Or
It does
5
look
times
like
bigger?
it changes wild though, because if you see it when it's way up in the sky directly above you, it'll look like a little dot, right? I don't know how that's
Talking
not
about
changing.
this, it was like 2 nights in a row. The moon was out. It was like 8 o'clock at night. The sun had just gone down, and the moon was massive. Fucking like 45 minutes later, go out, it's up higher in the sky, and that fucking thing is so small. Yeah,
I
you
don't
had to
know
be there to
how
see
that
it.
can.
2 days in a row.
It's just an illusion. It's measurable. The angular size of the
Illusion,
moon
no,
isn't
I'm just
getting.
telling you what I saw.
Sorry?
I don't know how that can be the same angular size. Just from looking at it, it's like it does look like it's 5 or 10 times bigger, like Demok said.
I
But you
advise
can measure.
anybody, go ahead, make it.
For
Yeah,
those 2
I
nights,
measured it.
massive.
It is around the same size.
No, how
You
does
would
it
have
work
to.
on
Anybody
a
who has that
globe?
suspicion,
Wait,
if you
bacon,
have that
bacon,
suspicion, just simply measure it.
No, how does it
bacon.
work visually? How does it something above your head, smaller, right, directly close to you, like above your head, what it appears, even though it might not be, and then
It's just
forward, it goes away from you. You can clearly say it's away, way, way from me, out of my view. Why is it getting bigger away from you? How do you explain
it's
that on a globe?
it's contextual. Just like that picture you've seen where there's like squares and one has a shadow over it,
What's
and
contextual?
it shows you that those squares are actually the same color.
Where's the
But
globe? Can we see this?
contextually, they
I
look like a
have a
different color.
question again. Now I have a new question. Can I ask my question, please? I have a question. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Travis. Go ahead.
Okay, so kosher or bacon. So if I take a picture of the moon with, say, like a 50 millimeter focal length, and then I zoom in with, let's say a 200 millimeter focal length, the 200 meter is going to look bigger, but you're telling me that they're both going to be the same size?
They're going to be the same angular size, yes.
How do you determine the angular size of something that fills up a large portion of your field of view when you have nothing else to compare it to but the object itself?
Because I wasn't using a camera, I was using a sextant, which is precisely made to measure angles, not how big it looks on a picture. This isn't pixel count. This is angle measured, being the angle being measured.
Okay,
You
so
could
if
get a
I don't,
pixel count though with the same camera. My bad, Travis. Go.
so yeah, it's okay. So if I don't have a sextant, how would I check your work? How would I?
It's the same. You can just not change the focal length and then take a picture of when it's high in the sky and when it's setting. And you're going to see it
And
on
count
the
pixels.
image. Yeah, then
Okay, wait.
it's roughly the same
So,
size.
okay, so you're saying that when it's coming up on the horizon and it looks really big, I should take it with one focal length, but then when I take it later and it's overhead, I should use the same focal length?
Yeah.
Yeah, no
Don't change the
changing
zoom, nothing. Don't
Yeah.
change anything. Don't even touch the camera.
Yep.
You're taking a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think I understand what you're saying. I'm going to have to try to do that when I'm able to, but I still think that at that angle at the horizon, the air is acting like a lens, like it's zooming in on the object for us, bringing it closer, magnifying it.
Yeah, you should do that, Travis, for real, because that would be dope. Because you could count. I mean, you could count pixels or do the angle with the theodolite or whatever, but it's not going to be as exact with the pixels. But still, if it's 2 pixels off or something, then it looks fucking huge on the horizon. And when you see it up in the sky, sometimes that shit looks like a little dot. Like I can't believe that it's the same angular size.
Actual moon, like not just how much it's lit up, but the stuff that's not lit up, you can see the structure better when it's at the horizon, when it's magnified or whatever you want to call it. But you can really see what the moon looks like.
Yeah, but it's when I measured, it was actually a little smaller when it was at the horizon. It was like 1 arc minute smaller.
May I also recommend that when you do these observations, you use a solar filter to reduce the amount of glare that your optic is receiving?
Especially the sun, but yeah, the moon too, even because the if you compare the glare size to the actual size of the sun, there'll be a difference there.
So right
Can you
above
guys
your
check
head
live
with
stream
the
one
solar
text?
filter. So right above your head live right now, you can go outside with the solar filter and see the sun never change any size at all ever, and just stay on it with the solar filter as it comes in and goes out too, like Travis would do with like the telephoto lens or whatever, like the you know what I mean, the zoom
Hey,
in or
Jeremy.
zoom out.
It will change the
Hello.
appropriate amount.
Jeremy.
I'm looking at
Can
your picture. What does this mean?
Right, yeah, the orange circle looks smaller in the left image compared to the right one, right?
Yeah, but not anything. It does look a little bigger when the little circles are around it. I'll give you that, but
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
not anything drastic like the moon, like
yeah,
5-10 times.
because you can see both them at the same time. So, but you
That's
can't
true.
see the moon before and at the sunset at the horizon at the same time.
As soon as Travis learns how focus works, we're gonna get a picture of the moon, and we're gonna just start counting pixels.
Shut up, Jeremy.
So this has been done now. So yeah. I mean, it's cool to do it again.
Yeah, wasn't there's an argument we had about the sun coast show, like when I was in Texas. I swear we've been through this before too, and we talked about the sun, how massive it looks and everything, and all this. And you said it doesn't change angular size, and then we went down to the basics on gems, and it was like it slightly changes angular size. What was the conversation? Do you remember? It's been a while.
I can't remember, but I was just saying that it changes it by an appropriate amount. When I say an appropriate
Yeah, I remember
amount,
this
I
conversation. It
mean,
was like a slight, and I was like, huh? Because for years I was told it never changes.
So if there's magnification, hold on. If there's magnification at the horizon, Skiba showed us how that works and how you get things to set on a flat plane with a little bit of magnification.
no one's talking about magnification, but the size
Yeah,
change,
you said
the distance change.
You're saying the size changes because the distance change.
Yes.
Bigger?
Bro.
That doesn't make any sense, dude.
I'm sorry? Bro. Kosho.
The moon
You're
will change.
dropping ranks of the global ranks.
The moon will
like,
the
crazy.
the moon will vary by 14%.
Thank you.
In angular size throughout the month.
Bigger? So it's going to get further away and bigger, and that's how globe perspective works. So if I get a train and put it down 18 miles away from me, it's going to get big and big and big, right?
It's close. It's close guess. It's a good guess, Democ, but it's actually the other way around. As it gets closer, it gets bigger.
Listen. You're saying the moon's as we're rotating. Hold on, Democ. You're saying as we're rotating away from the moon, we're getting closer to the moon.
No.
No.
Well, Kosho, it gets bigger at the horizon. You said, right?
That's literally what Kosho just said.
Smaller.
I didn't just say.
No, that's what DMOC said. Kosho said
Does
it gets smaller.
It gets smaller at the horizon. You're saying
Throughout the month, not the horizon. Horizon's
we're
got
talking
nothing to
about
do
in one night, bro. One night.
Well, if it changes throughout the month, then in any given day, it's going to change some degree. Just depends on if you're getting closer or further away from
One
it.
night we're looking at Kosho. One night we're looking at the moon, up in the sky. Say whatever, 80-something degrees. Then we see it at the horizon.
Yeah, the horizon's probably gonna look smaller.
I don't know
smaller
the
by some arc seconds or something.
3 minutes.
I don't know the angular
3
size
minutes?
of the moon offhand, but I do know the angular size of the sun changes 0.00001 degree.
What?
How about you said 3 minutes, Bacon?
No. I didn't say 3. I said like you said it changes by some arc seconds. I said no, arc minute.
Yeah, arc
when
minute.
I measured, it was 1 arc minute different. But I was measuring
arc
it
minute?
vertically. Yeah.
You got it 1
was
arc minute different. Was it bigger or smaller at the horizon?
smaller at the horizon.
Well, it got 1 arc minute smaller because we rotated away from it. Okay.
But I was measuring it vertically, so it should shrink vertically due to refraction too, because the bottom of it is more refracted than the
You
top.
should have measured the length. You should have measured it the left to right.
Is it
I
always
can try to do
93
that.
million miles?
I can try to do the next time then.
Does that 93 million miles ever change? Like when it's at a distance, like we have a weird elliptical, like an oblate. You know what I mean? Elliptic.
Yo,
or is
do
it like
them.
a perfect circle.
Bacon, do them both at the same time.
Right there, man.
Wait a month.
Do it. The
Kobe Taco.
vertical.
Kobe Taco.
What's
Yeah,
the
but
Kobe
you gotta
taco?
wait a month now.
Hold on. What's a Kobe taco?
So Leslie, you're hot, Mike, and I want a taco. Just saying.
That's I'm interested now. What's
Kobe
in this
taco
Kobe
is
taco?
good.
Kobe beef.
In celestial navigation, we
Kobe
use the
Bryant.
upper and lower limb of the sun in order to keep our angular size most consistent.
That depends. That depends
Bento
on
box,
what
spicy
method you're
tuna
using.
taco, Sapporo
Come
braised
on,
shortbread
Eli.
taco,
Eli, you're
takumi.
still hot micing.
I'm telling you, just asked. You just
My
asked me
bad.
what
My
was in
bad.
the
I thought you
taco.
were putting your order in. My bad.
It did sound like he's
So
putting
you're
an order
making a
in.
whole list of shit. Yeah, I was like, what?
I
You guys
need a
ordered
tuna
a
Yo,
taco.
look at this shit. Look, look, look. Spinach avocado salad, salmon, sashimi. Hell
And can I just get a beef taco, please?
yeah.
Using a virtual horizon.
Yo, he was ordering wild shit. You should have heard how he ordered his bacon, egg, and cheese the other day. That shit had avocado on it or something. Anyways, let's get back to it. What were you saying, Kool-Aid? Kool-Aid was trying to get in.
Yeah, I don't remember. Something
Yeah, you
about
said,
how we measure the sun.
yeah, you said we in celestial navigation we measure to the upper and lower limb of the sun.
Or lower, depending on whichever one's further.
Right. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
if you're using a virtual horizon, like measuring against the reflection on the water, then you don't have to worry about it.
Right. I meant for like sunset measurements where we're actually measuring it with an angle of darn near zero.
So you got a solar filter on this?
Yes. We actually, my sextant has 4 different solar filters of varying intensity that you can change so where the light pattern is correct.
Mine only has 3.
Yeah.
I might be.
You got the cheap one.
Might be becoming blind then.
Yeah, but hold on. You don't need all that to see angular change or something. Why would you need 3? Every time you add a lens, you change the size there. When you're talking about
Not a
your
lens.
0
It's a
point,
filter.
listen, I don't care what it is. Listen to what I'm saying. Stop acting like you
Why?
can't
Let him
hear.
finish. Let Demrock finish.
0.0000001. That's your fucking filter. When you add another one and another one and another one, that's what you're doing. That's the only thing you're changing. You're not changing the size of the object in the view. You're changing your filter, which is your 0.00001. Go ahead, I'm done.
Demock's actually right. It's called limb darkening. The more intense
The
of a
only
solar
thing that
filter.
changes.
You know what limb
The only thing
darkening
that,
is?
yeah, I do. But the only thing that changes when you put down a different solar filter is it gets darker or it gets lighter. That's it.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you're measuring angular size with the sextant, you're not looking how big it looks. You're measuring the angle between the upper and lower limb, for example. So I don't think that effect really would change the angular size reading
Yes,
out with the sextant.
and if you have a one with a lower or higher intensity, it's going to block out more of the light. You're going to get a different radius or diameter or whatever. You're going to get a different angle because the limb darkening.
How much is it of a
You know what
difference?
limb darkening is?
No.
Okay, it's when you put a solar filter on. Different solar filters will give you a different amount of limb darkening.
Is that like removing the glare? What is it exactly? What does that mean in practice?
How do you not know, fam?
Well, I never heard of it.
You're the one talking. Look. He's talking about the most fundamental thing about the horizon mirror. Like you obviously can't look at the sun through that, or it's gonna burn right through your brain.
Yeah,
So
put the filters.
you have to adjust the brightness. Adjusting the brightness so that it can be comfortable for your eye. It also just so happens to cut out the glare as well. But what he's talking about is adjusting for the for your eye to be comfortable, which
Yeah.
may increase or decrease the diameter by a small degree.
Right. How much small is it?
Look,
Yeah, I want to know if
y'all
that's
can
a relevant.
I'm sorry, I don't
Well,
have to. Go ahead. He just
yeah.
told you, and your side, yours. I thought it was you that just told us. That's why I'm like, what? But I could be wrong. Someone just. Anyway,
Basically,
go
limb
ahead.
darkening is where the outside is darker than the central part. The outside edge is a little bit darker.
Right. Okay, that
I mean,
doesn't sound like a big deal for measuring angles.
Yeah, he could have just said that instead of gone on whatever he said. He could have just said that simple answer, but whatever.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if that was a relevant thing or not, because I haven't heard that before.
The shadowing of the edge is, yes.
Yeah, so when you're talking about the sun looking massive bigger, we're not talking about just that amount, right?
It's probably a tiny amount, maybe from the different solar filters or something. I don't know. I've never measured it.
It sounds like it should be a tiny amount.
Yeah, it was non secular because it's not the difference. The difference of the angular size based on different lenses has nothing to do with the difference in angular size using the same lens. So I don't even know why. I don't know who introduced that.
Well, yeah, if you keep using the same one, yeah, but they're talking about they got 3 of them. I'm just making sure they're, because
no, but
a minute ago,
but you look, but you stack them so that your eye is comfortable with. It's like taking your glasses and looking directly at the sun. So what these mirrors are for, it's for decreasing the brightness so that you can take the measurement. That's it.
Yeah, and you have in both sides. You put the same filters in both of them.
Yeah, they're not changing them. It's just once it's set, it's set.
He's saying if you put all 3 lenses, you start with them and you end with them. You use one, you start with it, you end with it. You don't put 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Therefore, thus changing your effect in the middle of the observation. That'd be crazy. What you would do is, like he said, you would compare 1 and let it go for the whole time, then 2, then 3, and you'd film each one and compare them all. That's how science is weird stuff and just keep declaring all this weird shit.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know it's complex putting a lens in front of a lens. This is a real
It's not
hard
a lens.
conversation.
It's a filter.
It's so hard. Yeah, I know. Call it what you want.
Filter, lens. Some lenses
Yes.
are filters, are they not?
It could be not the ones we're talking about.
Right. He's right. He's right. It's semantics, bro. Forget that. That's not important.
Well, it feels like filters and lenses are quite different things, and being a filter and being a lens when we're
No,
talking
but
about
we
being
all know
angular
what we
size.
mean. We all know what we mean when we say filter, lens, but
Yeah,
you're
but the
right.
argument,
The filter that you put in front of the lens is obviously not a because the lens is a lens and the filters are the filter. I get it. Like, moving on.
Right, but they still don't have a demonstration of what we see with our eyeballs without any David Copperglobe magic tricks, right? You see the sun small above you, looking local. It looks that way, regardless of what it really is. Who cares? And then it goes forward, away from you, a big distance out of your view, to get ready to be out of your view, and it's way bigger. How can you just explain that with no filter on a ball?
You know what? I mean, it's absolutely magnification for the simple fact you can't filter. Listen, the difference between how it looks when it's shining brilliantly and when it's on the horizon, I can filter it in the way. And when I say filter, what I mean is I could take a Metro card, right, and my phone, point it at the sun, and begin to cover the lens until you can see the tiny dot. Okay, it's cutting the glare, and it's transforming what would be the glare into what looks more like a focal point. Now, you can't do that at sunset though. So something is going on. Obviously, there's some kind of magnification. The question is, how the fuck does that? Like, how does that work? I don't like all this talk about the atmosphere acts as a lens. I get it. I'm not saying I get it, but it's like we don't really know.
Yeah.
It reminds me of binoculars. Elijah. When the sun's close and local, close to you over, like you're looking through one set of binoculars through the medium and you see it, what it's, far or whatever, right? And then you flip the binoculars into something's like bigger, but it's still in the distance, but it's bigger. You know what I mean? It's magnified. It's clearly magnified.
And clearly, because you can't cut the glare like you could in midday. Like I'm not talking about using a solar filter. I'm just talking about just cutting the glare. Okay, in order to understand, matter of fact, does anybody remember the video that I posted with the sun through the clouds and how it looked like a tiny dot? Just you could search my name, and it's probably one of the latest things that I posted in here. And that video is what I'm talking about. What the sun looks like through the clouds, you can't recreate that effect during sunset. It's obviously it obviously appears bigger, and there's nothing I can do to cut that glare. It doesn't even look like you're looking dead at it. It doesn't even look like glare. Honestly, it looks like a glowing disc. Now, before y'all cut me on the glowing disc thing, that's how scientists, quote unquote, refer to them: the moon and the sun. It's this. So suck on it.
Whenever you are done with this conversation, I want to challenge a Glober to a one-on-one.
Go
On
ahead.
one specific or just
Please,
any
You
God.
one?
want to drop down to live stream too? Because it's tough in here. I can't mute and be muting and unmuting people like that.
Well, I'm pretty sure
right now.
the audience would want to hear this discussion. But if you want
I
me to
am
drop
always
down to
game to hear one person and another person talk to each other about one subject.
Well, can you control the room, or because I'm not?
No,
Gonna
I
be,
can't. I'm
can't
just
do that.
telling you what that would be. It would be very nice if the audience could hear that, in my opinion.
Yeah, that'd
I
be
don't know how
dope.
you can make it happen, but it'd be nice to hear that.
Go ahead and make Glatflow a temp mod if he's not already a mod, and if he's not doing anything, and let him. If you want to do it, yeah. Make sure it's only 1-on-1. Anybody else that talks, mute them, and then say, "Yo, I apologize for muting you, but we're doing this 1-on-1." Unmute them to keep it fair, but just to
I
let
don't
them know,
know.
like, this is what we're
I don't
doing.
know how to make people temp mods.
That's okay. I wouldn't worry about that, but that's a good idea. I'm not keen and savvy on doing mod stuff, especially quickly, because I'm not a mod in anywhere but my own server. So.
Hey, Larry.
I'm trying to read this paper on the solar. Fuck's the name of this paper? It's about the LDF, limb darkening function.
Jeremy, you know what you should. You know what you should. Honestly, I'm gonna send you this navigator course, okay? Because unless, and I keep stressing this, don't listen to Glowbirthers half-ass arguments about celestial navigation. Don't listen to flat earthers. Go ahead and read as much material or watch an actual navigator. Watch their material as much as you possibly can, because they're going to talk about it. Obviously, they believe in a globe, but when they're explaining to you the method, that is what betrays the lie. So you're not going to understand it, so you start at the bottom and really dig in.
Can you give an example?
You need an elevation angle. Is taking a horizontal and then a vertical measurement off of the horizontal. That's an example. Obviously, you can't do that on a sphere, but you guys have, but you guys have apologetics for it, and I'm not trying to debate it. I'm really not. All I'm telling my boy Jeremy is so that he knows what I'm saying is true. Instead of believing me or being confused or begging the question, just go ahead and look at the method and then determine for yourself what is what.
Yeah, and to check
Obviously,
if you
if I
actually
thought I
understood
was
it,
wrong, I wouldn't be telling you to do that. But I'm sending you to a globe source. So I'm pretty fucking
For
confident.
celestial navigation.
Who are you recommending?
So I'm pretty fucking confident in what I'm saying.
And
Who
you
are you
gotta.
recommending? What's the name?
All right, Elijah, DM it to me. Hank, do you want to try this one-on-one in here, or do you want to drop? If you drop to another room, I'll just instantly mute anyone that goes in, or we can try it here.
Yeah, we can do it here. I'm sure
All
that
right, well,
people
let's
are
give it a shot.
ready to be entertained. So
Yeah,
which
I've
Glover
got
is
some time. I can help mod Jeremy.
awesome? What Glover is going to accept the challenge?
What was the
Well,
topic?
Yeah, what are we talking about?
gravity.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there goes
Gravity,
gravity.
did you
Gravity.
say? Gravity, did you
Well,
say,
we're going
Larry?
to be
Gravity.
talking about a few things, right? One of them is going to be the first law of thermodynamics and other constants like gravity. You know, the orthodoxies of science. And I keep asking you guys to watch the Rupert Sheldrake video. You didn't do it, so guess what? I'm about to hammer you over the head with it. So should have watched it. So who's ready?
Sorry, Hank. My bad. And I know we're supposed to be having conversations in the morning. My bad. My bad. But I'm
Oh, it's all
down.
good. I'll be quick. Trust me, this will be quick.
No, take your time, please.
All right. So which Glover is gonna accept the challenge?
What's the topic?
The first law of thermodynamics is the beginning of the conversation, and then it's going to go into gravity, and then it's going to go into the first law of thermodynamics again. So we're going to be talking about dark matter, dark energy, this sort of thing. You guys know my shtick by now. It's not like it's a surprise. Are you ready?
You guys got this, man. You got this.
Hey, you guys have science on your side, right?
Yo, in the meantime, while they're getting their putting their thinking caps on, Hank, go look at page 41 of that paper I posted.
I can't. I'm driving.
No doubt. Anyone that can. That's supposed to be a picture of an eclipse. Look at what's happening at the bottom of the sun is just touching the moon. There, it's barely peeking over it. Look what's happening to the moon. It's like the blackness is dripping. It looks like it's gel and some kind of like gooey shit, and it's getting peeled off. Does anyone want it with dark energy, dark matter, gravity, bending of space time? Maybe might mix a little time dilation in there. I don't know what he's got planned.
That sounds like you, Kosho.
No time.
No time dilation. All right. So bending
Are
of
you ready,
space
bro?
time.
Okay, let me just ask a question. You're on response. So the first law of thermodynamics: matter and energy can't be created or destroyed, only transformed. Is that true, Glovers?
I don't know if they.
Are there any Glovers in the house?
What he says, Larry.
Are there any Glovers in the house? Conservation of energy and matter?
I forgot that I was muted. My bad, man.
Oh, here we go. Kosho's game for your space time talk.
Actually, that was a fair description.
Okay, cool. So that means that when the Big Bang happened, the number of atoms in existence was set, and there's not going to be any more atoms or any less. That's it, right?
Rumpus actually knows the number of atoms. Anyways, go ahead.
I'm sure he does.
He
All
hasn't
right, so
known
is that
that.
true?
One more time.
Is that true, Kosho?
I was doing something for a second, but still got to ask it again.
So, according to the first law of thermodynamics, the number of atoms in the universe is a set number, and it's never going to be any more or any less.
Yeah, that's not very accurate. I think it's more accurate to say that the energy, like the energy that exists now,
Energy. Right. Okay. So, according to Rupert Sheldrake, when you look at the galaxies at a gravitational point of view, there's not enough gravitation in the galaxy So they came up with this dark matter, which comprises something like 20 something percent of the universe, right?
Of the energy, yeah. But that's a weird
Of
way
the
of saying
energy.
it. It's more clear to say it's like 85% of the mass, something like that.
Okay. So when you guys created that energy or matter, that was, something that you guys did without actually observing it, but it has to be there for the gravity to work at the galactic level. Is that right?
Hated it, but what they noticed is that the galaxies they spin fast enough to sling matter out, and they also spin at the same rate. So the inside and the outside of the galaxy spin at the same rate. There must be
No, they don't.
some matter that is not seen. So they've inferred that there must be something called dark matter, but there's not a full conclusion for that.
All right. Well, you're wrong about the outer part of the galaxy spinning at the same speed as the inner part of the galaxy. But we'll move on. So when you guys did this, right? You're breaking up, bro. Try again.
Yeah, I'll fix this right now. I'm going to back out after I say this statement. There's a tangential speed and an angular velocity with every rotating body. Just so we're clear, make sure you're clear on which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about both. I'm talking about the angular velocity. So angular velocity is just
Okay. So when this dark matter is, theorized or hypothesized or whatever, well, this is going to create more gravitation, right? And as the scientists have created this, 20 something percent increase of the atoms in the universe, it creates more gravitation. And in doing so, it's going to increase the speed of the big collapse when everything goes back into one spot and big bangs again. So more gravitation is going to pull everything in again, right? But what scientists actually noticed is that instead of the expansion rate slowing down, right, but it actually increased. So what happened when that happened, Kosho? When the expansion rate was noticed to have increased, they invented some more matter, right? Dark energy. So you want to go?
Dark energy is not matter at this current stage, and
okay, I'm sorry. You're right. They increased dark energy.
Increase.
Right. So they came up with this dark energy, and it's something like 70% of the universe. It's a lot of energy, right? To come up with increasing, and it's funny that they came up with the exact amount of dark energy that they needed to explain the expansion rate, and then just happened to be the right amount, right? So they created dark matter.
Not a coincidence.
So they did it on purpose.
That is what the explanation is. Dark energy is just simply the. It's not the thing that. That cancels out the dark matter and creates expansion. Dark energy is the name of the accelerated expansion.
Right. So if the universe were to accelerate its expansion again, you guys would obviously have to add more energy into the system, creating more energy, even though that's a violation of the law of thermodynamics, to match the new expansion rate, even though it should be the opposite of what you see. Since you created all this extra gravitation, the expansion rate should slow down. But if it were to increase again, then you would just add more energy to the system and your model, and it would basically be a perpetual motion machine, right? According to Rupert Sheldrake.
You're saying these things as if they were created. Like whenever we found out about dark matter, that means that gravity was created. The whole point of the observation of dark matter is to explain the gravitation that we can't. We don't have stars. So it's not that there's an extra matter. There's an extra gravity that's created from that. That is the observation of. So that's one, and two is both these ideas are not fixed. They don't have fixed explanations or fixed origins. And the main idea about dark energy is that it's supposedly. I mean, this is I don't think this is the truth, but this is what they claim, that it's basically gets its energy from the vacuum energy. So it's not that it's the energy is coming from nowhere. It's that same energy. Although I don't, I think there might be something else there. I don't think that's the full answer, but that's the answer that I think most people are at right now. Dark energy, but neither of those are violations of second law or first law. I mean,
So adding more matter into a system where matter can't be created and destroyed, violation of the
yeah, but
first law.
you said it could be transformed, right?
Okay, so
That's
where
what
did you
that's what.
transform this energy or matter from? Because I thought you guys made it up out of thin air.
That's the dark matter is not new energy or mass or anything. It's just mass we didn't see before, and dark energy, the prevailing idea, which I don't really think, I believe not to be true, but the prevailing idea is that that energy comes from the vacuum itself, the 0 point energy.
So,
but I don't think that's the case. But that would answer that question.
well, the 0 point energy thing comes from an experiment called, an experiment that just about anybody could do called Casimir effect. And if you create a vacuum and in between two sheets of metal, you'll see that there's an attraction there that gravity doesn't explain. And that's where we get that really number where Michio Kaku said in cosmology we have a crisis. You see, in science, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, we call this horrible. You need a new theory. But in cosmology, we're off by 10 to the 120th power. This is the largest mixed match between theory and observation in the history of science, right? And now you guys are using that same thing that destroyed your model, right? And was the reason for you to invent dark matter. Now you guys are using 0 point energy to explain away to explain the expansion of the universe. I find that quite ironic that you guys will hijack the thing that destroyed your gravity at the galactic level to now patch, the expanding universe, which is kind of funny. I think you guys did that. I didn't know that, by the way. That's new to me.
But I mean, 0 point energy proves counter space through and through.
How does it prove counter space?
Where does 0 point energy come from? It seemingly comes from nowhere. Oh, just talk over me. Okay.
No,
I'm done. Go ahead, bro. Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead, bro.
Hank, were you done? You're done, Hank?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
All right, let's go one at a time, guys, please. One at a time. Go ahead, Dicelo.
I mean, I said my piece, and someone had something to the contrary, so let's let him go.
No, I stopped, man. I did apologize for interrupting you, Dicelo. Go ahead.
I mean, 0 point energy, if you understand what it's telling you that there's something coming from nothing, which could only be counter space. So when I say that 0 point energy proves counter space, kind of irrefutable.
But how? Like, what is counter space?
I mean,
Come on.
Rumpus did tell me that there are literally particles of with mass and energy coming from nowhere and going nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Rumpus is wrong. Dicelo, how does
the
dark energy
Casimir
prove?
effect.
Counter space
Rumpus
is
is
just
wrong.
counter space is just an.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Dicelo. My bad. I don't want to hijack your thing. Go ahead. You got this.
Counter space is just a non-Cartesianal realm where things cannot be measured because they're at a complete rest. That's all it is.
Someone translate that? Jeremy, Hank? I don't get it.
Non-Cartesianal
Put that in
realm.
like layman terms.
Yeah, meaning there's nothing physical to be had. So there's nothing to be measured. It's a realm which
But it gives rise to the physical? Does it give rise to the physical?
Correct.
Like in the Casimir effect or whatever effect that was Rumpus was talking about, where apparently Rumpus and all these other scientists are wrong, where they have matter and energy coming literally from nowhere.
Yeah, but
that's not what the Casimir effect says. That's what I'm telling you. Rumpus is wrong.
It might have been a different effect. It might have been
No.
quantum.
He's talking about the Casimir effect, but he's just explaining it wrong, Jeremy. Don't listen to the guy. I'm telling you.
Well, hold on, Hank. What was the other effect? Because we were talking about the Casimir effect and some other one, and I forgot the name of it.
Right, it's the 0 point energy.
Yeah, but
The
That
0.
the one that Hank
Oh,
likes to talk
yeah.
about,
Yeah,
the
you're right.
Schroeder
The
effect.
Schirmer effect. Yeah, where they
Yeah, but
say it
pull
even
again.
that too.
particles out of a vacuum.
Yeah.
Particles out of a non-zero point vacuum. Yeah, so it's not something coming from nothing. That's
Right,
just a
because there's
popular.
obviously a background medium there, even if you pull out all the matter. So you
Yeah,
materialists, you hijack
yeah,
science for 100 years, swinging back around. The pendulum's coming back, baby. You're done.
yeah. But there we totally agree. They are, even if you empty out, an area of what we would consider matter and energy. For most people, it would be a vacuum, but there is still something left there. Yeah.
Listen, you need to be careful saying Rumpus is wrong. I think that's Kosho's Glober daddy, okay? And he's also
Uh,
been self.
Yeah, but I proved
Rumpus
Rumpus
is
wrong. Weren't
self-proclaimed.
you here, Jeremy? When
Rumpus
when
is
Rumpus and I went
self-proclaimed
at it?
never wrong.
You said
Oh.
his name 3 times now, Jeremy. He's going to pop in. Thanks for that.
But weren't
Well,
you
I'm
here,
just
Jeremy, when I proved Rumpus wrong? You was here, man.
Nate, you're sometimes you're delusional a little bit. No offense.
Wow.
you know what?
Maybe you just forgot about the conversation. It's cool, man. But
The,
listen to
the thing
Rumpus.
The thing that persists everywhere are fields, just quantum fields. And according to quantum field theory and was Heisenberg uncertainty principle, that's what basically implies the what do you call it? The virtual particles that come into existence and then annihilate each other. So it's a probabilistic occurrence, but it doesn't violate the first law of thermodynamics.
okay, so
Yeah,
it's
Rumpus.
not
Rumpus
about,
tried saying that. Go ahead, Hank. Go ahead.
yeah, it's not so much about the probabilistic, right, pulling something out of nothing. That's not very probable, right? Just to have like an empty room and pull a couch out of it, right? It was it's kind of a rough metaphor, right? But if you have an empty room, you can't pull a couch out of it. What the Schrumer effect is showing is that they got an empty storage unit and they're pulling like, pieces of paper out of it, like particles, right? Like confetti out of a completely empty storage room, right? So obviously the storage room wasn't empty, or it's a violation of thermodynamics, so it hurts all. So you have to decide for yourself. Each individual person has to decide. Either the conservation of energy and matter is wrong, or there is a background medium. And if there's a background medium, whatever you do, don't call it the ether, right? People should have read the science community, because taboos exist in the science community. And, if you start talking about too many taboos, you'll get like that one movie with,
But that's not fair, Hank.
be expelled with Ben Stein, and to expel people for going against evolution and other taboos. It's a religion.
Go ahead, Nate. Hank, you roboted a little bit through a piece of that, but I think we heard most
Yeah,
of it.
I thought he finished. Yeah, I'm just saying that's not a fair assessment of what's really going on. Like we've done this, Hank. We've had this back and forth, and I've told you. Scientists don't sit around. Scientists and cosmologists don't sit around saying that the ether doesn't exist. We just say that Maxwell's ether, the luminiferous ether, as far as we understand it, there's no evidence for it. But there are different types of ether. Einstein had an ether, and there's a very popular ether idea that explains dark energy, and they call it
Yeah.
quintessence.
Don't say luminescence. Luminescence.
How do you
Ether.
say it?
You make it sound so demonic when you say it. Luminiferous.
Yeah,
Like it's just...
Yeah, like
luminiferous, however you say it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
You
But
sound
the
evil.
point I'm trying to make is that there are ether models used today. A popular ether model is the quintessence model for dark energy. I mean, like, to just sit here and say ether is a taboo word in science, no one says it. That's just not true. Look into quintessence.
no, but I think though that it's not. That's also not fair, because even though you could say that sort of is another description that would could be used as a description of ether, just like the quantum fields could be used as a description of ether, or space time can be used as a description for ether. Even
Quantum
though that's
foam.
true, if you do that, it does confuse it. So that's why I think that's why they don't call reason. I mean,
It is
they'll
taboo in this
specific about.
arena.
No, it's well known
Arena,
within physics
the word
also that there are different types of ether. That's why you say what kind of ether you talking about. Are you talking about Maxwell's ether? Are you talking about quintessence? Are you talking about Einstein's ether? You don't just say ether. You know, it's a mistake on the side of the flat earthers that they lump all of these things into one type of ether. But on the globe side, we specify which type of ether it is we are talking about. We don't just say ether. You know, that's why I always ask Hank when he's talking about ether, which kind of ether is he talking about?
Right. I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but there are orthodoxies in science. Would you agree?
They are what?
Orthodoxies in science, right? Because that's what that
Orthodox.
video is about. The video that I keep shoving down everybody's throat, Rupert Sheldrake talking about science set free, and he's talking about, the first law of thermodynamics was like something they came up with, like Galileo, like back in his day. But yet there are
No. When
people.
Galileo was
Hold on.
alive, there was no thermodynamic laws. That's not true.
Okay, maybe I got that part wrong. But what I'm saying is, this law is like old, right? And there are people today, technology has increased, right? Our understanding has increased. And people today claim they have, Unity machines that are, producing more power than they put in, right? And if you look at, the whole 0 point energy thing, obviously there is something there to harness. It's just at what efficiency can we harness? So, science for the most part, completely, is not going to listen to anyone who's claiming they got a machine that violates the first law. But DARPA would, hey, let me see what you got, right? DARPA would love to see, these, so-called perpetual motion machines that, I think it was Galileo that said there was no perpetual motion machine. But anyway, I think that DARPA is like the only people that would take it serious, right? Let me see what you got. Okay, we're going to buy the patent, take the money or take the lead, right? But from what I understand, the most part, the rest of the scientific community is going to be like perpetual motion machine. Yeah, right. You're not getting published. This shit can't exist. It violates the first law. We're not even going to look at it.
I don't know how accurate or true that is. I don't really know what DARPA do or what the interests are. But if someone had a perpetual motion machine and they could really show you that it works, I think people would take it seriously. But I think the reason people don't take it seriously is because no one has such a machine. You talk about there are people that make claims, but I'm sure even you yourself haven't seen an actual perpetual motion machine. No one has. So these guys might have these claims, but they need to back up the claim with the actual machine, don't they? Number one. Number two, dark energy and quantum fluctuations in the background medium and 0 point energy. These things don't violate any thermodynamic laws because they maintain basic symmetries. They don't create matter or energy out of nothing. And the reason we have these background quantum fluctuations, all that tells us is there's something else going on that we don't have a full understanding of. From our perspective, it looks like these things come in and out of existence from nowhere, but clearly that's not what's really going on. That's just what we're able to say about what we see right now today.
Hey, so isn't the entire world a perpetual energy source?
The entire world?
Right.
What do you mean?
The world in which we live, we don't introduce more energy, and nothing is lost. It just keeps recycling. It in and of itself is the perpetual motion machine.
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely. If you wanted to look at it that way, you could say the whole entire universe is an isolated system that doesn't exchange matter or energy with anything outside of the universe. Yeah, maybe.
That doesn't make it a
saying that
perpetual
for years.
Yeah, they can't be used. The entropy goes up, so it's not a perpetual motion.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, the entropy does go up of the whole entire universe.
Where's that measured?
That's the second law.
Yeah,
I didn't ask
that's
you.
that
I
is where
said
the
where.
second
I
law
said
actually
where is
comes
it
from.
measured?
What do you mean? Where is
Hey, just
entropy
real,
measured?
How do
just real
you
quick.
how do you measure more entropy?
Hey, I'm at work. I just gotta chime in
By
real quick
looking
to one
at
thing.
the. Oh, sorry.
The light never stops moving. So there you go. It's perpetual.
What?
What's interesting, besides what I just brought up, what's interesting in this discussion right now is I have never heard until this moment that there are categories of ether that they actually do believe in, right? Up to this point yesterday, I would have said,
Mhm.
yeah, science denies ether at all. And now today we've
And
got three
that's
or
the
four different
mistake.
kinds.
Yeah,
But
that's why
I
I
don't
keep
think there's
asking all of you, what ether are you guys talking about? Which type? And then it seems generally you guys lump all these phenomena we see into ether, right? Strong and weak nuclear interactions, gravity, electromagnetism, all of this is ether. That tends to be the general answer I get, you know?
that's why it's
That is
confusing
all
though.
ether.
Like I said, the ether is almost described by some of these other things, but to say that they actually call it the ether, I think is inaccurate. Like some people might refer to it or say they might say, well, the ether, still exists in this format or whatever, like
That's
the quantum
yeah,
fields,
that's
but
sloppy
they don't
science
call
in
it.
my opinion.
Yeah, but I mean, there is a thing called Einstein ether theory. And a lot of
I
people, okay, not a lot of people, but there are scientists out there that use that theory in, alternative models of the universe. You know, there are
okay.
scientists that use that to model structures of the universe that don't necessarily agree with the Einstein lambda model.
So what I'm going to say again is that if we had this conversation yesterday, I would have told you that I have heard that Einstein got rid of the ether. Einstein eliminated the ether. And now there's an Einsteinian ether? What the fuck?
You didn't know there was an Einstein ether theory?
No. No. I've
Yeah,
never
see,
heard this in
Einstein
4 years.
Einstein took it from the type of ether to where, there's a flow, right? Of ether that could be measurable, right? And the Michelson-Morley experiment, when that happened, like there's a famous quote for at the moment at least, it appears that the Earth is at rest, right? And they were talking about, it's the Michelson-Morley experiment kind of, for the moment, like disproved that the Earth was moving and spinning and all that stuff. Because they expected it to be flowing through the ether. And when they measured it, they actually, measured it, but it wasn't going fast enough. They expected it to be going faster, and they measured the flow, the ether drift, but it was way too slow, right? So when Einstein kind of did his thing, and he kind of hijacked a whole bunch of other people's stuff, like Lorentz and time dilation and contraction and all this stuff. What he basically did was that he came up with his own like space time continuum, and that was basically his ether, right? A particleless, massless, matterless concept of space and time forged in like a four-dimensional continuum.
So, Nate, why do you guys have such a bitchy beef with my use of the term ether with observations that I'm making? Obviously, it could be one of those that
I
hasn't
don't
been
have an
described
issue
yet.
with I don't have an issue with you calling things ether band. It's just I don't know what it is you mean when you say ether band. I just want a clarity as to what is ether band. And then I was to today years old when I found out ether band just means air. You know,
It
I've
has to
heard that
do.
what's his name guy refer to the same thing Traver refers to as the thermal band. There was a guy Chemo was talking to in Gems once. He referred to the thing Travis talks about as the thermal band.
atmospheric refraction is really the dynamic of the ether band. Atmospheric refraction has 6 syllables, ether band has 3. I'm simply being more economical and specific with my language.
Well, you now have an ether that's very different from Dyslow and Ken Wheeler and Whitson's ether.
It's just the name of the thing. It's not the ether. You don't call it the ether, right, Travis?
He
You call it the
does,
ether.
ether band.
The
He
ether
calls it
band.
the
He doesn't just. Yeah, but he doesn't just say straight up ether.
Yeah, because he's trying to specify that it's different from theirs. His ether has nothing
Yeah.
to do with electromagnetic,
Nobody,
right?
Hey,
yeah,
it could very
nobody
well.
says
It could very well.
Oh, it does.
nobody says ether and then that's it. That's why people ask what it is. Specifically, not just people who are saying what it is that don't actually want to stop and hear what they have to say. But specifically, if you're going to engage in a conversation, you have to understand where somebody's coming from. So, I mean, it's nobody's gonna have the same idea on this thing, obviously, because, well, everyone is gonna have a different opinion or a different effect that they attributed to it. I specifically talk about how vapor moves in a wave-like fashion. Everybody talks about it differently.
Yo, I mean, I think a lot of people say ether. They're talking about that like thing where the particles are coming in and out of nothing and going in and nothing, right? Is that what a lot of people are talking
Are
about?
they really?
Counter.
I don't know.
I
I
don't
don't know
know.
because whenever you hear them talk about ether, they bring up Michelson-Morley, and that's Maxwell's ether, the luminetherius ether, the medium through which
Yo,
light
stop making it
supposedly
sound evil, bro.
propagates.
Luminiferous. Say it with me.
Stop trying to make it sound
Luminiferous.
evil.
Well, well,
It's
well, I'm not. Well,
Luminefarious ether. So
I
that's
agree with
apparently
this
the
guy
ether
when
through
saying
which
that.
electromagnetic radiation travels through, and that's a specific type of ether. That's Maxwell ether. That ether doesn't
Yeah, but
speak to gravitational or nuclear phenomena.
I agree.
I
But
think it
Maxwell
was
was sorry. Go ahead.
no, just I was just saying. I think it was fair when he said, eh, "Is it really popping in and out of existence, or is that the language that they are using, or is that what's actually happening?"
I mean, that's
Because if it is,
verbatim.
then it's like cool. But if it's
That's
not, then again,
that
I'll be right
that's
back.
that's verbatim from Rumpus. There's matter and energy
no,
coming from.
I know that's the claim, but is that just the language and somebody else can use different language for the same thing, which kind of
Yes,
is like the argument most of the time. Like, and it's like, well, we're saying is this and it is blah 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 blah. So all I'm saying is when he says it's particles that pop into existence from nowhere, is that really what the data says? Because this guy, and I don't know, but I had the same thought. But this guy, the guy that was just talking, is saying that that's not a fair. Um, that's not really the interpretation that he got.
right. So what Rumpus
What
is
is the
doing is
interpretation that? Oh, go ahead, Hank. My bad. My bad.
okay. I'm trying to answer your question. So what Rumpus is doing is he's parroting um, what's that one guy's name? Lawrence Krauss, right? So when he's parroting Lawrence Krauss, Lawrence Krauss talks about virtual particles when he's talking about 0 point energy, and he's basically saying that these virtual particles pop in and out of existence like tiny black holes pop in and out of existence. But what's actually going on here is like the 0 point energy is like a measurable thing, right? So there's this like 0.5 volts in every system, like no matter what system we're talking about. And some people call it quantum foam. That's why I don't really understand what QE's big problem is. If his name is Quantum Eraser, like he don't know about quantum foam, but he thinks that ether doesn't exist. That's I really don't understand that at all. But basically, different people talk about it a little bit differently. Of course, there's like different fields of study who acknowledge the existence of this, right? Like the regular physicists acknowledge 0 point energy. And that's what I just quoted from when I said that, any system is going to have like 0.5 volts, right, in the system because it exists, everywhere. It's permeating everything, this quantum foam or whatever. Other people talk about the quantum foam like beer bubble universes popping in and out of existence. So different people talk about and describe it differently, but essentially they're talking about the same phenomenon. But it's like when we're debating an evolutionist and we say, the genetic sequence, and we call it a code because that's what proteins do. They synthesize code. They say, well, it's not a code, right? It's not. We just call it a code, right? That's what they're doing.
Broke up at the end there, but I think it's important we probably get to because there's a lot of language just being confused, and so things are getting completely like that. Okay, so no one's gonna believe this, but when they say something coming out of nothing is just a violation of the first law, you have to first understand what is even being talked about before you can understand what's being said, because we're not saying in quantum field theory, the entire
Chloe,
theory,
hey,
the entire theory
knock it off,
is based
kitty.
around.
Knock it off.
You were saying some shit.
Yeah, hot biking, Jeremy.
Jeremy, hot
Talking to
mic.
your cat right now?
Fucking cats. All right.
Dude, stop watching Broadway. Let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in quantum field theory, everything is basically quantum fields. Quantum fields exist everywhere, and in each quantum field, a perturbation, a particle, basically, simply like an electron, for example, is a perturbation in that field at one single point, which is how we experience it. But in quantum field theory, they're just basically fluctuations in the field. And what part of quantum field theory is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which states if you have a quantum particle or a quantum object or whatever, like an electron, for example, its properties can be you can be uncertain about them. Like there'll be like a pair of quantities, like the position and the momentum, and the more you know about one, the less certain the other one. And because of this uncertainty, values can randomly, change, randomly fluctuate. And so, what this also means is that at places where the quantum field have a value of 0, or basically no, there's no particle there. There's a probability of a particle being there because of that fluctuation. But when the reason why it's not a violation is because the particles aren't the fields exist everywhere at all times anyways. I think Hank said something about permeates all space. Well, for that fact alone, it's not being created out of nowhere. The field's already there. What's happening is just the fluctuation in the field. So it's probably confusing and nonsensical, but it's not a violation.
What you're
I
describing
agree.
to me, what you're describing to me, just sounds like complete philosophy.
Well, in a sense, yeah, it is very philosophical, right? And I want you to think about what I'm saying here is that all science is birthed out of philosophy, but not all philosophy is science, right? So if you look at the definition of science, depending on who you ask, right, it's a study of the natural world and cause and effect relationships. But if you look at the definition of philosophy, it's more like the study of the study of information, right? But not the human just trying to gain knowledge about his surroundings. That's basically what philosophy is. So, in this sense, yeah, we can't find the cause of ether, right? We don't know, is it the Earth's electromagnetic fields being caused by, the core of the Earth and magma or what? We don't know that shit, right? We just know that there appears to be some sort of measurable background medium that people back in the day used to call ether.
You're right. It's going.
There's more than one.
Rumpus also
Eli,
said something the other
Eli, you're
day.
hot micing. Hold on.
Oh my bad,
Yeah,
y'all. My bad.
who the fuck is that?
Yeah, hold on. Rumpus
If I
said
was
something.
hanging out with Tom Mike, and I would have said, I would have mentioned the thing about the cats. It's like I was so sad as a growing adolescent that Cats was canceled because I'd seen so many fucking commercials. I was like, I'm gonna watch that one day because I love Broadway. And then I heard that it was coming back, and I was like, yeah, that was like 2 years ago, and I don't know what's going on. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
That was like the gayest thing you've ever said,
Yeah, I was.
Elijah.
I was
Yeah, I was
thinking
about to
that.
say,
I was
Eli,
thinking
that
that.
sounds awful.
What?
Yeah,
Yo, y'all are
Didn't
too
they
young.
record
Y'all don't
it?
know
Like,
about Broadway.
that was
did
really
anyone
gay.
ever
Yeah.
record it so you could watch it on the TV or something?
We all heard it. We all heard that.
Yeah.
You can't get away from it.
Nah,
No,
no.
there's nothing wrong with Broadway. I stick by that shit. So what? And I'm bringing my Glock in there. Nah.
There's no way to silence out
Yeah.
AI friends.
So what's the conclusion, Hank? What kind of ether are you talking about? Or is it the same as Whitson and them's ether? Or?
Well, I'm not dogmatic, right? I'm at the stage where I'm taking notes. These are my college courses. So it's like one of those things to where I'll listen to Witsit and what he says, and then I'll listen to QE and what he says, and then I'll weigh it out. And then I'll listen to Mr. Wheeler, Thori Apotheosis YouTube channel, and then I'll kind of think about what's going on. And then, I understand that there's different types of ether. So for me, I kind of have my own concept of ether. And this is like the electromagnetic field theory that basically, if you look at the inverse square law, all light is traveling from its source. And every time you double the distance, it decreases the intensity 4 times. Everybody knows this, photographers, physicists, right? This is the basic fundamental physics of light. So if everything that's giving off an electromagnetic field, your heartbeat, my heartbeat, the sun, the moon, Jupiter, light bulbs, radio signals, basically it's permeating the entire creation, or you would say universe. So basically, there's a guy named Mr. Chen who lives in China, and his Wi-Fi signal is passing through my living room right now, but it's not a strong enough of a signal to measure or detect. But if it never goes to zero, right, because you can half something and quarter it and quarter it and quarter it, and the intensity is never going to go to zero, it's just going to be, point something. That's what I think the 0 point energy is. That's what I'm understanding it to be. So that's the magnetic field theory. It's kind of my own personal working understanding
But what
because I'm
about
not
these?
dogmatic when it comes to light.
Okay, and what about these other phenomena outside of the scope of electromagnetics, or
I'm open.
what's it called?
Can I mention that? Before that, can I just speak to
Quantum
what Hank said?
electrodynamics. What about the phenomena outside of
Hello?
that scope, such as quantum chromodynamics, or nuclear interactions? How is that explained by your electromagnetic ether?
It's your claim. I don't know how to explain it.
Right. Before you, I wanted to speak to what Hank said before you asked all that. So if he forgets, well, he already answered you.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Get your own damn coffee is what he said. Anyway, yeah, Hank. When you said what you said just then, you know what I thought about? There's all these frequencies, there's all these sounds, but there's always this low, and it's not fucking tendonitis. It exists. It's always there. It's like the
Tinnitus.
tone that everything else is. It's like the foundation.
Isn't that the Schumann resonance?
Is it?
Human residence isn't a thing, though.
What?
Human residence, you're not going to hear that.
Yeah, but it's still there.
That's
It's
not the
still
human
there, but
resonance.
is what my point is.
Yeah, but
Human
down.
resonance.
It is very weird. That's one part of reality that like persists, and we kind of just ignore. Just like the static. You know how static TV is? Well, close your eyes, you see all that static. Like when you open them, that static is still there. It's just we don't pay attention to it. Shit like that is probably what drives people with OCD crazy. But you know,
that's explained by the same thing. Like they say the static in your TV is from the quantum. It's from the microwave background energy or the
Right. I
microwave
think
background.
that's also an ether. Sorry.
Well, no, that's just that what you said about the light. Like the Wi-Fi in China or whatever. It doesn't. It's not gonna reach every point. So the microwave background existed everywhere, so it kind of would. But if you have a Wi-Fi signal, eventually it will dissipate enough to where any two photons are going to, it's going to have eventually, instead of you reaching a smaller number of photons, you're eventually only going to have a probability of reaching a photon, and that probability is eventually going to, be too small to worry about. So most likely you're not receiving any of the Wi-Fi from the dude in China, but there's a probability you might.
So you think that when I put my cell phone in my pocket, that my cell phone is creating photons?
Well, I wouldn't say they're emanating from your phone, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, definitely.
So basically, I'm putting my cell phone next to my reproductive organs, and they're being blasted by little tiny, massless babies.
Yeah, by photons. That's the whole concept of like radiation, and this whole 5G gives you the C word thing. I don't want to say the.
Bro.
Dude, you need to broaden your understanding of cancer, man.
No, not you know which one? The one we're not allowed to say.
It gives you a cut.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
So photon gives you Mexican beer.
Yeah, Mexican beer.
Yeah,
well,
basically, because the idea is you're exposing your body to a higher rate of electromagnetic radiation, which causes the cells in your body to become unstable, and that can be perfectly modeled through the idea of your body absorbing photons or electromagnetic radiation. So the bonds between the atoms in your body become energized and they break, and then your cells become unstable.
Okay, what you're
And you get
explaining
the
is kind of missing the curiosity behind behind what Hank asked. And I was gonna ask Hank before you responded, why don't you ask him what he thinks photons are first, like he asked you what the ether is first? Because there's probably a lot of different ideas on what a photon is.
Right, ask him.
I'm asking you.
No, ask you.
You asking me
what
to
is a
ask?
photon? No. What is a photon?
You just explain microwaving fucking cells, and you can't tell us what you think a photon is?
Oh, you asking me what a photon is? It's just a packet of electromagnetic energy. It's the smallest divisible unit, the smallest quantum.
That's
of
never been
energy.
found, detected, or measured, but just.
What?
He
Who
said it
that?
hadn't been detected or measured.
Who said that and why?
I don't know.
That was so random. But they have been detected and measured. The photoelectric effect is an example.
They've been measuring them for a while.
Yeah. Even Newton kind of had a theory on it. Newton had a corpusculary theory of light where he thought light doesn't travel as a wave, it travels as these what did he call them? Corpuscularies? Particles of light.
When you say measured, because you said it was energy, and you said it could be measured. What are you measuring? Because when you said the photoelectric effect that's just a dot on a plate. Now I'm not saying it's just a dot. I don't mean it like well. That's what we're talking about. We're seeing a dot on a plate. Like, but how is okay? So you're not saying that's a measurement, are you? Or if you are, what do you mean?
Of course, that's
Yeah,
a
you're
measurement.
measuring the interaction between the photon and the surface it hits.
Well,
Yeah.
when you say measure, it's confusing because you already just said it's the smallest amount, which means that like the amount would be a measure of something, right? So since it's already just the smallest thing it is, then what do
Mhm.
you mean by measure after
You
that?
measure, you you detect the interaction. Well, what do you
Okay,
mean?
detect
I
is a
don't
better word.
understand. Like
No,
you
no,
just
no, no,
measure
no,
it.
no.
I don't
Detect is a
understand
better
your
word.
question.
Well, detect is a better word.
Yeah, you detect it, and then you measure the amount of energy involved in the interaction between the photon and the surface that it came in contact with.
Isn't that always going to be the same?
No.
It's the smallest amount of. You just said it's the smallest amount of
Well, for
energy. So if it's the
single
smallest amount,
divisible. Yeah, but
right?
the way they
So
get
there's
they
nothing to
get
measure because it will never vary. Yes or no? That's all I want to. Damn, why y'all
yeah,
make
but
shit so hard?
That doesn't make sense, Elijah. So you saying
Yeah,
because
it
it's the
does.
smallest?
What?
I
How
totally
doesn't it
understand
make
what he's
sense?
saying.
So you saying because it's the smallest amount of electromagnetic energy, it's the quanta of the
Okay,
electromagnetic
okay,
field.
okay.
It
I'll grant
shouldn't
you
be
this. I'll grant
measurable.
you a different way of saying it using the same word. It's a measure. No, damn. I had a better way to
It's
say
an
it. And I totally
observation.
forgot.
it's a measurement.
It's an
They
observation.
It's not a measurement, fam. Unless I'm asking because I asked, and if it's already the
Listen,
smallest
Elijah,
amount,
Yeah, I'm
can't you
trying to
hear what I'm
understand the question.
what, I don't know why.
Elijah,
It's
let
not
me
You
let
that
me try to
hard. Just
Elijah,
go ahead. Take over.
they're simply observing something. It's an observation. Something happened.
Right. That's not
Start
a.
there.
I mean, if you can, if that's what you're calling a measure, seeing something. Well, I just measured this guy on a bike because I'm seeing him. Like that
yeah,
makes no sense.
that's Travis's.
Obviously, you
You're
don't
arguing
mean
with Travis.
literally measure unless you mean measure. Like because if there is no variation, then there's nothing to measure. It is what it is.
You're arguing with Travis right now. No one said that you're only looking at it. The whole point, the reason why he said that they were quantized because they noticed that for any given wavelength, it can only like all certain materials will only respond to certain wavelengths, and then it will regularly you'll see electrons that'll come off of the thing, and you can measure that with the charge. But when he says
What you
it's the
measure
smallest
is
packet
going to
of
be
energy.
what you're gonna measure right there, because this is what I'm asking. Like,
Yeah, that's
so
what I'm trying to say to you. That's what I'm saying to
okay,
you. So I talking to
okay,
Travis about it and
but this
talking
is
over
what
you
I'm
about
trying
it.
to
It's not
this is what I'm trying to clarify. This is what I'm trying to clarify.
there need to be clarification. I'm telling you what they measured.
Well, how the fuck can you tell me that I don't need clarity?
No, I'm telling you that I don't need clarity in answering the question.
I'm asking for
Hey,
clarity. The fuck? So I'm
Back
asking
again.
for clarity because I asked what you meant by measure. So now that you're telling me it's the measure of energy, okay, it's like, but that measure is the same all the time, right? There's no
yeah,
difference.
that's what I was in the middle of saying when you interrupted. Was what they're measuring is the electrons that are coming off of the material, right? And they measure the charge hitting the plate, okay? And when he said that they're discrete units, they know this because they can only certain materials can only respond to certain wavelengths. So that would mean it's not a continuous. Um, it's not continuous. There's discrete packets, but for any one photon, uh, there could obviously be more energy. You have higher energy photons.
How do
So
you measure
be a
that, right?
smaller.
How does that express?
We use a smaller wavelength and more energy, and you you bombard other material with it.
That does sound a little bit circular. I'm not gonna lie, but I look. I already got enough, guns drawn at my back for being fucking inquisitive.
I'm gonna bow out on this one. I
Oh, come
wanted to
on.
know.
Don't be like that. I was asking for clarity as to what your question was.
I think he's asking for justification. Anything you're saying. You say
Breaking up,
measurement. He's like, justify it. Show me. How did you measure it? What was the measurement? What's the control? What's the variable?
You can just Google the photoelectric effect, man. Come on.
That doesn't prove a photon, though. That photon's their thing, the photoelectric effect.
You know what I mean? It
I think
provides
I know
evidence
exactly what y'all are
towards the
talking about. I had a good conversation with Quantum Racer about this, and it was the
Uh-huh.
interaction between the two, and is measuring the interaction, and that's
Yeah.
what they're getting.
Yeah.
I still have
And
little
then
loops
we
in it, though, that
model.
it makes it seem a little strange. It's quantum physics, quantum bullshit. I don't know if I necessarily believe it. We're talking about what, like, atomic microscopes and everything that are being used. Isn't that what they're using or something like that? I forget. It's been a minute since I talked to Quantum about it. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. Can't remember.
Regardless of
Yeah,
what
I
I
mean,
just said about the explanation,
I muted.
obviously if you have a bigger thing, it's more, the photon is going to have more energy when the photon is supposed to be one indivisible same amount, specifically because it's the smallest. Like so that right there is contradictory. But but the photon is something, just like they're saying dark energy is something. It's just the interpretation. It's like, well, we don't agree with your conventional wisdom or your conventional use or language of it. So what is it? Like that, like I guess some of us are fucking trying to figure out what the fuck it is people are saying. Like that's all some of us are trying to do. I hope
All
that
right, man.
wasn't a $30 order I just missed.
Okay.
So, Elijah, you'll probably get the most concise answer to match what you're trying to look for. It may not be what you're exactly looking for because it's outside of what we kind of validate and how we validate and verify things. But in a way, if you go to some of Quantum's work, I'm not saying people believe in quantum, don't believe in quantum. I don't give a shit whether you like him or not. He has a little bit of work on that he's done. People question it, but it is probably the closest answer you'll get. You're probably going to get it from a Glover or anyone because they haven't actually done the research into this shit as
What?
much as a lot of people have. I'm not saying you guys, a lot of people haven't. I didn't mention any names. I'm not
Oh
even
my
saying I
God.
have the information.
What?
I get it, Stacey. I get like what I'm trying to draw out is the difference between what I would say is a photon and what everybody else is attributing to everybody, which
Yeah,
might not be justifiable because there's the pseudoscientific part of it, and then there is the I'm
yeah,
describing something based on an experiment thing. It's like, and it's like, okay, what is being confused? Like, what are we saying a photon is, and how far does that go? Does that mean that I, Eli, believe that photons pop in and out of existence? No, the fuck it doesn't. Okay, so that's the problem with people is they hear a word, just and this is the yo. You know what's crazy? Like you hear a word and we're willing to jump on people, and that behavior we learned from the Globers, because specifically we're straw man with the word what? Flat Earth. I don't know why we would be duped into doing that, fighting about words when we should stop, slow down, and ask people what they're saying, which is everybody's problem. On both sides, that's literally everybody's problem. I just want to be heard. So everybody shut the fuck up and start talking.
Yo,
You know what I mean?
can I go?
Practice what you
I
preach.
know, I'm being a little funny. I know the
Yeah,
usage of the word,
practice what you preach, Elijah.
but
Yo,
yeah,
yo. I just wanted to say about the flat Earth thing. I don't really know how, even though it is kind of a straw man because we believe in obviously mountains, valleys, and stuff. I don't really know how else we can differentiate ourselves from globers, because if you say level Earth, well, they say level is curved, and if you just say Earth, then people think globe, right? So how do you differentiate yourself from that succinctly?
That's easy.
I just say it's a hard. I don't even call myself
Well,
in
I
anything.
think
I
Helio.
just say it's a horizontal plane.
That's
Because
easy.
it's oriented-
Our reality is planar in nature. It's as easy as that.
That's what I said right before you said that. That's what I said. Did you hear me say that before you said that? I said that.
I said it before
Yeah, one
every.
second, Eli. Can I
I said the
respond to
same
that?
thing.
Come on, man. I need to respond to what he said. You've just said 6 words. I'm asking for succinct. Not succinct, but succinct. Can you maybe get down to 3 words?
Well,
Wait,
nobody would understand that reality is planar in nature.
Well, okay, so the thing about like titles and let's just say categories is that they're easier to share when they're shorter and snappier. So if you're going around saying 6-word phrases, it's less snappy. The reason flat Earth is more popular than our reality is planar in nature is because it's 2 words and not 6.
Well, just because people can't keep up with 6 words, that's not my problem. But the reality is, our reality is planar in nature.
I know that.
I have a better. No, let me answer. Let me just ignore him and
Eli,
let
can
me
I have a
answer.
conversation with that, please? I just want to. Can we just
Ignore me. Cheers, Elijah.
I gave you a 2-word answer and you ignored me to engage him.
I didn't hit you.
You know what's even funnier is we were having the same conversation 3 years ago, literally on oh god, it was the whole Globe Light tour, and they had a Globe Light Discord and all that. And this is the reason why people were arguing about flat Earth or globe denier. Globe denier can all you have to be. Yeah, that's all has to be said. I deny your globe.
We should let people finish. I know everyone wants.
That's not really.
I know
Eli,
everyone
your
wants
mic
to jump
is
in.
fucked. The reason everyone's talking over you, Eli, is that your mic is fucked.
All right.
Yeah, it's
Eli,
shit,
but
Eli.
we should let people finish things out. I mean, give them 2 minutes. 5
Can
minutes
I
real
talk
quick.
to 3DP because we were having a conversation that everyone else is crossing into? Is that possible?
No.
Yeah,
okay.
How is okay? My bad, because I literally answered first, but I guess y'all didn't hear me. So
No, okay, go on. Say again, then, Eli. Go on.
I said it's a horizontal plane. Like instead of saying I'm a horizontal plane earther, which is weird, I don't have to tell like I'm an earthling. Like that's just weird. Like just drop all that weird language and leave it right where Star Trek is at. It's a horizontal plane because that's what it is. It's a plane and we have a horizontal orientation. That's how God made it. But I don't have to say all that. It's a horizontal plane.
Yeah, but it's not just one horizontal plane, is it? As you go up in altitude, you get multitude of horizontal planes. So it's not just a singular horizontal plane.
No. The Earth. What is the Earth? Not what is the air.
Yeah, the Earth goes up in elevation, does it not?
Never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead. Crypto. I can't do that.
It's still not succinct to me because you horizontally trained. It's too big. Like globe because it's got 3 syllables. The whole thing's 3 syllables, right? So because the reason I'm banging on about this is because when it comes to talking to new people about this, you need to get as much information in as little real estate as possible, right? If you're being very wordy and everything's very kind of confusing to these newbies, they don't really understand what you're saying, and now it sounds like you're being like very verbose and you can't control what you're saying, right? So yeah, it's
perfectly controlled with what I'm saying.
Sorry?
I'm perfectly controlled with what I'm saying. Thank you.
Why are you bro, seriously, why are you taking everything I say as a personal affront? I don't understand.
Well, you said
Because
you're
saying
not in control of. Yes, and you're addressing me. So
I'm not addressing the.
I thought you wanted to continue our conversation. That's what you just said before you went into your little monologue there.
All right. So I can see this is now personal. I don't understand why, but the point is that I think it needs to be succinct in order to communicate effectively. That's the point.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
In the elevator.
I hear what you're.
Sorry.
I hear what you're saying, but I've been in so many conversations where I have tried to be succinct, and people still say, "I don't understand what you mean," and you have to say more. At some point, you have to say more.
Yeah, of course. Look, if someone
I've been
asks
trying
for
to
you
say
to
something.
elaborate, if someone asks you to elaborate, then of course you elaborate. But if you start with this big wordy explanation, a lot of people are going to be turned off by that. I don't think that what I'm saying is particularly controversial or hard to understand, honestly.
May I say, DP, are you there?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. You said that we have mountains and stuff, right? That's
Yeah.
why you cannot see it as a horizontal plane.
No, I said there's a multitude of horizontal planes. The elevation is measured in planes. So to say it is one horizontal plane is incorrect still.
Let's say, okay, here's the point I'm trying to make. Let's say we have a piece of glass or a piece of wood or whatever, right? And you look at it from like far away, not far away, like you look at it and you see it that is flat, right?
Right. So you're talking about an issue of scale. I'm going to guess here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a problem that I think sometimes you guys have when I hear you say that we have mountains. I'm like, he's not seeing the bigger picture. When we say flat, we mean if we take ourselves outside of this thing, we're gonna see it flat, right?
Can I address that? Yeah.
Sure.
Right. My computer desk looks flat, looks smooth. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If I reduce myself down in scale, then I know it's not flat, it's not smooth, it has ridges, it has pits, it has a textured surface.
Yes.
Right, and the same with the Earth. If I increase my scale, it would have the appearance of being flat. But again,
yes, and I completely agree with you. But I think that when we're talking about being flat, that's what we mean. Being outside, if you look at it from the outside perspective, overall is flat. You're not like that's what I think. At least what I mean with flat.
When I say that the Earth's surface is planar in nature, then what I'm referring to is hydrostatics and the water. The water conforms to the laws of hydrostatics, and the water conforms to a planar. It becomes planar. It doesn't form a plane. It's not flat, and it's not level. Water's not level. You get waterfalls. You get, ripples, tides. The sea is a dynamic system. Yeah, you get waves. So you can't describe the water as being flat, but under hydrostatic equilibrium, water at rest, the surface is planar in nature. The surface adheres to the principles of the geometric plane. It doesn't curve, it doesn't bend in any direction.
Okay, so I think there's two better names. We can't use them, and I'll give you a reason why. The first one is helioskeptic. I'm sorry. We can't use that one, obviously. Another one is globe skeptic, and we can't use that one because nowadays they've hijacked, the word skeptic, to where skeptic means that you're like a debunker. So you debunk all the conspiracy theories. When originally a skeptic meant someone who questions everything, like that's the original root meaning of the word. But we can't say globe skeptic because it's kind of an oxymoron the way that they've changed the language. Obviously, the original meaning would fit perfectly, but we can't use it because they've hijacked it.
Silent, are you done, Silent? Did I cover all our bases?
Yes, I think we are in agreement.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I just like for the Glovers, I think sometimes they miss that little caveat when we're talking about flat, Yeah. But yeah, I think we're in agreement. At least, yeah.
Cool.
Larry, Larry. Yeah, what you're saying about you can't use the word skeptic because it's now being used as like a debunkers for debunking conspiracy theories. Well, I would personally classify the globe model as a conspiracy theory. Is it, has it got multiple people? So let's look at the word conspiracy first of all. What does conspiracy mean? Well, it's an attempt by a group of people to do something, right? That's basically what conspiracy is. And is it a theory? Yes, it is actually a theory. The Globers would even say it's a scientific theory, maybe, but it's certainly a colloquial theory. So, is the globe a conspiracy theory? I think definitionally, yes. Therefore, you can be a skeptic of that, even by your definition.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Always appreciate your input, insight, and intellect, Crypto.
Thank you. I appreciate you too. But we
I
can't.
hear skeptic and I hear someone who's on the fence still because you're questioning. Someone who just denies it, you automatically know. You're not questioning any of it. You're like, fuck that. It is absolutely incorrect. But when you're being a skeptic, you're still questioning.
Yeah, see, I don't like the word denier either because denier just kind of sounds like you're just a naysayer, which is
You're saying on that.
insane.
Yep,
I agree with that.
Mhm.
Deny is awful.
It sounds awful though, right? Denying it. I
Yeah.
deny you.
No,
I get
it's
it.
not good. We'll have to come up with something, but like I say, I think it has to be succinct. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We can move on. The only reason this whole thing came up is because of what Eli said about 20 minutes ago, with regards to the flat Earth being like the term being a straw man, which I kind of agree with, but I think it's the best we've got, to be honest, in terms of communicating that idea quickly. Like whatever.
I'll figure it out. I'm sorry, but it's funny. It's not funny, but it's. I feel like 5 years from now, we're probably going to be doing the same thing. Yeah, unfortunately, because this is one of the biggest things that they could lie about, and people are always going to jump on board, and we've been brainwashed so much about. I mean, I can't even go to my job tonight and not have to deal with at least 7 things that are at least based about NASA, because I'm in the clothing department, so they're everywhere. I do men's, kids, women's, and all, and it's in every single place, even your babies. So yeah, I'm never going to get away from this.
Isn't it interesting that NASA, as far as I can tell, is the only government agency that's ever had its own fashion line?
I don't know if they own it, but they have probably their own fashion line too. But then there's people that have their own shit that they make now too for NASA because they can make money off of it.
I've seen Army shirts, U.S. Army shirts, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Navy as well. We get Army stores over here. I don't think you get them.
They're available though because of the colleges. One, because of the colleges.
So yeah, in the UK we get like Army stores, so you can kind of go and buy like, US Army, US Navy, US whatever, like overalls or whatever, because they're quite durable and they're warm, and they're kind of a fashion statement as well. I don't know if you get them in the US, but you can buy all sorts of kind of army and military gear. Yeah. But not guns. We're not allowed guns.
Do they sell NASA stuff at Walmart? I'm sorry, like U.S. Army. I haven't seen NASA. Army stuff at Walmart and that kind of thing.
We don't have Walmart in the UK, but we do have Asda, which is kind of the equivalent.
You're not missing out, bro.
Wait, you just said you guys don't have Walmart at UK?
Same thing. The same
Why
thing.
We have Asda, which is owned by the same family.
Yep.
So
Exactly. It's the same shit. Just, redone. Everything's the same way like that over there, guys, though. That's what you start realizing. It's no different. I was there for 6 months, but at the same time, the people are different because they're raised differently. Different rules. But the same shit, guys. It doesn't get any different. Just rebranded. Everything's branding. But you guys have better food. Oh, yes, you do. I miss your food.
What, are you joking? This is a joke.
No, it's so not joking. UK has so much better food than America does. Oh my God, you guys are missing out.
Well, that's debatable.
Europeans like to talk shit about British food, but I've lived in London for 15 years now, so the food's excellent in London. I don't have a problem with it. So.
It's Chinese food when you order it. It's nothing like Chinese food here. I question if I'm eating dog. When I get there, I'm like, this is some fucking awesome ribs. Like, sincerely. The curry, everything. Oh my God. Go into the grocery store, your vegetables are abundance and they're beautiful. Not like here. You guys don't accept a lot of GMOs that we have here. Our food is shit in America.
Where in England were you, roughly?
I was in Kent and then I was in Bournemouth. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I would have went more places though. But yep.
You're in the south, that makes sense. I mean, Kent is. I go to Kent a lot. It's a nice little area. I mean, I would say it's a big county, but you guys would say it was a small county. So.
Yeah, it's small. Where I come from. Yeah.
Kent's very nice. I've only been to Bournemouth a couple of times, but it seems quite nice there as well.
Very, very nice. Almost tourist-like, but not. Really weird.
Well,
Beautiful.
the whole south coast area there is just kind of touristy. They don't really do much else since the fishing trade got killed off.
Yeah. It's a very nice town though and stuff, but yeah, you have to have enough money and everything to live there. But just walking to the beach and I got to see the Isle of Wight and all that. It's fucking amazing. I had a wonderful time. I had a horrible time while I was there too, by the way, but I had an amazing 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah, I like England. I do like to moan about it, but the only thing I really dislike about England is the weather.
Everybody moans in England. Everybody.
Yeah, that is true.
It's funny.
But no, I think the main problem I have with England is weather. It's just too fucking cold for too long.
Really? I think it's well, I haven't been there during the winter months, so I wouldn't actually know. Yeah. I don't know.
8 months. Really. I mean, it starts in sort of October, like now, really, and then it doesn't really get warm until say April the next year.
But see, that's like us. But actually, it's still warm right now, but it'll start dropping here in the next month. So we may get 1 month difference. But then it stays cold until April. We have the worst snow in April in Indiana. So for me, it felt like the same weather. Like it was raining a lot of times for there. I'm like, what rains in Indiana a lot? You guys are complaining about shit that you shouldn't be complaining about. Like, this is normal. That's how I felt, though. But it's, yeah. It does rain a lot, though.
All I have to say is if I ever leave this country, I'm gonna be going to like northern Brazil or something, so I never have to see another winter ever again.
Yeah, that would be nice. May go to Australia. I'm not sure where I'm gonna go yet. Yeah.
I'm definitely weird in this respect because I like the cold. I don't know. It makes me feel alive or something, and it's romantic. Maybe I'm just an old-fashioned romantic, Put a jumper on, put a fire on. It's nice.
Yes, I second the romantic. Man, it's killer. It's I don't want to ever get rid of it, but that's one of the only good things about the cold. Other than the fact that it does help me appreciate the warmer times, and it's a good it's a nice change of pace. Almost emotionally because the seasons work on our insides as well. So it's like a nice what's it called, dynamic, I guess, in my opinion. But yeah, the romance thing, dude. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
See, what I would do is if I lived in the US, I'd live in like northwestern Florida to avoid all of the fucking hurricanes or whatever for 10 months of the year, and then I'd move north for 2 months just to experience some cold, and then I'd go back down south again for 10 months. That'd be enough balance.
So you want it on your terms, Crypto? That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like every leftist in the world. I want the world to conform to me.
But when they all turn into fascists, you mean? They must have had fun kicking that one around the table. Let's turn them all into fascists. Liberal fascism. A brilliant oxymoron.
I had some guy. I'm not going to say where this is because, well, it doesn't really matter. But I was talking to a guy online about a week ago, and he literally used the term. He was talking about Americans, like rural Americans. And he used the term something like low IQ hillbilly bigots. And I remember thinking that's like the most ironic insult I've ever read in my life, because it's like You're being about as bigoted as possible while describing what you think are bigots. You know, and I don't know. I feel like these people don't have any self-awareness. They don't really understand that they're the bigot. Like they are the 21st century's bigots.
Yeah, you see it on Twitch a lot. When I watch these streamers, they always go along them lines, and I'm like, no. Most people are just normal, and they just want to, get along. Just,
Most people just wanna have a girlfriend or boyfriend, maybe settle down. They want to have a job that they don't hate. They want to feed their families. Most people don't want to go to war generally. I mean, there are some psychos who do, sure, but most people don't want to go to war. They don't want to be arseholes. This being normal is fairly normal, funnily enough. But then you get these people who are like always trying to categorize people as being evil or dysfunctional, or like they're trying to pathologize normal behaviors and stuff. I don't know, man. There's something wrong with this group.
Well, I would say over here in the West, it's not normal for people to want to have a family. Like the fertility rate over here in the West is rapidly declining. It's like less than 1 over here. Like literally, people don't understand. It's like literally people who don't want a family are literally just going to die off. Like there's so many people, like their bloodlines, like they're not going to continue them. And like literally, you can look at it as like your enemy is basically going to delete themselves. Like essentially, it's like the people that are, not reproducing.
This is the problem the modern left has, is that obviously you've got this idea of heritability, and I'm sure I don't patronize the room with the complexities of heritability, but on a basic genetic level, the people who are predisposed to having lots of children in an environment which doesn't allow for it, versus the people who are predisposed to not having children in an environment that doesn't allow for it, means that the descendants of those descendants, as the generations go on, you're just going to end up with one group that likes having children regardless, and one group that doesn't exist anymore. And that's literally how it's going to end up genetically.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
So I'm not worried about this like fertility stuff. When you look at the US, for instance, like Republicans are still having you can say white Republicans if you want, whatever. They're still having children like 2.5 per couple, which is above replacement, versus Democrats who are having like 0.8 or something. So it's like, well, give it 2 generations.
Crypto.
The heritability of political leanings is something like 0.8 as well. So it doesn't guarantee that you're going to have the same politics as your parents, but it's likely that you'll have similar ideas as your parents.
Well, the difference between having the same ideas or principles as your parents is when they go to school, right? They get their mind changed. But besides that, I was gonna say to your comment that Republicans still have reproduction of 2 point something, right? Above
2.5 roughly.
That's why you shouldn't worry, or people shouldn't worry about all these agendas, bro. Because eventually, with time, those ideas are gonna die, and the people who are reproducing are the ones who are gonna keep this going.
Yeah, I like that, Elijah, because the transgender movement is killing reproduction. Homosexual movement killing reproduction. Reduced population killing reproduction. So yeah, I have to agree with you. It's going to kill everybody off. That's pretty good.
The meek will inherit the earth, folks.
The thing is, though, it's only within certain demographics. Like people are worried about this stuff. Like you shouldn't really be that worried, to be honest. I think it's just another one of those things that's pushed out to make people worry. It's like, oh, this is going to happen, and this is going to happen, and this is going to happen. 99% of that stuff never happens. But they say it's going to be 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, and then tomorrow never comes, right? So you should always be suspicious of these narratives where tomorrow never comes.
Can we go back to this comment that just got passed over? So can you explain how the LGBTQTRZY is meek?
LMNOP.
I said that the meek will inherit the earth. That own agenda is destroying itself, right? Its own stupidity won't breed. The meek
The wise will inherit the earth, not the ones killing themselves and not reproducing.
That's fine. Okay, I appreciate that clarification because I heard it the other way. I thought you were calling that one meek.
No. Yeah, so I mean, if you look at these things from like a heritability genetics perspective, I'm not that worried. You tend to find these kind of, let's just call them, for lack of a better term, death cults, such as rabid feminism where you shouldn't have any children, or transgenderism where you should make yourself basically undateable, whatever. These death cults take care of themselves, and that's why I don't really care about. People can do or say what they like, but at the end of the day, you're only really going to be affecting yourself. As long as you don't push it on children, I don't really give a shit, to be honest.
And that's why they're teaching it in school. They are trying to get our children. That's why they're doing that.
Well, that's where you draw the line, isn't it? You say, no, you don't push this on children, but you can do it yourself if you want.
Well, but see, look, think about what we're talking about right now and just go back to the globe in terms of bringing that into the school system, right? You're bringing in a worldview into the school system that begins as young as they can start it, so that those kids at some point are going to not know, they're not going to know a time when they didn't believe and understand that those agendas were reality. You understand what I'm saying in terms of comparing that with the globe model, right? They brought the globe model into the system at some point in the past, and that's what we grew up. That's what so then in 50 years, 60, 70 years time, when people are starting to be more vocal about questioning that agenda, that are going to be like, man, how can you deny science? How can you deny what we know? We know.
We know, Travis. We know, bro. The whole body of science proves it.
Yeah, they don't say that anymore. That's weird.
They don't say that anymore. Yeah. That's why I said, because I remember when all this all started, that was their go-to. The whole body of science proves it. And then as we evolved, they went from proving things to, nah, the science doesn't prove anything. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't say the body of science proves things. They don't do any observations on the beach anymore. Remember that? Remember they were so quick to tell us how quick boats go over the. Now that that's not. Why don't we just talk about the NASA, the satellites?
Hey, DP, are you still here?
Yeah, Travis.
Yeah, just what you were talking about in terms of looking at something from a wide angle and then zooming in. That's really a facet of the refraction mirage phenomenon, that when you look at it from a wide angle view with your naked eye, you really can't see what's going on until you zoom in and you can see the dynamics that are happening in real time on so many different levels. And I think that, there's the stuff that we've talked about before, the energy that we see moving in a refraction phenomenon that looks like wind blowing across the landscape.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I can recall what that would be attributed to in their quantification of the event, because you don't always have that dynamic system that's blowing across that landscape. A lot of the times the inferior mirage, for instance, is really stable.
Still, yeah, it's still air.
And
yet you're still getting that dynamic appearance to it.
Right. So then, so then if I put you out in the event and I'm saying, man, it looks like it's blowing like crazy, nothing's going on. I can't feel anything. I can't sense anything. But looking at it, it's crazy dynamic blowing across the field of view.
Did you see that picture I posted earlier, Travis?
No, I've been driving. I haven't been looking at the chat.
I took it about 6 or 7 years ago, and it's from the top of a mountain looking across the tops of the clouds at a sunset.
Yeah, that's the one that we were showing Beer Man and me the other day.
No, it's another one. It was taken at the same time, but what I've done is I've focused on or looked at the sun through the twigs of a tree or the branches
Oh yeah,
of a
I did
tree.
see that one. Yes, I did see that one. Yeah, that was great. Yeah.
With the glowing edges to the branches.
Yep.
Now I would love to hear an explanation for that from any glober.
Well, you know what? It would be interesting because I have a book on the physics of air by Humphreys, and I'm almost sure that I have seen him discuss at least looking at branches and leaves and things with the sunlight behind it. So I've got it here with me in the truck. I'll try to take a look through it, see if I see anything that rings a bell.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool because the thing that strikes me with it is all in that focal point of the camera. The camera is focused on the branches of the tree, not on the sunset or anything behind the tree. The branches are in that focal point, and at the focal point, the branches are glowing with the sun behind. Now, your description of the ether band is a band around everything. It's that thin line, that like a meniscus, if you like, the thicker edge of a meniscus. Now, if everything is in that ether and the ether bands around everything in it, then that is the ether band. And the sun is behind, illuminating the ether band from behind.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I got you. It's catching the light.
Yeah, and you know, it's focusing the light. That ether band around the trees, the branches of the tree, is acting as a lens and focusing the light in the focal point of the camera.
Yeah.
It's just a bizarre. I mean, I've thought that maybe it's ice frozen on because it was very cold. It was like -12, and I thought maybe it's ice frozen on the edges of the branches. But you look at the rest of the branches in the photograph. There's no ice on them, and you know, ice doesn't form this constant thickness, even spacing is what it is. It's just an even spaced band all around the branches. That are
Yeah,
in the
you know
focal
what?
point.
Right. You know what? If I had started my adventure right now listening to Beer Man, I'd almost be tempted to call it an aura band.
Yeah, that's very much what this photograph shows. It shows an aura around the branches of the tree. I'm just trying to scroll back actually, see if I can find it to post it again, just so that everybody else can see what it is we're talking about. There we go. Right, so I'm just about to post it again. If anybody else wants to jump in and have a look, see what we're talking about. There you
I
go.
read this book a long time ago, and in this book, they were talking about how you can take a leaf.
Oh, you're roboting really bad, Elijah. Was that Elijah?
No, I think it was Larry.
Larry's muted.
Oh.
Oh, he's got his
sounded
mic
like a Southern boy.
on. And if you look at that photograph, the band or the edging to those branches in the tree is even. And obviously, if it was ice, then during the course of the day in the heat of the sun, the ice would melt. And this is sunset. So it's been cold during the day, but the tree has been exposed to the sunlight because we're above the clouds. I mean, this is a whole series of photographs, and that photograph that I showed you, Travis, with it looks to be a mirage on the clouds, is the same time. I took these photographs at the same time.
Okay.
So I really have no clue what is going on in this. Obviously, this is a zoomed in, cropped out part of this image, just to show what I'm talking about and relating to what you're talking about, Travis. You know, and
So
and
are we
go on.
are we going to change the name, Travis, or a band?
No, I'm too much attached. It's been too long.
Well,
Ether band is perfectly fine.
I think ether band suits, because if it is the ether band, then it is a band around everything. That the ether is forming this meniscus around everything. It's like a thick band, as you can see in that picture, if this is what this picture depicts. You know, it is a band that surrounds everything. You, me, the things in front of you, the dog, the cat.
The thing that
Gone.
the thing that I keep coming back to now in the past week and a half is that aura, that lens, that meniscus, that ether can be almost imperceptible, so that it's so acute and tightly rolled up that you can't even see it anymore.
You can't distinguish it from the background.
And then it can be as wide and broad as to create an inferior mirage.
Mm.
You know?
And if you don't know what you're looking for, you're not going to see it. But you and Beerman, you know, we've had multiple conversations about this, and I've been looking through photographs that I've taken, trying to see what it is that you're pointing out, and I'm finding it in virtually all my photographs. But you have to know what you're looking for. Now, if it is, well, it can't be an effect of the camera, because I'm using like 3 different cameras: my phone camera, my P900, and I used to have a Lumix camera. So I've used 3 different cameras, and each camera is showing this effect. Now, so that shows it's not a fault or a like an instance of the camera. So what is it? It would be interesting to see whether it turns up on like analog film, like the old-fashioned rolls of film.
Huh.
Would you
Yeah.
be able to see it with those pictures? Who knows?
Huh. That's a good question.
And Travis, I meant to talk to you. I found, you know, that last video you posted with the birds ducking and diving in and out of the banding.
Yeah.
The lensing effect. I don't know whether you noticed, but there's a speedboat, what appears to be a speedboat, that goes from left to right in the picture as you're talking about those birds.
That's actually a flock of birds.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, if you watch it again, you can see that they are individual little birds flying together across the surface. But I caught my eye too, and I had to watch it a couple of times. But
Yeah,
that's what
I put it down to people's heads in a speedboat.
I could look at it again, but I suppose maybe I just defaulted to it, that I thought that it was just a flock of birds going by, because the reason why I would say that is because that would require that compression was happening in front of the band, and I don't think that I would say that that is a facet of the phenomenon. You don't have compression like that with an inferior mirage.
All right. Well, if you're about later and you want to pop over, we'll go through it.
Yeah. Okay.
See what it is. See what we can make out of it. Make of it even.
Because I actually have other footage of that same target without an inferior mirage in conditions that I would say are looming. And looming, you have compression, and you have this almost very, very tight, like a toothpick width of an image zipping across the screen, and those I would say absolutely are boats. But it fits within the phenomenon of having compression with no mirage. You know, there are certain things that happen in one phenomenon that doesn't happen in another. So that's a little bit of why I'm saying what I'm saying.
There's just lots of questions. Lots of questions. But that's the joy of being where we are. We're asking questions and trying to figure out the answers rather than having the answers and not be willing to listen to the questions. It is.
Yeah, that's really nice. My mic's still open
Yeah.
Yep.
all this time. Jesus. My bad. Let me go on mute. Y'all always hear me hot mic and talking about cats and coffee and love. One day y'all gonna hear me cursing somebody out.
Bro, you're worse than me with the hot mics.
Man, you guys should see this ship that's here in Philadelphia in I don't know what body of water this is, but I think it's a river. Man, this ship is like a cruise liner from 1912 looking. It's all dilapidated. It's like a rundown hotel sitting on the water. That is just screaming out to be investigated. Oh wow, there it is. That's a better shot of it. Wow. That thing is United States. I can't see anything else. United States. Wow. That's like a ghost ship. That's amazing.
You got your camera on you, Travis? Or your phone? Sorry, I realise your predicament with your cameras.
Well, no, I bought 2 replacement cameras, so I've replaced them. But I'm driving right now, so I didn't have time to get my phone ready.
Bro, Zanuck and Kosho are both saying we can know how much refraction is happening or get the actual position of object. Due to either
Yeah.
Zanuck's is moving up and Kosho's is the sun moving.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that Doofus and Babs in the chat, they're saying that observations taken from an aeroplane are, and the Pink Panzer, observations taken from an aeroplane and measurements. It's just crazy. I've asked them to give us measurements of the water dropping from a horizontal plane, and the rubbish they're coming up with is just unbelievable. It's craziness. Looking out an aeroplane window at the horizon below you, and they think that's the drop of the water from a horizontal plane. Yeah, the plane's horizontal. The aeroplane is flying horizontal. Well done. Yes. But it's an optical drop and you didn't measure it. Incredible. Anyway, I have to bounce out. Thanks, everyone. Oh, Jeremy.
Not the actual
Jeremy
Jeremy,
roboting, or is that me?
well, I was wondering if anybody
I've
else was
always said
feeling
it's an
Jeremy's
optical draw. It's
pain.
all optical. One day, I will get to the rainbow.
Jeremy.
But the thing I'm glad about
Jer-
is that they are accepting that the plane, the error plane, where the optical drop is being looked at from, is horizontal. Because I asked for the measurement of the drop from a horizontal plane. He said he's in a plane and it's horizontal. So the aeroplane is horizontal, flying horizontal. Thank you, Pink Panzer. That is a really good concession.
By the way, I got the gist of what Jeremy was saying. He was trying to say one day he's going to get to the end of what he was trying to get to earlier.
2 days. 2 days in a row. We'll try again tomorrow.
Listen, it just has to be you two. Just have everybody. Just put everybody else on mute, man.
By the way, Jeremy, I already know what the end of your point is, man. You're asking all these questions because you want to, you want to show to us that we don't know the actual location of something. Because we're using
You
refractive
don't. You
locations.
have to start. You have to start with a control, Kosho. You don't
You're
have a
saying
place.
they do know. They're saying their claim is that they do know the actual location now
Great. Then
because of the rate of.
show us the control image along with 5 or 6 other ones. Show us the control image with all your variables.
And the reason why it's not an issue is because, again, when you take the sun, you take the movement of the sun, you take the 15 degrees per hour. That 15 degrees per hour is it is the regular motion of it. It comes back to the same place. Even if there was a Fresnel lens, a magical Fresnel lens that magically gave you the same error no matter which angle you're viewing the sun at, it's going to give you the same error so that it could look like always 15 degrees per hour. Well, if that were the case, then that would be the normal. So it wouldn't matter if there's an error that's constant, completely constant, like the 8 minutes it takes the light to travel to us from the sun. You can ignore that because it's consistent. But we're talking about the error caused by refraction, which is not consistent. And if you want to confirm that it's either there or not there, if you're getting 15 degrees per hour consistent movement during those hours, then you're not getting you're not getting an error due to refraction.
Hey, Jeremy, all you got to do is get your butt off your couch and do this demonstration with a Fresnel lens with a light source and control the motion of it in a timed measurement.
I know that's what I do. I sit on my couch all day.
I know, man. Listen, I got to put you down somehow with all your ball busting you do with me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, that's not you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Jeremy says when he goes to the grocery store, he gets one of those scooters. He rides around on those.
I have a medical condition.
But I mean, I mean, is that point clear? It probably isn't. I wouldn't expect it to be, but it is the truth. It's the truth.
I ask you a question, Kosho. Is that Kosho that was speaking? Do you honestly expect to
Whoever that
see?
is, you're breaking up real bad.
Is that
It's
me?
fine.
No,
Oh, you're not breaking up.
Nah,
Do you
that's you, Travis.
do you honestly expect to see a great big Fresnel lens in the sky to explain what it is that Travis is talking about?
Jeremy, what Jeremy's talking about, I of
Well,
course no, I don't. There's no way that I do. But he was
alright.
giving an example of how, how this could be happening.
But you made
Whether
you made
whether
the
whether whether kind of lens.
you made the comparison of a big Fresnel lens.
Well, like I said, I was using the example that was given to me.
Right. So you wouldn't expect to see a great big Fresnel lens in the sky, no?
Oh yeah, or not.
Right. Okay. I'm just asking why you brought a Fresnel lens into it. That's all.
Well, again, I didn't. I'm responding to.
Yeah. Why would you bring a
Google.
Fresnel lens into this?
Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm bringing up what Jeremy brought up as a possible
That was my
thing that could be
example
happening.
from earlier.
It's just it just reminded me of something
I was
that
just using the
Beeble.
Fresnel lens for the.
It reminds me of something Beeble said the other day. He came in hot mic or not hot mic in hot headed, and he just asked Travis if he would honestly expect to see a great big lens in the sky. Now, no, of course nobody would expect to see a great big lens in the sky. But the way I interpret what Travis and Beerman are saying is that the atmosphere has layers to it, and each of these layers acts as a lens.
I'll be over there in a second.
There is no great big lens in the sky. Nobody would ever expect to see a great big lens in the sky. So for you to make the analogy of a Fresnel lens in the sky and be able to ask Travis if he expects to see a lens in the sky, well, no, nobody does.
Okay, I mean that's his conversation with somebody else, but regardless, in this conversation, it was brought up to explain how there could possibly how there could be some constant error, some error that is always there. So even though you get the same rate, you're gonna get it regardless. So it's
I was using it to describe the change in the vertical. There could be some kind of magnification effect happening, and that could, Skiba showed us that could how it change the vertical of something that's not actually changing its vertical.
I saw something optically interesting the other day. When we had the hurricane come through here, we had a sliding glass door that we didn't board up, one of them that we did not board up. And looking outside, I could see the reflection of the inside of my home in the glass. And as the wind's coming through and pushing on the glass, it's distorting the reflection of the inside of my house so that I could see how much the glass was being moved. And I just thought it was interesting optically to see like the image get larger and then get smaller, get larger and smaller as the wind was coming through and distorting the glass and then backing away and kind of inverting the glass a little bit the other way. It was just interesting.
that's cool. I feel like I've seen something like that somewhere, but can't remember where exactly. But yeah, it is interesting.
I think I took a short video of it. I could post it.
just review it real quick, make sure I don't have any incriminating personal stuff.
Check.
Yeah, we can.
Mic check.
You good? How's it going?
I get a mic check?
All right, now you're Robot and Larry. But somebody else asked for a mic check, which I could hear. Kosho, I just posted that video. It's a short little video, and it's you can just see the images on both panes of the glass, like kind of increase in size and decrease in size as the wind is blowing.
That does look cool, man. It's like in the Matrix when he, yeah, he puts his finger on that mirror or whatever. Right at the end when he fucking flexes, there's like that fucking, like that whole medium's vibrating. That is eerie. That's close. Cool. It makes for a cool effect.
Yeah, so it's subtle, right? But if something similar was taking place in like the atmosphere, mind you, this is different because it's a reflection off of the glass, not necessarily looking through the glass. I don't know how much distortion there would be there. Unfortunately, it was too dark to be able to see outside and see if that was affecting my view of the outside as well. But it is kind of interesting, right? How just kind of slight movement like that in a medium like glass can give you a distortion that you probably wouldn't notice. Like, let's say that window was permanently bowed inwards and the image was slightly larger. Like, you really wouldn't notice that.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like the nature of like a perfect reflection. The perfect reflection would be almost a perfect description of what it's reflecting. And so if you do anything that warp whatever is causing that reflection, and if it's slightly off, yeah, you won't notice it. But if it's fluctuating, then you get that cool effect. It's cool as hell.
And that's how I mean, we could obviously hear the wind blowing and all of that, but that's how I knew that the sliding glass door was distorting, because as I'm sitting there, I can just see the image get larger and smaller, larger and smaller.
Travis, are you still there? Travis, are you still there?
Yeah, but my connection's really bad.
I was going to ask you, being that you're doing all these images, have you ever tried experimenting with the foreshortening effect to highlight it? Because we're always discussing this looming effect too, right? I've noticed that this foreshortening effect will accentuate or be at the first, let's say, without the atmosphere really affecting it, will be like you'll start to see that that looming effect just by foreshortening alone. I haven't had time to go out and do it, but I was filming just residential areas, right? Long lens, like really far distances to show you the distortion, like two images side by side. You can see over the distance this foreshortening effect takes place, right? And basically it will appear like things are looming up. Follow me?
Yeah, I do. And Beerman Ian just did a video or a photo shoot where he produced that effect.
The foreshortening with the looming up.
Yeah.
I'll post it.
Yeah, so
Is it that one with the? Is it the one I sent you
accounted
last?
Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say, Travis, is it the one I sent you with perspective?
Yes.
Yeah, I can post that in the live text if you guys want to see it.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Can't watch it now. I'm driving, but I'll definitely take a look at it later. I've seen pretty much the everything that I could possibly see when it comes to perspective. The only thing is the understanding is what's changing.
Hi, Beer Man. How you doing?
All right, yourself, buddy.
Yeah, all good, all good.
Good stuff.
Right, I'm gonna drop out. I'll catch you all later. Cheers for the chat, guys and girl.
Cheers, DB.
Cheers.
Travis, I'm sure you're driving, but were you able to see that video that I dropped in with my sliding glass door?
No, I'm parked right now, but my connection, you guys are chopping all over the place, so I'm listening to what I can. But if you want to DM it to me, I'll look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I just find it was just interesting optically. I don't know if there's any translation to like the atmosphere itself, but it is just interesting optically. So I'll DM it to you.
I wish I was interesting optically.
You wish you were good looking? What?
Yeah, I got a face for radio for sure.
So you're saying that you wish you were optically inclined? but that has double meaning. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Don't you think it's kind of like a mock of the truth to be called a truth radio station? Truth network, truth radio. It just sounds like kind of mocking right out of the gate.
So if you're telling the truth, usually you don't gotta tell people you're telling the truth.
I'll give you an example. If you and I, Kosho, witnessed a car accident, you'd have your truth and I'd have my truth. They'd both be true, right? When we witness a car accident. But how we tell that truth, how we tell that truth is we could totally tell different stories, but yet we still told the truth that there was a car accident.
Yeah, you're describing the difference between objective and subjective truth. So I agree with you.
Well, we both objectively see the car accident. That is true. We know the fault of the person who caused the accident, but the details leading up to it will be different. Which means, how can it be total truth if the objective side is true, but the subjective part isn't?
No, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, I would consider the different perspectives. They're all, like I said, subjective truths. I've always said this, even though people don't like this idea, but I think that none of us have direct access to the objective reality. We all have our subjective perceptions of it, and we compare them and get close to objective reality.
So how many people's watched that video by Rupert that have been posted? I bet none of y'all's watched it, huh?
I'm driving, I can't watch, but I was going to ask Kosho if he's into political sciences.
Yeah, at times.
You know, you're taking part of an experiment, a social experiment, right?
I better be. I'm getting paid.
Well, if you're getting paid, you better break down the details for us, man. Give us some insight there. Don't hold out.
When I got non-disclosure agreement. I don't get paid if I tell you that. So what experiment are you talking about?
The social experiment we're currently going through.
For the flat Earth and the globe?
Oh, that's just one. If you look at, there's lots of psyops, man. Right? Gender psyop, flat Earth psyop, vaccine psyop, right? New World Order psyop, climate change psyop. The globalists are coming down hard to destabilize every avenue of the West.
You sound like Bubba talking about shrimp.
I love Bubba.
That's funny. But actually, I've wanted there. Even though I don't have much evidence for it, I have like skew evidence for it. I've had this suspicion that the flat Earth was a psyop brought about by some agency. I don't know, but like people like Matt Powerland and Mark Sargent are actually and Eric DeBay are actually plants, and a lot of the people that follow from them are just natural derivatives of these people who are inserted into this group of people.
Blame it on the French in Montreal, Canada. Yeah, that's where Matt Powerland is out of California.
This is in Canada?
I reached out to him in Montreal, and then I reached out to him in California. So he went between those two spots. And I had email correspondence with him for a bit. He was on my Facebook. He started watching my videos, and it kind of creeped me out. So I stopped my Facebook channel and deleted it, and then sent him an email because it's the name, right? Math Powerland, right? Powerland.
Yeah.
Math, right? Those are the three things that emphasized in his debate. But the point is that Mark Sargent was set up. Matt, I don't know if Matt was set up, but either Mark for sure was set up because he had all those videos lined, ready to go. And then association with Metatron, right? Which ironically, if you dive into the name Metatron, there's lots of interesting tidbits with that name. The Metatron cube for one, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, the Metatron.
I'm just wanting the end of the story, Kosho, so I can button my book. How do you think it will end? Do you think they're going to use the FEMA camps on political dissidents? And because right now, what the medical institution is doing is asking the government to arrest people who go against their narrative. So that's happening right now. The question is when do you think they're going to come after people who don't go with the globe paradigm?
Well, that's what in my opinion, if there was a psyop for the globe, for the flat Earth or whatever, then the purpose of that would be so they wouldn't need to go after anybody, because the purpose would be to water down and sort of give a like a coverall for any conspiracy, like any conspiracy that ever gets brought up. It's like, oh, this is another flat Earth idea. And they just like kind of they make everything impotent basically by virtue of people immediately thinking it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's called stultification. It's a tactic the Globers have been using on me for 7 years.
Say the
So
tactic again. What was the tactic? Say it again.
Stultification. So it's like if someone's telling you a certain truth and you say, "Oh, this person's a crazy flat earther," so his theory on Republicans being conservative is crazy also, right? It's a tactic they use. It's kind of like the genetic fallacy, right? Like, oh, I heard it on CNN, so it's bullshit, right? Well, not everything on CNN is bullshit. I mean, most of it is.
It can't be entirely bullshit. That's correct, right? That's how.
Right, but if you take
have you heard of appealing to the stone as a thing before? Appealing to the stone. Google appealing to the stone, because that's what all the Globers do. It's kind of like that stockification that you just said.
Stultification.
Stultification, yeah. Appealing to the stone is kind of making fun of the opponent by not addressing the actual claim. He's brushing it off as silly and stupid, and then appealing to authority at the same time. Appealing to the stone.
Yeah.
I'll get you the full definition. Give me a second.
It's like an ad hom too, though. But the stultification, that's actually exactly what I was suggesting was the purpose of them creating that. If they did, if that's true, that would have been the purpose.
They use that against me a lot because back in like 2016, 2017 era, I kind of realized that there wasn't a way that I'd be able to find out, what the actual shape of the Earth is. So I kind of took like an agnostic position for a little while just to figure things out. And I went into other like normie hangouts. And when I did, like there was other people there following me from the Flat Earth hangouts, literally following me. And he would use that stultification every time I said something. He'd be like, "Oh, well, this guy's a flat earther. Don't listen to what he's saying."
Well, okay, so actually, it's a little bit different. A little bit the thing I'm suggesting is slightly different, because instead of you being a flat earther and then them discrediting everything else you say, it would be now that it'd be basically like if somebody brought up something else, somebody different, a random stranger brought up something else about a true conspiracy, but they're describing to people. Somebody could just immediately say, "Oh, well, that's just no flat earther." Like kind of like what people used to do. People used to say, "Oh, they're anti-vaxxer." No matter what it is you were talking about, they would just say you're anti-vaxxer. So it's kind of like a cover-off for every conspiracy.
I like the appealing to the stone idea because it's a logical fallacy. Basically, it dismisses the argument as untrue or absurd. Let me read the definition here. The dismissal is made by stating or reiterating the argument as absurd without providing further argumentation. This theory is closely tied to proof by assertion due to lack of evidence behind the statement, and it's an attempt to persuade without providing any evidence. That's what I find the Globers do a lot.
Isn't that a lot like ad hom, or is that like related to ad hom?
No, this is just a logical fallacy, so it's not a personal attack or anything. It's just a logical fallacy when it comes to reasoning. Appealing to the stone is not addressing the argument. It's just calling it absurd and stupid, and then reiterating how stupid and absurd it is, and then claiming it's so stupid and absurd that the argument is wrong, right?
So I guess the difference between ad hom and that. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Data. Sorry. Well, I was just gonna say the only difference, I guess, then between that and the ad homs, like ad homs attacking a person instead of their argument or in lieu of their argument, and I guess that's just not addressing the argument itself, but sort of just insulting the argument or saying the argument's silly on its face.
Did you guys know that the Greeks didn't actually make or invent anything? They just stole it and took it over.
From who? Where they steal it from?
They stole all the technology, all the mathematics, trigonometry. They just came in and take over. They would come and destroy cities and take it over. They actually never developed or did anything. They stole everything.
I'm saying, but from who though? Because I would say the truth is that's true about the Romans, especially since they adapted all the Greek culture into theirs and everything. But I mean, the Greeks, the dudes that they're talking about, like Pythagoras, Socrates, and Aristarchus, I think those guys came up with their own novel ideas.
I just think they stole everything from Egypt, and then when I gotta go back to my history book here, but the Greeks took over all these places through war, and when they did, they took over the systems, and then they amalgamated their knowledge from each tribe or whatever you want to, however you want to say it. But that's what the history says, is that it's like if you're looking for how they discovered things, that doesn't say they discovered it. They literally say that they went in, destroyed the place where they're at, and they took it over and took all the all the information. And then when you look at Egypt, it's claimed that a lot of the knowledge was in Egypt first, and everybody went there and then took it and went elsewhere.
Well, when the Library of Alexandria was in Egypt, that is one thing. That's why they collected every manuscript and document from every ship that came through.
Someone's hot mic, and I can't hear you, Kosho. Kosho, you have to admit that somebody to spend money to discuss flat Earth, and flat Earth is not real or logical, why would you spend money on it?
You might need to elaborate on that.
Why is somebody paying you money to discuss flat Earth?
Oh, they're not.
If it's a waste of time, if it's a waste of energy, well, whatever. The fact is, you're here way more than I am. I mean, I might show up for a week and be here every other day, but I'll disappear for months, or at least a month or whatever, and come back just to see what's going on, right? Because I'm living life here. But when I come back, it's the same old. Nothing is advanced. Nothing has gone forward. I mean, the only thing that I've noticed and that I've logged is the language that's being promoted regarding the horizon. That's what I've noticed in TikTok videos, YouTube videos, is that these little clips are bringing in the optical part where they never discuss that per se, or accentuate or specifically gave a cause. When we first started this debate, there was no apparent junction of the sky and ground conversation. And now I hear that everywhere. So you got to ask yourself, if you're going to be here for hours and hours on end, from somebody looking outside, I don't give a fuck if it's flat or globe, by the way, somebody looking outside, I have to ask, why would you be here? You said to me before, your friends were here. That's what you said to me before, but you're still here. You're still arguing. So are you addicted to dopamine? Are you addicted to arguing? Are you addicted to being right in philosophy? Which, can you be right when you have philosophy?
Can I be heard?
What did you say?
Can I be heard? Mic check.
Oh, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah. So I remember when I was in Free Chan in 2015. I was hanging out with Negator Triple X like nearly every day, and he was telling us that he worked for the military, something communications, intelligence, something like that, and or he may not have said intelligence, but basically in communications. And so I'm thinking like this guy's name is Negator. He's here to negate.
Cyber infiltration, Larry.
Yeah, you're there, Snack. Yeah, go ahead, Snack.
Indeed, I was. I'm just piping in. I just woke up, and I'm just clarifying.
I heard him yesterday talk about he was in the military over maps and such, and that was about it.
Yeah, my point was that why would Negator be here like 7 years later? He had a young child, who was born in, well, I don't want to get personal, but like me, I do this at work, and sometimes I might play video games and listen while I'm at home. But most of the time, like 95% of the time, I'm like at work, and I really enjoy debating. But the reason that I'm here is
You dropped out. Nobody can hear you. You dropped out, man. Nobody can hear you. You're about to say what you're doing, and you cut out. You're still cut. Still robot, and I'll come out or I'll even come back in.
Y'all gotta stop letting me spar with these Glovers in the text, bro. I ain't doing the right thing. Giving them time.
Next time suck, man.
Is everyone roboting? What's wrong with my phone?
You're fine. Yeah, I hear people roboting though. Am I roboting?
Right, yeah.
As soon as I start asking about why people are here and who'd spend money on this kind of thing, right, it starts getting choppy. Ooh, the conspiracy.
If there's a moderator on right now, could you maybe try changing the server region? Seems like there's a fair bit of lag, like everyone's lagging, so this is like perhaps a server-wide thing.
Yeah, I don't know how to change the server region. I don't know if I have permissions to do that. No.
I think Geo will have to do that.
Man, every single airplane that flies assumes the ground is level. So what is this dude talking about? Fuck what these people are talking about.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're still going too choppy there.
It's officially robot land.
Yeah, it's robot. Everybody's robot, except me.
Is this it? Has it finally happened? Are the robots taking over?
That plane is the only non-robot. And napalm.
Am I good now? Is it good?
Yeah.
For the moment, yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure most of you guys know that I'm a follower of Messiah, Jesus Christ. So when I'm in here, like I'm debating, I know that when people realize that the earth is flat, they automatically go back to the ancient texts. Over and over.
And there you went again.
That I realized, oh,
You're
man,
roboting, bro. Yeah, you're roboting. As soon as we get to juicy stuff, man, I talked about the Greeks stealing all their knowledge. Why somebody would spend money coming to flat Earth or spend money fighting against it. We're trying to talk about some really good stuff here.
I usually get good service at work. Can I not be heard?
You're there, yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So I kind of use Kent Hovind debating style to show people that evolution is bullshit. It's the Big Bang cosmology is all bullshit, and that the Jesuits, what they did is they had a counter Reformation after Martin Luther, and basically, they've hijacked science and taken over and made everything materialistic, like we're a bunch of robot. Everything's mechanistic, and if
That's
if you got
similar,
heart
yeah.
problems, we'll give you this medicine that causes heart problems, but in such a small dose that it fixes your heart problem, right? But it doesn't really fix it; it just treats it. And I think that's how everything's treated. When in reality, life is much more wonderful than that. It's much more magnificently designed than everything just sprang up out of the rocks, out of the elements of the earth, and abiogenesis, can explain everything, which I don't think abiogenesis explains everything. And I think it's so crystal clear that when you can actually hear it, the information theory and functional sequence specified complexity, when you hear that argument, like, I don't think you can really continue in atheism unless you just have, willful ignorance and a really desire to
You're cutting out again.
the station. How about now?
Yep. Just as you were getting to the crescendo of that statement, you cut out. So whatever you're saying, just say that again.
Yeah, so I think this conversation allows people to make the choice, what they want to believe. Because I don't care what you want to believe after you hear it. My job is done, right? I'm like Pilate washing my hands. I delivered the message to you, right? You now know what to research, right? If you want to research the truth, here's the things to look into. But if you want to keep your faith in, humanism and humanity, go ahead. But I have not the faith that requires me to believe.
There's only
I'm
one.
almost done. For
Sorry.
me to, almost done. I have not the faith for me to believe organisms on the rocks.
You're cutting out, bro. Whoever's hot mic and we can hear you giggling, bro.
I think that since it's kind of a lull in the conversation since he's dropping out, I think the evolutionists, they conflate the necessity of natural laws for things to function to say that things can give, that the complex organism can give rise from the necessary laws for things to function. I think that's the wrong way to look at it.
Well, what I was told is in the court, because of the school system in the 80s across North America, Western society, was arguing in defense of evolution for the simple fact they had mathematical equations and they could explain it through theory and mathematics. And the creationists in the 80s didn't have this mathematical formula. This is like a court thing. You could read about. Kind of hard to find. I'd have to go back and see if I can post it in a chat for you guys. So you had an actual court decision on whether or not to teach creationism versus evolution in schoolrooms. So now, 2022, as I understand it, biology has now, without a doubt, determined that there's a sequence, a code that's inherently there, and they have no explanation mathematically of how that information got there. They can't mathematically deduce it, so they have to deny or accept right? So this is where we're at for biology. Like, for instance, if Darwin didn't understand a lot of things during his theory of survival of the fittest and so forth. Now, I'm not an expert in this field, but I can get the what do you call it, the liner points, and repeat what the story the story has been told to me, that because we didn't have mathematics to explain creation of the 6,000 to 10,000 year time frame to have create all species and so forth, they needed a 4.7 billion years to do it all, and they could prove it. I mean, as far as the formulation worked, they claimed to prove it, and it won in court. Can you believe that?
Well, here's the thing. I've heard that, but I was talking to, I think it was Doofus or somebody or whoever it was several weeks ago about or how proteins come to be. And I've actually been thinking about that. And you can actually, if you just throw a bunch of amino acids, the right combination into a vat, you can get probably some random proteins just generating, right? And their argument is that because you can get some random proteins forming in a vat with a bunch of amino acids, that explains how you got everything else. Well, the problem with that is if you have let's say you have a functional protein that's formulated randomly, you've got to be able to carry that on to the next generation of living organism. You have to create a blueprint of that and then be able to replicate it. How does natural processes do that? And then you got to have a coding system to put that sequence in place for the right coding of that protein right on to the next generation. How does natural forces account for that?
Isn't that DNA?
DNA, but you can't have DNA without proteins. You can't have proteins without DNA. So which came first?
No, you could have
the information. The information came first, right? That's why we're studying it. That cell or whatever we're studying is information, right? So they don't have an explanation where that comes from. And without that information, without that information, you couldn't build a philosophy around it. So where did the information come from?
Well, that's my point. But is it Kosha that's speaking? That said DNA. Who was that?
Yeah, I said that.
Okay, let's think about that, Kosha. Right. Random processes produced a protein. Okay, in DNA, codings for proteins. Okay, how did you get the coding for the first protein into the DNA? How did that happen?
The best I'm saying is if you simply have like in RNA, you just have simply a much simpler code, right? And you have it in the way in which it can code itself by having the pairs and the complements. Like it's a chemical reaction that actually forms those complements. You could have a much simpler version of RNA or DNA, and then that would give you the reproducing aspect of it. But,
no, I'm talking about the coding. I'm talking about the coding of it. That's what. Let me give you an analogy. Like I can see features in the environment, right, that are formed by just natural forces. But if I want to take that feature, like I'm looking at a rock feature right now, the rock. Let's say the rock itself is naturally formed, right? But I want to be able to replicate that rock. Okay, I've got to somehow read the rock, read the code in that rock, okay, and then translate that onto something else, put it into something else, so that if I want to replicate that rock down to its basic or to its features, and then be able to replicate it, somehow to replicate it. That's the problem.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Well, that's the point. Was the replication process here could simply just be original. So there's no actual useful mechanism that's being replicated, but through the chemical makeup of it, you have this pairing process where the pair of so it's like the pair of one thing. So basically, the copies are made by the attraction of whatever the pair is of this line of code. You know what I mean?
Okay, all
We're
your
using complement code.
when you're using the word like the attraction chemically, that's no different than saying the electrons that are used to store on the hard drive. The electron is what stores the information, stores it, but that you can't say the electrons are coding the information at the same time. You can't do that. It's not the same thing.
Well, no, like, okay, so let's say, well, what are the pairs again? It's like C, T, and AG, right? So if you have C, T, A, G, so yeah, if you have a C and A, right, it's already just attached, like next to each other, whatever. You have C, A, C, let's say. Automatically, it's going to attract the C, whatever the pair is. I'm confusing myself with the language. A T, A, T, I guess. Just because it's a natural pairing of them, even if it's not a useful information, it's still information that's able to reproduce itself.
Well, I mean, you're just talking about you're just talking about how they attract each other. But I mean, okay, let's say for instance, the proton pump, okay, that has to maintain certain level of protons across the protons. I may be saying this wrong. Maybe anyway, there's a proton pump that keeps the gradient, but over the cell membrane, right? Well, there's thousands and who knows how many of those on every cell membrane. Okay, that's a very complex protein that does that, right? So now, let's say that protein just formed naturally in the environment, right? Well, for one, how'd you get it on the cell membrane? That's the first step. Second step, you want to be able to replicate that for every single cell that ever exists because it's necessary. It's a necessary component. Because without that gradient, you can't have ATP, right? So, what's that?
That's the thing I showed to you a couple times because we talk about it every time with the chemical evolution. It was like showing like how the cell wall can naturally just come about.
That's the thing. That's fine. That's natural forces. See, now you're jumping from one thing. You're bringing up the cell membrane. I'm not even talking about the cell information stored for the proton pump that's on the cell membrane that maintains the
There you went.
Natural forces to create this thing called a proton pump. All right. So then it has to be able to happen to appear in RNA, or somehow magically a proton pump just formed out of pure random forces, and then somehow got coded in the proper RNA sequence to create the proton pump.
See, I would imagine the original cells and RNA structure, all stuff. I would imagine it was a lot less complex than what we have today. I think those complexities came out like over time after cells were already a thing. That's the way I would imagine it happened. I would imagine like those complexities were there at the beginning.
Appeal to the past, fellas.
Well, that's a problem when you remove certain complexities from a cell. When you remove it, you have to get more from the environment, right? It's like if I remove the proton pump, then something else in the environment's got to maintain equilibrium if it's not built into.
Dude, you're breaking up all over the place.
You're more deep.
You're breaking up, man.
Tell me when you can hear me. Tell me when you can hear me. Tell me when you can.
Go on. You're breaking up again.
Yeah. You're going to have to figure that out, man.
Well, I'm driving, so it's hard. Tell me when you can hear me.
Your argument is just wrong. The further back we look in time, the simpler the life forms are that we observe, right? And early life forms didn't use cellular proteins to create proton and charge gradients. They used natural processes. So we have examples of some extremophiles that still do this to this day. using hydrothermal vents.
Can I ask you a question? If there is a such thing as evolution, why is it that the Y chromosome has always only been the Y chromosome, and the only thing that has changed is the assets? So if you were looking at the genetic makeup of this particular cell, and if we look at the beginnings of this cell, it's claimed that it's going to contain more assets. In other words, more genetic code, more proper, more code that's clean, if you will, because it hasn't evolved. Let's say, like your language describes something as it changes, not through process of evolution, but process of change, like evolving from a child to an adult in that sense.
Well, it's not really a claim, right?
Yeah, just to reiterate my statement, just so you understand, the Y chromosome has never changed. The only thing that has changed is the genetic makeup inside, like the asset value. So let's say you start with $100, and over time you end up with $1. So the Y chromosome, in that sense, goes from $100 to $1 over time, and they're claiming as we proceed into the future, we'll always have that Y chromosome, but we'll become more genetically weaker due to the fact that we're losing these assets inside the Y chromosome. Now, if that is true, why has there only been a Y chromosome if there's a such thing as evolution?
Well, that's not true. Some organisms don't even have sex chromosomes. So
just think about what I'm saying, just the Y chromosome. We're not talking about anything else. We're just talking about why has that Y chromosome always maintained as a evident truth, a fact, the only thing that has changed is the genetic quality of it over time.
Because that's not true. Some organisms don't even have a Y chromosome. So it's obvious.
So we're not talking about organism, we're talking about the Y chromosome itself. It's never evolved.
Do you not understand that some organisms don't have one, and some do? So at some point, it had to cross over from not having a Y chromosome to having a Y chromosome. Thus, it changed. It completely developed.
The Y chromosome itself, the origin, has never changed, ever. It has not. It's always been a Y chromosome. There's been no evolution to the Y chromosome, right? According to your thing, it has to transition from something into the Y chromosome, but that's not what it's stated. It's the Y chromosome has always existed. So if it's going to transition from something to something, okay, if it's not true,
what did it transition?
Hold on, listen.
Have a Y chromosome.
How was the Y chromosome created? There must be a transition from whatever organism, whatever cell, whatever you want to call it, into that chromosome. There has to be some sort of transition, and there is not. That's my point. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Before it existed, you want evidence that it came from somewhere. You want evidence that before it was the Y chromosome.
That's your claim.
That's
your claim.
Else. And then you want to say, the Y chromosome. Your claim is the Y chromosome has always existed. These are your words.
This is creationism. This is what they believe.
You did say that.
This is their statement. So I'm just reiterating their statement against your statement. You claim that it has to evolve. So what took place? Okay, so what evidence can you show me? What evidence can you do in a lab to transition one cell to a Y chromosome? What can you do?
No, we've observed organisms duplicating chromosomes all the time, man.
Yeah, duplicating is fine. I'm talking about going from no chromosome Y to chromosome Y.
Yeah, the way it happened was they took regular chromosomes, right? There was selection pressure on the species to have sexes.
What species?
Doesn't matter, man.
Yes, it does. We have to be specific because you could have theories, but there's nothing actually observed.
Okay. If it's okay to interrupt, if we start interrupting people in this room, right? Right. Interruptions are okay in this room now.
How about
interruptions are okay in this room? That's allowed. That's a part of the process.
Do you have any evidence?
Because you interrupted him. I understand, but you interrupted him.
Do you have any evidence?
But you interrupted him, so you're gonna. It's not really your turn. Yes, but you interrupted him.
Both of you are interrupting, right? So we can't hear the conversation if everybody just keeps talking over everybody. So who is being interrupted by Data?
Me. It was me, right?
Okay,
I'm
go
giving
ahead.
you the
Go ahead.
overview. I posted an article that discusses this as well, right? So
I love the
there was a
discussion. I
species.
appreciate your article.
Hey,
All right, okay,
There's
now
a
we're gonna do this
Let's
again.
just
species.
get to the punchline. Let's just get to
Yo,
the
can
Let's
you
do
punchline.
let
this
me
again,
finish
Data.
the thought? Right? There's a selection pressure on the species to start having sexes, right? So they duplicate a normal chromosome and then turn that into a sex chromosome, eliminating the genes that are not needed for that process. And then you have a Y chromosome.
So the
It's really that simple.
the Y has never changed then, right? It's always been the
Yeah, man.
Y. So if it
That's
goes
what
to
I
that
said, right?
position, it never changes, right? So how do you know to go to this Y chromosome? Because it never changes, right? So if you're telling me there's an observation or an experiment we can do, could you do me a favor and post it in the chat? I would like to see where a Y chromosome changes into something else.
I just told you how it formed, and it's obvious that
You
changes
didn't.
because we all don't look alike. We all don't have the same Y chromosome. It changes between each individual organism in just the human population, dude.
Can
Again,
I have a?
the
Can I get back
assets
in?
change. The genetic makeup inside that Y chromosome. The Y chromosome itself doesn't change. It's always a Y chromosome. Do you fail to see that? It is the asset value, the genetic makeup inside that Y chromosome.
Just not true.
That is true. That's 100% truth, dude. Because that is
told you
that is.
and posted an article
Listen,
about
there
how
is no Y chromosome ever changing. It is if anything, it's a controlled. It's a controlled situation where you'll always have access to the Y chromosome. But as far as the Y chromosome changing into something else, it's always been the Y chromosome. This is what I think you have to realize that you rely on. So if you're going to claim evolution, then the Y chromosome must evolve. There must be some method.
It did evolve.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
But there
These
isn't.
researchers here
The only
state
thing that
the
is
sex
the assets.
chromosomes originated from autosomes, which are just regular body chromosomes. And then they go on to explain how that process happened. Just read the link. Educate.
Yeah, I understand you're trying to claim I'm talking about the Y chromosome. It's like basically a dependent. They know they can go from point A to point Y, right? Let's say in your example that you're presenting, I'm talking why the Y doesn't change. The only thing that changes is within that Y is the assets, the genetic quality, if you will. That is what's claimed scientifically over time. For instance, Adam's Y chromosome was genetically superior to ours, essentially. And that's what is being corroborated both through modern science and creation science, if you will. They agree
not according to these guys.
They agree that thousands and thousands of years ago there was better genetic makeup of the human cell. That's what they agree on. So my statement and my position stands is that if evolution is true, then there must be an evolution of the Y chromosome. It never changes, is what's observed. The genetic quality of it changes. That's it.
Yeah, so these guys don't agree with that. They say sex chromosomes were derived from autosomes and have evolved independently many times in different lineages. For example, the human X and Y chromosome originated about 200, 300 million years ago in eutherian mammals. Right? So after the
you have no demonstration for that, dude. You realize that you're just saying words, right? There's nothing you can show me in practical reality that would ever back that up. You realize that? You must. You cannot be blind to the fact that you're just speaking words. No, listen. You're just speaking words. Where can I observe the data of this?
Yeah, you can go to a genetics lab and you can sequence the genes of those organisms and see how the Y chromosome
Okay,
changes.
I sequenced them. Now, how do I know they're 200 million years old? I've sequenced them. I put them in a machine that circles around. I've separated the material from it. I've looked at the material under a microscope. Now, what am I looking for? How do I determine it's 200 million years ago?
I think you should study a little bit more about genetics, and maybe you can talk about
here's
it.
the thing. If I'm going to compare it to something else, I need a source to compare it to. So how am I taking the first known source 200 million years ago and comparing it to a source in modern times to see it's equal? You cannot do that.
That's not the primary part of the argument, genius.
It doesn't matter if
the thing
it doesn't
is that
matter.
part of the
You're
thing is
jumping
that
argument
part of
all
the
over
thank you, Data. Thank you. The primary part of the argument is that the different genes in different autosomes They are arranged in such a way you can find out where the autosomes were before they became the Y chromosome. You can figure out what kind of genes are in the Y chromosome now and where they would have had to have been in previous iterations of that particular organism. That information is within the chromosomes themselves. Y chromosomes between different species have totally different properties.
Like I stated, they have different assets, but the Y chromosome doesn't change. Thank you.
Can I get
Right,
back
it never
in?
changed, but it changed. Got it. Fucking
Is it
stupid.
like
I'm
a
gonna-
fruit fly that never changes?
Again, that's what it is. You're using a Y chromosome and the genetic material of it. The assets inside change, but the Y chromosome doesn't.
Isn't that it changing?
No, it's like me being a male and handing down genetic Y from another male. His code is better than my code. And what they say when it comes to breeding, the more we breed with a certain bloodline like our own, the weaker our genetic material gets. Interesting. But the Y chromosome never changes throughout that. Just the quality of the assets of the Y chromosome. That's
Define what you
I
mean.
wanted to.
Define what you mean by change, because you're literally saying it changes,
genetic
but it
quality. So
doesn't
let's say
change.
I gave you again. I'm going to give you the simplest
Just
example
give
that I
a
know.
definition.
If I
Define
have
what you mean by
a
change.
higher number of sequences in one Y chromosome and I have a lesser number of sequences in another Y chromosome, but they come from each other, then you're probably going to deduce that material that was cut off of that original Y is going to lose a piece of itself to the next Y. That's essentially the concept, and why our population is getting, well, they claim, I can't prove any of this, I haven't looked under a microscope, but we're getting genetically weaker unless we crossbreed or we do other things to add assets to the Y chromosome, which
What
means increase the higher
dude,
sequence
you
numbers.
gotta
That's
freaking
just a
make
simple
it
way I can
shorter.
break it down, dude. That's just
What
a simple way I can break it
does
down.
it mean we're getting genetically weaker? That doesn't mean anything. You got to be more specific.
Can I jump back in?
So intelligence-wise, population-wise, some people may say that your genetic makeup, like for instance, the firstborn of every woman, the siblings after won't be as high as intelligence-wise. This is a statistical claim that they make, and that is inherently passing on chromosomes to your offspring. So that's just one observe. Whether that's a correlation, it doesn't necessarily mean it's causation, but it's inferred. It's a causation. Breeding is a causation of this asset inside the Y chromosome to depreciate. That's what initially is being stated.
Okay, Jace, I'm sorry, Data and Jace, we're gonna let Paul get back in here for a second. Go ahead, Paul.
Well, I want to try to cover two things from the discussion I just heard, and then also back to the one I was. First of all, if you have a similarity in genetic code, that means nothing, because you can have similarities in similar design from across different things. Like, for example, cars have similar functions and similar designs, but that doesn't mean they came from the same source, but it could also imply the same designer. So similarities across that with the genetic or body plans, that doesn't prove anything evolutionary. Second, back to the proton pump thing, the whole point I was trying to make in that was is the coding for the information to be carried on to the next generation. And the only way you can get proteins is two ways. Either from the natural environment randomly, or from the coding within the genetic structure. And if it comes naturally first, which means the protein came naturally within the environment, how did the coding for that protein get into the RNA? That's the argument I'm making. And the other thing about the variants, let's talk about that for a second. Let's say there is an environment where that proton differentiation can be done in the environment. What happens when that thing leaves that environment? If the proteins are not in place, the organism will die. So how did it get the proteins to be able to leave that thermal environment? Please explain.
Right, you can't just claim that, oh, these two organisms have similar genes, though that means there's a similar creator. It doesn't work like that in biology.
It doesn't work your way either. So it's a false argument. Doesn't work your way either.
Because we can actually sequence the genes
That's
and
appealing to
see
the stone.
which
Try an argument.
exact. Stop interrupting me. We can see which exact changes in the genes led to phenotypic changes, meaning observable changes in the species, right? And we've done that billions of times.
That's not evolution. If I get calluses on my hand, I'm not
Definition
evolving.
of evolution, dude.
Yeah, again, I'm not evolving. I'm still a human being.
Yeah, getting calluses on your hand, not
bird is
your
a bird.
genes
That's just
changing, dude. That's
Let me
ridiculous.
respond to Data.
So
Well, okay, let's talk about environmental pressures. Let me do it, Data.
hold on. He's seeing birds.
No, let me do it. He's responding to me. Let me address it. You're talking about environmental changes is what's the cause, correct?
Sure.
I got next.
Okay. How does environmental changes change the genetic code? First of all. Second, I don't know if it can. I think you say random mutations is what causes the change. So you have two things involved there, which doesn't make sense. And you're having to say they put environmental stress on fruit flies for thousands and thousands of generations, and they've not produced another type of organism. They've always been fruit flies. Same thing with bacteria. You put environmental factors on the bacteria. You've not created plants, animals, multi-organisms. You've still got bacteria. You've not changed.
Do you
anything.
understand that it's because we kill the fruit flies and the bacteria at the end of the experiment, dude? Like, what kind of silly logic?
That's that's the environmental pressures, right? You're killing off the weak and letting them survive.
They would change, but we kill the bacteria in the fruit flies or whatever other kind of organism we're experimenting on at the end of the experiment.
Okay, so it's not proof of evolution. Thank you, then. So you can't prove environmental changes.
It's putting natural pressures, environmental pressures on the organism that induces genetic changes, which lead to phenotypical changes that are observed. It's what evolution is.
No, I think
Those
those
changes,
what's the difference
make
between
the
adaptation and
organism-
evolution then?
Those changes make the organism more adapt for its environment.
Okay, when you say organism, give me one thing that does this process that I can go research.
Right? We do it with fruit flies all the time.
Okay, so fruit fly is a fruit fly is a fruit fly, though, right?
Yeah.
Make it into something else. Make it into something else.
When does it stop being a fruit fly? Just out of curiosity.
Well, it depends on what kind of species definition you're using.
So I can take a fruit fly and make something else out of the fruit fly.
When they can't breed and create fertile offspring, that's when they're no longer the same species, according to the biological species concept.
So you're saying they're a fruit fly, but they become hermaphrodites to continue a fruit fly?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about, man.
Well, you're saying
We
a fruit
imply,
fly,
right?
if it doesn't
to become a totally different creature.
We imply.
Well, can I just get it through just so I can understand? So you have a fruit fly that can't reproduce, doesn't have a partner to reproduce, and then it changes into something else. It's no longer a fruit fly?
No, man. We're doing this in the laboratory where we kill them at the end. Remember that part?
Yeah. Just run me through the observation that shows me that it's not a fruit fly anymore. Just where do I observe that?
Changing from species to species. Just look in the fossil record. That's all that it is.
Okay, so again, you're going from fossil records to fruit flies. Just stick with the fruit flies for me. So I have a jar here of lemons.
No, because you changed. You wanted an example of evolution. Then you wanted an example of speciation. Those are two different things.
If you're going to claim that you're related to a banana, then you must show a way that it processes from a banana to a fruit fly, from a fruit fly to a human. It's all genetically related, according to you.
And environmental
that way it's shown through the fossil record.
Yeah, but there's no
What
transition of that fossil record. There's nothing between.
There's millions of transitions, dude.
There's no transitions. The Piltdown Man, all that stuff has been exposed as a hoax, man.
Now you jump into a different area.
Right. Yeah, what he wants you to have is a demonstration of a short-term. Thank you. What he wants you to show is a different
species coming out of a short-term laboratory experiment, which is
that's
an
not how
actual
evolution
problem.
works.
Well, isn't that
Right.
reasonable? I mean,
In addition,
you
we
have
do have
Can I get in?
instances.
Hold on a
In
second.
addition, we do have
Hold on.
instances of
It's not
speciation.
proven.
The Galapagos
It's not
tortoise,
proven evolution.
those things
You
did
show,
speciate in a relatively short time span. We're talking, of course, over 1,000 years or so. That's speciation over a short enough time span.
Yeah, I can give you a whole list of observed speciation events, both in the lab and in natural conditions in the field.
I think Paul probably has bad internet right now.
So there's nothing I can personally observe. I just have to take the word on a lab.
Right. You're arguing against evolution, which says that speciation should not occur within your own lifespan.
Sure.
You're asking for something to occur within your lifespan that is not the opponent's position. That's called a straw man.
It's called an unfalsifiable claim, is what you presented
yeah,
me. So
that's a good one.
if you have
That's
an
not true either, because we can go to other people's data, people that have recorded this information before you.
If you have an unfalsifiable claim, that means if you're not willing to falsify your beliefs, you stand for nothing, my friend.
Yeah, that's
it's your opinion that it's unfalsifiable.
As an objective observer.
Guys, yo, I'm shutting this down right now. Data, I know. Listen, you guys can hear other people talking. You're trying to power through them. It's not working. Let Data finish, and then whoever can go next.
You presented me an unfalsifiable claim. Then you bring it upon me to assert that I must take authority for it, and because. I'm asking for a natural, pragmatic process, which you say that it's without my natural limits, which believes that it's beyond my senses, and therefore it's unfalsifiable, which means that it's a theory at best, which means it's philosophy. And you can
Actually, it's
associate
all
of that. You can associate. I'm almost done. You can associate your beliefs with whatever philosophy you come up with.
There's a belief that the Y chromosome is a recombining asset.
I appreciate the tu quo qui attempt, but I provided 2 links of documented, observed speciation events, both in laboratories and in the field. How are they unfalsifiable? You can easily replicate what these people did.
So I'm not replicating evolution at all. I'm not seeing any speciation change. I'm not seeing anything that says that I'm going to watch a banana go to this or a fruit fly go to that. There's nothing based in that. Now you're claiming that it requires you claim that it requires time,
documented
which means
event.
There's no speciation change.
Just
That's
stop lying, man. I provided 2 links.
There's no speciation change ever. You just had Negator, whoever that other guy was, Negator, maybe, or no, the other fucking Scotty Mac or something. That guy there just said that evolution states that you cannot see speciation change in your lifetime, basically. And you're telling me that they've reported to see speciation change. So do you see the double speak here?
That was a
not double
mistake.
speak if they recorded it, wrote it down. What you're saying is that the data that they provided you is false. What I'm
saying is false because I cannot falsify it.
What you're saying is that the position is unfalsifiable simply because you don't trust anybody. That's not what falsifiability. That's not what falsifiability. That's not what falsifiability.
I gotta get these
data.
out of here.
Keep talking over me.
Yeah,
Let's see if this works.
I'm here. Hold on a second. Doofus. Hey, hold on, guys. We can't do this. Data, why are you interrupting?
He does it.
You know you're not supposed to interrupt. Wait till Doofus is done. I almost called him Mac. Wait till Doofus is done, and then you can go next.
Damn, Doofus, you're gonna pop out. You're gonna have a stroke, dude. Calm down.
All right.
I'm just gonna add that we
now,
literally
that's
have
not what falsifiability.
Sorry, Doofus. Go ahead, man. Go.
Hold on.
That's not what
falsifiability means. It doesn't mean I don't trust the people who wrote down data before it. That's not. I don't know. The position is not unfalsifiable simply because you don't trust that data.
And also, I'm going to
You
add
did all
that
that to say
we've
that?
seen
He
speciation so many
screamed. He screamed
times
at the top of his
that we
lungs. Man, it's
literally have
crazy.
definitions of the different types of speciation. There's allopatric speciation, there's parapatric speciation, there's sympatric speciation, because we've observed it in so many different ways. We've had to categorize it.
So just to clarify, Doofus stated that we'd never see any speciation change in our lifetime, and you're claiming that there's papers done on it. Is that correct?
I think he was referring to your ridiculous claim that we should see a banana to a
Oh,
human.
no. Again, it was regarding evolution. And it was what evolution stated is to be true, is that evolution stated that in our lifetime we wouldn't see speciation change, but then you're defending it now. That's what was just said about 5 to 10
Doofus
minutes
can
ago.
clarify himself if he feels so.
So you disagree with Doofus, right?
I don't. I disagree with you.
So
thing that
you
you
agree
were
with Doofus stating that
requiring,
evolution states that you'll never see any speciation in your lifetime. Or sorry, pardon me, speciation changed. Let me clarify. He stated, and this is what he stated, that there in evolution states there would be no speciation change in our lifetime
don't ever let
observed. Paraphrasing you. Can't hear you, but you're cutting.
Yeah, I want to get on there real fast since there's a breaking news. I'm trying
Do it.
to be heard. Awesome. So
You're cutting out too.
that I think you guys have a fundamental
You got taken out.
Hear me? Seriously?
Yeah, man, choppy.
Yeah, you're breaking up, man.
Now, if I'm going to take the fruit flies, I can falsify the fruit flies, but I cannot falsify evolution of 4.7 billion years ago. It's an unfalsifiable claim and assertion. You can show me all the mathematics you want. I just see doublespeak, and I see things that you cannot test. I mean, I got a microscope now, so I'm into testing shit. So I'm all ears, man.
You can easily falsify all the data that's been presented for the evolution of the
Give me one example where I can falsify it. Just give me one example. Not
Yeah,
tell
you
me to
can
go look
show
at
that
papers.
the ages are wrong. You can show that the genetic changes were incorrect. There's many ways that you can falsify it. The fact that
listen. Just one.
Don't confuse
Listen, bro.
the
Just
fact that you
one demonstration.
falsify
One thing that
it
I can do.
with it
Listen,
being
I've got a microscope.
unfalsifiable. Just because you can't falsify it doesn't mean that it's unfalsifiable.
Okay, hey Jace, he's trying to talk through you, but he is asking a simple question. Can you give him one specific example?
Yeah, right. So you can take one of the genetic changes, one of the genes that is said to have changed that caused a speciation event or a specific change in a speciation, maybe something that led to different isozyme of a protein, anything like that. And you can show that that data is wrong, that change didn't even happen. Here's the actual sequence. Here's the sequence from the parent species that they're saying it's speciated from, or the parent enzyme that they're saying that it's designed from. There's many different ways you can falsify it.
Yeah,
I
so
want to
you're
ask a
giving
clarifying
many
question.
different ways that we can falsify, but Data was just asking for one specific example. Do you have any specific examples that you can cite?
I gave you 3 right there. You can falsify a parent organism from which a species came from, a parent enzyme that an enzyme came from.
Okay, 1 second. Now, I have a microscope. I'm going to falsify one of your ideas. What do I start with? You said genetic material. What genetic material am I starting with?
Yeah, you're going to need cells that have DNA or RNA.
What cells from what species?
Pick
You
your
got to be
species.
specific, right? You got to be specific.
You're the one
you
trying
could
to falsify
you could be a
Mice.
sophist all you want. You could be a
Okay.
sophist all you want. That's fine. I'm actually looking to test your claim. I don't know if you
Yeah,
understand
pick
that.
your species.
I literally have a microscope. I'm asking for what genetic material, what species, and where do I go? If you're willing to give me that information, I'm all ears. Please don't be a sophist, though. Explain specifically. I have a microscope. I have a glass sheet.
Hey, you got a
ready
fucking
to put-
microscope.
ready
Let
to
him
put-
answer your
ready to-
question, man.
Ready to put it on. What genetic material? I'll write
Pick
it down.
a
I got a pad and
species,
pen.
dude. Pick
Go
a
ahead.
species. You're the one
my
trying
own
to
blood. I'll
falsify.
take my
It's
own
not
blood.
my
I'm
job.
gonna
to fucking
I'm gonna
pick
take my
the
own blood.
Data.
for
Hold
you.
on,
Look at
guys.
my own
Hold
blood.
on. Data.
It's
Data.
impossible.
Data. You have to give him space to answer your questions before you start to talk over him. Otherwise, it's just chaos, man. We're not getting anywhere. So you've asked him for specific examples. You have to give him the space to answer that. Go ahead, Jay.
It's not
The
my
problem
job
is
to
I can.
give him his experimental layout. You pick your species, man. Go ahead.
Well,
The problem is you guys are thinking in speciation in different ways,
just
right?
say
We're thinking
mouse.
a dog. We're thinking. Hold on a second. We're thinking a dog. A dog stays a dog, and if you have it be something different, then that would be a different species. But there's different species within dogs, right?
No, there's
Jace,
different breeds.
No, breeds, but they're
Species.
still a dog.
Subspecies.
They're all
Yeah,
They all come from the wolf, right?
Jace, I don't know. I asked Jace a question. Jace, did you answer? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, there are breeds, Jeremy. They're not different species. They're all dogs. Regular household dogs are the species Canis lupus familiaris. There's different breeds of that species, but they're not different species.
But you claim it came from.
So what's
It's
the
associated with
animal
a
you have?
banana.
Hold on. What's the animal you have changing species then, or the organism?
Say that again. Someone was talking.
What's the organism that you have changing species?
Oh, we can choose one from the list here.
Go ahead. Yeah, pick one. That's what we want, right, guys? You want to go over one, or is that what you guys not want?
Hold up, Jace. Are you telling me that a Bernese mountain dog and a Chihuahua can breed?
Yes, they
Have
can.
viable offspring?
Yes, they can.
That's
Is
why
it
you have all
heard
these
now?
different breeds. Of
Not in
dogs.
nature, bro.
All these
They're the
breeding,
same.
all these crossbreeding that happen throughout time, and then you got these what do you call these like humans that crossbreed dogs, and then they make new breeds, and then they keep doing that, and you get mutations too, and you get like dachshunds and shit.
All right, let's let him pick one, and we'll go over it.
I'm not picking one.
You end up with
Data is the
chihuahuas.
one
That's how you end up
trying
with
to
bulldogs. They can
falsify
barely
it,
breathe.
right? It's not on me to do his experimental setup for him.
Well, it doesn't
You're
seem like
saying
you understand what you're
there's
talking about.
speciation.
You don't have
Data, hold on a second. You're saying that the speciation thing happens, right? We need an example of it.
Yeah, go ahead, Data. Pick your example that you want to falsify. I gave you 2 lists full of them. Just look at the list.
Yeah, pick one. Let's see where the speciation happens, where something, one kind of organism, and then all of a sudden, or not all.
I'd like to see a Labrador and a Chihuahua making babies in nature. Little Chihuahua doors.
You can
Pick one off his list. If you guys want to go over it, there's no point in arguing it.
So I already
Example
asked him. He just went on with his enzyme example, but never said where to get the enzyme. He just said pick your species.
You wanted an example of speciation. Hold on, real quick, guys. Data, you wanted an example of speciation. He gave you a list or something.
2 lists.
If you want to delve any deeper into this, you're going to have to pick one.
It doesn't matter. Show me where I can get the enzyme. He said pick a species. I said
here's the problem, y'all. The layperson, non-geneticist, is not going to be capable of falsifying any of these genetics claims.
Well, I'd be damned to learn it, man, because it's pretty exciting stuff. At least I would.
You need to pick one on the list, Data. If you want to learn it and dive deeper
I
into
already
this,
told him
you need to
the
pick
enzyme.
The enzyme for which species?
Exactly.
Which
I said human.
species?
I already said human.
Is that on his list? Are humans on your list, Jace?
We can do an enzyme. What kind of enzyme? You want to do kinases?
Whatever you
Are we seeing speciation within humans?
No.
Why aren't we using something that you wanted an example of speciation?
Because
human,
he
if
said
that's
he
not
wants
doing
to
what we want to see.
Enzymes now. Dude, if he's going to jump all over
Jeremy.
the
That's right,
list,
Jeremy.
If he's
That was
gonna
your
jump
list, bud.
all over the place,
You
I'll
you
just
gave me a
follow.
list. You said enzymes is one of them. We can see speciation
No,
through this
dude.
enzyme process. So I was like, okay, well, let's
I
pick
gave
enzymes in
you
humans.
an overview of the procedure, and then I gave you a list in the chat. There's a link with a list of observed speciation events, 2 of them, that I said
so
Yeah, if you want to dive
one
into
of
data,
those events.
if you want to dive deeper into this, oh, sorry. If you
Yeah.
want to dive
I'm
deeper into this, you
asking
need to pick
him.
something off the list of a
I'm asking
speciation
him.
example.
Well, I did. I picked it not on his list, but I said an enzyme in human. He said, no, that's not part of the list. Well, why wouldn't that be part of the list? Where can we see any
Because we
speciation
don't.
change in humans? Oh, okay. Why don't we see it in humans? We see it in other things? Okay. Is that what you're saying?
Can I get a mic check?
Anyway,
finally be heard.
we hear
go
you,
for a
Larry.
little bit. So
Okay, thank God. Can I go ahead and put in my 2 cents? I'm just trying to get in. So yeah, I'll be super quick, like 30 seconds. So it's obvious to me that everyone who believes in like Big Bang cosmology and evolution and abiogenesis, they don't understand what
You're breaking up, man.
You're roboting, dude.
Right. Yeah, just give up.
Hank, you're Robon. Data, if you want to dive deeper into this speciation thing, you got to pick something off his list. You can't pick something that's not on his list because that's not one of his examples. He has a list of examples.
Yeah, but why would evolution be specific to certain enzymes and genes? Why would that be the case?
Bro, I don't know. He's saying he can.
Wouldn't that be cherry picking? Wouldn't we
Dude,
be able to detect speciation change in human beings? I mean, we apparently take a section of our DNA and associate it to chimps while we get rid of the junk DNA. I mean,
Data,
why
he's
isn't
telling
there?
you he can show you an example of speciation.
I already looked, dude. There's no
He has a
example that would
list of
satisfy my.
examples he can give you.
I've already looked. I've never seen anything that would satisfy my curiosity, man, at all. That's why I come here. I ask, but all I'm giving is links. Nobody's ever done it themselves. They just give me links. I literally have a microscope here. Looking at blood's pretty cool, dude. I didn't know that it's perfect little fucking circles. I'll tell you that. That's quite interesting.
We could literally go through the sequential homologies of enzymes and proteins. We go through speciation events between organisms. There's a whole bunch of things we can go through that you can falsify. You can't.
I've never seen anything.
True.
I've never seen anything change into something else. It's always been an underlying base of what it was before. It's either adapted to just some type of chemical reaction or some sort of environmental reaction, whatever you say, but it still remains to be at the state it originated at.
Number one, that's not even really what evolution says, but also wrong.
Well, that's what I observe. I haven't observed anything through the microscope I've got. I don't know what I can do. Doofus backs it up by saying I'll never see anything in my lifetime, and that's the evolutionary. That's the evolutionary model, is that it won't happen in our lifetime. But then you claim that it happens in our lifetime. So it's just really, really funny. It's a big comedy show.
He was referring to your silly claim about a banana evolving into a human, dude.
No, in general, any speciation change, any speciation that
we got tomorrow.
I provided many.
It's any species. If you can see any species, like a dog go into an alligator, right? That would be the theory of evolution. They're all associated. It's just evolving. Or amoebas to alligators, or amoebas to dogs, right? They all have this information and genetic destiny with diversity. And then once they get to a point of peak evolution, they can only create after their kind. That kind of seems counterintuitive if evolution is not biased or has any. It's all natural and like natural. What do you call it? Naturalism or whatever you want to say. It's just the environment. It doesn't make sense, right? Like, tell me why an eyeball is created to witness the birth of a child. How does that play into evolution?
I don't know, man. You're just droning on and on. The evolution of eyes is
There's
well.
pondering thoughts, man. Have you never pondered why the eye is made?
Yeah, it's well understood, man, in multiple different species, in octopus and humans, etc., etc.
Yeah, no, there's no speciation change, right? We will never witness it. It's an unfalsifiable claim. And then you claim that you do
What's
see
an eye going to speciate into, Data?
Well, what's the point of witnessing a birth? Why develop an eye to witness a birth? What's the point of that? I don't think gorillas sit there and look at the birth. Do they? Do the monkey, do gooses and all those other animals do that? They got
Why do you
eyeballs.
think why the eye was developed?
To witness life and creation and the birth of it, the magical birth of creating two cells, two things coming together, egg and a sperm, to create life.
Is it possible that maybe that's not why eyes were created?
The purpose of witnessing that would be to create an eye for it. Ducks don't do it; they have eyes. Gorillas don't do it; they have eyes. Right?
How do you know
So
that?
a human being that does it,
Come on,
there has
these
to
are
be.
just your own little feelings, which have nothing to do with
No,
evolution.
it has nothing to
How
do
do
with
you
feelings.
know
Logically,
other
there's no
species don't watch birds
rational reason under evolution. Evolution, naturalism, or whatever you want to describe it as, the foundation of it, there's no meaning behind witnessing a birth if it's random. But with the eye and understanding it's created to witness birth is to highlight the fact that the eye is made it a creation to witness it.
By who?
But that's not it. Well,
Who
obviously
created
somebody with greater information than you, because the information is there already for you to have philosophy about.
An
So who put
evidence
the
creator?
What do you mean the evidence? The information's there. Who put it there?
Yeah,
Evolution didn't put
that's
it
not
there.
evidence.
Evolution isn't information.
I
Who
can
put the
easily
information there?
say the same thing. A creator didn't put it there. Evolution did. We're on the
But
same.
evolution isn't information.
Give
Evolution is a
any
theory. Evolution is a
evidence
theory
for
based on
your
evolution is a theory
hypothesis.
based on what you observe. Where did the information come from that you observe? You claim that it's evolution, right?
Yeah,
But evolution doesn't have a mathematical equation for information.
What? You don't need a mathematical equation for
You
something
don't?
true.
You base your whole model on mathematics.
And
That's
there's
how evolution
plenty
theory
of
works. It's based on
math
mathematics.
involved in
They have 33 million species all of a
evolution.
sudden.
Hardy
They have
Weinberg
33 million species all of a sudden
on
explode. And this is the Darwin's box, and then this is the theory that's crushing evolution right now.
your
Is to
logic
have
is just
all
flawed.
of those
Sorry to tell you.
species
You're droning on and
explode.
on. People are literally winning the Nobel Prize for their evolutionary discoveries, and you're
You
sitting
live in a
telling
secular world. Are you surprised?
God
You live
created evolution. Case settled.
You live in a secular world. The people that are creating this stuff usually don't believe in God.
True.
In fact,
Plenty of religion. I have plenty
in
of
fact, you know
religious
what's really
coworkers.
interesting about this whole Western society?
That's
Is in fact
not
all of
true.
these Christians created the foundation that you're studying on now.
It
They
is
all
funny,
listen.
isn't it?
They all you know what
It's
they all created?
hilarious to
They
me.
created atheists. All those Christian
Yeah,
scientists, earlier scientists,
they
created a
were
whole bunch of
all
atheists.
they all went to science
That's
to
comedy.
look for evidence of their creator, and
That's true
sadly, they
comedy.
never found it.
Really now. So what did Karl
But
Popper
your
say?
original claim is incorrect. I have plenty of religious coworkers. It's not just secular atheists. That's silly.
The world is secular, dude. If I did a survey on the street, generally downtown, any city, most people don't believe in God. The only reason why you think that you're getting Nobel Prizes or something is the world is based in no God. You literally have founding members of the world trying to remove God from our
God created the Nobel
schools.
Prize.
It's heading that way, which is great. But currently, most people are still religious.
It's heading
It's
that
on
way.
the
So
downtrend.
do you know what
I'm
it's like
pumped
to live?
about.
Do you know what
But
it's like to live in
currently,
do you know what it's like to live in a world without Christian law and Christian values? You're not going to like
yeah,
it.
I live it every day. I don't
you live
need
in
Christian
you don't live
laws.
in Canada,
values.
US? You live outside of Canada, US, do you?
What do you mean, dude? I don't need Christian laws and Christian values to know what's right and to live my life.
But they came from somewhere. They were founded and built on something.
Yeah,
They
I want
weren't
to ask
just
him. I want to ask him
just
a question. I want to ask him a question. By what basis do you determine what's right and what's wrong?
This got weird, guys. I thought we were talking about like
I know.
evolution.
Well, I mean, it's applied to evolution. Hold on a second. It's
know
applied to
what's
evolution.
right and wrong.
By what standard are you evaluating what's right and what's wrong?
By my own standard. Why do I need someone else's standard?
Well, what if my standard disagrees with your standard? Who wins?
Well, that's when I guess the
You know,
government comes over us and
I don't know
tells
why
us
we're not going.
what we can and can't do.
So the government
I don't know
determines
why
what's
we're
right
not
and
going
what's
over
wrong.
this.
What if
No, I said we can both have our own independent standards, but ultimately, if we want to live in a country that has a government that has laws, even if we disagree with each other and with the government, we still got to follow what they say. Now, is that the best way to go about it? I don't know. Do I like that necessarily? I don't. But that's just how it is.
Well, see, the
I don't
Nazis
know
wanted to kill. Hold on a
why
second. I
we're not
love this. The
Jesus.
Nazis wanted to kill people. The Muslims want to behead the infidels. So, which government system do you want to go by? Which is better?
Whoa, 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 whoa! What do you mean the Muslims want to behead the infidels? You know,
Well, I
that's
mean, I'm
not
just
all.
saying.
Right?
Not all
Yeah,
of
hold
them.
on. Wait
Define
a
infidel.
second. Unpack
They
that.
can't think like that.
What did you say
I
about
might
it?
as well just
a
say,
rock and a hard place
I might as
fallacy.
well just say the
Because not
Christians
all.
want to lynch all of the people of color. But I couldn't say that because
What?
that's not a true statement. That
That's
doesn't
not
apply to all
true.
people.
That's not true.
Exactly. It's not
The
true of me
British,
to say that. The same
no,
way,
it's not
it's
true.
not
It's not
true of
true.
that other guy to say the Muslims want to behead all of the infidels. Like, what the fuck?
The reason
Hold
why
on,
I'm
define
society was
trying to
so
infidel.
make a
Infidel is
point.
the
just
reason
someone
why
that
Hold on a
society
second.
was so
Let me jump back
prosperous.
in. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
It's
the
just I'm trying
infidels
to make a
just
point.
okay.
I'm just trying to make a point. What? Okay, let's say the extreme Islamic extremists want to behead not all Muslims, but there's a certain sect that want to go out and kill all
That's fair. That's
infidels.
fair.
If they get in power, if they want to get in power and rule the world, then their moral government is right, and we have to abide by that and have to go out and kill all infidels.
In your word, you
But
said
Nazi
that.
Germany come back to power, start knocking out gays, Muslims, gypsies, Jews, and start wiping them out. So which governmental system do you want to go with?
And what I'm reiterating regarding the Christian values is the Western society was founded on it. It became a coveted place to want to move to and to be because we upheld the law. We believed in tradition. Yeah.
Him respond, please.
Oh, you got.
Yeah, can you drop your colonialized act for a second, Data?
There's no colonialized act. That's just a racist statement.
Or you think Canada wasn't colony?
I don't care what it is. I'm talking about.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? You're saying Canada wasn't?
I don't care what it is because anybody is in this system if they want to.
Well, you should know that if you're Canadian, if you're intellectually honest, if you're going to be intellectually honest, Data, you should understand that you're part of a colony.
Yeah. Again,
okay,
I don't know.
At the end of the day, the world we live in is not in the past anymore. You got to pull up your big boy, strap on some boots, and tie your laces.
Okay.
You live in a world. You live in a world where you can make anything of your life.
Put on your big boy strap on, Data.
I'm next, guys. I'm next. I'm going after Data, guys.
That particular opportunity.
Hey guys, I'm next.
Yes, mind you, it's worldwide, but where it's coveted is in Western society to become whatever you want. That's why you have people wanting to come to these countries, the United States and Canada, in droves. Is because of that wonderful Christian-based Judaic Roman law system that was created. Now they want to subvert it.
All right, cool. So I don't know why we're not going over the speciation thing. We were right in the middle of that, and then we're off in the weeds here with morals. Like this guy saying that there's a change in species in our lifetime. Let's see it. The picture. What it looked like before, and then what it looked like after.
Well, they like I said, Jeremy, they're not addressing it. I already said to them, what's his
He
doofus
did
said.
address it. He has a list.
No.
You won't go over it. That's fine. I'll pick it up where you left off.
Doofus just told me that there is no speciation change we'll see in our lifetime. That is the evolution theory.
Okay,
and
but
then we
Jake's
have the,
telling us that there is.
Let me finish. Yes, again. So I asked to clarify that, and I'm still waiting for Doofus to come back to clarify it. So why would he make a statement that in our lifetime we wouldn't observe it, and this guy's claiming we observe it? Do you understand the conundrum here?
Okay, well, I don't
That's
care
what
what
I'm waiting
Doofus.
for.
All right, I don't care what Doofus
I'm not diving into the bullshit.
There's a guy claiming. Oh, go ahead, Data. Finish it up. I'm going next, please, guys.
I'm not diving into the bullshit when I already got an answer. It just proved the bullshit.
Okay, some guy said that it doesn't happen. There's a claim on the table saying it does happen. Who cares about the guy that says it doesn't happen? He's on your side then. Well, I don't know why we're worried about him Let's go.
Again,
Let's
don't
address
care.
the guy who says. Let's address the guy who says it is happening, and he has proof that it's happening.
The double speak is good enough for me, brother. And I'm going to tell you right now, they don't have an
That's a
answer.
bitch move.
They don't have evidence for where the information comes from. They cannot explain it. That's it.
Yo, Jeremy, go ahead, man.
Let's see the pictures of this organism that changed before and after.
What
if they look like? What if they look exactly the same?
I don't. So that's how speciation works. The things look exactly the same after.
Oh, speciation isn't
That's
about
right.
how things look.
That's
why
right,
they
Jeremy.
can
If it
look
stays the
exactly
same.
So it stays the same.
No, staying the same and looking the same isn't the same thing. Two things can
Okay,
look the
so-
same while not being the same.
Phenotypes and genotypes. Let's get the 101 on this.
There's no claim, Jeremy.
Okay, so the things are going to look exactly. You're going to show me a picture of something before, and then a picture of something after. It's going to look exactly the same, and you're telling me that's speciation.
I'm not going to do anything. I'm just asking. What if they are
I'm
exactly
asking.
the same?
I'm asking. Yeah, I'm asking. Is that what's going to happen, Jace?
I'm not Jace.
I know you're not Jace. Jace is the one that made the claim that he had this speciation thing going on.
He had to go, man. But he posted a link
Oh,
that he.
God.
Yeah, his link has no
I know.
example of speciation. Nothing. They don't even have a claim, Jeremy.
You ain't even
Yeah, that
read
was
the
actually.
link.
Can I get back in?
What do you mean his link has nothing? He just posted it.
Yep, there's no claim. Ask him to identify the claim of any speciation or adaptation event.
Why
They
don't
have
you
not-
read the link he posted?
Yep, that proves he's never read it. Yep, he can't point it out. Exactly. The pervert
Yeah,
saying, I
this
didn't
is
do
coming
it,
from
do it.
Nate.
What a
Oh,
retard.
I just told you he left VC. Why don't you read the link?
He's not here
Yeah,
anymore.
you've never done it.
Yeah,
you've
who
never
is
done it.
that? Who is that? You need to chill, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
fuck
that
you.
goat.
He's
Sound like a
Jace
bunch of
ain't
fucking kids.
anymore.
He's
You
bringing
guys
some
let him
fresh
escape.
comedy, man. Just wait.
Data let him get away, and now Jace isn't here anymore, and we can't go through
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, this
There's
is all
not
data
getting
stuff.
away.
Data and that other
Literally,
reason.
when he told me that you
Oh,
won't see
that troll from
speciation in our
here.
lifetime, and then Buddy claims there was speciation, and that's all I needed to hear, dude. I don't need to engage with people that believe in a system that can't agree upon it.
Don't you
Yeah,
want
he
to know if
admitted
it
that there's no
actually happens
example.
or not, though? Are we here to find the truth, or are we
Jeremy,
here to
he
catch
admitted it.
Glober's double? Are we here to get the truth, or are we here to catch Glober's double?
That's about
Jeremy,
as
he
truthful
admitted
as
it.
I'm looking for right there, dude.
That's
He
weak,
admitted
bro.
there's no
That's weak.
example.
Can I?
Jeremy,
Can I?
Jeremy,
Jeremy.
he
I've done
admitted it.
I did outside research. I don't need to engage in more. If I done outside research that satisfies my curiosity, I've got a microscope willing to test shit. And then I can't. I'm just waiting, man. I'm just waiting for somebody to give me an example.
What
Do you have a
telescope did
microscope?
you get?
Do you have a
You can't.
microscope?
Oh, it's just a typical lab university one. It's not like extremely high powered, but it's fine for looking at blood.
Do you know how to do gene splicing?
Oh, microscope. I meant.
So they didn't
Cool.
even have the
Did that
ability
come
to
through?
point out an example. No, we didn't hear you, Hank. Try again.
No, I'm good. Go ahead. If you heard me, then finally.
I heard the last part of what you said. That's it. I don't hear anything else.
Yeah, he
Oh,
was
please
just mic
continue.
checking. You weirdo.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Please continue.
So does anybody have the ability to point out the example of speciation or adaptation?
You guys ruined the convo. Like, I don't know why you're still trying to force this. You guys shut Jeremy down. You chased
There's
Jace
no
away.
claim.
Like,
Well, they want to
So there's
inhibit
no
the
claim.
convo and
So
prevent
notice-
Wait, I
progress
have
so
an
that we can
example.
figure things out.
I have an example.
Mhm.
We domesticated wolves, and now we have wiener dogs.
Yeah, and chihuahuas.
Oh, and they stayed the
doesn't-
exact
doesn't
same
that back-
kind and species.
Doesn't that back up my Y chromosome with lesser assets? No, just joking.
That's not even adaptation, let alone evolution.
Change in assets, if you will.
I don't understand why we didn't go through an
That's-
example off his list with Jace while we had him here.
He
Unbelievable.
had zero example. Jace had zero examples of adaptation or speciation. That's why he
We'll
couldn't define.
never know.
Yeah, that's
No.
not true.
We'll never know because Data was scared
I'll
to.
bet my life
We'll never
on
know
it.
because Data was scared to pick one off his list because Data's only here to catch the Globers double speaking.
No,
Yeah, that's why the other guy that just
my
spoke can't point it out
curiosity-
either.
My curiosity was already solved when I realized that they can't provide They can't provide evidence of information where it comes from, even in quantum mechanics,
It's
quantum
weak,
physics.
Data. It's weak.
Oh,
Yeah,
when I
weak,
look at
dude.
information, it's
You're
the
flat
first
Earth
primitive of everything.
liability. I'm
It's the
sorry.
first thing that we all have philosophy about is where the information came from. And when you
Flat
have
Earth
people that when you have people
You're
believe the same
liability.
things but have or believe in one model but have different arguments about it, and they double speak and contradict each other, why would I want to engage further?
Wow, that sounds like
Because
a...
there could.
Oh, go on.
Go ahead, Bacon. I mean, we could have got to the bottom of that. What if you could show us a picture of some organism changing into another organism throughout the course of our life? That would have been awesome.
Wow, and he hasn't received his Nobel
they
Peace
don't-
Prize yet.
They don't have anything that satisfies my curiosity, dude, unless you can go to YouTube or Britannica, show me anything that I can witness.
Do you know what Jace does for a living?
Wait, Jeremy.
No, I
Do
don't.
you guys know what Jace does for a living?
Hangs out
No,
at the
I don't.
Walmart dressing rooms.
If he claims to be a professor and he's hanging out here debating flat Earth, then I'm not going to believe you.
They don't even care, Jeremy. These guys are flat Earth liabilities.
Can I get back in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Look, dude, I know professionals. They don't hang out in
Yo,
forums
yo,
like
Data,
this,
someone's
dude.
trying to talk. Shut the fuck up.
Even if they're optics
Go ahead, other guy.
or fucking
Relax,
pilots.
Data, can other people talk, or do you just want to dominate the room? All I was going to say is on the speciations thing, from what I've always understood it to be, is once you get a multicellular organism like us, like human beings or cats or dogs, whatever, it comes to the point where it cannot reproduce with certain other species, and it becomes a new species. That's that one argument. The other argument, excuse me.
No, go on.
I said the other one. The other one, I guess, from what I was gathering, was that enzymes are bacteria. Then or whatever you want to call it, not enzymes, but let's say yeast or something. You just replicate it, put whatever kind of pressure on it, it becomes another kind of yeast, and those are species of yeast or whatever. It's still yeast. That's what I would understood from what I gather. But I don't know if I mean, when you say you can't reproduce within a multicellular organism like a human being, like us being able to replicate with a monkey, but just because you can't necessarily do that, that's not necessarily proof of anything. And also, species and kinds is a man-made convention to classify things. Classification of a species. Excuse me?
No, kind is not man-made. Species is man-made. Yes, half that's true.
No, all of it is. All of it is.
No, it's
kind,
not. No,
species, yes, it's a man-made convention to
term. No, kind is a biblical term. That's a God-made. Nope.
Oh, the word kind.
Kind is original. Yep.
It is a certain kind. It's a
These are the
classification.
guys on your side, Joe.
Some words are made up.
The classification.
Yeah, those are man-made.
Language language is made by humans. Therefore,
no, it isn't. No, I'm sorry you live in a fantasy. I'm sorry.
Wait, hold on. Language was created by God.
I'm sorry you live in a fantasy. I'm sorry you live in a fantasy. No, language was created by the Creator.
Language. Okay, let's do it another way then. Language is a convention that is used to. So whether you're using kind, species is a form of language conveying ideas and classification. It's a convention. Whether God made or man made, it's still a convention. You're arguing conventions.
By humans, right?
Whether it's humans or whatever.
God could have created humans,
kind does not have the same definition. Look it up. Better get a dictionary.
Okay,
so did God create Discord?
Hey, don't anyone tell him that. Don't anyone tell him that the word is in Hebrew, not English.
Well, either way, no matter what, they're arguing that a classification is evolution. Don't miss what I'm trying to say. Don't get lost in the minutia. You classify things a certain way. Go ahead.
I don't think necessarily God created language. God created man, and man created language.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think your genetic code is written in? Do you think it's written in a language?
That's your religion. That's your religion.
Is your genetic code that dictates how your cells are made and where your arms and legs go? Is that written in a man-made language?
Oh, so my mic does work.
Actually,
Yeah, it does work.
Oh, we
Or
heard
just
that loud and clear.
language.
We heard that loud and clear, Hank.
it might not be Hank. It might not be Hank because language is something that men teach themselves, right? It not necessarily has to be that it's something that the creator gave us. It could have been something that we just developed.
DNA.
Since my mic is finally
DNA.
working.
Hold on, Matrix. I don't think you heard what Hank. Hank, say it again.
You're associating the DNA structure with having to do anything with talking. I don't necessarily think that's the case.
Okay, God spoke first in the Bible, so obviously language comes from Him.
This is all not even.
Where is this conversation going?
I don't know.
Okay,
I was just
I
trying
don't
to
even know, man.
I was trying to insert the definition
the
of
toilet.
R2R
Yep.
Right.
mentioned.
Somebody
Was
needs
that-
to flush.
I came here because I thought this was a dating channel. Where are the girls?
Hey, let me go back then. Let me go back.
Can you
let me
define
take
a
it back.
girl?
Let me take it back to enzymes then, because he did bring that up for a second. Let's talk about enzymes. What are enzymes? They're proteins that are designed to speed up reactions in the system, in a biological system. Correct? Now, if he's going to say enzymes evolve, okay, from so you have to say the information for this enzyme was not in the DNA, it was not there, then somehow the information got in the DNA to produce this enzyme, to do this specific kind of reaction. See, that's what he has to argue. Now, and you have to, in a sense, map the DNA, show that enzyme was not there, the coding for that enzyme was not there, somehow through environmental pressures, through whatever, replication, mutation, this enzyme, the coding for that all of a sudden appeared in the DNA and the enzyme was formed to do a specific reaction. I would love to see that.
You will have to introduce something different for enzyme or anything to change. You will have to introduce a different element.
Well, let me give you another example. Hormones I don't know if they're a form of enzyme, but they are another form of protein. If your body produces a specific hormone in the body, if your cells don't have the receptor to read that hormone, it's just like static on a radio. It's like what is it? The body doesn't know what to do with it. So you can randomly.
So what you're saying that the body, because it is natural to the body, the body won't register it. It won't be able to move it like if it was food or something like that.
No. Hormones, like for instance, when the form of hormone is insulin, right? Insulin is a hormone that your body produces to tell your body what to do with sugar, to regulate sugar, right? That's what that hormone is for. Testosterone is another hormone. It's a sex hormone. The higher testosterone, the higher the sex drive. Your body responds to higher testosterone levels. So if a body produces a hormone, some random through mutation, the body, there's no signal. It doesn't know what to do with it. It's like having a radio signal that's transmitting, but no radio to pick it up. It's the same idea. So these random changes, they may occur like if you create a random enzyme, but there's no reaction for that enzyme to work on, it's useless. Or you have something that the body needs to catalyze or change or have a reaction to. If there's no coding to produce that enzyme in the system, it's again useless. You become, how do you get where did that coding for that enzyme come from? And how does it know to do something in the world with it?
The rocks, bro. Haven't you seen the periodic table? Bro, come on.
Oh, chemistry. That perfect. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I've been trying to say for a while, I'm hoping I'm coming in clear and everybody. I want to apologize for interrupting so many times. Excellent. So here it goes. Yeah, a lot of people that talk about evolution, I don't think they understand epigenetics or genetic expression. So it takes one plant that we get, cauliflower, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, all these different things come from one plant. It's different genetic expression. It's like taking a dog that's cute and cuddly, right, and saying, oh, this is evolution. Like, no, this isn't evolution, right? Somebody took the wolf and specifically said, oh, this one's a little cuter and cuddlier. Let's breed it with the other cuter and cuddlier one, right? With the genetic code didn't copy completely. Some of the ferociousness didn't copy and got left out. So they breed those dogs together. and they don't breed the ferocious ones. The next thing you know, you got a Chihuahua. A Chihuahua isn't evolution, right? This is done because of selection, right? So I want to go back to the epigenetics thing. The monks in the Himalayan mountains, they haven't been there for like 65 million years, and then genetically have a different cardiovascular system. They have a different cardiovascular system because the pressure that was put on them caused them to have a genetic expression that is different than the lowlanders. So the lowlanders have a completely different cardiovascular system that's nowhere near as efficient because they didn't adapt, as in have new genetic information. There was a genetic selection that was activated that caused them to be a little bit different. And it goes like this for every creature everywhere in the world, has this capability of turning on certain genetic expressions. For example, let's say you got two twins. One of them is like a outside type of person, a carpenter or whatever. The other twin is an identical twin. Let's say that he's like a video game player. By the time they're like in their 40s, they're going to be completely different because one has been hammering nails all day and one has been smashing buttons, right? So one's going to have really quick, eye-thumb coordination, and the other one's going to be like a completely different animal, right? Not because of evolution, but because of the experiences that they go through.
Good, how you doing?
Okay.
So
I'm almost
done.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, you're hot mic, Jeremy.
I got a bathroom right here.
Hey, how
Right,
you doing?
so
I just explained it, yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
yeah,
No problem.
Mike, hot mic, Jeremy.
Oh, my bad, guys. My bad. My bad.
That's all right.
So Larry,
No, we're
was the
talking.
conversation about evolution? Was that? I might have missed the.
Yeah, the conversation
Yes,
was
we're
about
continuing
evolution,
it.
and
Yes, we're
I'm
continuing
going over
it. Yes.
genetic expression. So
You're in the home
I'm
stretch.
quoting I'm almost done. I'm quoting a geneticist. They basically say you got two genetic codes. Basically, one's written in pen and it can't be changed, like your eye color, your hair color, blah blah blah. The other one is written in pencil, and you can activate certain genetic markers that can make you different than how you were born. For example, the Iceman ran a marathon. I'm hoping you guys know who Wim Hof is, the Iceman, who set like a record for swimming under frozen lake, right? And he also set a record for running a marathon in one of the most brutal deserts in the world without water. Okay, so that's a pretty amazing like swing from one side to the other, right? And the reason that I think that he can do this is because he's learned how to unlock his genetic expression, and I think he's doing this through some sort of meditating or breathing or something, but I don't know exactly how he's doing it. But my point
Mind
is
over
that,
matter.
yeah,
Mind
that
over
too,
matter.
right? My point is that if you take an Eskimo and you put them in Texas, they're going to eventually learn how to deal with the heat. And I apologize if Eskimo is like a politically incorrect term or whatever.
I
Mike
think
out.
that's what they called evolution. I think they've conflated
No.
adaptation, evolution.
No. Can I let me know when I can get in this conversation right quick? It seems like this is a dry spell, but no, adaptation is evolution. That's why there's no such thing as either. But I just want to tell you, Hank, that the environmental pressures eliminate, they do not add. So they would take something out that doesn't have the ability. They will never add to the ability of an existing organisms. Even natural selection proves this. So even natural selection destroys evolution.
Okay, I
Yeah,
agree
when
with you. They're
Jace
not
was in
adding.
here,
They're
when Jace
not
was in
adding
here, he
anything.
mentioned three different
Hold on.
types.
How
When
fucking
Jace
wrong
was
can
in
you
here, he
be?
mentioned three different
Sorry.
types.
Yeah,
When
you're
Jace
not
was in
adding
here, he
anything
mentioned.
that isn't already there, right? The Himalayan monks, they had the ability to have this already in their genetic expression. They just didn't activate it until the pressure was put there. So you're not gaining anything new. It's not like evolutionary game where the little fish eats the big fish and now he has new genetic. No, it's not like that. You're not gaining anything new. The code is already there. You're just activating it through genetic pressures.
So when
Some
Jace was in
environmental
here, he
pressures.
mentioned three
Claim that the
different types.
genes are turning on.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to
Go ahead,
ask
Jeremy.
Larry. Okay.
Yeah, you're all right. XO, then Bacon after me. All right. When Jace was here, he mentioned three different types of speciation. Remember? Did anyone hear him say that? Yeah. So we don't know exactly which type of speciation. I mean, I didn't know there was different types of speciation. Anyways,
that
go
would be
ahead,
like-
Bacon.
Yeah.
Or XO,
Okay, go
then
ahead.
Bacon.
Go ahead, Bacon.
Right, yeah, I just want to see if I understand Larry's point. Is that whenever you find any change in a group of individuals, you're saying that's always something that is already in the DNA. Is that your point?
Hank,
that's
you made
correct.
a mistake. You can't claim that they're a change. There's no such thing as finding a change. They already existed, unless you watch where the children left the parents, which you've never done. So no one ever experiences change. They experience the creatures that already exist.
Yeah, but even if I would grant exactly what Larry said, that would still be a change. It would just not be a change in DNA. It would be a
No
change in
change.
what part of.
Yeah. Okay. Even if it's a
Thanks
change,
for
though,
interrupting me.
the change disproves
Yeah,
adaptation.
even
no,
if
not
it's a
thanks
change,
for
it's not a
interrupting
change.
me.
Finger on the
He said
trigger.
yeah.
Finger on the trigger.
Yeah, so
Can I
even if
can
it's
I
a change,
Lane,
it's not a
if you can,
change.
if you're available right now, just mute people that interrupt and just leave them for a little
Yo,
bit.
I'd like to disagree with something Larry said. Larry, you said that the dogs came from wolves because they were selectively bred. Now, I've been talking to a couple guys in the chat, and I'm not so sure. Because it seems to me that you could domesticate an animal and have these learned behaviors, you know, when you're taming them and keeping them as pets. You could have these learned behaviors without selectively breeding.
It seems that most of these cat animals that we have in our houses, it seems that all of them were like genetically modified just for that specific purpose.
Yeah,
They
that's the
don't seem
claim.
to be natural.
That's the claim. They say that dogs, like that domesticated dogs, didn't exist until we selectively bred them. But I'm not so sure. Because you
Yeah,
could
so
you could have tamed animals, and they're tamed throughout generations because it's learned behavior that passes down to their offspring without selective breeding. So how do we know that dogs didn't exist before?
The origin, we have to trace the origin of the dog. If it existed always through time, or if it was something that was enhanced by splicing DNA or whatever, like the Bible says.
Yeah, so they're trying to say that African wild dogs are the ones that, came naturally from wolves or what have you. But most other dogs, or all other dogs, I don't know what else they're referring to, were selectively bred. And I don't see the evidence for their positive claims here, that all the other dogs that we have are selectively bred.
Hey, Larry.
Can I get back in? Okay, I think what the change that I kind of described it, but I think the change that they're talking about at one level is the genetic change, like recoding new information, which means when you're recoding for different types of protein. That's the only option you have. That's what I was using the enzyme as an example, hormone as an example. So, I mean, and I think there's been studies showing that the body shape is not tied to DNA. There's something else that causes the body plan. That's another argument. So, if you want to say there's genetic change, like the enzyme issue, metabolize something else, you have to show that information was not there, and then it became there. That's what they have to prove, and I don't think they proved it. And I think what Larry's talking about, or whoever it was, is the information for that enzyme was always there, but there's something in the environment activated that genetic code to form that enzyme for the body to do something with it. Does that make sense?
Well, you're going to develop how you're already going to develop. So no matter what you do, your body either already had the ability to survive or it does not. And you can live a different lifestyle to change what your already existing DNA is actually already functioning as. So people shouldn't say that it turns something on. It's not turning anything on. You already have the functioning system now related and waiting for the enzymes and types of nutrients and experience that you give it. The system turns nothing on. It's already on. That proves that there's no such thing as adaptation. It has to already have the ability.
Well, wait a minute though. The only thing I would say that I think genes do turn on and turn off. Things do turn on and turn off in your system, in the body.
It's just something in your imagination.
What about mutations? Yeah. Like what part do you guys think mutations play in all of it?
Well,
mutations destroy adaptation.
Well, first,
that means
we should
that's called a backup.
I
Okay,
want to
so
address
mutations are a backup system that already exists in order to have a fail-safe so that the organism survives.
Okay, let me talk about
guys, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Don't try to power through people, please. Like if two people start talking at the same time, you should both stop talking probably.
Talk about mutation then. Mutation has to happen at the genetic level. Would you agree?
Everything happens on a genetic level.
No.
And
I'm talking about the person. Hold on, I'm asking the person that talked about what is about mutation.
Let's say I agree. Then what?
Okay, so now you agree. So is the place where proteins, enzymes, hormones are coded. Would you agree?
Why do I need to agree? Like, just tell me what mutations has to like what part does it play in all of this?
Well, a mutation to me, if you mutate a gene, let's say, which means you're changing the code of the DNA, okay, you're going to have to change how proteins and other things form in their function, right?
Well, not every mutation is a change in a gene. You can have a
Well, that's
gene
why I
being
asked the
duplicated, for
question.
example, and that's not a
That's why I
change
asked
in
the
the
question.
code.
So you could have changed in what?
You can have a gene being duplicated. You're not having any gene change.
Okay,
You're
so
gonna have change in proteins. You're gonna have an extra protein when the DNA is being like executed.
so you're going to produce extra proteins or a different type of protein, right?
Or if you're duplicating, I would say it would be the same time, right?
Okay, so your body could duplicate the same type. The body might be duplicating instead of just one. This is more of just a way to express it. One testosterone protein or hormone, it might be producing two hormones, two proteins, testosterone proteins, right?
Yeah, if that's what that gene does, then yeah.
Yeah, but where'd that instruction to like multiply it come from?
No, it's not an instruction of multiplying. Mutation is a error when the DNA is being copied. So it happens sometimes that parts of the DNA get duplicated.
Yeah, but why does
Okay,
that
well,
happen?
hold on a second. Hold on a second. But an error. Okay, let's think about error. See, that's the thing. That's a mutation. A change in the genetic code. If I take that testosterone, right? There's a genetic information in the genes to produce testosterone. If part of that is changed, that means that the hormone of testosterone will not function in the body. Well, that will create an environment, something going on inside the body. And also, again, a hormone, like I said earlier, is like a transmitter. It sends a signal. If that protein is changed, the body will not recognize what to do with it.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about an example of change in a protein. I'm talking about the duplication of a gene. So you're not getting something else in the place of testosterone. You're just getting twice.
Sure, but this duplication, it happens because of an error, right?
Yes.
Where does the error come from? Is it arbitrary?
No, the copying is imperfect, right?
Yes, but what do you mean it's imperfect? It's arbitrarily imperfect. Just once in a while you'll just have errors for no reason.
No, it can happen for all sorts of environmental influences.
But how do you know that the copying error is actually maybe it has instruction in the DNA to make that error?
Yeah, but then everyone
maybe some people are predisposed to errors.
And see, there's something else a problem when we talk about errors in the genes. There's also proteins. There's also things that are designed to correct errors.
Exactly, I know that, and that's also imperfect. And for example, animals with more DNA, they tend to have more of that. And it makes sense because if you would have the same mutation rate per length of DNA for all species, the animals with the bigger DNAs would have so many mutations. It would be something like the scenario people typically imagine in evolution, that you have a bunch of mutations and everything goes wrong and the thing doesn't function anymore. But there are those self-correcting mechanisms, and you have more of them, the bigger is the DNA.
Mm-hmm. But where do the errors come from in the first place? Like if I have a garden and I get a weed, the weed didn't come out of nowhere. There was design behind it. Some sort of pollination happened or something like that. Maybe a bee carried. Who knows? But the thing came from somewhere. There was design behind it, right? There was instruction behind it.
Oh,
so how do you know the errors aren't the same?
Yeah, well, there are variations like at the molecular level when the DNA is being copied. I know the way they're organized, or radiation can cause that. I mean, you can change the DNA of a cell and you don't even need the cell to try to replicate. Just by throwing radiation at it, you can change its DNA. It's, for example, why we have cancer.
Okay, absolutely. So
yeah.
radiation, it would be an external source for these errors.
Yeah,
Do
that's
you
why
think
I
that
mentioned
there's possibly an
environmental.
internal source, that there might be errors kind of pre-planned in the DNA?
No, that's not necessarily pre-planned. It's just like a non-deterministic. It's just a non-deterministic process. It's like when you roll a die, that you don't have to have internal things trying to change the value of the die. It's just a sensitive process that it's going to not run exactly the same every time, so you're going to get different values. Of course, the DNA copy won't be as sensitive as rolling a die, but
Bacon, what
it's still going to
he's
be.
trying to get at is, it could be a thing that cells have this innate ability to mutate, to make errors. That could be something that was programmed into them, that they never replicate
Definitely.
perfectly.
Definitely, it looks like they don't want to replicate perfectly. It looks like they want mutations to happen sometime because they have those self correcting mechanism, and they are also not perfect, and they're only more intense when you have a longer DNA. When you have like smaller DNA, you don't have as much of that. And if you want evolution to keep happening, you would need fewer mutations for smaller DNA, and I mean, not fewer mutation for smaller DNA, but you would want not to accumulate as much mutation for longer DNA. So if cells could have the ability of correct part of the DNA, but they do it more if the DNA is too big, I think that kind of shows that those mutations are supposed to happen, just not as frequently as to break up the species.
Why are you using the word supposed to happen?
What?
Wait, why is he using the word supposed to happen? Because that
Given how
design, it implies certain things. Why are you
given how they
saying
work,
You can't just make stuff. You're just making stuff up about. You're just talking a lot to make stuff
No,
up about the DNA.
I'm just
You're
explaining from why I remember
from your religious belief, right?
Yo, Exo, shut the
If you
fuck
say
up,
so.
bro. Don't muddy the waters. This is a good conversation happening.
Okay, we're going in circles.
No, we're having
Sorry
a
that you're
conversation.
using
You don't want to hear it. Just
I'm
leave.
sorry you have the brains of a third grader. I'm trying to
There's a
help
whole
people.
conversation
guys.
going on.
Listen, XO.
Yes, we're just staying in the same
Listen,
spot.
hold on, XO. Listen, man, you're welcome to contribute to the conversation, but please don't do all the personal attack shit show stuff. Period. So go on. If you want to actually add to the conversation, do that. Don't do the personal attacks. Thank you.
This is called tautologies, when we're just talking about something when we don't understand what it is, because it's a religious belief system, is all that needs to be pointed out here. All of this disproves evolution. A mutation means it already had the ability to survive, and that guarantees it stays the same. Guarantees it stays, which means it absolutely annihilates adaptation, let alone evolution. There is no such thing as adaptation either.
The claim that mutation means it could already survive makes no sense to me. Mutation is just an error when DNA is being copied.
Dude, we can see
No,
the
it means it
adaptation.
already
That's something you could actually. The adaptation is something you could actually check for. We know that happened.
Nope. I'll bet you $1,000. Best of luck.
No, you don't think so?
I'm sorry, these terms are fictitious and no one's noticing. I've been doing this for 4 years and no one notices there's no such thing as adaptation. I've raised thousands of animals and plants. Maybe that's why. You guys got to get with the program. There's no such thing as adaptation. Go to my channel if you need to see my work. I've been doing this for literally 12 years. I started with Egyptian papyrus and went to tortoises and water dragons. There's no such thing as adaptation. Either the creature already has the ability to survive, and the one who doesn't dies, meaning it guarantees it only stays healthy, the same kind.
You don't think birds' beaks will get longer? What about dart? Did that didn't
That's
make
not even a
make sense?
claim. Okay, what did it adapt from? Adapt because it already was it. It was born a certain way. I'm born taller than both my parents. I'm already born this way. It's not an advantage as I'm already lived. That means everything that's ever lived automatically just functions that way. You're adding this descriptive, fictitious word to it that makes no sense. If you take a newborn baby home, and put it in a crib, that's the first time it's ever been in that crib. Is that adaptation?
No, I'm just saying we got birds, right? And some of them got. Some of them got. Hold on, bro. I waited till you finished your whole thing. Hold on a second. So we got birds, right? And so, some of them have to get the nectar out of a cactus, so it'll have this long, thin beak, and other ones will have to crush nuts, so it'll have like this big, strong beak. Other birds need to swallow up fish like a pelican or some shit, so that they've adapted.
No,
right?
That's not true. No, now you just added a word. No, they already have the ability. It's already a pelican. It's already an eagle. It's already an ostrich. There's no new information. There's no adaptation. Everything that's born already has the ability. When you take your newborn baby home and you take it out of the crib and then give it a formula instead of nursing from the mother, is that adaptation?
No. When the thing changes the way it looks, or changes something that it can do, so that it can survive better in the wild, like it'll adapt to its.
It's already doing it. No, it's already doing it. It has to already be doing it, or it's dead. It has to already. When a tortoise comes out of the egg, the tortoise has to already crawl through 20 inches of soil to get to the surface of the earth. It's programmed by the creator to already have that ability, or it does not survive. There's no such thing as adaptation. It's fictitious.
What you will have to do is show it without a beak. Hold on. Now I started talking. Holy shit. Jesus Christ.
Right?
Hello?
The information.
What?
Hold on,
oh
Data.
my gosh.
Hold on, man. Elbow.
Y'all not hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
What they need to show is.
Sorry, just Data. Your mic was kind of low, and then it sounds like you couldn't hear Elbow, so I muted you just for a second. You can go next though if you want, but yeah, go ahead, Elbow.
What they need to show is the birds not having any beak and then growing a beak out of nowhere.
Never happened. Nope,
Good
can't
luck.
do it. So every breed of everything, even something albino, when something has that mutation, we see albinos in captivity because of the conditions. Yeah, that means it's forcing it into a bad position, but it's going to guarantee it stays an albino alligator. It's going to stay an alligator, and it still is going to now have a problem that's going to stick out, and it's going to be the first one that gets killed. So the environment is going to select out that problem, not add anything.
Well, all the alligators or whatever will eventually be adapt to where this trait is so small that it almost never shows up, right?
They're already doing it. That's losing an ability. That would be the opposite anyway. So it's not even near adaptation when now that problem is going to be removed because the system already functions that way. All systems already have to function. Think of it as a factory. If one part of the assembly line goes down, the whole thing is shut down. Every part of the assembly line has to work from the beginning or the organism does not survive. That's why a chihuahua has to live in a woman's purse instead of the wild. You put a chihuahua in the wild, it's going to last 72 hours maybe, or maybe a week. That's it, because it's lost the ability.
Okay, listen. Let me run this scenario by you. You have some birds, right? They live on the edge of a forest and desert or something, let's say.
I need a real life
birds. What's up? Let's say you have these birds and they already have a food source. There's another giant food source nearby, but only the ones with big beaks can eat it, right? Big, strong, powerful beaks. The other ones with little thin beaks can't get in the thing. So eventually one day, when there's some kind of mutation happens, he gets a big beak, goes over, finds the nuts. He's like, oh shit. And then he's got all the food. He has babies with another bird. Their offspring have bigger beaks. They can, maybe could it not happen like that?
Yeah, well, first you started with 3 big beak birds that already had the ability to survive. You knew that wasn't going to go anywhere, so you had to add somebody to the group to make it 4 big birds that already have the ability to survive. One had to be mutated in, which if that was true, that means Billy finally put his pants on and was able to be like the big boys. That's because it already had the ability. That's going to guarantee it stays the same, and it's not because it's in an advantageous spot. It's in the spot it already exists in. So we're just saying things that already have the big beaks are the ones that are going to do better. Yes, they already had the big beaks. Therefore, the guys with the small beaks that struggle won't be as successful. That's the opposite of adaptation. You're still removing the problem.
Can I give you another example?
Hold on 1 second, Paul. 1 second. I'm almost at the end of this. So you agree that the species in a whole can adapt to a whole new environment. Or
nope, you already started with it having the ability. You're having to add words now to what you're saying. You already said they had big beaks. That's why they were successful. That's it. They already had big beaks. There's no such thing as adaptation. I'm trying to show you that you're actually saying it. Everybody gives these examples. They don't even realize what they're saying. It already had it. That's it. Either your parents already have the ability to raise you, or you're like a tortoise and never meet your parents. A tortoise never knows its parents. The crocodile has to live in its parents' mouth for a few days. It is a much more different relationship. The tortoise never meets its parents. Those systems already function that way. There's no room for improvement, let alone adaptation. It has to already function successfully, period.
Let me give you another example that would apply to abiogenesis. And I brought this up earlier, and then I don't know who it was, brought up the thermal vent, that's his so-called solution to this. A proton pump is basically in every cell in the body. It creates a gradient that is necessary for the production of ATP in the body. Here's the thing: for that so-called first living system that's living in a thermal vent, that's getting that proton thing in the environment, when it starts to leave that natural environment, it has to have a mechanism in place to maintain that proton gradient. So now, where does that come from? Where did it come from? So it has to come from the environment, which means naturally, which means somehow, some way, the first proton pump formed with amino acids came together, formed, and then stuck to the cell membrane. And then somehow this new organism figured out how to replicate that proton pump within the genetic structure. Or somehow randomly, through no fault of its own, this new information was created in this RNA or DNA, whatever, who knows how all that got in there, had to be able to produce and manufacture, have the mechanisms to manufacture this proton when it leaves that one environment to go to another environment to be able to survive. Do you see the problem?
All right, so
I don't see a problem.
You don't think that the whole species?
No, your second scenario sounds possible.
A magical thing happened. It just magically created randomly out of nowhere.
You don't have to use the word magical, because we know that errors in the copying of the DNA happen, right? So
okay. So
that also disproves evolution, though. Yes.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I love it. See, this is what I brought up earlier, but you don't catch it. Okay, a proton pump is a protein, and it's a very molecular machine, right? So you're saying a random mutation in the so-called DNA or RNA made the perfect proton pump randomly through random chance and error, just trial and error.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But
that's what you're saying.
No,
that's what you said.
You were talking about random changes causing that, and that can happen like eventually. It doesn't have to be like a single mutation that does exactly what you need to be done. Like if the whole idea of natural selection is that those things can happen in steps. So if there's any way that can happen in steps, and each step on the way gives you just one advantage, or just doesn't give you a disadvantage, you can get there just with mutations.
Okay.
So
Well,
you're saying you could have like half of a. Go ahead, Paul.
No, it's like this. It's like what he has to say. It's a slow process. Like, to have a pump, you have to have something to power it, which means like some kind of motor, right? That gains energy. It has to gather energy somehow. It has to be able to move other things, like have some kind of system in place to move something. Either you have to adapt an existing system, or you have to gradually, through different changes, come up with some way to move the proteins or the protons, some way to have some kind of energy system to be able to do that. Which, oh, wait a minute, you need ATP to use the proton pump. But that brings up another issue. Where'd you get ATP from? And ATP is necessary. There's all kinds of problems.
Go ahead, Paul.
Does not take care of it. No, I mean, it's just there's a problem.
Yeah, which one you want to? Which one you want to bring up first?
Yeah. So which came first, the proteins? Which came first, the ATP, the proton pump? Which came first, the mechanism? A different way. The first for the proton pump. Please explain.
The proton.
I have no idea. This is the order that they came up.
So it's just a just so story that you don't know.
I'm not telling you a story. You asked it, how could that happen?
Well, you shouldn't expect him to know those. Yeah, you shouldn't expect him to know those things. Obviously, that's a trick question.
I was just trying to interest you. So, all I presented you is that you ask how could that happen, and if you don't know what's the previous step on that could lead to that exact. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm lacking some words here.
Sorry, you're trying to describe something that's insane.
I just want to say, so yeah, what you're describing, how do cats stay the same? Yeah, that's the point. Cats only make kittens. That's what all of DNA and genetics shows. So we don't have a problem. Everything already works this way. It's
No idea how what you're saying is related to our
two things. Two things. So, XO, you're saying that there couldn't be a whole species that changes over time to better suit their surroundings. And Bacon,
what are you talking about? I'm saying, what do you mean me? No. There's nobody says that until they have to make it up.
You're saying this can't. There's no adaptation environment or whatever.
Yes, all of biology depends that the system already functions from the beginning, fully functional in its environment. This is what the law of monophyly dictates. All of biology depends on this fact. There isn't even a claim otherwise. That's why everybody has to go to their imagination, go, well, let me just imagine something adapting, and then wait a minute, that's the point. You have to imagine it. Look at the creature in the environment. It already has the ability. That's the big secret, that for some reason this entire creation versus evolution ridiculous debate, where both sides are ridiculous, are missing the fact that there's no such thing as adaptation, let alone evolution. That's how easy it was from the beginning.
This whole adaptation thing is just change, though. Like, it changes. Its beak, it's still a bird, but like its beak gets longer.
It seems like it forces us to be stuck on these concepts in our imagination. Yes, the bird already has the ability to get a longer beak. I was born, obviously, only about a foot long. I'm 6 feet now. I already have the ability to grow now 6 times my height in 40 years. We already have the ability. That's it. The creature already has the ability.
Yeah.
It's just it's called a tautology because they teach it to children when they're young. It's just saying words to overcomplicate it to confuse people. The wolf.
Yeah, I feel like you're playing word games, exactly. And no, Bacon, as far as your thing goes.
Right. Well, I'm just okay. Then I'll close with this, unless you want me to talk. I'll close then. You want me to close? The point is, I have a claim. The entire ecosystem already works that way, so I'm accepting reality. That means it was a special functioning creation from the beginning, and there's no room for adaptation. That means that this word is dangerous. This word adaptation confuses the minds of children and destroys them and leads them to believe in evolution, because it is the same thing. It's a terrible, death religious word that makes no sense at all. It's just like saying evolution.
What is it? You're just playing word games. You're just playing word games.
No, I'm protecting the children. No, I'm protecting the children that are being brainwashed. No, I'm protecting the children. I already made the claim. You can't make a claim for me. Yeah, you can't make a claim for me. I don't make claims for you.
Never be done.
Okay, so we've seen this change or adaptation.
No, you haven't. That's the point. You haven't. You haven't seen anything. What are you talking about?
I thought you were closing. Come on.
What is going on here? You haven't seen anything. That's the point. What have anybody seen adaptation happen? I've been waiting. No, none of you have seen it. That's the point. It's in your imagination. Why can't anybody understand?
Have you ever seen evolution?
This is destroying the minds of people. That's the point. It's just like globe Earth. It's worse than
globe.
We
heard your spiel. Can I spit my spiel now?
You, but come on, man. Thought you were in closing.
Okay, so they've done biology experiments over the course of 40 years where they've seen the bacteria change or adapt, if you will.
No, they haven't. You haven't. That's the point. It hasn't happened. No, it hasn't. You're just saying it
does.
All
right, just relax. Just relax. I've seen it happen.
No, you haven't seen it happen. I'm sorry. Bacteria making
bro,
bacteria
you're gonna get muted just for a moment, bro. People talk.
Yeah, this is dangerous. This is a dangerous religion.
Yeah, it's dangerous. You got to let other people speak, man.
And as far as Bacon's point goes, I mean, I've never even met anyone that believe in this adaptation or change over time thing. I thought
It's
we
part
all.
of the great. I know
I thought
that's the
this was
point. It's something in your imagination. I know that's why you're. I know you can't
Dude,
stop
stop
talking about
through
it.
me, bro.
I know you're talking about me. You're talking about the person. I can't believe this.
I'm not even
This
talking
words
anymore.
have
I'm
meanings.
addressing the room, and I'm about to address Bacon. Relax.
Just mute him, man.
I know. That's the right. I'd like to tell the
Yeah, I
truth
can't
instead
read
of
the
you
room.
being confused. Right. Okay. So you need to
There's
push
no
me
way
out of
we're
a
gonna move on.
conversation. Okay.
I know.
That's
I
fine.
gotta
If you're gonna
back
push
out.
me out of. Okay. Then
All
I
right.
can't talk. Okay. Fine.
Yeah, like you spoke, bro.
You're
Come on,
continuing
pass
to
the
talk
mic.
about my point. Yes, it's my point. Why? If you're going to talk about it, why can't I talk about it? You guys just want to repeat yourself all day
You're not
long?
the only person here, Exo.
My
Other
God.
people want to talk. Come on.
You gave a
You want to
5-minute
call us
closing
psycho now?
spiel.
That's the point. I'm
You
trying to
had
make a
to
point
shut
here,
up
and people are
since
saying crazy things like, I
Everyone
imagine this,
stop.
and I
argument
imagine
is
this.
being diminished by
Use fewer words.
You people are losing your minds. I'm trying to talk, and you guys are going, well, I imagine this. I imagine this. That's just like the Globers.
EXO, the thing is, you got to pass the mic at some point. So, I mean, it's fair that you've said your point, but at least just pass the mic, let it go back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, you said your point. Fine, we heard you. It's all a game to get us to trick to think evolution is happening. I actually agree with that. However, I do think that this change within a species does happen over times. Like birds' beaks could get longer or shorter or stronger over time to get better at cracking the nuts open or whatever beaks do, catching fish, whatever the case is. I feel like the ones with the better beaks are going to be the ones that get the more food, and they're going to be the ones that procreate better, or whatever the case may be. There's tons of scenarios, but as far as Bacon things going, what Bacon and Paul were talking about, I mean, I think Paul was leaning towards like, say you're all you got is sea creatures, right? And then something comes up on land, it develops half a lung or a piece of a lung at a time. Like, don't you need the whole? Isn't this forgot the name for it? They equate it to a bicycle when you can't have all. Well, you have to have all the pieces for it to work.
Reducible complexity.
Yeah. That's it. So
Yeah,
you're
it's
saying
like
like it develops a piece of a lung at a time, or how's that work?
It's
Did you
not
just say reduced to a bicycle?
What?
I said
Can you let him
I've heard
answer?
it compared to a bicycle before, irreducible complexity.
Okay.
Let him answer, please.
Yeah, so if you try to think about evolution in steps that progressively increase complexity, and you at some point you can't think of a step that is just a little bit less complex than that, then I guess that's the argument of irreducible complexity. That if you can't go from this, if you can't go from a small step from a less complex form, then evolution cannot give you that. But that sort of
I'm just saying,
assumes
one
that-
day. Sorry.
You go on.
Go ahead, bro.
Maybe you didn't. Yeah, if I misunderstand your question, then
I'm saying okay. One day we're all in the ocean. There's nothing's on the land. Everything's in the ocean, right? Primordial soup shit. Then one day we came out and had lungs there, right? There's got to be some kind of like, somebody just bred and they had a baby? It like happens. Do we develop a lung slowly over time?
Yeah, something like that would have to happen. You would need a lung to develop over time, slowly, but not like piece by piece. It's usually like a more and more complex version of something that wasn't even a lung. It was just something that usually gets duplicated. So,
Well,
for example,
for a lung that's less complicated than a lung that.
I don't know. I would have to look into what's the evolution of lungs, but I'm just telling you what's the idea
Yeah,
of
no
evolution.
doubt. All right.
Well, and see, that's
I can't know
back
every
in?
specific point that everyone brings up, but like if you didn't look it up either, at least let's understand what's the idea that evolution is giving you before we're going to judge if that's possible or not.
Well, I mean, all the steps.
Just feel like.
Can I get back in?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me just make a closing statement on that. Yeah, let me just make a closing statement. I feel like there's tons of stuff like that lung example, where it just wouldn't even be possible. And there's symbiotic relationships in nature where the other creature won't survive without the other creature. You know what I'm saying? There'll be two creatures and they can't live without each other. Huh?
Like bees and flowers?
No,
bees
I
and
was thinking
flowers?
actual organisms.
Bees and
I
flowers
can't
are
think of
organisms.
any up. I can't think of any
Yeah.
off the top of my head.
Yeah,
Anyways, go ahead, Paul.
the flowers need the bees to be pollinized because that's how the plants that give you the flowers reproduce, right? And the bees need.
Yeah.
But see, that's why this is why I like talking the evolution. If you notice, the evolutionists always talk on big scale, like the evolve. But you've got to get. They always say the devil's in the details, right? So, like, what does it take for like an organism to change a gill to a lung, right? What is the evolutionary change? You know, like what? Like the way that the gill processes and gets oxygen from the water. I mean, it actually gets oxygen from the water, but a lung gets oxygen from the air. And it is like, that's a very different mechanism. And it probably takes different types of proteins, different types of structures, different things than just saying it happened. So
lungs aren't exactly getting oxygen. It just exposes your blood to air, and the oxygen gets to your.
Hold on.
Like, okay.
Hold on, real quick. Is there anything that does both the lung and the gills? Because I feel like evolutionarily speaking, that would be fucking advantage to be able to breathe in the water and on the land. Like, surely there.
An amphibian, it changes, it transforms. An amphibian, it is a water breather and then becomes an air breather.
No, I'm saying there should be something that could do both. Because like, why would you want to lose that ability, right? Like that's dope.
You need different eyes too to see underwater and to see. You need to adapt.
That's not a problem.
Usually, it's more efficient to be specialized in something, isn't it?
And also, wait a minute, you also need some level of, because your body, when something goes from water to land and exposed to air, it seems like its skin would dry out, right?
Insects. Isn't there an insect that
but
can do it?
But the point isn't that if something that will never change or that can't change slowly, because if you look to where the animal that is pointed out as the bridge between the animals that lived on the sea and the animals that live on land, where they found it out, or was in regions where you had many small lakes that would fill up during, I don't know, like high tide or something, and then they would dry out after for a while before they would fill up again. So all the marine life that was there kept getting exposed to the atmosphere and being provided from water. So they would all die, except for the ones that were for the lowest amount of time, which enabled them to get water back and keep and survive. So whatever change that would help them just stay a little longer would be a change in the DNA that you would expect to increase in the in proportion in that population. So whatever change in that direction, whatever genetic change in that direction, should statistically eventually dominate the whole species. So and you can indefinitely accumulate changes in that direction, and that's what.
Well, that's what you. Well, see, there's a lot of claims without evidence, and I can also make the same claim that those creatures were designed to be in that environment.
Yeah, sure, but that's just
bingo.
Like I'm not a paleontologist. I won't be able to convince you that actually happened. But that's where they were found, and that's where you would expect to found if lungs evolve through evolution. You need some place that in which an animal that lives in the sea, just by being able to stay out from the water a little bit more, could make the difference between surviving and not surviving.
Well, see, that's the thing, though.
Yeah, I hear you on that. But then what happens to a piece of a lung that doesn't work, that doesn't help them stay on land longer if the lung doesn't work? You got to have a whole lung for that.
No, you don't. Like whenever change in how the animal breathes, that allows it to stay on
doesn't change.
on air
Doesn't
just a
change.
little bit
Just
more.
that's your religious
Oh, the
belief.
guy's back. Yeah, I think the conversation's over again.
Well, here's the problem.
You don't need a whole language.
Why do
whole
we just
lung,
keep
you
making?
need-
You're just making stuff up. It doesn't change. That's the point. Sorry, it never changes. It's born an eagle.
Yeah,
It
thanks
stays
for
an
the
eagle. It
interruption.
stays a fish. That's it. It doesn't change. That's reality.
Yeah,
Well, and
if
also
you want
the
to say
genetic
that for the fifth time, maybe that would be the last.
Well, here's the thing too. The change you talk about would have, if it's especially if it's a male female, would have to happen in both sexes. If it only happened in one, there's no way to guarantee it'd be carried on to the next generation unless both species,
Sure.
both male and female, would have that capability.
Which is like fine because you wouldn't expect.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine because most of chromosomes are shared between the sexes. The ones that are not, if that change happens in the ones that are not, and only the males can breathe or just the females can breathe a little more, it won't get spread, so that gene is going to disappear. So whenever that happens in one of the genes that can be shared between the sexes, that wouldn't stay in the species, which is fine because there's a bunch of other places in the DNA for changes to appear.
The
That
point
is shared
was
between the sexes.
The point was there's no point in forming a piece of a lung that doesn't function. It has to function in order for it to be. Otherwise, you just have this worthless. Otherwise, you just have this worthless organ in your body that doesn't do anything.
No one's arguing for that. The argument isn't that you get a piece of lung before it starts working. The argument is you get something that already works, but very rudimentary because it's just changing something that you already had. So it's not a lung, doesn't work as a lung, but just allows you to stay on outside of the water a little bit more, and you might be able to get changes on that thing until it becomes something like a lung. It doesn't have to start.
When we say lung, we're talking about the ability to transfer air in the atmosphere into oxygen, right? In your bloodstream.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the lung just exposes your blood to the atmosphere because
yes, you need a functioning. You need a functioning thing that does that. If it's not functioning, it doesn't do any good to have it. So you have to have one species. So one day there's a species, there's no. Then it gives birth lung.
That's missing the point again. I'm not sure if you're not listening, but that's not what I'm saying.
That's not. What are you saying exactly? What are you saying?
So you already have.
Well, cats
you already have in fishes something that takes the oxygen.
You're missing this whole point. Cats and little animals stuff can be born with two heads, two legs, two tails. What's the reason it doesn't? Who knows? But does that mean that a big bird and a little bird, that one of them grew something special? Was that just a little bit bigger than the other one? How do you? Oh, man.
Yeah, sorry, I'll ignore that. Had nothing to do with what I'm saying. So
what exactly are you saying with this, Bacon?
Right. So I mean, I haven't looked into the evolution of lungs, so I'm just going to give you an idea that illustrates what evolution can do, right? So this is not me telling you that's how lungs came into. It's just me telling you how evolution allows things to happen. So
I know, but listen,
it's just a religious claim, though. You're just giving us your imagination. Wow.
Well, listen, you have a baby born. It either has a functioning lung that functions, or it doesn't, and it has a piece of a lung. Like, there's no other option.
There is. Let's say.
What's the third option?
Let's say that animal, part of its. What's the name of the thing of the fish that uses to breathe?
The gill.
What's the other option?
Gill.
I gave you two options. You told me there's a third option.
I'm trying
What's the third option?
I was just lacking a word. I'm sorry. Like I never talk about biology, so my vocabulary in this subject is like very minuscule, and I'll be struggling with words all the time. But
it's fine. But what's the third option? There's a baby born. It either has a functioning lung, or it doesn't have a lung, or it has a piece of a lung.
Lives or dies.
What's the other option?
Yeah, Jeremy, it's lives or dies, right? You have the two options, lives or dies, right? Is there any other option besides living or dying? That would be it. Thanks.
Right. Say there's just a piece of its what's the word? Gill?
A baby has
Is that
gills,
it?
yeah.
Gills.
Gills, yeah.
The
Part
gill.
of the gills that when exposed to air, some of the oxygen gets into your blood. There's just like a defect on the gills, and that happens. And it might be even harmful in the water, but because animals in that region keep being exposed to the atmosphere, it might save the lives of the ones that had that defect, and suddenly now it becomes an advantage. And it's not a lung, it's not a piece of lung, it's just something that can work as a lung. And you don't want the whole thing to become a lung because you can't breathe on water anymore. But you can have mutations that make that larger, or that mitigates the other issues that comes with. So that eventually develops into what we call lung today. That's just
Okay,
it's
so
just
there's a fish born. Hold on, before you get too far off. There's a fish born. It's got a gill. The gill can take water out of the atmosphere and water out of the air at the same time. You're saying?
yeah. Let's say part of it can
Sorry,
get
water
some
out
of
of
the
the
oxygen.
water, air out of the water. My bad, I misspoke. Air out of the water and air out of the
Oxygen.
oxygen out of oxygen out of the water and oxygen out of air at the same time. You're saying?
Yeah, but it would be like something. If a mutation does that, probably you would have some problems with that for the fish, not just that ability, but it wouldn't work very well as a gill on water if it does that, right?
Okay, so
you
listen to
have
me. I
problems.
know, I understand that. So listen to me. So you either have a baby where it has a lung, so to speak, and it can take oxygen out of the air, or you have one that can take oxygen out of the water.
Yeah, that one could take a little bit of the oxygen from the air, let's say. That's
So
not a
you're saying
lung.
it can
It's
do
not a
both.
piece of lung.
You're saying the
That's
gill can do both.
No, I'm saying mutation could help the gill from doing both. Because
Could help
essentially
it do both. I didn't
Yeah.
hear what you said. It could help it do
Yes.
both.
Yes. Like it wouldn't mean that you can just take the fish out of the water and you would be able to breathe just fine. It maybe would die as well, it just would take longer because some of the oxygen is actually getting through the gills to the blood.
Okay, so you're saying we have this baby fish, and now this baby fish can now breathe air and water. It can't breathe air. It can survive in the water perfectly fine through its gill. That also can take oxygen out of the air.
Yeah, something like that.
And it would give up one of those abilities. Why?
Not necessarily. It wouldn't have to give up either of those abilities. So
Okay, do we have anything on Earth right now that can do both?
Yes. There's what's the name of that fish?
Lungfish?
Skid. Oh, I don't remember the name of it. But there's like a tiny fish with lungs and gills.
Lungfish. Is that not what you're looking for? Lungfish.
Yes.
They got lungs and gills?
I'm not sure the mechanism, but they are able to extract oxygen from the atmosphere.
And the water.
Yes.
Oh, that's banging right there. You should have led with that. That's what I would have led with if I was talking about this.
Yeah, well, lungfish might have lung. The one I was talking about was another one. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, let's think about this through while they're processing this. Okay, you got this one fish. All of a sudden, he created this new little bladder or something on his gill that can breathe air. He goes out.
Yeah, they got
somehow,
one. The lungfish.
Hold on a second. This is the first one, let alone the one we have now. Let's talk about the first one. He gained this ability that can breathe air, a little bit of air. He goes, okay, I've always lived in the water. I may have poked my nose out to look outside there a little bit, but yeah, I'm sitting here. The food's down here in the water. But one day, though, he gets washed up on the shore, and he's laying there. His fins aren't designed to do anything except swim in the water. He can't get back to the ocean, but he can breathe air. But he flops around a little bit. The sun comes out, Next thing he knows, he's drying out. I'm not getting enough oxygen, and he's dead. Okay, but there's another one. Same thing happened. And then it's only this one fish every now and again that's doing this, right? But every time they try to leave, they die. They go back, but there's nobody else, but there's nobody else like me. I'm the only one. It's mostly males that are doing it, but no females that are seeming to happen to. Only the female males. So this genetic trait doesn't quite seem to catch. You know what I mean? This is the problem. There's things they talk about the wonders of evolution, that it can create all these environments, but they don't think about, like, yeah, he can breathe air, but what about the mechanism to find food? What about the mechanism to be able to walk on land? What about the other things that he needs to function to live outside the water?
Hold on.
In
Are
their,
you saying
in their own theory,
lungfish? Are
in
you
their
saying all
own
the
theories, it would
lungfish?
make fish not go out of water. If the fish were dying when they went out of the water, then after 1 billion years, no fish would ever go out of the water.
All right, are you saying all the lungfish? Are you saying all the lungfish are males, the ones that can breathe air?
No, I think the lungfishes are designed to be that. They're designed to be lungfish in the water and outside the water, because they have the necessary parts to do that.
All right. What'd you say,
That's
Rocky?
just
I
a
think I
fraction of
clicked
the
through.
issue. What else does the lungfish do?
Well,
The lungfish already has the ability to hibernate for weeks or days or years. Hello, yeah, the lungfish already has the ability to hibernate for years. You got to be psychopath if you think that's evolution.
No one's saying that. Jeremy just asked for an example. That's the example.
Yeah,
But it's
once
better-
something adaptation or whatever you call it, once something does something over and over again and it causes harm, it doesn't do it anymore, you know, or you know, it grows a beak because it does this for 1 million years or whatever. If a fish keeps going out of the water and dying, that species of fish is not gonna go out of the water anymore unless it was created to go out of the water every now and then. That's my theory.
Well, it's like, how did birds evolve? They lived on the land mostly, like ostriches, like, let's say. They could run around like chickens. They could run around. They chase it. All of a sudden, they looked up. Oh, there's a dragonfly. Let me jump after it. Oh, I missed it. Darn it. Let's jump after it again. Darn it. Keep missing it. But all of a sudden, one day, I start flapping my wings, and I flew, and I caught the dragonfly. Oh, well, I'm going to survive because I can jump to grab the dragonfly, and the other chickens can't.
Well, changes
That's
in
pretty much what evolution.
changes that help you to get the dragonfly.
Okay, but here's the thing: if it's easy,
Oh,
if it's easier,
I can't get to the end of any sentence.
oh, I'm sorry.
Every
Go ahead.
time I start to get, so any change in the direction that would help you to get dragonflies, you would expect that DNA change to dominate the species, because animals that have that can feed more.
Like the
Hold on,
frogs,
okay.
the frogs
Hold on
that
a
have the
second.
longest tongues.
Hold on a second.
Frogs
Hold on a
that have
second,
the
Jeremy.
longest tongues are going to end up. The frogs that have the longest tongues are end up going to catch some more flies or whatever. So you're going to have frogs with longer tongues come out or whatever, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, though. With most chickens, I never see them looking up in the sky for things. They're always looking at the ground, because most of the time they're foraging for insects and birds or bugs and worms. But the only way they can fly is if they have to realize the food source is better, more plentiful, better for them to go get the food up in the sky. Right?
What's your question? Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, is you're talking about beneficial. Well, for a chicken, it's more beneficial to be on the ground, because most of the time they forage. They look for bugs and insects on the ground. The bugs and insects are more plentiful. So they would have no reason to start jumping after dragonflies. So, and I think even ostriches, they don't jump after things. They may look for plants on the ground to look for other insects on the ground. So all the birds, the ground-based birds, they don't seek to the sky looking for food.
I mean, these things are created this way, right? Because I mean, take a frog,
I know
right? They start off as a tadpole with gills, and then they lose their gills, and develop their lungs, things that already are built that way. I mean, why would it just keep having gills if it don't need it anymore and just start having eggs outside?
Yeah, but the change thing over time makes sense, right? The birds, the frogs with the longest tongue are gonna get more food and be bigger and be able to fight off the other frogs.
Then
Female.
all the toads that have less longer tongue would have been died out by now.
That disproves adaptation.
Well, have you
Yeah, and
seen
then we now we have
with
frogs.
tiny lung that
And now
catch
in
fly?
this species of frog, and now in this species of my bad. Go ahead, Bacon. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking if you have frogs that catch flies that have tiny tongues.
No, and I'm saying that all the frogs that didn't have longer tongues would have died out.
Which they did.
Frogs are like Pokemon.
Yeah, that's why frogs have long tongues.
So that's where.
Well, I mean, this whole adaptation change over time thing makes sense to me. The ones that are the strongest male lions, okay, the strongest male lions are going to be the ones that get banging the other, all the other female lions, because they're going to be the ones that can fight off the other male lions. So the
They already
strongest
had
male
the ability.
lions,
Yeah, that disproves adaptation.
so the strongest male lions. So over time, only the strongest male lions are going to be breeding. They're going to be the ones that are passing their genes down, and
Yep, stays the same.
It's going to change over time so that they get stronger and
You just keep
stronger.
saying this word change. It
Or are you
doesn't.
under
It stays
talking me
the
the whole
same.
time?
No, I'm just saying you keep making stuff up. It stays the same. That guarantees it does not adapt at all. It already had the ability. People just keep making stuff up. I don't get it.
No one's talking about having or not having the ability.
He's not
Jeremy's
making
saying-
anything.
Jeremy's
Doesn't
just
sound like I
saying
made
there's-
anything up. Does that not
saying
make
it changes? It lions staying lions is not changing. You're teaching children it's changing. It's not.
Okay, first of all, I'm not teaching children anything.
Yes,
I am a
it's
janitor at a
staying the
school.
same.
So over time, the lions would
Stay
adapt
the
and
same.
change to keep getting
Yes,
stronger and
they stay
stronger.
the same. Yes.
Yo,
Bro,
mute
relax,
that guy.
bro.
Why is Quantum
Relax,
raising?
Exo.
Why don't you just mute
Exo.
it?
I did.
That's
Exo,
crazy.
stop. Exo, you need to let everybody finish their conversation or their point and then respond. Don't just
Elbow,
burst
does
out.
that make sense to you? Elbow, does that make sense to you that over time the male lions would keep getting stronger and stronger, or the cheetahs would keep getting faster and faster?
No, that's just they work out. I mean, it
doesn't work that way.
The slower cheetahs can't catch the food; they die off. The faster cheetahs get the food; they just keep getting faster and faster. I don't know. It makes sense. It makes sense that prey would get faster because of the cheetah. Now you've got this thing hunting them, chasing them down every day. And the cheetah's going to get all the slow ones, right?
Yeah,
so
that
the
would
slow
mean
ones
that-
ain't going to breed. The fast ones are gonna be the ones to reproduce.
Well, but by your
No.
logic, right now there should have been a, let's say a hyena that would be stronger than a lion right now.
No, that's not true.
Why?
Why? I mean, they're
Why?
they're prey if they don't hunt by pack.
Well, the lions are getting stronger too.
Nature is one constant battle between the prey developing better defenses and the predators developing better offense.
There you go. That's a great way to say it. And you guys realize that, like, any attempt to say, well, why don't we see foxes or whatever? It's just ignorant. Like, there's a limit to how much
let me know when I can speak.
these. There's a limit to how much these animals are going to grow. There's something called biologic limitation.
None of them are
Like-
the edge of the
No,
size.
that stays the same. I'm still waiting. They stay the same. Lions don't get stronger. They're already there. They're already strong. They don't get stronger. They stay the same. This is a psychotic religion.
We
No,
all know
they
they're
don't
already there.
change. They stay the same.
ignorance.
One
All right.
example. You'd be a billionaire.
Like if
One
we
example.
took like a black eagle and a white eagle, bred them together, right? They'll change over time a little.
Well, that's not a change
stays
over
the
time.
same.
You
That
just
stays the
Well,
same.
you're going to see the
you just-
patterning change on them a little.
Nope.
I think.
See,
over
you just keep making
generation.
stuff up. It stays the same. They don't, it's
No,
not
no.
a claim.
See, that's where you're
I
wrong.
mean, because there are
That's
black,
where you're
there are
wrong.
eagles with like black wings, or there
Yes,
and white
that's staying
body,
the
and then there's
same,
eagles
yes.
with
Yep, they
like
stay
a
the
white
eagles.
head
Yep,
and a
they
black
s-
body.
Yep, they already had the ability. Yeah,
black
they
wings.
get a
Yo,
great eagle.
XO. I'm gonna give you a warning next time, just so you know.
So, Jeremy, you're very correct, right? As the cheetah developed, the prey developed, right? And we can see this in a lot of different ways. So
Another lie.
if we
It's
pull
just
apart
lying.
the
This is just everybody's just gonna make stuff up. We've
Okay,
seen it
Dexo,
develop.
but you gotta let
What
them
is
get it.
going on? I know. So this.
You have to let them get their point out and then refute it afterwards. You can't refute it at the time they're speaking, bud.
Thank
you. Yeah, what's his screen name? What's his screen name? Hold on a second.
Foreign language. He's at the bottom.
I don't even know how to add that. I don't even know how to add that.
Bro, constantly lying. This channel just constantly lies.
What
No one's
symbol is
ever
that?
seen that. Why do people
It's
just keep
people.
saying it changes when they've never
He
seen it
didn't even know
happen?
he was muted.
It
He was just talking
stays
the
the
whole time.
same.
This guy has
It
no
stays.
self-control.
Yeah, you get $1
I
billion
don't know why you guys even do
example.
I timed them out for over talking.
So you brought
I
up a
said you
great
just
point.
spoke.
As one thing gets faster, the other will get faster. We have a lot of evidence. So you can see physiological differences between prey and predator, right? And someone mentioned earlier that it's a relationship, and it is. It's a balancing act. And one such thing is that you can observe very specific small groups, right? Like, so we have a species. We can view small groups in small isolated ecosystems and how they've developed different than their other species brethren, right? To either kill prey or to avoid prey, or to avoid predators. So the idea that a group or a species can evolve is completely seen in everyday life. And the most common one, right? And I know that this is going to cause an uproar, but it's antibiotic resistant bacteria. Bacteria that are getting better at fighting against what once killed them. And this is a perfect example of evolution.
Can we talk about that? Let's talk about that. Did you map the genetic code of the bacteria before they adapted and showed where new genetic information was added to that to show that it had the ability to either fight or resist or create a new enzyme to stop antibiotic resistance?
Right. So the DNA doesn't always need to change. That's a common misconception because the way, like, a lot of people hear the fact that we have 98% relative DNA to banana or a ficus or whatever, and that's 100% true. But the difference between us, a banana, and a ficus is how we exhibit the DNA, the different enzymes that address everything. So the DNA can stay the same. The method of action can change over time, but the DNA can change too through mutation.
Okay, so from what you just said, two things. Either the information was already in the bacteria to be able to resist the antibiotics. It was already in information, or it was added. Yes.
So,
according to what you just said.
Here's that's what I'm saying. Let me clarify. Okay. DNA, right, is a string of A, C, T, that kind of stuff, right? And what happens is proteins read this and they do something. So the most common thing for evolution is the changes in how we express the DNA, right? So the proteins and enzymes that express DNA. However, some evolutionary changes can be cited from a mutation in DNA, which when the standard enzyme and protein is trying to express it, expresses differently. So the expression could be caused by one of two factors.
Okay, are you done? Can I respond?
Yeah, please.
So back to what I said. So what you're saying is then either the information was already in there to be antibiotic, and it was just an expression of the DNA, or somehow the genetic code changed or was added. Information was added or changed to produce certain types of proteins to make it antibiotic resistant.
Virtually yes. I just don't like your statement that the ability to resist antibiotics was already in the DNA. Like the DNA doesn't say anything. That's the thing. That was the whole point of saying that we're so similar to bananas and ficuses. It's not the DNA that's telling you that you are able to resist the antibiotics. It's the expression of the DNA through proteins. And the only reason I brought up the mutation of the DNA is because if you have a 50 character DNA strand, right, and you mutate it and you add an addition DNAs, right? Well, as the protein reads that, it will create a different response. But the idea that the bacteria has antibiotic resistant information in the DNA is not true.
Okay, well then you're saying the information has to be added. Like for example, okay, like to be like sunlight resistant, right? Which means in my skin. Somehow there has to be some mechanism inside the cell to cause it to protect that cell from sunlight. So if antibiotics are designed to kill the cell, something has to change inside the cell to give it what it needs to withstand the thing that's trying to. So, and what would those things be? Well, there's proteins, there's hormones, there's enzymes, there's all kinds of things inside the cell to do that. Okay, so which back to what I said before, something, either information was added, changed, or was already there.
Well, so that's what I'm trying to say. It's not that information's really added, and it's not that anything is really there. It's that the expression is now different. That's the best way to say it. Is that
when you say expression,
that the cell, yeah.
Go ahead. When you say the word expression, okay, like my computer, I have a computer, right? The code in the to express the picture is there, but the computer will not express the picture until I click on the picture. Once I click on the picture comes out. So that means the information for the picture is there. So for the genetic code to express it, well, I mean, it has to be expressed. It can't be expressed if it's not there.
Right. But you're making an errorist comparison. So let's say you have 3 different types of DNA strands, right? So you have human, banana, and ficus, right? You can express very similar using each DNA strand. Like basically what I'm saying is theoretically, you can create a banana from human DNA using a banana expression model, right? So using banana proteins to express the human DNA, you can essentially make banana, theoretically. So that's what I'm trying to say, is that it's the way that you're expressing the DNA can change. I feel like we're getting to an argument about a very detailed argument that really isn't kind of going anywhere.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
If I take doing that thing again.
Yeah, and if I take what he just said, for example, if he's breaking up, that genetic information is in all organisms. The only difference between me, the banana, the plant, the tiger, the bear, the fish, all that, is the expression of the already existing DNA information. Correct. How it's expressed.
Yeah.
Okay, but what if my I have more information in my DNA than so you're saying I have the exact same amount if you was to stretch out my DNA strand and you stretched out a banana, all the information is exactly the same and it's exactly the same length.
No. But
so it's different. Information is different.
Right. But what I'm saying is that like the vast majority of reasons why we don't get cancer from like everyday mutations, such as like carcinogens we ingest or from, radioactive light, is because very small parts of our DNA is actually read by the cell. The vast majority of DNA is waste. So
my first point, all the information is already there. It's just being expressed. There's no new information. No information changed. It's just already existing. It's just being expressed.
No, that statement is a bad statement. That's why I take issue, because what I'm trying to express to you is that that cell doesn't have the information to resist antibiotics naturally, right? The cells that are resisting these antibiotics have mutated, and that's
So
why they're doing it, right?
it either gained the information necessary to
No, that's what I'm
or
trying to
it
tell you
changed
is that
something, or the information was changed.
yeah, that's a better way to say it. But like, I don't like
Okay.
the
Man, break
information.
already.
Like, I'm not really.
Well, okay, if the information was changed, what aspect changed? For example, again, proteins are genetic code that's read. Proteins are formed. So what protein was formed, or what expression changed to make this antibiotic resistant? You're just saying it did it,
Yeah.
and this is proof of
Okay.
evolution. The devil's in the details. So
Yeah.
what new protein was formed? What magical mutated protein changed to make this antibiotic resistant?
Yeah. So there's a couple. This is a loaded question, right? So the most direct answer is the cell wall. The structure of the cell wall has changed. That's a
Okay,
big
so
part of it.
the cell wall is made up of proteins and what's the word? Triglycerides. Lipids. That's the word. That's the word I'm looking for. So you're saying somehow magically there became more lipids, or more proteins, or the type of proteins changed on the cell wall?
No.
Well, what changed? Something changed.
You
said the cell wall changed. So
That's
the
what I'm
lipids changed.
I'm trying to express. I'm trying to
Sorry.
express it to you. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean the last part I shouldn't say no to, because that could be true, right? Like the proteins on the cell wall can change to interact with their environment differently. That's a truth statement that I erroneously said no to. The way this happened, right? And no one really knows the exact cause of it, but it's a combination of mutation and survival of the fittest. So let's say you have, that's why we say to everyone, finish your antibiotics, even if you start feeling better, so you kill all the bacteria. But what a lot of people started doing is like, they started stopping their dose halfway through because they started feeling better, and they didn't kill the entire civilization of bacteria. So the bacteria that were left were bacteria that either A, were naturally resistant to the antibiotics because of a mutation, or B, were able to evolve to resist the environment caused by the antibiotics and were left in the system. And as that person continued throughout their life and got sick, they spreaded these new evolved or different, right? Because they're saying that these new cells, whether it was mutation or evolution, right? These new cells are different than the original. They spread it, and that's how we're getting stuff like MRSA, which is resistant a resistant bacterial infection.
Okay, I noticed something in this discussion. I was trying to get very specific. And honestly, and I've said this, I already kind of set the standard. Okay, to say something mutated or changed, which means you would have had to have genetically coded the DNA.
No,
okay, which means you know. Now listen.
No,
you're gonna have to wait till you finish.
Listen. Okay, you'd have to map the DNA and know what each sequence of genetic for whatever specific protein, or you would have, and then you would have to say, well, the mutation happened here, and this chain of sequence in the DNA. Okay. Or you'd have to show, well, maybe there's a stressor in the environment that may have said, okay, the environment say, well, this expression of this gene has to be more. Has to be more. Like we have to produce more proteins. We have to produce more of this stuff to make it antibiotic resistant. See, I was trying to get some story.
Yeah,
and then you're saying,
so
no, that's not it. That's not it. You keep saying that's not it, but that's the only option you got.
Well, so I don't like the way you're stating it. The first part I didn't like the way you stated. The second part's very correct, right? So I'm using bacteria because bacteria's life is very short and they replicate fast, right? We had fully mapped out the human genome, and I can show you all the same situations that you're asking for the human genome, right? We know lifespan and our reproductive cycles are much slower than that of bacteria. So I'm using bacteria just because of how fast they reproduce. Anyways, you're essentially pretty much correct, where something changed at some point to allow this cell to exist in an environment that it did not exist in before. Can we agree there?
I don't disagree with that. See, that's the thing. I don't agree. I don't disagree. Hold on a second. I don't disagree with the outcome or the what you're observing. I'm talking about the cause of that change. Like what change? Like, and the only option you only have 3 options. We've already covered it. Either new information was added, which means some kind of new protein was formed or something that make it antibiotic resistant. A mutation within a genetic code, which means change the protein coding of a protein to make it a different type of protein, which also, if it changed that one protein, that also might affect something else about the biological system of the cell, which is another question. Or it already had that information embedded in it, and it was just an expression of it, which you did admit. So it could mean the information was already there, and it's just expressing that information.
Number 2 would be the most accurate. If I were to choose out of what you said, number 2 would represent my statement the most accurate.
Okay, then to prove that, then you have to prove, you have to show what the code beforehand, which means you have to show what the genetic code looked like before you did this, and you'd have to show the genetic code after this, and show you which gene changed.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're saying gene now, which
or whatever
the
genetic code, whatever part of the genetic code, whatever part changed.
I'm trying to express it to you, man. All right.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that we have right? Like we're looking at staph. We have a staphylococcus something, right? Now you have MRSA, which is staphylococcus, blah, 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 antibiotic resistant. We can see, right, where MRSA split off, right, from the original infection, right? And we can watch as MRSA becomes more and more prevalent. And we've done a lot of experimentation, right?
More and more what?
I can't tell you where the first.
Sorry, but you kind of caught up. I'm sorry, but you
from.
kind of caught off a little bit when you said something. You said it did more and more what?
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is
it became
that
a different strain. Is what he's saying.
we have no. Like we have this bacterial infection, right? No MRSAs around. Now we have this bacterial infection and this adaptive bacterial infection, right? And I'm saying that the adaptive bacterial infection is a result of a mutation, right? Whether that is a mutation in the genome, right? Or whether that is a mutation within one of the reading proteins, I'm not sure. I can look it up. I guarantee I can find a lot of information on that. But that's where it came from, is a mutation. So the information that it was there is not true. That like no new information was added in there, and the information did not exist. It was a mutation in how the information was read or expressed.
So it changed the way a protein or something else functions in the body, in the system.
Yes.
Okay, now here's the thing about that. Let's think. What are proteins for?
Well, proteins are for everything. Everything that you can list, there's a protein. There's proteins that break down oil. There's proteins that form the bonds that allow your skin to be seen. I mean, proteins are just, even enzymes are proteins, and enzymes are the catalyst for the chemical reactions in the body.
Okay, that's good, because I've been, you just kind of basically said what I've been saying. if I change slightly the genetic code for testosterone, what will that do with the overall living system? The system.
Well, see that's a very hard problem because, like I said, like you can have a 50,000 character DNA strand for testosterone, right? But there might be only 50 characters that are read and expressed, and that's
but you just listen to what I said though. If my body is designed to understand testosterone in a certain way, right? And testosterone's a hormone, which is basically, I've said this before, I took anatomy in college. So hormones is basically a signal for the body to tell the body what to do, right? To tell right, essentially. So, but if I change something, if I mutate the testosterone in my body, right? Maybe to do something else, it's designed to do something. It is mutated to, it does this one function in the body, but then I mutate that in my body to do something else.
Yeah.
What will that do to the other parts of the living system?
That question is unknown right now because
unknown.
Well,
okay, if my body can't read testosterone,
I'm trying to respond. I'm trying to respond right now. So the question is unknown because I don't know what change you made, how the proteins are going to express that change. But one of the things that we can look at is if you look at people who are lactose intolerant, right, who their body won't be able to process milk, we can give them proteins in the form of enzymes called lactose, right, or lactase, or whatever that brand of milk is, and they're able to consume milk products. That's one example of the body having a very specific way of doing things, but we can introduce proteins to change it. So your question of what would happen if you changed testosterone, I have no idea because I don't know what the change is. And I'm not sure how that change would affect every other aspect.
Okay, but you just showed, you used another example, which is good, which means lactose is basically your body doesn't produce the proper enzyme to break down milk. So if I had, let's say I had this, let's evolutionary look at it. Let's say I had, my body's producing the proper enzyme, okay, to break down milk. But all of a sudden, that a mutation occurs, which causes me to, that enzyme becomes useful for something else, then it can no longer break down milk, right? What about what all the other hormones or another protein? So that's my point. You, in one sense, you're changing the information, you're mutating it, you're changing it, which means it ceases to do one function, like milk, to produce milk, to change it to another function, which is your mutation to be beneficial for something else, but you've actually made it detrimental in another area.
And that's now you're understanding it. That's perfect. So what we're saying is that the vast majority of mutations result in the end of lineage, right?
And death. Exactly.
Whether it's death, whether it's death or whether it's this organism is going to have poor reproductive probability, right? Or competitiveness, right? Most of these mutations will go away, but the evolutionary model states that survival of the fittest, basically. So as you said, the enzymes that change, that stop doing one thing, but now do something more beneficial, well, that organism will be able to have a higher reproductive competitiveness because they're able to do something that the other individuals are not. Whether that is a giraffe getting a higher branch, whether that's a fish being able to go down farther to get better food, like whatever it may be. And then
the thing is, I guess
the final point is that the individuals of those mutations end up starting to steer the species in that new way. So that's why I'm saying MRSA is a great example of this. So we're not exactly sure how the first MRSA cell was acquired, but that's why there's so many talks about antibiotics and finishing them, is so that we can try to stop this species from heading towards full MRSA, in which our antibiotics would no longer work. And we would have seen in just one lifetime something that did work that no longer works because of mutation, i.e. that cell or that species evolved to resist an environment.
But I mean, let's say, go back to my testosterone, for example. If my body mutated and started producing testosterone for another purpose, repurposed it, my lineage would die.
You don't know. That's what I'm saying. We don't know.
Well, what is testosterone for in the body?
Well, testosterone's for a lot of things. So
Right, it is for a lot of things. Exactly.
The thing about hormones is that hormones are very much like an ecosystem. So if you were to draw a circle and you were to split that circle into 3 parts, right, and then draw an arrow on only the left side, so you just have a circle of 3 arrows, that would be the endocrine system. So basically what happens is if the body senses a change in homeostasis, such as a stress, fight or flight, it's going to release adrenaline. Adrenaline will then cause an action, and then another hormone or an enzyme will break down that adrenaline to bring you down to homeostasis. So with testosterone, it's the same thing. It plays a part in estrogen, it plays a part in self-growth, it plays a part in reproductive maturity. And I have no way of knowing without you specifically telling me what you're changing to know what the outcome would be if you changed your testosterone. But you're correct. Most likely you will not be reproductive. You will not be reproductively competitive.
Right. I mean, so that, I mean, well, at least you're admitting my point. At most, mutations are detrimental. But that's when you say most, which most people acknowledge that, you're saying still this one mechanism that is most of the time detrimental to the living organism is the very mechanism in which all life came from.
Exactly. It's like the idea. Well, it's like a Hail
Mary
Mary pass in football. The majority of Hail Mary passes in football fail, or the majority of field goals kicked past 65 yards fail. But fuckers still try. Fuckers still try every Monday night, and god damn it, every now and then they get it, and they win the game, and they change the course of history, really. I mean, I'm not trying to be that poignant about it, but it's true. It's true. Like, just because something's not always successful or beneficial doesn't mean that when it is, it can't change something.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the problem. To get from the first living organism to the human, how many Hail Marys had to happen?
Millions.
Oh, wow. Sounds like an odds thing. So we won the lottery 1 million times.
Well, there's 2 issues here, and I'm not going to let my religious beliefs come in the way, but I'm going to state them clearly. My religious beliefs is that, God created this universe to work in the way that we observe it. But to answer your question more directly is that if we state that cells have been around from 1 billion years, then 1 million successful Hail Marys out of 1 trillion attempts, is why we are the way we are. I'm not
Wouldn't
saying.
It be better? Well, I mean, if you're creationist, wouldn't it be better to say that it would be more guided to bring us to this place than to be random chance and a bunch of Hail Marys that brought us to this place?
No, because see, in my belief, right, which is something, like I said, I didn't want to talk about as much, but in my belief, I believe God created the Big Bang and all the rules to the universe, like quantum field theory, which I think is really changing the way I look at the world. And evolution was part of that possibility. Like, that's what I'm saying. I believe God made evolution possible and allowed his creation to grow unimpeded.
Okay, well, I won't get theological on you. I'll leave it there. I mean, at least you acknowledge there's a creator. But I would think it'd be more, even if evolution is true, and I'll usually argue this point, I would argue that cars have evolved from the most simple first steam-powered car to the new Teslas, but that evolution in cars was guided by an intelligence. That makes more sense than saying random chance, bunch of true Hail Marys happened to make life be what it is. That makes better sense to me.
But you make a big error there, right? Because you're asking if a car can evolve. So I don't want to take up the mic anymore, so I'm gonna leave with this last premise, and if you wish to answer, I would love that. But if you put a car in a jail cell and you put a human in a jail cell, which one is going to try to escape if there's no food? And that's the whole idea behind evolution, is that you don't need a creator, you need something that wants to live bad enough. So the reason your car example doesn't work is because the car will never move if you leave it in a jail cell. It's never going to change.
But
what
about people who
is God creator?
I believe God created the Big Bang, but he stopped interacting with his creation after that.
So you're a deist.
Yeah.
I don't know what I am.
Well, that's a deist.
Okay.
So you
Well,
believe in a
I'm
creator?
unable to reconcile the current religious text with modern day science, so that's why I believe what I believe.
But you haven't shown any practical evolutionary traits, meaning anything that happened from ape to human. So where does evolution come in? I mean, other than what you believe, it just happened. But I mean, I don't understand.
Right. So that's evolution is a really fun word, right? And we can use it in a bunch of different ways. So
Okay,
I'm showing
first. Define evolution then.
I would say evolution is changing from a determined set point. And I would also put a caveat that evolution is changing from a set point in with a result that can be considered positive, or a result that leads to higher reproductive competition. That's what I would define.
It's not necessarily. No, according to your idea of evolution, that whether something evolves or not is independent of what you would consider positive for that organism.
Well, that's why I qualified the organism's ability to reproductively be more competitive against the understood default. So that's what I'm saying. Evolution is a change from a default set point, and we can measure that by seeing if that organism has a higher reproductive competitiveness compared to the set point.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Everybody could define evolution how they want. So it's like almost like a pointless cause. If you define it one way, somebody else defines it another. What are you really? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think Smooth is defining it in a way that most people would, if they don't agree, like specifically, they would have a similar idea. So I don't think it's that far out the realm of possibility. You could say that there's like a set, like instead of a set point that moves, you could call it like a floating average, if you want to look at it statistically. And you got this floating averages, but then they diverge over time and then cause separate species. I think most people would agree that is more or less the idea.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Crypto.
And doesn't mean that I believe it. There you go.
And Paul, when I heard y'all having the conversation, you and Paul, it sounded like you had a claim prior to what you were explaining to justify that claim. And in the end, it sounded like the conclusion was, well, how does this process lead to evolution when it leads to the end? And you said, well, that's like a Hail Mary. It's like God. It's like this. It's like, so the thing that you claim, right, is antithetical to the information we have. And your only justification is it could be God.
Well, I don't think you did a good job at representing my stance.
Well, I'm asking. I said Crypto and Paul because I is that. Am I tripping?
I don't know exactly what is your critique specifically.
Well, he had a claim, and at the end of the conversation, before he started talking about the Hail Mary stuff, right? That seemed to be his proof for the claim. But the conclusion was, how can this be proof when this is antithetical to your claim? And he said, I know, it's amazing.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So basically,
I don't see what he's saying.
Yeah. Basically, what he's saying is, so when Rags to Riches said to you, "Oh, you're relying on millions of Hail Marys," and he's saying that that's statistically unlikely or whatever, you seem to rebut it with just saying it's amazing, as if to say, like, isn't God very powerful in that He can make these statistically unlikely things happen?
Well, that I was gonna defend that statement. So
yeah, go ahead. All I'm doing is expanding on what Elijah's saying. Yeah.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, listen, it is incredible. And one of the things I just want to qualify right here is that something being incredible there's no connection between something being incredible and something not being allowed to work just because it's incredible. Like the wealth of one man, $3 trillion it's an insane amount, but one man still has that. The reason why I say that evolution is pretty amazing is because we can watch ecosystems evolve. The evolution doesn't have to be just the species itself, but it can be an ecosystem.
No,
and
but it wasn't that the incredible is impossible.
Hold on. Let him finish. Wait, let him finish.
We watch these ecosystems specifically like in rainforests. So whether it's Madagascar or South America, we watch the way the species interact with humans and themselves differently. So we watch how people act, breed, and live differently because of a change of environment. And that is a type of evolution.
Elijah.
That's not
Elijah.
Because that's not what you said. You would talk what?
It was your turn, Elijah.
Oh, yeah. You were talking about proteins, and then that one thing led to another. This is where the claim got to on a microscopic scale, right? And you were talking about a process that's fundamental to your argument. And at the end of that argument, it got to, well, this is like the process of elimination. How does evolution come from this? And you said, I know, that's amazing. You answered the question with, I know, that's amazing. But there shouldn't have been a question because your justification should have backed up your claim, but it was antithetical. And now you just given me another example that had nothing to do with that.
I apologize because I really don't know what you're saying or what you're asking.
Right, the last 5 minutes of you and Paul's conversation, do you not remember how it happened?
Elijah, if I said to you, Smooth, I've got 3 Ferraris, 5 Jaguars, a $65 million house, and 5 wives, and you said to me, "Oh, I don't believe you. How do you afford that on a, I don't know, £50,000 a year job?" And then my answer to you was, "I know, it's amazing." You would still be skeptical. You would feel like I was dodging the question. I think that's what Elijah is saying to you.
Oh, well, that's fair. You know, I guess in that regard, you guys are 100% right. That's why I was trying to bring up the ecosystem to show that, like, although these things are a 1 in a million chance, we observe them happening. And I'm just trying to use the evolution of bacteria, the evolution of ecosystems, and historic evolution to show why I believe what I believe. So I guess the statement of I know that's incredible was kind of just oh, this person is someone I'm enjoying talking to, so I'm going to be a bit more human with and express myself rather than this is my firm defense of my idea.
Yeah.
So that's why that's why I talked about the ecosystems.
But you haven't showed a change in an actual thing. All you're showing is something that's already there that it could already, in other words, it's like XO, you said, it had it already inside of it to be able to change to whatever it's doing. You haven't showed something new. In other words, a bird without beak all of a sudden sprout a beak.
Yeah, but elbow. What he's saying is that he was in enjoy the conversation mode, not defend idea mode, right?
Well,
so maybe Smooth, if you can now humor them by defending the idea, then we can move on.
I mean, he started off with defending the idea because I think it was Bacon with Paul speaking, and then he came in and said that, well, we've seen it in this bacteria that it becomes resistant to antibiotics.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, let's not be hyper autistic. Can you just Smooth? Maybe just give a defense for the idea, and then we can move on past this.
I mean, he said it was God.
So I'll wrap up my idea right now. Personally, I don't know what happened before the Big Bang, so I believe God created the Big Bang. I believe that God set the rules of this universe, and one of those rules is evolution. And that is how I address a lot of the theological points. I believe in evolution for 3 reasons. I believe in it because of the history. I believe in it because I'm watching it happen in my own lifetime. And I believe in it when I analyze ecosystems. Organisms do not add or subtract information, air quotes. Rather, it's a mutation. Most of mutations result in low reproductive competitiveness. However, some will increase your reproductive competitiveness. And if you have an increase in reproductive competitiveness, you're going to further that species along. And I will close by saying I believe that evolution is a difference from a set point, and it could be measured by an organism's ability to reproduce more competitively.
Okay,
I have a question. Yeah. How do we know this MERS is not a example of some sort of like hive intelligence of the bacteria? Like men go to war with other men and then they start wearing metal fucking plate armor. How do you know that these bacteria don't have a hive mind? Like bees are shown to have low intelligence, but when they work together, they have high intelligence. How do you know that bacteria doesn't exhibit the same thing, basically?
Great question. So it's hard to answer that question because you're kind of right, but your example also kind of weakens your point. So you're right. Bacteria does have a little bit of a hive mind. It's not in their ability to come together as a unified central intelligence, but rather they're able to communicate a situation at one end to the other end without having to actually move. But your example of men going from sticks and stones to plate armor and swords and eventually tanks and guns, well, that's the evolution of warfare. That is man becoming more powerful, right? That's man learning more. So that, the bacteria's ability to evolve to a greater state is a type of evolution.
I mean, using evolution so loosely. I mean, because we can name it evolution, but it's just knowledge being learned.
Well, that is a bait and switch, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because
it is.
Evolution is being used in 2 separate kind of meanings.
I was just going off his point. That wasn't part of my original defense, if you remember.
Yeah, well, I wasn't necessarily talking about you. I was talking about the conversation. So anyway, it doesn't matter. One, I'm going to pose a question, and I could just because I'm interested to hear you answer it, not because I think it's a gotcha or anything else.
Fair enough.
Would you have any sympathy with the viewpoint that this information was already contained within the cells, and that the environment just helps to express a new set of information rather than actually changing the information itself?
I mean, I can see the validity of that, right?
Okay.
The problem is that if you have a book, right, and a protein goes to page 52, paragraph 2, line 3 every single time, right? That's what that protein's designed to do. What you're saying is that that protein would have to learn how to go to page 6, paragraph 1, line 2. And it's a lot more feasible to think that the book is changing and not every single protein in the cell is going to a new page to read off something different. But
not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because it may be the fact that, because you're talking about a single protein, what we're actually talking about is millions of these different combinations, right? So it's not just a single entity doing a single thing. It's actually lots of entities doing lots of things, right? So you might say that, I don't know, the introduction of 50% increase in sunshine means that the protein that was going to chapter 3, verse 5 or whatever, now goes to chapter 3, verse 8. But there's 10 different proteins that are increasing, I don't know, let's just say they're increasing the verse that they go to by 3, right? So these subtle changes in combination add up to a greater change in information, even though all of the information was already there.
Right. And what I'm saying to you is that when you look at how very intricate, right, cell DNA reading and protein expression is, it's a lot harder for me to believe that 1 million separate cells or separate proteins are going to be affected in an organized manner by a change in environment, right? So that's why I believe.
What do you think a suntan is?
A suntan is a physical reaction.
Yeah, by millions of individual. I mean, they don't. Your
Right,
skin.
but what I'm saying to you is that
one thing. It's many cells.
Right, but that's that. I think we're not aligned right now. So you asked me about the mutation and expression of DNA, right? And I'm saying that.
I was talking more about. I mean, if you think that evolution is only a product of mutation, then that's a different thing.
Can you clarify your question so I can respond better?
Okay, fine. So the idea that I wasn't actually talking about mutation. I was talking about the idea that you've got, because my opinion is actually different to this question, so I can tell you in a sec. But you've got this idea that you've got this kind of underlying base code, and then you've got like the environment that you're in that then interacts with that base code and then expresses itself as a dualistic presence, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that very white skin or very dark skin could all already be contained within the organism, and then that the environment itself brings out whether you become more tanned or less tanned if it's sunny, or maybe you don't have enough vitamin D from your diet, so then your skin becomes paler or whatever. Just using a very basic example there. But does that make sense now? I'm not talking about mutations.
No, I'm still struggling how you got from the first point to the suntan. Because, well, no, because here's the thing, right? That DNA is a book, right?
Right.
And cells have to know where to go to read a specific passage, right? So it is more likely that the book changes and the cell still goes to the right passage and reads something different, rather than the book has every answer and the cell changes where the proteins go. Because that would mean that all the binding, zipping, and like there's very specific proteins. There's like 7 of them to unwrap and rewrap DNA, and they bind at very specific places. Like there's an ATTTA, which is like places that are specifically designed for the DNA to be opened up and closed at. So the issue is that these proteins would have to know where every single ATTTA is to be able to open and unwind the DNA. But those locations are at very specific points. So that's why I'm saying that it's not really probable that every single protein reading the DNA is going to a different page. Rather, it's the page that is different. Or most likely, the protein reading the page could be different as well.
So in your example, the book is the environment?
The book is the DNA.
So you're talking about the DNA interacting with itself, and the environment doesn't play a part in your analogy at all.
So the environment, right, plays a part because it'll do one of three things. It'll create a physical stressor, psychological stressor, or introduce a free radical or carcinogen or whatever to cause a physical mutation. The first two, what happens is that the environment can cause, like if we look at the ecosystem, the environment can cause an animal to go farther or slower or wherever. Dude, I hear you saying God's sake. I really just don't understand what you're asking me, to be honest.
Yeah, I think maybe I misunderstood your analogy then, and that's where we're having crossed wires. But it's not a problem. I'll go back to listening because I'm going through a bit of a dead area for signal, and maybe I'll rejoin the conversation in a few minutes.
Smooth, you sound very educated in this subject.
Oh, this is what I have my degree in.
So before you went to school, what did you believe?
I believed in evolution. I just didn't understand the details of it.
Did you ever not believe in evolution?
I tried to.
Well, I mean, I'm not laughing at you. I was laughing at the way you said that.
No, seriously, I've tried. I tried to be
Well,
religious.
you're a Christian, right?
Huh? No.
No, I didn't say religious. I said Christian, Christ-like.
No. I'm not a
believer
Christian.
in a creator and a God.
Yeah, I believe in a
So you
God.
don't believe in Jesus Christ?
No, I mean,
Oh,
I believe
God.
in Jesus. I mean,
Okay, so
I'm
Christian is
Jewish.
Christ
Right.
follower.
I'm telling you I'm Jewish. If I was any religion, I would be Jewish.
Yeah, I understand. Well,
Jesus was
if
Jewish, by
that,
the way.
then yeah. Well, my point is, it would be easy to believe or not to believe in evolution if you knew there was a creator, because the creator, in the very sense of the word, if you just look around, like if it created everything, including everything you just talked about, right? Then obviously it could do it without evolution. It could just snap its finger, right? 7 days, 6 days, 1 day. It could do it in a split second. It wouldn't need evolution. It wouldn't need chaos or random chance or. And matter of fact, I mean, most creators don't use random chance. Actually, I can't. I'm struggling to think of one creator that goes into a lab or goes to create something to serve a purpose that just uses random chance. That's the strange part to me.
So, like, I hear what you're saying, right? Like, if I believe in a creator, why don't I believe that my observed reality was created the way that I observe it? And that's my whole issue with religion, is that, like, it started when I was very young, to be honest. I remember reading, I started reading the Bible because my mom's not very religious and nor is my dad. I started reading the Bible when I was in middle school, I think 6th grade, 7th grade. And when I was reading a lot of the stories, I was unable to reconcile how they would physically happen. A man was swallowed by a whale, the world floods, blah, blah, this kind of stuff. So I went on an investigation. I started asking people who were very good Christians and, what I understood to be good Christians. And then over the course of 7 years, I learned that it's a split. Some people believe that the events in the Bible actually happened. Some people think that they're just lessons, right? And that was really hard for me to work with. And during those 7 years, as my education increased, I slowly started seeing why my mind in particular had so many issues with it. And I started to feel more comfortable hearing about, well, here's history, here's science, here's evidence of this and this and this. Okay, well maybe there's something more complex going on here. But I didn't like leaving the idea of religion, and it took me up until probably this year to finally work religion back in, which is, I don't know what the fuck happened before the Big Bang. And I believe that this place that we live was created by someone, but I also believe that that someone allowed the rules of evolution to exist. Because if they can create me, why can't they create evolution? And if I have and what that does, it allows my world to be synchronized. It allows me to still believe in God, and it allows me to believe in science. And together, I live a better life because of it.
By evolution, do you mean like the mainstream version of the billions of years and cells adapting?
Yeah.
You have a specific view of evolution?
I would mostly agree with the mainstream, but I stated earlier that my idea of evolution is deviating from a set point in order to increase reproductive competitiveness.
Yeah, it sounds like you've taught and spent time with a lot of professors, right, in class, that you got your degree in that. Have you ever talked to the creator about it?
No, I mean, that's the thing. None of us, we can all of us can pray, and all of us can believe that we connected with God, but without it being tangible in any way. Like, I've prayed many times, and I'm never sure if I heard an answer. I feel like some of my prayers have been answered. I feel like some things have changed in my life that I've asked for.
You probably prayed before some of your exams, right?
No. Well, yes,
No?
yes. No, yes. You're dead
No,
serious.
yes.
I'm not sure why it says, yeah. No, but
Wow, that was
I
a lot of
don't.
no's and yeses right there, and all in one
No,
sentence.
yes, no, yes. Sorry, I'm Australian, right?
Maybe start over. Let me ask it again. You probably prayed before some of your exams that were teaching you about evolution, right?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm not saying that evolution is to say that I don't believe in Jeebus or God or whatever. Rather, I'm saying allowing myself to believe in evolution and allowing myself to also believe in God has resulted in me saying, well, evolution has to exist because of all the science I see and all the facts. If I can't ever hear God or speak to God, I have to go with what's more tangible, and that's evolution. But I also like the idea of believing in God. So I'm going to say that God created the Big Bang.
But why
Like I
does
said,
the idea of God and the idea of evolution, why do they have to deviate?
Well, because God said that He created everything, right? Like, God created the world we live in within 7 days, as I remember it correctly. And on the seventh day He rests. But that part. And what that would suggest is that once He created it on the seventh day, right, everything was the way it is. And unless you're saying that God allows for evolution, so things are allowed to deviate from the way it was on the seventh day, everything would have to be the exact same always and forever. And because
That's under the assumption
yeah, that's not right.
Yeah, there's an assumption that somehow that life is supposed to stay stagnant and nothing is supposed to happen. Have you considered that just might not be part of the reality? That maybe when God created this place, He created it with the intention of it, like the seed, right? Like how it just grows on its own and then produces another seed that tends to grow. Maybe in a way how He designed DNA, that's how He decided He created everything. and it's just doing what it does.
And you're also taking the 6-day, 7-day creation story and breaking it down into your own way. Like, you can't use God's word. If you believe in that, right? If you believe in the 6-day creation story, well, then he tells in that same story, as you call it, right? And I'll give you that. It's a story. He gives specific things he did on each day, and none of which were creation of evolution. Created the, heavens and earth, created the firmament on day 2, the skies and the heavens. That, what separates the waters from the heavens above and the waters that are here on earth, the seas. He also tells us that those seas are bounded, which means in that term contained. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6 days, creating humans, the birds and the seeds and all the animals. The sun and the moon, set them in their paths above us in the firmament. So you can't, you can, but I'm confused on if you have a different version or if you're distorting the version just to fit your narrative, which is fine by me. I'm not trying to go against what your faith, right? Where you put your faith. I would never do that. I'm just trying to point out that that's kind of, it's strange to me that you took the 6-day creation story and kind of distorted it for your own viewpoint.
I wanted to ask him a question, like on his views on evolution, and how is the billions of years or millions of years, is that a big part of your views on evolution? Rocky, who was the guy that we was talking to?
Smooth, I think. No way he ducked out. He's still here. Sure. He's been cool. He's given his opinions and like how he feels, which is like refreshing, right?
Well, he left. He was New Leaf or something like that.
Are you serious? He left during the middle of that without saying anything? That's trollish. Maybe he got a phone call. All right, cool. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, but to each their own. I have a lot of people around me that say, why couldn't have God created, evolution? And I'm fine with that, right? Of course he could have.
It could just
right?
be
Of
part
course.
of the process. Like, I don't understand where was the distinction? I don't get it. Why can't it just be part of the process of what God created?
But if you believe in the God that we're talking about, like, when I'm talking to the people I'm talking about, they believe in the Bible and the creation story. Well, why are you distorting it? You take it as the simplest form, like it tells you to, like a child, right? Basically trust your senses. Don't be fooled by the profane babblings of science, so called. Those are the very words in the Bible. Yeah.
Yeah, like and they say in the Bible about like splicing the DNA, how they were messing with different animals and things like. All of that, isn't that a very much part or a catalyst of change, quote unquote evolution?
I think people get off track with the Bible when it mentions terrible acts, right, by individual men or women, thinking that is God. No, that's just the good and bad of preparing us for life, right? The walk that we're going to take. To know love, you have to know what hate is, or you wouldn't know what love was, and to have the choice, right? The person that you're in love with right now, I promise you made that choice. No one made you do it. The choices were, this, and this. Well, they made a choice too to be with you. That proves love. But you wouldn't even know what love was unless you had experienced hate or seen hate or been explained what hate was. Totally opposite, right? I experienced this in my younger days, and I learned from it with race, right? I grew up in a part of the country where, North versus South type thing. It was put into the history. and it was taught to me, right? It was passed down as tradition to not like, you know, the North or even people of different color, which is ridiculous because I'm very dark skinned, right? Like I'm Indian. So should I be, you know, I don't know. People racist against me. It was just something that I had to deal with. But it prepared me for later life, right? To know how ignorant I was. So when someone comes to me, a young man or young woman, and says, you know, I'm dealing with this, right? I have this built up hatred towards whatever. And I'm like, I too dealt with that, right? But this is how I handled it. This is where I went. Where do you go for your wisdom, right? What do you turn to? Do you turn to alcohol or drugs or sex or gambling or whatever, or do you turn to God's word and what it's taught you and you know showed you and how to deal with these things? It's made my life totally different now. I struggle in many areas still.
Oh, we know that.
Yeah, I mean, and Discord is one of them. Like I've been challenged over the last 4 or 5 years. My life was as peaceful as it gets, right? Until this. But I was thrown into the fire because I think I didn't know how to handle it. And I've learned a lot and I'm still not there, but I tell you, I'm way different than I used to be. But I was put here with a very specific task. I mean, this was written in stone on my heart. Fight deception. Turn tables over, right? I mean, it's clear as a light switch coming on. And why I had to come on the Discord or YouTube, I didn't know because I never had any of that before this. I never had a YouTube account or Facebook. I still don't have a Facebook account, right? I never was into all that. I was put into this for specific reasons. Sorry. But anyway, great conversation. I wish he wouldn't have left because he was being so. If that's the smooth that's usually here, he was really civil and cool. So I'm going to eat. Talk to y'all later.
So I'm thinking Dunning-Kruger with Smooth. What do you guys think?
It was Dunning-Kruger a character here, a sock account?
Smooth's not Dunning-Kruger.
Nah, I think he's incredibly naive. I think he's very naive, almost childlike.
Okay, but look, he's observing evolution in his life, right? He interprets what he is observing to be evolution. He's saying that the rainforest and ecosystem, this is evolution. This is not evolution. He's confused. Well, we should have just said that way. We don't beat around the bush. We should have said evolution is basically that humans come from a monkey ancestor. That's really what it is. That's the whole crux right there. Talking about bacteria and shit, just like evading the whole point. Ecosystems. Because it brings questions. If we came from a monkey ancestor, then what are we going to turn into next? That's really the question I have.
I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, they can't really prove, like if the billions of years is tied into evolution, and it's like an intricate part of that story. If they can't prove the billions of years, then what does that say about the evolution?
To me, evolution is that we came from a monkey ancestor, which is human ancestor. It's like a monkey. Okay? And then we're going to turn into something else in the future. That's really. And I think that causes a lot of problems for them. So they got to talk about ecosystem and stuff.
I mean, we might have not necessarily came from monkey in that way, right?
No, he's Smooth is saying that's what happened. That's what Smooth is saying. He didn't say it, but he's saying it.
No, I get it. The problem is he's accepting the mainstream version, which is that we somehow was some sort of prime, like some sort of ape creatures, and somehow we've developed ourselves into not being an ape. That might not be the case, but we could have been like modified with some sort of apish DNA. That makes more sense. But that isn't as simple as just saying that we came from them.
No, but that is not evolution. Modified, right? Talking about like E.T. fucking mess with that DNA. That's not the same thing. It's not evolution. It's talking about a natural way that a human came from a monkey ancestor. This is to help the reproduction, beneficial change in evolution, change in the form.
See, that's the thing, man. Like, I question even what is natural, right? Because if you live if you live on this earth, right? If you live in like the east side, if you live there all your life, all your generations have lived on the east side, right? I'm pretty sure if you move to the west side and you start eating the foods and dealing with the sun and how and the environment works that way, your body will probably have some sort of reaction to it for a while until it's able to adapt itself. And that in itself would be adaptation, right? That would be because the person, remember, he lives in the east, he moves to the west. In the west, there's new foods, there's different things that his body is not used to that will force his body to change, right? Because it's new chemicals, it's new things that's introduced to the body that he didn't have available in the east.
Right, so adaptation is not evolution, but he will say that it is, or he will say that as part of it.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what they're confusing. They're heavily confusing some form of adaptation with billions of years of evolution, which they can't prove.
Okay, you said he accepts the mainstream, right? Yeah, he accepts the mainstream. None of this that he's done for himself. He's taking the mainstream. He's interpreting that into his life. He's programmed, just like the rest of us. It's a programming.
I told you guys. I don't think he could be a very like a genius or something like actor, but I think he's more naive than anything.
If the mainstream did not tell him that, he would have never came up with this evolution, this ecosystem too, and never came up with that if that wasn't programmed in school and in the media and in Google. That's why I said Dunning-Kruger.
Chat, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
You said no? Okay, darn it, you can't hear me. I was actually I think I caught it part into what that was just being said. I was actually going to ask him a question to the educational system. I wonder if he would have actually been an evolutionist. If a creationist had been involved or someone believed in creation that was still a scientist, talked about like, similarities in genome or similarities in body type, that's no difference than saying similarities in programming in one vehicle over another or similar body plans in a vehicle. I mean, it's a very good argument, I don't think. And if, there might be other explanations for a lot of things you see, and it may be perfectly reasonable to think there's a creator involved. So I don't know. I think that we have been indoctrinated, and if you don't acknowledge that at some point, there's a problem.
I saw a question in chat that makes me think, what if there was a fire in the building that housed the canon as they were putting the Bible together back in the day, and the Bible didn't exist? What would Christianity be like?
Well, you want to? There's actually. Oh, I'm sorry.
The Wild Wild West, the show that does every zombie movie will tell you. There's been movies about it. We will be killing each other because who will form civilizations? Who will create laws and ordinances and what statutes and things for the people to behave themselves? It's either that or the Wild Wild West. That's what it would be like.
Well, I mean, honestly, history would bear anything out. I mean, what was the world like before Christianity? Then what happened after Christianity? We had the Western ethic. A lot of things came from Christianity. Our educational system found that most of those were seminaries, people teaching people to write and carrying on education. We wouldn't have modern education without Christianity. You wouldn't have the printing press. The modern books would not exist without Christianity, because the printing press, the Gutenberg Bible came from the printing press. You know, our ethic, you know, taking care of your neighbor, taking care of others, you know, having empathy, that all came from Christianity. So you can't get away from that. So, I mean, I'm agreeing with whoever's saying, but you would not have the modern ethic. You couldn't even have scientific investigation without Christianity, because we no moral framework to say, well, this is true. We need to be ethical in our scientific endeavor. And even most Christians think there was an order to society, order to the laws, not order to society, order to the laws, because there's a God that created them. So
I agree with the structure of Christianity, but how do you get the morals and stuff? How do you get that from Christianity? That's where morals come from.
Well, I mean, if you just start with Jesus, and I know Travis is going to probably jump in here at some point.
Don't do that.
Jesus brought an ethic. You know, he says, it was asked him, what's the greatest commandment? Love God and love your neighbor. If you just apply that principle, and the reason love God is important, you got to have something above you that governs you, right? To make sure you do what's right and what's wrong. So having God as the hierarchy, the higher ethic, is important because it keeps you accountable. But then loving others, taking care of others is important. You know, treat others as you'd treat yourself. It means take care of everybody, love everybody, you know, treat them with respect. Don't steal their stuff. Don't sleep with their neighbor. I mean, you know, there's a lot of things that the Christian ethic brings to the table that other societies don't.
So would you say that, okay, so that line of thinking, and I agree with you, where the God is first, you know, then the man or whatever, that order, I agree with you on that. But would you say that it worked to help the people get in line with that way of thinking for whatever reason, right? For whatever reason, because somebody had to fund the printing press, somebody that have to fund the writers, and you understand that didn't just come divinely, right? God didn't put these things, and people didn't, you know what I'm saying? Somebody orchestrated that people would now have to learn this, right? What their intentions was, who the fuck knows, right? I can only assume it was to get everybody in alignment with that line of thinking. But I don't think it was necessarily godly ordained, right? There might be other intentions behind it.
That argument doesn't really add exclusivity to Christianity, though, right? I mean, like Islam also says not to steal and not to lie, and right.
Well, actually, it could be argued that Islam maybe has some footing, and then Judeo-Christian work ethic, because
it definitely does.
Islam came along. It started after Christianity, and it actually uses the Bible as some of its baseline.
Absolutely, I don't disagree. It says revere the people of the good book, and it's talking about the Torah and arguably the Tanakh, and it references quote unquote Jesus as the Messiah who comes back and fights the Antichrist and all kinds of stuff. Definitely parallels. So that's a fair enough rebuttal, I guess. You see what I'm saying, though? I don't disagree that it's a good argument, maybe to like at least start to bring someone towards acknowledging its value, but I mean, you would agree, like, fundamentally it doesn't really demonstrate like exclusivity, right? Like there are other guidelines that would say don't steal, don't kill. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say there's certain aspects. I mean, obviously, I think there's the fact that we do recognize some moral principles that we are all commonality. I mean, we all recognize that it's good to take care of your family. You know, love your family, take care of your family, put your family in higher priority. Most cultures recognize that, and there's a common ethic but that actually might be indicating for God, because that we all recognize some moral standard. But I'm saying, if you look at the principles that Christianity brought about, like if you look at Eastern mysticism or some other Eastern religions, some religions, the physical world is of no value, right? So if the physical world has of no value, then why would you do any kind of scientific discovery in that? But if you look at the Christian, which means we're stewards of this world, we're stewards of it, then that would actually give rise to potential, well, if we're stewards of it, we need to understand how it works so we can try to be best stewards of this world. and that could lead towards scientific discovery.
Well, it says hold steadfast and prove all things to be true. So it definitely promotes the ideal of like validating things in the physical world for sure. I mean,
right. And then truth. See, that's another thing that brings up another point. Truth is of high value within Christianity. Truth is important. In the first statement, Jesus says, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life." You know, the Bible says, "Test me to see if these things are true." You know, it's not left in limbo, and that's another thing. You know, if truth is not of a high standard, then how can you even evaluate anything?
Truth is a very tricky thing, man. The more you
How's
try
it
to
tricky?
define it, what is truth? Define it.
Okay, you want me to define it? I could define it real easily. It's whatever. It's a propositional statement. Whatever corresponds to reality. Okay, so which means, give an example. Gravity, or not gravity, I won't use that one. God exists. That's a propositional statement, right? Either that statement is true or false. Okay, so either God is real, which means it's a real thing. He exists in reality, or he doesn't. I exist.
True.
Go ahead.
True also, I think, corresponds to, we even use it in that way where we say the plumb line is true, horizontal is true. That is, it corresponds to that reality. And so then to say something is true, it measures correctly, right? It's not going to be off. It's not going to be askew.
Well, and that's a good point to take it a step further. That means there has to be a standard or something to evaluate the statement against, right?
Yeah.
So that's a good way. Another way to say it. That's good. Like my meter is off, not true. Well, there's a meter somewhere that I can evaluate my meter stick against. You know.
Oh yeah. That's what I was thinking of. That we've heard it. Aim true, right? Aim true.
Right. And see, here's the catch on this too. If you don't believe in God, the first thing to go away is moral truth. If God does not exist, there is no moral truth. It's all subjective. It's all up in the air. So you can't even tell me I'm lying and that's wrong that I'm lying. You can't even say that because it's subjective. I think it might be the best thing in the world to lie because it gets about what I want to get about.
Well, I don't know that I would necessarily say that. I would say that to some extent, living in a way that is beneficial to everyone around me is true, right? What is going to promote harmony, right? If we think about music, something that's true musically, something that's true sonically, mathematically, relationally. So I think that there is a way in which we can promote something that is morally right if we understand that it has to do something toward benefiting both people or the community, so to speak.
But see, the question all I have to do is ask the question: is why is it beneficial for the betterment of all society? Why is that a good thing?
Well, I mean, I think we could just use analogies. If we talk about something, I'm gonna bring it down to a bit like maybe husbandry or gardening. There is a better way to garden. There is a better way to husband. Like if you just don't take care of something, it's not going to. It's going to actually work against you. You're going to actually fight more than you would have than if you gardened well or husbanded well or lived with your neighbor well. I think that those are pragmatic ways of seeing them.
Well, I mean, I've had this discussion with other people before, atheists or. The thing is, the benefit of doing good is not the standard or why you should say something is good or not. Or like, for example, doing good to keep me out of hell, right? But that's not the motivation. Is to keep me out of jail, or even be it the motivation to have a good relationship for someone. Just because that is the maybe doesn't mean it's necessarily true. And so you can do a counterfactual and say, for example, sometimes it's better not to take care of somebody, and that might be the better good. Which means if a burglar is trying to break into my house, and he's threatening my family and my wife, it might be my best, instead of trying to take care of him, is to take him out. Which means on him, take his life out. And that could be said, I did a good thing. You see what I'm saying? So and that could be any other kind of example, So the outcome of doing good is not the reason why something is good. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean,
The
I hear
outcome
what
there
you're
would be that
saying.
you protected your wife and kids.
Right, but what if he was coming in to take food for his wife and kids, and he was going to kill me in the process?
Yeah, but apply that to the society as a whole, and then you have half the society being killed. It doesn't really make sense.
Right, exactly. Well, that's my point. So it actually kind of proves my point. The outcome is not the determining factor on what's good or not. The outcome doesn't do that.
I think the outcome where you have less killers because you killed them in self-defense, or less, rapists or what have you, it's a pretty good outcome.
Well, it could be argued raping somebody is better for society, because if raping is good for society, which means I'll produce more people, it might be better for me to rape somebody.
Yikes.
No, because if
I don't
you
think
wanted
you
your
can know.
genes, then the woman would drop her panties of her own accord.
I think the Vikings would agree with you.
See, there's somebody out there agrees with me. I'm not saying it's right now, by the way. I'm not saying raping is right. I'm trying to make a point.
No, yeah, I don't know how you could argue that imposing your will on another person, resisting someone who's wanting to preserve their health and their safety, and you're violating that. I don't think you could ever justify that against their will.
The government seems to do that.
That doesn't justify
when you define it that way.
Without any lube, by the way. Absolutely no lube.
Well, the thing is, though, they could say this to benefit society. We're going to force you to take this vaccine because it's going to actually protect society. That the argument could be argued that way. So, but they're imposing their will on you.
See, I would agree with you if not for the fact that men can impregnate multiple women. So that's never the case. If you have women that could have babies and stuff like that, we wouldn't need to force them to lesser quality men, the men that would need to rape or what have you. That would never be the case, because you could just have men that are high quality acting as studs and impregnating multiple women.
No, I mean, I don't. I mean, you could find an exception in everything we talk about. I'm just trying to make a point. It's the outcome, and ultimately, the outcome is not even that. Even in that scenario, just because someone may be stronger, can make more money, in some level, does that make them a better person? No. The weak guy that may not make as much money might be the better. It wasn't the rich that saved the city. It was a poor man with no strength that saved the city. The outcome does, or anyway, I think you get my point. I could ramble on, but I think you get my idea.
I do get your point, but at the same time, these qualities, you could have someone that has all of them. You could have someone that's stronger and kinder. So we don't need to settle for someone that's kind or what have you, but not necessarily stronger, or you could check as much boxes as possible.
Well, I mean, even in that scenario, you just have to say, okay, this is the evaluation. What I think is good, and in whatever scenario it is, what are you using as a standard? But the outcome cannot be the basis for the standard.
I don't think that you can separate them either, though. I think they're intrinsically connected.
Well, there's always consequence for whatever is involved. I mean, that, if you're trying to say that, then I don't disagree. But I know, I don't know. You may go to war against somebody. You may kill somebody to protect another innocent person, which means you've done an evil thing. You know, you killed another person to save another person. You know, the outcome is bad because somebody died.
I think that there are correlations to be brought into this discussion if we're talking about morality as a higher standard. I think that we could also talk about the laws of logic being a supernatural, eternal, immaterial, principle that's not man-made, right? I would say that laws of logic are above human ingenuity, so to speak. Like nobody came up with the laws of logic. Nobody created the laws of logic. Is my point.
No, I agree with you. I think they're discovered. I don't think they're created. I think they're axioms that we use. The phrasings we use to describe them are created by man, but the things they're describing are not. So I think that's where people get conflated between the two. They think because we come up with the term of law of non-contradiction, this phrasing means that we created the law of non-contradiction. No, it doesn't follow.
So I would say to a certain extent, if I'm going to take this down to a purely naturalistic perspective, then I would talk about harmony and dissonance. You know, we're talking about logic, morality, tonality, harmony. Those things are, I think, intrinsic within the world for us to discover and understand that they've already been there. They were already there. So we can, sure, you can play an instrument with dissonance, but it's not good. I mean, I think we all know it's not beautiful.
What about jazz? What about jazz?
I don't know.
Off. It's not quite.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not a music theorist. So what do you mean? I mean, are you just being pedantic, or do you have a point?
No. Well, no. There's like that. They say there's no like. I forget the term. I was being funny, but I'm actually making a point, trying to say that there's some things that are not harmonious, that are disconnected. Like jazz would be a way of doing that in the music industry, but this still has beauty and beauty to it. And I was even thinking harmony can actually be a bad thing. You know, if you put, like if a culture becomes harmonious to seek the evil of other people, and they than that, they can bring about a lot of evil. I mean, that's what we have in Nazi Germany. You know what I mean? So harmony isn't necessarily a good standard, I don't think.
Not sure that I would label that particular illustration harmonious. Harmonious, I don't think is ever going to have a conflict. You're not going to ever have a conflict with harmony, ever. So then you can't then describe an antagonistic society as harmonious. It's just not possible.
Well, that society within itself is harmonious. They all agree. They all think the same way. They have the same goal. There's a lot of harmony in what they're doing. Now, there could be the specific overall harmony of society for people. Then, yeah, you're right. But within that one specific culture, yeah, they're harmonious.
So if I was, the only way that I would combat that would be for us to agree on a definition or come to an understanding of what harmony means. Because again, I don't think that the antagonistic collective would fit under the definition or idea of what harmony actually really is.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I thought that's what you might be saying, but other people might not have got that. So thanks for clearing that up a little bit. I think there is a moral standard we all recognize at some level, and I think it's something that's like the laws of logic. I think there's a level of intuitiveness to it. I think, like C.S. Lewis said, if you say that line is crooked, you'd have to know what a straight line is to say it's crooked. To say something is wrong, whatever it may be, you're actually appealing to some standard to evaluate that. So I think we all recognize there is some standard, that's out there. But
well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question, Paul. Do you think that there's a moral imperative that isn't made into a requirement or a prescriptive command in the Ten Commandments?
Each other's an intuitiveness without being embedded in the Ten Commandments. Is that what you said?
I suppose that's a part of what I'm asking. I mean, so we have the Ten Commandments. The first 4 deal with God. The rest of them, the latter 6 deal with man. But is there an 11th that you could possibly say, you know what, this could very well have been a commandment. It just wasn't.
I've never really thought about that. I mean, I don't know. That's a good question. I'd have to think about that some.
Read off the commandments real quick. I'll tell you if we're missing one.
Okay, you need me to finish, or you want to say something?
No, I said read off the commandments real quick, like list them off real quick, and then we'll see if we're missing any.
Love the Lord your
Okay.
God. Am I coming in or am I breaking up?
No, I heard you.
Let me see. No, that I was doing the summary of it. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not take the Lord's name in vain. You shall not make a graven image. Remember the Sabbath day. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness. You shall not covet your neighbor's property. I don't know if I missed one or not.
No,
Honor your
I
mother
think you
and
got
father.
the rest of them.
Honor your mother and father.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See, I guess these are all forms of worship. Just following the commandments is a form of worship, but I might add, like, you shall worship your Lord, through prayer.
That's in the first one. That's in the first command.
No, that's like take no other gods before him. That's like have no
Well-
partners in your worship, but it doesn't tell you to explicitly pray,
Well, I mean, Jesus summed it up, and it's actually, I forget where it's at, but it says to love the Lord thy God with all the heart, soul, mind, and strength. He's quoting, I think, from Deuteronomy, I think. You might help me, Travis, if I remember that correctly. So there is that sense, that implication, even in the have no other gods before me, which means worship no one but me, and I think that could be implied from the first commandment.
Yeah,
So-
but similarly, you could apply that all of the other ones are worship, but none are, strictly speaking, prayer.
Well, they're all kind of all the commandments are expression from the first one, though. I mean, like, why is okay? Like, for example, let me give you why I think murder is wrong, right? Murder, which mean by intentionally killing somebody without justification or hatred or whatever you want to call it, premeditated murder, the worst kind of killing. The reason that's wrong is because it breaks one of the first things in Genesis. We're created in God's image, right? So we're image bearers. That's why God is the first in the supremacy. He's the first and the foremost. That's what makes breaking that commandment bad, because in a sense, when you kill another person or murder another person, you're actually striking down on the image of God, so it ties back to the first one.
I mean, I don't know about that. That sounds like another interpretation. But in any case, it goes outside of the scope. Hold on. It goes outside of the scope of what we're talking about, because if it was all just representation of one, then we wouldn't have different ones. The truth is, they are standalone. They are separate in terms of, like, their meaning, right? There might be some
Well, do they also
sort of, like, relativity to it. There might be some sort of overlap, but the point is they stand for different things, and that's why they are different commandments.
No, but I mean, don't miss what I said, though. I said they flow from the first one. And, like, for example, why is stealing bad? Like, stealing is, if we're good stewards of this world, let's say God gave me the steward over the land that I've been given, or the property that I've been given. If you come and take that from me, that means you're taking something that God has given. So you're stealing. You're taking from me what God has given me.
Okay, how's that relevant to?
I'm just saying that's why I'm saying they're all flow from that. Now you talking about? Are you talking about just praying to God and worship in general?
Yeah, I'm saying prayer specifically. Like, all the other ones we can argue are forms of worship. I won't deny that. When you follow God's commandments, you're in effect you're worshiping Him, right? But it's not prayer per se. So I would say if it's if we were to add any commandments, God forbid, but if we were to say that anything is explicitly not mentioned, it's prayer.
Well, what is prayer then? I guess you have to answer the question. What is prayer? Is it worship? Is that what prayer is? Okay. Well, there's an implication in that, but it could be argued it's just a conversation. I'm talking to God. I'm praying to God. Now, is conversation worship? Am I worshiping you because I'm having a conversation with you? No.
Are you serious, man?
Well, I'm just saying this. Go ahead.
Well, worship in itself, if you go back to its etymology, it was actually worthship. So something that you're giving worth to, you're attributing worth to that thing. So I would say that prayer would fall under loving God, because it is indicating that you are considering Him worthy of your concerns, your cares, your dependence, your appreciation. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Well, I can't argue with that. You say, so you're saying prayer should be a commandment. Is that what you're saying, percentage? This should be a commandment.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. If I was to add any 11th commandment, it would be like, and this is just me thinking about it for the 20 seconds after Travis mentioned those things, but it would be that to worship your Lord, to pray.
Well,
and worship.
Well, I think. Well, if you go back in ancient times in Egypt, or not Egypt, but even in that time period when those were written, the people sought gods for things. That's why you have the god of agriculture, or a harvest, or the god of sex, or the god of war, and you sought that god. You sought that god for those things. So you could. That's why I think it could be more implied in the first commandment. Don't have any other gods before me. Don't go to the Egyptian god for the harvest. Come to me for your harvest.
Speaking of the first commandment, I would, instead of the word before, I would change that to but.
Well, I think I'm using old King James vernacular because that's the way I grew up with it. I'm not sure exactly.
That's what Travis said. That's how he put it off too. Before me, I would say but me. There's no God. But,
before.
God, that's it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Percentage. I hear what you're saying, but the deeper implication is that in God's presence, you're not going to bring anything else that would compete with His supremacy, right? You're not going to bring a competitor in with you before Him, right? It's not temporal before, right? The bridge ices before the road, right? That's in terms of temporal. In terms of time, this is spatial, right? So what you're saying is true, but I think a more specific intention is like, this is where you and I spend time. You leave the cell phone out, or you leave anything else that's going to take away from your attention right now to who we are as God and subject. Leave that outside. You don't bring that doesn't belong.
Absolutely. Here. I would say that it's actually you're worse off saying it's only spatial, because someone could just just exclude God and then say, oh, they're allowed to bring their other God, because God, it's not before the God. They could kind of slither with that, So I would say maybe it's temporal and spatial, but I wouldn't say it's spatial alone.
I think that
I want to tie that back. That's a good. I like that. It was good. And I think there's the reason that Jesus commanded the first commandment is to love the Lord thy God. You know, like when you, it's like what Travis said, you remove all distractions, all other gods, anything that would keep you between you and that God and God. And you're saying, in a sense, when you say, God, this is what I want for me. And can you get that for me? But it's also, God, what do you want for me? What do you as God, the creator, want for me?
Worship.
That's it. Right. Well, I mean, but it could be simple, like, I mean, yeah, worship, yeah, that's a general thing, but it could be like, what do you want me to do in this situation? Like, I don't know what to do here. And it looks like I need to go fight this guy, but crap, maybe I need to do something else. And you're seeking his face to say, what should I do here? And any certain, and see, then he becomes the moral arbiter. He can say in that moment, say, well, in this moment, you need to love that guy because he may be doing X, Y, and Z, or I just want you to love him. Or he might say, look, that guy's going to go out and kill somebody and you need to stop him, you know, or whatever. Or it could be anything. I'm just using that as, it could be anything, you know, and you know, that's my point I'm trying to drive at.
One of the things I find interesting is actually the last commandment, in my opinion, is the overarching umbrella under which the previous 5 fall. So, honoring your mother and father, not murdering, not committing adultery, not stealing, not bearing false witness are actually expressions of not staying true to the last commandment, that is coveting your neighbor's property, right? Because coveting really is an expression of dissatisfaction. Right? If I'm fully satisfied with my entire life, I'm not going to look at what you have and try to steal it. And if I steal it, I'm not going to lie to you in order to protect myself so that you don't know that it was I who stole. Right? So commandments 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are actually the results of not doing 10 true.
I could generally agree with you, but I do think there's instances where that breaks. Like, for instance, if I was to lie about something that had nothing to do with like, you know, being jealous of another person specifically, you know, like, for instance, let's say I was trying to mack a girl and I lied about my age or something like that.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I actually want to make a statement about that. I don't think that well, I'm not going to say I don't think. It's actually better said, you shall not bear false witness, right? So lying in the way that you're saying it is a completely different connotation than bearing false witness. In the same way that, what was the other one? The third commandment, which is you shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. That doesn't mean saying God damn it. That doesn't mean saying Jesus Christ. That's not what that commandment means. The word that is translated take is actually the word to carry. Right? So it's the connotation is that you are identifying yourself with this particular God.
Well, and vain means without meaning. So don't take it, do not carry it without meaning, is what it says.
It's like, I'm going to do this in the name of the Lord, and then you don't do it, kind of thing, that kind of thing.
Or like if you pretend to say his name, but it's like if you pretend to take or carry the name, but you don't actually mean it, it's not actually legit. It's without meaning. Do not take the name without meaning.
Yeah, I would say in a sense, don't identify yourself with this God if you're not going to express what this God is about. So I think what Austin is saying is applicable to the point that I was trying to make.
Or if you like swear on God that you're going to do something, but you just don't give a fuck.
That's not what it's.
God's
well, I mean, yeah, kind of.
It applies there too.
Kind of, yeah. But like a lot of people say, like they do say like what he's saying, like goddamn or something, and then they say like if you swear to God, in a way it is, because if you swear to God but don't mean it, like it doesn't actually mean anything to you, or it's not actually important, right? Then that would be a violation of what it's saying. It's saying don't carry or take the name without meaning.
Can I tie that to something else? Like Jesus said, don't. And I think there's a connection between don't make an oath and that commandment, because making an oath is I'm going to do this in the name of the Lord, or I'm going to do this because of the temple or whatever. Is you're kind of doing that, and that's what God says not to do. And I will say something about the bearing false witness, because there is an example in the Bible where someone lied, and it was actually they were commended for doing the right thing, and that's Rahab, the prostitute in the walls of Jericho. I think bearing a false witness, and actually I think it's in the phrasing, that's almost in a judicial sense, which means if you're in front of a court of law and in the bearing of someone, you're bearing testimony towards someone, don't tell the truth. Don't lie. And it's also more geared towards, I think, towards the innocents, those that don't lie to get the innocent in trouble, or to lie to get the ones that are guilty out. That's what I think that's implying in that arena, I would think.
I don't know if it's just that, because that would open the floodgates for lying anywhere outside of a court of law or something like that. So,
well, I mean, I think it's the reason.
That would be a non sequitur. I would say that's a non sequitur. That would not imply that. No.
How not? He said this commandment applies in a court of law, meaning you can lie elsewhere.
No, because again, I think if we go back to the greater good of harmony, lying. Okay, so Rahab's lie in what Paul was describing was for the benefit of two human beings, right? She was protecting them. So that, okay, so look, so the way that we say it, right, is all is fair in love and war, right? In war, lying is permissible. It's part of the game, right? I can't be involved in this war. I would have to lie and deceive. I'd have to actually tell the enemy, this is what we're doing tomorrow, guys, so that, I don't want you to be deceived by. So it's contextual to a certain degree, but at the same time, my principle of harmony would preclude my lying in order to protect myself from something that I did, which in and of itself was wrong, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're kind of delving into other topics because, back in the day, they used to have war honorably as well. They were honest and truthful with, how they treated their enemies and stuff like that. So, I think to justify one thing, you're relying on something that's not necessarily associated. It could you could interpret it as being related, but it need not be.
I mean, give the truth to who's deserving it. I would phrase it that way. So, are you lying to protect yourself? And your wife, does she deserve the truth? Does she need the truth? Or are you lying to protect yourself? You know what I mean? I think your wife needs the truth. You know what I mean? But or if there's I might withhold the truth from my wife because I know her and I'm doing it for their betterment because I don't want to put any stress on her. So I might withhold something from her, maybe not give her the whole truth because I know the stress that it'll put on her. I'm not trying to protect her from something for me selfishly, but there's a intent for her sake.
I would say to a certain extent that would be true in every circumstance because she actually might need to grow up a little bit and become stronger with confronting unfortunate and uncomfortable situations. But I think someone a minute ago. Yeah, I think someone was trying to get in a minute ago. I thought I heard somebody say something.
Yeah, I was because I wanted to bring back to the part where the verse they were talking about don't use don't use the Lord God name in vain or something like that. How'd that verse go?
You shall not take the Lord your God's name in vain.
All right, so one of the things that always been pointed out was, that got pointed out, they gotten pointed out to me was that Lord or God is not his name.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So
well, hold on. I'm sorry. So that's not altogether true because the unfortunate, I guess, superstition that came about. The word Lord in the Old Testament, when it's capital L, capital O, capital R, capital D, is called the Tetragrammaton, and that is that the Jews didn't say God's name, Yahweh. They would
Right.
not. They wouldn't say it. So they replaced it with the word Adonai, and then Adonai just became in English Lord. So it's an unfortunate carryover from a superstition. So basically, I fell into it myself. The verse itself would say, "You shall not take your God Yahweh's name in vain." That's what it would say.
Right. So
Can I say something on that real quick? Sorry. Here's the thing, though.
I was gonna say the Lord or God is just title, but of course that verse itself was Yahweh, right? So you're gonna continue with
Can I
that.
say something? Well, hang on a second before we go too far off this. So Travis, something said is very important because the reason the Jews did that, right, is because they try not to break that commandment. But here's the catch in this: there's a little bit of a semantic thing going on here. You can be, not say the name of God and say, I'm going to do, that's why Jesus says, don't swear on the temple, don't swear on this. Because you can say something, I'm going to do this in whatever name, and not say the name of God. But you said, I'm going to do it. And there might be an implication in what you're saying that it is God, right? But not actually saying the
Yeah,
name.
it's a euphemism. You try to keep yourself safe.
Right. So, so in a sense, you could be trying to get yourself out from a legal maneuver,
Right.
but still break you're still breaking the commandment.
Right. Yeah. The spirit of the law versus the letter of the law.
Can I offer something?
Yeah.
No. No.
Like,
No.
Because you're talking about like swear, like bearing false witness, and it makes me think of when someone goes to court and they say, "Well, okay, well, who are you?" You're like, "Well, I'm Jimmy Smith and I live at 123 B Street." Well, that's like a testimony against I thought you were a child of God potentially. That's why they can just destroy somebody because they come in there and then they'll even say to them, and then even better, they're like, "We can swear on the Bible." Yeah, so you violated every fucking commandment. You know what I mean? Before you've even discussed the subject matter.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of different ways to, peel this onion, I suppose.
And then even worse is that when someone goes in there with a little bit of knowledge and they say yeah, no, I don't have to do that because I'm a child of Adam or whatever like that, and then they don't actually act like a child of Adam and they don't understand it all like they should, then they're also testifying against, you know what I mean, in the wrong way.
So what about you, Issa? Would you add an 11th commandment? Is there something else that you can think of that could very well have been one of the commandments that's not there?
No. It says, add not another letter to the books, man. You know what I mean? Anyone who adds to this or fucking whatever is a fucking, so I couldn't. Right? Doesn't it say that in the Revelations or something? Anyone who adds to this books or takes away from these books.
Yeah, I think it actually says it in Deuteronomy as well. Yeah.
Fair enough. I wouldn't know. Yep. But yeah, I know. I think it's a Revelation too, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
pretty consistent. At times. But that always fascinated me, the idea of just why these. Hold on one sec. It makes me think or it just makes me think why do they wreck people when they come to court? It's it's like if you have an attorney, he could be, you're gonna. I've heard so many people tell me, no, he's my best friend, he's so awesome. He's just all the glorious things about their fucking attorney, and your attorney cannot do dick, and fucking kneecaps you when you get one. So anyone with an attorney, I mean, no, or I don't even know, whatever, not legal advice or whatever, but anyone who gets an attorney you're leaving the decision up to the judge, and you are totally like neutering yourself, because you have an attorney at law who really is just there to argue a case. He's going to argue some point, and then the other attorney's going to argue another point. So the judge looks at it like, I've got two immature, angry people here. I'm just going to decide what's best for me. And they could do that because no one has come to a point of agreement in the subject matter. Therefore, the judge can wreck anyone.
Well, it's interesting, that you're offered or that you're reminded that you have a right to counsel, right? So I think even with that statement, that it's the underlying understanding is that, like, look, this is all about you, but you also have the right to seek outside information if you need help to formulate your thoughts, research whatever's going on. But ultimately, it should be you to stand up and speak for yourself. Even though you have someone next to you, you can say, "Okay, did I forget something I shouldn't say, or what should I say now?"
See, but that's how they get you, is they bind it up so that it becomes this agreement. Because essentially, like, when you get an attorney, what you're doing is turning like everything over to this person who's not you, who doesn't have any skin in the game. And you're saying, like, for all
And is also making money, more money,
Oh,
as it
dude.
prolongs.
And then, dude, the worst part is they're like, no, this guy's my best friend. No, this guy's so fucking awesome. I went to high school with him. Whatever the story is, I've heard it all. And in the end, they're like, he couldn't do anything. And they're like, yeah, of course he can't do anything, because he can't provide any solution. So you've got two individuals without firsthand knowledge, and you're going to fucking let them duke it out, and you're not going to fucking be involved, and you're the only one with any firsthand fucking knowledge. Their party doesn't even have anyone with firsthand knowledge unless it goes to trial.
Yeah, absolutely. That should be your first objection in a court of laws.
Well, no, there's no. There's no reason to object, because if I'm in court already, like, first off, if you're going to this place and you know that there's a date, you should have done all your agreements and all your paperwork before the fucking court date.
No, I agree with that. Yeah,
So that when you
I
show
agree
up,
with that.
so when you show up at court as the priority security interest holder, ready to settle the matter, and they say, "Well, who the fuck is that?" and say, "That's the guy that said he was going to come in the fucking paperwork." And then they're like, "Oh, okay, so it was agreed upon, fine." Especially if it was in the court, because everyone was given the information. You know what I mean? Like, and like, so like, I mean, but my main point of getting into this is the idea that, like, we testify against ourselves and against our Lord every fucking time you go in there and you play that little. If you're not playing, if you're playing their game, you're going in there against God.
So here's something interesting, Isa. I don't know if you've come across this on your own or if you've heard of someone else. I bought a course on law and just basic courtroom procedure, and it's an absolutely fantastic course, well worth the money. Haven't had a chance to use it yet, but the very first principle this guy says is, if you go to court, you didn't pay attention to my course, because you should be doing all of your work ahead of time. Everything should be handled in paper, and that guy should settle out of court. So that
every fucking time, bro. Every fucking time. I've done it, and people do it right. That's exactly what happens.
If you go to court, you're going to lose.
Up. You fucked up big time. And when you get there, the thing is, you could go to court, like, for instance, like, but you just got to know your business. Like, cause like, I mean, you could have like a big case. Like, I went through a thing over the last couple of years with somebody, and it was like literally after the court date, and she, like, got totally bamboozled by the judge. I said to her, "Hey, do you know the 4 doors?" And the 4 doors are something that I've talked to her about for fucking 2 years. It was the whole time. And she was like, "I don't know them." And I'm like, I wasted 2 years. All you had to go was to court and be like a little bit on the ball about what they were going to do, because you were asking a lot. You know what I mean? A little bit out of line, to be honest. Like, those are the times you're going to go to court, when you've kind of pushed the envelope a little bit, and they're like, whoa, rein it in, dickhead. But like this person I was fucking with, they wanted a lot of money instead of what I was saying, like, hey, ask them for less, and they're going to pay you out of court. And she refused and wanted to go big. But even still, she could have fucking done
Go big or go home.
Well, right, but at the same time, she ended up going home because fucking the judge was so smart and fucking intelligent and from God that he misled her was talking about the fucking, well, not even misled her. I can't even say that. He just started talking about the decorations on the wall. And she goes to me, I'm on the phone with her. She goes, he started talking about the decorations on the wall. And I was like, that's what I knew. Like, this was hilarious, whatever happened. And we have the audio. And I've never listened to it because I know it's going to be so cringe.
What? Why wouldn't you listen to it?
Because I'm embarrassed, dude. Like, it's just, because I know what happened. I talked to the lady, and it's like after 2 years of like, it's you know what it's like debating someone for 2 years about flat Earth, and then like they've never heard of Mickelson Morley, or they've never heard of something even simpler. Like,
Or
is it like something
they say they believe in space because of the pictures. Like, so
right? Or I mean, you could go that route with it, but it's like, but not even that much. Like, yeah, yeah, you're right, exactly. Like they missed the point entirely. And they're like, but what do you mean? I forgot. What about this picture? You're right. It's like, and I just find like it was so weird to have gone through 2 years of fucking trying to school somebody in like fucking 2 years, dude. And the day of the court date comes out, I asked her the most basic question, and she was like, I don't know. And I'm like, literally, I had you write this down, like on 10 occasions.
I misspoke, by the way. I said like believe in space because of pictures. I meant believing in the Earth, in the globe, because of pictures from space. But yeah.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that goes double ways too. But yeah, it was like literally just banging my head up and somebody being like, oh no, I don't even know what you were talking about. And I mean, dude, I got all the
Yeah.
paperwork in the docket. I got all the fucking everything. And the point is, all she had to go in and was because you only had to go in because she was asking for too much. They would have settled out of court, I think. But point being is she went in and got wrecked. You know what I mean? And also she probably went just a whole litany of shit. That this shit is complicated, and it's kind of why I've given up trying to tell anybody about it. You know what I mean? To a certain extent.
Yeah. In case anybody's not thinking about it, the reality is that being sued is the result of doing wrong. That is, if I violated Issa's person or his property or his family, right? If I committed a crime against him, it's my responsibility to make that right. You know, if I was ignorant about it and he comes to me and says, hey, Travis, XYZ, and I'm like, oh man, I'm sorry. And I make it right. Guess what? No suit. No complaint.
Right, and also too, the thing is that court is supposed to, like, the idea is that it's supposed to make you whole. So like whatever you were missing would be replaced to you. Now there's like punitive damages and shit like that. That's different. But like at the same time, like, it's really just to make people whole, to correct your mistake. But the issue that got me going on this was just the idea of how people hem themselves up by like testifying against God unknowingly. And like, and whether, and now is it like, okay, is it a sin because it was unknowingly? But that's where law says ignorance is no excuse of the law. That's why, like, even like, to not know the rules is no excuse. That's why it's the good word, and that's why because it's here. Here's the rules, bro. You know what I mean? You're not destined for hell anymore because here's some fucking rules that are going to teach you the way to get through. Not like, because you believed in a different, or whatever. I don't know. These are the rules, bro. And
right.
No God but God kind of shit,
Yeah, just to bring it back to where my mind was going was that if someone sues me, it's because I'm not following through on what's right. Like they should have nothing to sue me for. Like I should have made it right. So the opposite is true, that the only reason why I'm suing someone is because of the opposite, right? That they have committed a crime. They have offended me in a way that has caused damage either to my person or my property, and they're not making right. So that in the lawsuit, I have a charge. They have the opportunity to reply. If they reply, then I'm obligated now to bring forth my evidence. Like everything should be on the table in paperwork, first of all, so that at the end of it, the guy's lawyer says, look, you do not go to court against this guy. He has got you both ways to Sunday. Like you can't win this. You're not going to win this, right? So that's the entire point of the lawsuit, in a sense. Like you
Well, you
want
know
to
what the
settle
lawsuit,
out of court.
but the lawsuit is kind of like a Marshall issue, because it's like, let's say, like, you know, you're my neighbor, and you know, like, you know, you go in my shed when I'm not home and take my lawnmower and then break it.
Yeah.
Right. And you know, it's
Yeah.
like if you come to me when I get home from work and you're like, yo, dude, I fucking totally tried to use your lawnmower today and I fucking broke it. Here's, you know, actually, even better yet, I went to the store, had it fixed. You know what I mean? And so, you know what I mean? Sorry about that, bro.
Right. Yeah.
Now, if that happens, then, you know, there's no reason for me to fucking, you know, be an issue. But it's when we get home and I see my lawnmower is still halfway across your half mowed lawn. And I get home and I go, yo, Jimmy, what the fuck happened to my lawnmower? Why is it on your yard? And you're like, get off my property. You know what I mean? Like, now I'm like, okay, what do I do? Because, like, I can't just, you know, I could take my lawnmower back when it doesn't work. And I'm like, yo, you know, I could call a third party. Or better yet, what I might do is write you a letter. Jimmy, it appears you took my fucking lawnmower on this day, man. What the fuck? It's not working. Da 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 da. And then you don't respond. And I can't get a hold of you and you won't answer the door. You know what I mean? And like, and now it's like, okay, I need a third party, and that's where the state comes in and they say, hey, it appears this, that, or the other thing. And if it was criminal, that's where the state will come in and say, do you want to press charges? And you'll be like, nope. And they'll be like, well, we do, because we're going to handle it so that you're absolved of their, you know, them being upset at you. Now they're going to take it on to the state, because now the state's going to be like, no, 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 your problem's with us now.
Well, how did your problem becomes the state? They can't sue in behalf of you.
Well, no, but I mean, it's like the idea, if it was criminal, that's why I said that. If it was criminal or something where, like, you know, you came on my property and stole my lawnmower, dude. You know what I mean? So now I call the cops and this, that, the other thing. You know, after a little bit of time, I might want to drop the case, but the courts are like, no, 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 we're going to keep the case up. You know what I mean? And it's almost like they're doing it out of protection for the innocent who doesn't want to offend the criminal that lives next door to them. But the state is willing to say, come fuck with me. In a weird way. You know what I mean? Like, there's that element to it as well. Like, you know, that's why the state only has jurisdiction because of the title of the property, which would be, i.e., your name, license, you know what I mean? Whatever your documentation is, because that's the banner of how you're doing business. And you live in a system that's how the only way they're going to really get remedy is to get money from somebody. It's all business. But the interesting thing to me was just how we hem ourselves up by making testimonies that aren't true to reality. Like, where do you live? Kind of a question. You know what I mean? You know, because technically everybody lives in their body. But if you ask somebody where they're going to live, they're like, oh, I live over in this state. I live over in, you know what I mean? We're not using language to its full extension of you know, specificity. And that's where we get fucked, is that we're using generalizations where really we should be more strict. But I don't know, the law and the commandments and all that shit, like, I just think that shit's so cool. Like, the idea that there's a way through that. Like, the idea that we've been confounded for so long by this system. And then to come to find out that there's a remedy innately in the system for you to free yourself. That's what makes me say that the system is good, that it's from God, that it's okay, that we're using it wrong. We're sitting in Lamborghinis going rim, 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 instead of ever starting it and using the fucking thing.
I think too, though, the trick is that they've subverted lawful with legal.
There's so many fucking pitfalls in all this, dude. This language shit. Of course. I mean, but that's even not that much of a distinction, really. I could cross that barrier, use the words interchangeably. You know what I mean? I understand the strict. I understand what you're talking about because there's usefulness in that. But again, they're just words. So you could technically interchange lawful and legal in your
What's
own
the
way. You know
difference
what I mean? In
between
your own way.
lawful and legal?
What's that?
What's the difference between lawful and legal?
Travis would tell us, I'm sure.
I would differentiate the two between that which is right between man and man is lawful, and legal is completely commercial.
Yeah, legal would be like the
Legal could be immoral, but it could be legal but immoral, for example. Yes.
Right. You could make something wrong right, or you could prohibit something that's good and make it illegal. Yeah. And then the penalty for that is commercial, because there's no victim, right? I can cross the street without walking between these two white lines. No victim. And then you come and fine me $50. Who's the victim? What's his name? Where's the charging instrument? Oh no, you broke a rule. You broke a rule.
Right, and their claim, and that's why, honestly, I think the greatest thing is like, well, prove to me that you can't forgive me. And if you can't prove to me that you can't forgive me, then let's agree that it's
No,
been.
here, are you ready for this? Listen, are you ready for this? So understand that running a red light is not unlawful, it's illegal. And it's not, how am I going to say this? If you get pulled over by a cop and he lets you go after you have committed a crime and he lets you go, then it's not a crime. In reality, it's not. Otherwise, he can't let you go. He has to follow through with the procedure. Like otherwise, you got this cop on the side of the road who's making a judicial decision himself. He has the power to decide when the law is applicable and when it's not. Right? I had this cop against the ropes in court, and I said, "Have you ever let someone go if they've committed a traffic crime?" And he said, "Yeah, I've done that a couple of times." I said, "Well, like, what are the reasons why you might do that?" He said, "Oh, if the person has a clean record and if they're cooperative," and he gave a couple other things. And I said to him, did I have a clean record? Yes. Was I cooperative? Yes. Like, but you didn't let me go. You didn't let me go. So, like, how do you
That's
determine?
good, but there's something more serious. Let's say a cop witnesses you murder somebody, but let's say he's a psycho killer and he lets you go. Then what? Same thing?
No. Hold on. Now you just crossed the line. You took it
Well,
into
yeah,
law.
Travis.
Yeah.
Clarify also, there's a distinction between the terms crime and infraction.
Oh, you know what? I'll let you do that one, Issa. But going back to Godric, you said murder. Somebody murdered someone, and the cop let him
Say you
go.
blew some dude away, but he was a psycho killer, right? Let's say, Jeffrey Dahmer, and he lets you go. Then what? He goes, "Yeah, just run, dude. I'll just say.
Yeah. I getcha. That's a tricky question, right?
Did you just say Travis blew a dude, and then what?
Shut up, Jeremy.
If Jeremy blows away Jeffrey Dahmer, right? And we're sitting there witnessing the whole thing, and then the cops like, just go, just drop the gun,
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a good question. I mean, if you had all the facts, I suppose, but at the same time, then the courtroom, that whole courtroom thing is all commercial, in my opinion. I mean, that's a
The
tricky
cop would
question.
lose his badge. He'd be an accessory to murder.
Well, you know what? The judge would then take over the case because, remember, you got two attorneys arguing. So the judge at any moment can pull it from any of those arguments. Because it's all just banter between disagreements between two parties that can't agree on anything.
I suppose I'll piggyback on, because Issa gave me that soft pitch. The difference between crime and infraction is the same thing. It's in a crime you have to have a victim. An infraction you don't. It's just a rule. A rule doesn't have to have a personal victim.
And that's why also too remember this.
Then how come I have to pay a victim surcharge when I have a traffic infraction?
Because the victim, quote unquote, is the state.
Yeah,
You've
even though
offended.
that's
You've,
retarded.
no, I was told that in the courtroom.
No, I'm
When
just
the lawyer-
saying. I'm saying it's
Oh,
retarded
okay.
though. Like,
Oh,
how
yeah,
can
yeah,
the
yeah.
state? Can the state go up there and vouch for that?
No, but you know what though?
Exactly.
See, but even still, like this is where like I find when I think of something as like retarded, I always think, okay, well, why? Why is this the case? And the reasoning for the why of that existing is reasonable. Because, like I said earlier, you have victims that will not prosecute. So the state says, fuck you, we're going to take up the case. So there's like a protection kind of element. Unfortunately, it bleeds into this traffic area too. But also too, like the Supreme Court has ruled, like if you don't make your case on the side of the road or wherever it is that you're whatever, like that's your first, your first hearing really. And then your second hearing is when you get brought for an arraignment. Like, so like the first actual court moment is with you and the officer. So you've got to make your,
But in that case, where the victim opts to not prosecute, there is a victim, right? So it's not necessarily the same thing.
Well, I think the correct way to deal with it is because you're always in an ecclesiastical system. Like, and I've, since I learned, I've said forgive me more times than whatever, and that just works. Because you recognize, like, oh, yeah, you know what? Maybe you're right, officer. Maybe I was fucking up. You're right. You know what I mean? Instead of taking the position of some adversarial position, like take the Jesus approach of Matthew 5:25, agree with thine adversary. You know what I mean? Oh, you were doing 75. You know what? You're right. Forgive me, man. What's he going to say? And that's honestly,
damn it. He's
half
going to
the
say,
shit.
damn it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, like, it's like.
Damn it with them puppy dog eyes. God.
It's not even, well, no, it's not puppy dog eyes. It's not like, well, I was late for my gym class. It's not that. It's fucking saying, you know what? You're right, dude. Forgive me. I won't do it again. That goes a long fucking way in our system, and we don't give any credence to it because they have such a militant, overarching, like steel cage that they can press on you legally at any moment. But when you understand the lawful ramifications and you have proper conduct, they have no authority.
Hey, can I stop real quick? Hey, I'm in Pennsylvania right now, outside of Harrisburg, a little bit to the west. And in the sky, I would say probably about 10 to 20 degrees is just this lingering purple haze. It's crazy. Crazy.
I like to smoke weed outside too.
I'm serious, man. There's this crazy purple light in the sky.
Bro, you probably just got your camera out of focus or something, honestly.
Talking to you. You're muted. Shout out to Elijah.
Yeah, why can't we ever finish anything, guys? That's what I want to know. I want to know right fucking now why we can never finish anything.
What do you want to finish, Jeremy?
It's because
anything. I want to finish anything one time. The evolution thing earlier, the thing with the sun with Poe show earlier, thing with Zanuck yesterday, like anything. Nothing. We can never finish anything.
So what you're saying is you're kind of like a glober and you need to know the limits of everything.
I just want to get to the end. I want to follow through with a debate or conversation or whatever to the very depths as far as you can go, and it just can't.
Right, but those conversations all end up leading back to the discussion of the Hammurabi Code and how we don't live in an address.
What? The Hamawari code?
Hammurabi.
You talking about the Himawari satellite?
Nah, Hammurabi, the emperor from like, is it Babylon or something? I don't remember.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. There's like a tax code that's like Stat 19 in the U.S. code system that goes all the way back to the Hammurabi code.
He's like the dude that first made the first laws, right? First legal kind of like statutes.
He like made like tablets. It was like they made like a tablet.
Yeah.
I want to quote Jeremy a scripture. There's a scripture that says, the foundation of the earth cannot be searched out. So guess what? None of these questions can be fully expressed and be fully unpacked. None can.
Well, I mean, okay. All right. Kosho earlier was telling me that the position, that the fact the sun moves through the sky at 15 degrees will give us its actual position, or the amount of refraction that's actually happened, which ultimately leads to its actual position. All right. So I want to follow that through, because Nanek's been saying the same thing with different observations on Earth about raising elevation and the rate of change and shit. I mean, I just want to follow this through the whole thing through one time to figure out why they're even saying that.
Yeah. It's
well,
bullshit.
I can actually. I will say I think I can relate to what they're saying. I was sitting on the deck, okay, with my wife. We were just chit chatting on the deck, and the sun's out and it's baking on the rails of the deck, right? And I was looking at the heat coming off the deck, right, off the rail, and there's probably maybe from my distance, probably about a centimeter, it seemed like, of distortion, right? And as I moved my head up and down on that little area, it would seem like when if you're thinking about parallax, I can see the trees behind the rail, and I can see, I'm between me and the rails between me and the trees. And as I moved my head up and down, it would seem like the trees would be one speed when I moved, when there was no refraction or none of that distortion on the rail. But when I moved into that distortion, it seemed to move faster. In that short distance, it seemed like the leaf in the image of my view was moving faster. I think that's kind of what they're arguing. Like when you're looking at the sun moving across the sky, it seems to be constant. But as it hits the horizon, it might either speed up or slow down as it's going past, toward the horizon point. I think that's the argument they're making.
Sure, but if there's some steady amount of refraction that's going, I don't know what the argument they're making, because we can never get to the end of it.
Well, see, here's the thing. On some days, like here in the next probably few months or weeks, it'll be cooler, right? The ambient temperature will be pretty even, right? So you could argue that because when I do that same thing, if I put it in the same position, do the same thing again, that level of refraction, that level of distortion will not happen. I think that's the argument they're making. So that could be one way to argue that the refraction is occurring at the horizon or not. I think that's their argument.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'll just do your own.
Somehow the 15-degree movement. Somehow the 15. My bad. Go ahead, Paul.
No. I'm just saying, it's like my movement in my head is probably not perfectly constant, but the observation seemed to be moving faster when my head was constant. The 15 degrees an hour is constant. It doesn't change. You can do that every day. 15 degrees, 15 degrees, 15 degrees. It's constant. Yeah. But if it's slightly changing at the horizon, there's something else causing the change.
So you think the sun's in its actual position up until it gets to the horizon, or I don't know. I don't see where you're going with this.
Now, I heard you guys discussing the other day about the actual position of the sun and the apparent position of the sun. In a sense, everything, when you observe the sun, it's an apparent position at all times. Okay, you're looking at it where it's at in the sky. That's apparent position. So if you want to say it's its true position, well, that's a different argument. So, but if it seems
that's the argument. That's the whole thing. Is the actual position.
Well, here's the thing. Like, back to my distortion thing again. When I'm looking at the leaf, and the leaf seems to move a little bit faster, it seems like it is moving out of position faster or more or differently than it was before. Does that make? I don't know how to explain it.
So are you saying that we can never see the actual position? Like that's what MC Toon said. I was like, so do we ever see the actual curvature of the Earth? And he wouldn't answer. And I'm like, do we ever? I asked him like 4 times, 5 times. He wouldn't answer. I'm like, he's like, there's always refraction. I'm like, so do we ever see the actual blah blah? He wouldn't answer because they're scared, to be honest. And then I'm like, okay, so if we've never seen the actual, because what he ended up saying was, you never see the actual anything. That was his argument.
See, I don't know if I like that idea. I mean, this is where you're going to get down the idea of speed of light, which I know where you stand with it on that, so we don't have to go down that road. But I mean, really, if it's moving across the sky, I mean, if it's a heliocentric model, it's the Earth rotating and it's not the sun. So in one sense, you are seeing its true position. It's just you're moving. But if it's a flat Earth model, then the flat Earth the sun is moving, so you're not actually seeing its true position because the light has a speed. Then you're not seeing its true position. You're only seeing it, whatever delay there is between the sun and when you're seeing it.
But there's basically no delay. So you're saying it changed.
That's why I didn't want to go to. I didn't want to.
I'm saying like even if the speed of light is real, right? Like even if the speed of light was real, which like you said, I don't agree with, but. Like, even if it was, it's so fast that the position would effectively be the same, and that would kind of be pedantic. But I mean, like when you brought up the leaf, that's what I was asking. Would you agree with MC Toon that you never see the actual position of anything? Like, if I have my hand in front of my face, it's actually not where I see it.
Did you go on McToon's?
This was a while back. Kai and I debated him and Carissa on Modern Day Debate, and like destroyed them. It was really bad.
Well, let's think about this. Let's just think it through for a second. I'm looking at a light across my living room, right? I mean, whenever we get into these discussions, I put myself in a position to try to understand. So I look at things around me to try to grab hold of the concept. I turn the light switch on. Okay, right now the light is not moving. It's hanging. It's in steady position. But if I move to the left or to the right, has the position of the light moved, or have I moved?
I'm sorry, say again.
Okay, I'm looking at a chandelier that has a light on it. Okay, I'm standing still. It's just hanging there. It's not moving. Okay, but I move a step to the left, and I'm doing it now. You can't see me, but I'm doing it. I move a step to the right. In my view, the light has moved, but has the light truly moved?
No, it's just your angle of view.
All right. So in either position, whether I'm to the right of the light when I moved or to the left of the light isn't still in its true position because it has not moved.
Well, yeah, but you're looking at the actual position of the light, though. Like, just because, so when you move to the right, now the actual position of the light is going to be further to your left. But it doesn't mean the light is moving optically or apparently. It's you physically moving and changing your angle of view, but the actual position of the light's the same.
Exactly. So in the heliocentric model, okay, the light is stationary, just like in the chandelier. That's not counting for the galactic movement around the I'm talking about just in the solar system. The sun is in its position, and it's the Earth that's moving. So even though my position on the Earth is moving, the position of the sun has not moved. So I'm actually seeing it in its true position in the heliocentric model. Now, when it gets to the horizon, when it seems to be distorted, am I truly seeing it in its true position? Probably not.
Well, if the Earth is flat, you definitely can't be, because there's times where you can see the sun below horizontal. If you were to pull a theodolite out, you would catch the sun below horizontal at some point.
Right. I mean, so then you have to say, what is that? Is the sun moving? It's back to the same old question. Is the sun moving or are we moving? That's the question. What's causing that position? What's causing the observation?
I mean, I'm just worried about the actual position of the stuff. Can we figure out that does this 15 degree an hour or raising elevation, the rate of change, like Xanax says it, does that actually give us the actual position of stuff?
It depends on which position you're taking. It depends on It depends on the position. If you're a flat earther, the sun is moving So you're not, and if there's a delay in sunlight, there's a speed to light, then you're not actually seeing its true position.
Okay, that would be a
You're
constant.
heliocentric.
That
would
applies
be-
if you know the medium. If you
Hold
know every
on.
part of the medium, it applies.
Hold on. The speed of light would be a constant thing, right? There's a sense we would never have its actual position. We would just always be, we would have its actual late position. You know, like say it takes 8 minutes for the sunlight to get us, we would have its position 8 minutes ago. That's not really what this is about, though, Paul. This is about, can we ever get an actual position? Not factoring that in. Like, that's not really a factor.
Well, what do you mean? But
Because
see,
if
that's
we're
the thing.
seeing the sun
But
hold on, because if
that's
we're
what I
seeing
was.
the sun 8 minutes, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I mean, that's why. Did you hear my example about the light? I'm in my room, in my living. I'm actually in my kitchen. I'm looking into my dining room, and there's a chandelier hanging there with a bunch of lights on it. Right now, the chandelier is not moving. It's not moving at all. Right? It's not swinging. It's not spinning. It's just sitting there. I take a step to the left. In my per view, they're all the lights. There's 6 lights on there. They're all in a slightly different position. I'm looking at them at a different angle. But did the light move or did I move?
This ain't about you moving or the light moving. This is about, are you seeing the light in its actual position or not?
Either.
So
Well, yeah.
You move.
I have to be. Right, and I'm seeing the stream of light coming off it. I'm right, and I'm seeing the stream of light coming off that. Right, and I'm seeing it in its position. Now, what do you mean by true? I guess you say, what do you mean by true position? Well, it's in its position. It's hanging there, stationary, not moving. It's in its position, and the thing that's moved is me. It's not moved. I moved again. Everything's slightly different angle. I'm saying slightly different things, but it's still in its same position. It's not moved. I moved.
This isn't relatable, though. We're not worried about why the sun's moving through the sky or not. We're just worried about if we're.
Well, when you say true,
are we seeing it? Do we? Hold on, Paul. The light in your room, we can figure out the actual position. We get a meter stick or yardstick, put a straight line from your eyeball up to it, and say, "Oh yeah, you're seeing it higher or lower, or to the left or to the right or whatever of its actual position."
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying though. It depends on the position you're taking, if it's the true position or not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Either the ground
it doesn't matter if you think.
No, it does matter. It does matter because I go back to my thing about the tree leaf, right? Like if the wind's not blowing, the leaf is stationary. It's not moving. The only thing moving is me. And it seems like the position of the leaf is moving, but it's not really moving. It's stationary. I'm the one moving. Am I seeing its true position? If it's not moving, yes. Whatever position I look at it from, whatever angle I look at it from, I'm seeing it in its true position because it's not moving.
This doesn't follow, Paul.
Why?
We're not worried about. Because we're not. Yeah, all right, you can see the leaf in its true position, sure. Now, can we see the sun in the sun's true position? Or the oil rigs or anything when we're looking long range over the atmosphere?
If I'm looking at an oil rig and it's stationary, if there's no refraction whatsoever causing air turbulence, and I'm seeing it straight on, I'm seeing its true position.
Yeah, but now we need to know when there's refraction or not. If there's no refraction or if there's a lot of refraction or what? How do you know?
That's a different question now. That's a different question now.
No, that's the question I've been at. That's the whole question.
Okay, well, you talked about the 15 degrees an hour across the sky. That's what I was talking about, though. Now, if you're talking about when it hits the horizon, well, that's a good question. How do you determine when there's refraction or not?
No,
that's a good question.
No. Kosho's saying that this 15 degree an hour thing is letting us know that we can get the sun's true position.
Well, and did you hear what I said back?
Also has the same argument. Hold on, Paul. Zanuck also has the same. Hold on a second, Paul. Elevation that eventually leads us to get its true position.
Well, and it's the idea of reducing the refraction. And Hold on, my little one's screaming at me. What do you want? We're not playing it here. What do you want? Yeah, she's after the mouse. What do you want? Sorry, I can't mute myself. My phone's somewhere else, so I apologize.
You're fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
You're not getting a popsicle. You already had one. Mommy already gave you one. You already had a popsicle. That's all. There's no pop. You're not getting. You're not getting
God
a
bless you,
popsicle.
Paul.
You've already had one.
God bless you. I know the
No,
struggle.
she's sweet. She's sweet.
Anyways, Jeremy, the only way that you know the actual position through light is if you know the medium. End of story.
Yeah. Oh, the nature of the medium.
I don't think that even tells you, honestly. There could be other things at play. What about the medium? You need to know what the medium's doing to the light.
Yeah. So you could follow the light that's reflecting right off the object, the actual object, right? And you basically just follow it to your eyes. If you know the medium.
Yeah, but how do you follow a light ray?
Refracting.
How do you follow a light ray? Well,
Snell's law. If it's the exact same density, then you know that it's not going to be refracting. You know.
Yep, and now you have to know what the medium it's traveling through, which means you'd have to make a straight line from you to the object, or a curved line.
No, you just follow, like the line will curve or straighten depending on the medium. So what you need is the refraction data throughout the medium.
Yeah, but what if there's some other thing happening in the atmosphere over long range that is affecting the light, like the current or magnification or something? There could be some other thing happening.
And it wouldn't be in the form of changing, like a change of temperature or pressure?
Yeah, what if temperature, pressure, and humidity is not the only thing?
Well, then that would be a revolutionary thing, like a new cause of refraction.
It's not really. They can already make. It's not really revolutionary. They already have this thing. I forgot the name of it, but there's a thing when peaks hit peaks and troughs hit troughs of the light, and it caught you. They can actually. They say you can. Okay, get this. You can. There's a thing that can happen that can cause the light to bend. You see it bending, but it's not actually bending. Okay, put that one together.
Jeremy,
I need more.
Let me just ask you one question.
It sounded like you were talking about constructive and destructive interference, but
that's it.
Well, it's just one question though. Is whatever you're describing on the ocean, out there? Is it out there?
Magnification, destructive and constructive interference. Yeah, it's all out there.
Well, no. Well, no. Okay, but you said there's an apparatus that can do those things, right?
No, what apparatus?
Well, what did you? I missed some of what you were saying. I'm sorry. Just describe it again, because it sounded like you were saying there's some other factor. But
in the lab, there's this thing they can do where they can make light. It looks like it's bending, but it's not actually bending.
Okay, what is they saying the cause of that is in the laboratory?
The peaks hitting peaks and troughs hitting troughs. The way peaks and troughs interact.
Okay, peaks and troughs of what? Peaks and troughs of what?
The light. The light. Peaks and troughs of the light.
So the light itself is causing it to rise and lower, nothing else.
To bend, appear to bend, not actually bending.
Well, if you're seeing it not in its position, typically follows a straight line. If you don't see it in its position, then it is bending.
No. See, that's what I'm telling you. It's not bending. They say it looks like. That's why I told Percentage put this together in your mind, because they say it's bending. They say it's not actually bending, but it looks like it's bending.
Wait a minute. It looks like it's not bending. It looks like it's bending, but it's not bending. Well, how would you measure that?
Yes.
How do you measure bending, not bending?
I don't know, Paul. I don't know, but they say that this happens in a lab. They can make it happen. It's called destructive and whatever Percentage said.
Well, I'd like to see the video if there is one.
Yo, I just did the double slit, dude. Wait till you guys see it's pretty wild.
I've actually done the double slit before at the house. I got a laser, cut
I mean,
two slits in the paper, and created the interference pattern.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to give it away. I used a fog machine.
Light's doing some crazy shit.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what
all
I
I'm gonna
mean?
say
We
is that I
think we
used
got
a
it all
fog machine.
figured out with this temperature, pressure, density thing. You know, I'm not sure that's the case.
Well, density.
Like the
density.
Globers make a good case. Yeah, light bends towards the more dense medium. Generally, yes. In a lab, in a fish tank, you can check that, and it happens, right? But now we're talking about long distance over the Earth. It's not the same as a fish tank. Normally, I'm all for shit happening in the lab, right? They need to do, but there's some shit you can't bring out of the lab into reality, because let's say I were to bring a fish tank in a lab and measure if water was curving, you'd walk away saying water's not curving.
You guys just wait for the electrostatic experiment, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I thought about you earlier with it. They were trying to prove photons, and they brought up the
Photoelectric effect.
Hey, my always die at the worst time. They were trying to prove photons, and they brought up the photoelectric effect.
Yeah, of course. They don't even know anything about it, though. People just know how to regurgitate scripts. So even within quantum mechanics itself, I can cite Cambridge University explaining, which is funny because no one ever rebutted this point, and it was done like over a month ago, and everyone talked about how stupid I am and how I got destroyed, but no one even can rebut, like just one of the 50 slides that debunked them. But anyway, Cambridge University explains that actually within quantum mechanics, there could be nothing more than a dot pattern created by the electron field itself, and it cannot. The photoelectric effect cannot be taken as evidence for the existence of photons. Cambridge University, like experts, field experts.
Cambridge?
Yeah.
That's from Cambridge?
Yeah, I'll drop it.
Cambridge,
and dude, no one responded. So we got the quantum eraser expert himself. No, he knows all about how it lights a photon. You can prove it, the photoelectric effect. And then I cite like leading experts within the paradigm he's claiming is real, saying, well, you can't actually claim that proves the photon because it could just be this. It could just be the electron field itself. And no one rebut it. No one even rebuts it at all. Just ignore it. Like, I bet if we just pretend it doesn't exist and the rebuttal doesn't exist, then we can talk about how stupid he is and how he lost. It's been weeks. No one ever. There is no rebuttal. Sorry, I know I got a little worked
real
up,
quick,
but
have
I
you
just
ever
think it's annoying.
personally, has anyone here, go ahead.
You're good. I think you delayed or something.
Yeah, I might have a little like, has anyone here seen a 24-hour sun in the north?
I've heard that's definitely.
I don't know. They were debating. People were saying it might not be a real thing or something. I didn't think there was any doubt. 24-hour sun in the north shit.
Hey, I'm gonna drop that citation for you for Cambridge University. Also, Jeremy, anytime someone says this stuff to you, there's like quite a few things you can say. You can say, if the photoelectric effect proves that a physical photon hits an atom, dislodges an electron, and gives you the photoelectric effect, then how come it doesn't happen on amorphous metals?
Amorphous metals?
Yeah, amorphous metals, you don't get the photoelectric effect. It should happen with all amorphous metals, and it doesn't. So that debunks that as a physical photon dislodging an electron, it would have to happen with amorphous metals, but it doesn't. And if they're a flat earther, you can ask them, why is it that you're pushing the Einsteinian definition of light exactly?
Yeah. That would be a good question.
Hey, what's a photo multiplier? Is that the right word? Photon multiplier. Do you know what that is?
I don't know.
Actually, there's a video. If you want me to share it, I will. Been watching it by Richard Feynman. He talks about photon multiplier. It's where he says,
is that the
photon. Huh? Is that what?
Is that the spontaneous parametric down conversion where they take one photon and split it into two photons?
No, this is where it says a photo, so not photon. Photo multiplier is a device that converts incident photons into an electric signal. So that would mean that it's claiming to utilize the photoelectric effect, right? Because that's what
Well,
that is.
Well, I mean, either that thing apparatus is working the way it does or it doesn't. So it may be working differently than we're explaining. But it's just interesting because he's talking about that when it comes to the nature of light. And I'm
Yeah.
watching the video and he's talking about how reflection works and how they're talking about how there's like a wave pattern that forms from like troughs and valleys, like if you're just using reflections, and it's a mathematic thing. I'll share the video. It's about 6 hours. I've been trying to work my way through it over the last few days. It's been pretty long, but I'll share the video.
Yeah.
Okay.
Richard,
Has anyone else ever heard constructive and destructive interference thing where the light looks like it's bending, but it's not actually bending?
I've never heard it to be described as
Never
the
heard of
last thing
that.
you said. I mean,
That's what they claim's happening. They say it looks like it's bending, but it's not actually bending.
I think they claim the photon actually travels like a wave. And then they mathematically describe the travel of the photon. And then reify it. But by the way, Richard Feynman himself said that his interpretation of light could be completely wrong and it's assumptive. And then he said, if our understanding of light is wrong, then everything that we think we know about quantum mechanics is also wrong because it all depends upon the accuracy of our presupposition of light.
See, that's what happens when you start with. That's what happens when you start with wild presuppositions and don't make sure they're true, and you build something on a false premise. That's dangerous.
Yeah, something else Richard Feynman said in that context was anyone that claims that they understand quantum mechanics is either lying or stupid. And then you can watch a video on YouTube. You can type in Richard Feynman magnetism and watch him squirm around for 7 minutes trying to define magnetism. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Because he can't. And quantum mechanics can't. Particle physics cannot define magnetism. Which is also tied into light because they say light is an oscillating electric field and an oscillating magnetic field. And so it's electromagnetic radiation. But that the photon's neither electric nor magnetic, has no charge or no magnetic properties, but it's always within an oscillating electric and oscillating magnetic field, electromagnetic radiation, but it just carries the surrounding electromagnetic radiation with it. It has nothing to do with it or whatever. It's just a bunch of crazy doublespeak, man. And they claim that in quantum mechanics now, like quantum field theory and stuff, they claim that the photon and the electron are the same thing, but different versions of the same thing. In like 2022 quantum field theory, some of them, right? There's all kinds of different versions. And they also claim that the photon can turn into an electron, and that the electron can turn into a photon, and that the photon pops into existence from nowhere, and that it can also decompose effectively, degrade into nothing. It can just disappear and disintegrates into nothingness, and it can appear out of nothingness. And that it actually hits an atom in the photoelectric effect, transfers energy to an electron, dislodges it from the atom, and then merges with the electron, giving the rest of its energy to the electron, and then becoming a photoelectron and merging into an electron. They basically claim the photon and the electron are the same thing. They're interchangeable. They can turn into each other, but we know they're completely different. And one is massless particle, which is a really, really stupid statement. And then the other one is a charge-carrying particle of matter. But we've never actually been able to determine the matter or find the matter or verify the matter. We just look at the charge, and then we put it in a presupposed charge-to-mass ratio to get the matter. Pretty crazy, man. Particle physics, man. It's a roller coaster of doublespeak. Which I will be very bluntly honest here. Like, I don't think it's useless. Like, I think that the convention is very useful, right? Like, it's helped us do a ton of things. I don't dispute the efficacy of our quantification of particle physics. It helps with lots of things. Like, even with magnetism, it can't explain it. Like, particle physics has an explanation, a prediction, and it's wrong. So it's provably wrong. It's been falsified. It doesn't match the prediction of particle physics, but they came up with something called a virtual photon to fix the math. And since they did that, the math works, right? So we can use that math and that convention of particle physics, virtual photons, to replicate it and use it for technology and stuff because we got the math to work. So we can now quantify it and replicate it and use it. That doesn't mean virtual photons exist. That doesn't mean particle physics is correct all of a sudden, right? Just because you can build something with your convention doesn't make it real. And Richard Feynman says, as to virtual particles, which is what a virtual photon is, of course, they've never been the output or input of any experiment. Their existence is questionable at best. It's simply an abstraction used to make the equations balance out.
What do you think about Feynman then, Austin? Do you think you were genuine or?
Yeah, I think he was decently genuine. Like he's refreshingly honest compared to people nowadays, it seems. But I think he was just deluded. I mean, he was like a drunk atheist, and he was a materialist, and so he couldn't really explain. I mean, I think he was wrong, but as to being genuine, yeah, I think he definitely believed what he said because he explains like this could be completely wrong. Like no one understands quantum. We could be completely wrong about light, which means everything we think about what we think we know about quantum is wrong. Like those are honest statements, right? Like when he defines virtual particle like that, like that's him being honest. So I tip my hat to anyone that can at least be pretty honest. Just like you can find like 100 astronomers and astrophysicists saying, "Oh, the Earth could be geocentric. We could never prove it's not." Although I disagree with what they think and that the Earth's a tiny speck of dust flying around in a vacuum, like I respect them intellectually to at least be honest enough to say the truth, right? So that's kind of how I feel about Richard Feynman.
Didn't they make him the lead investigator in the which one was it? Challenger explosion with the one with the teacher.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
I think so.
Well, I know he was really, really popular with like college students because he was like the cool professor. Like he came in with his sunglasses on and a glass of brandy and a cigar, literally. Yeah, so he was like considered like the cool guy that would like, and he was like the loose cannon. He'd be like, "Oh, we don't know that exists." He'd say stuff like that. So that's why he got so popular. Was like he was pretty good at articulating the conventions, and he was like quote unquote cool. But I don't think he's cool, right?
Well, I'm just saying from our viewpoint, they sent this rocket up and exploded it, and then they put this guy on to figure out what happened. Do you see where I'm going with this? I mean,
oh yeah, he's probably in the club or something. I didn't know that.
Well, it'd have to be in that respect, because otherwise, it went up and exploded just as they said, and it's all true. And I'm now disrespecting these people's families, which I hope that's not the case. But I mean, we've seen.
Yeah, they may have killed him though, right?
Well,
I
we've
wouldn't
seen the
put that
double.
past
We've
them.
seen the doubles, so I mean that seems.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Or the twins, or whatever.
They all had twins. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit weird.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a trip. I forgot about that part of it. You know what's crazy is like, so when this has kind of died down because I stopped like giving it attention, I think. But anyway, there was like that whole ordeal, that fallout about the light thing, right? The photon and quantum and electrons and all this. Honestly, I just became so disinterested in it because I think it's retarded. Anyway, what I never understood though was the primary source that let's just call it for intended purposes that side was invoking, like the primary source for their claim about a photon was through the wormhole. You know what that is?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's like this space propaganda show with Morgan Freeman.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember. I watched it. Not really watched. I remember a bit of it anyway.
It had 8 seasons as a documentary. It started in 2010. And the primary source that flat earthers were invoking was through the wormhole.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
That's weird, isn't it, bro? You gotta, I mean, come on. And so, like, from me, from like a macro state, it's like, okay, I looked at it honestly. I'm like, can we prove this? No. Is the convention convenient? Yes. Does it have problems? Yes. Does it have contradictions? Yes. Has it ever actually been scientifically proven? No. You know, so what is questions aren't science. Okay, well, if you can't verify what it is, it's just a baseless presupposition, then whatever you want to call it. So anyway, I'm like, okay, I looked at it like that. I'm like, well, you know, we can agree to disagree if you believe in the convention, whatever, it's cool. And then I kept looking and I'm like, so wait, the person that came up with the quantum definition of light, you know, being a quanta, a discrete chunk or particle of information, right, was Einstein. Einstein's the one that came up with that. Now it's like a effort, like a 3-person effort, basically. He's one of the primary ones attributed to coming up with the quantum definition of light, Albert Einstein. And then he got the Nobel Prize for his interpretation of the photoelectric effect shortly after that. And he wasn't the one that actually discovered the effect, but he got famous and got a Nobel Prize because he supposedly accurately interpreted it or whatever, right? So he came up with the quantum definition of light, which is the modern definition of light being a photon. Because that was not believed at the time. He came up with that, then he came up with his interpretation of the photoelectric effect, and he integrated this into relativity, right? And then because he had to have a speed of light for relativity, and it had to be constant, because if everything is relative, everything, then there has to be at least one thing that's absolute so that everything can be relative to that. Does that make sense? So he chose light. The constant speed of light was absolute, and everything else is relative to that. And so he had to have a physical particle called a photon traveling from point to point at a constant speed, and he had to make the convention such that although we can't get the one-way speed, we'll just assume that it's exactly the same in both directions. And we could never prove it. That's what he said. So I just find it weird that in 2022, people broke out of the lie of like relativity and heliocentric model and all this stuff. And then they're like, through the wormhole in Einstein.
This is what they were talking about with Rupert Sheldrake's band TED Talk. I'm not sure if you ever saw that, but I think the big controversy, I'm not sure actually, but I think one of the things he said where the thing he found was that the speed of light would changing or something like that from about 1926 to 1940, I think, 5 to 42. It actually slowed down.
Wow.
So, yeah.
I don't know. I have evidence of like, if you assume light does have a speed, like there's evidence, because that's an assumption, right? So like you have to travel distance, so you have to assume it travels. But anyway, if you do assume it, there's like evidence that the speed of light is wrong, right? I mean, there are things that go way faster than that. Like just transmissions through a coaxial cable a couple hundred meters does. So I find that to be very interesting. Something else is so you have the speed of light, then you apply it to different mediums, right? So it travels different speeds in different mediums. Allegedly, like if you believe it has a speed or whatever. And so like in water, it has a certain speed, a certain max speed. Because you have the speed of light, you apply it to water, the density of water, and then you're like, okay, this is the maximum speed it can go in water. In Cherkhanov radiation, it goes way faster than that. Way faster than what that rate is. It doesn't go faster than the quote-unquote speed of light in a vacuum, but it goes way faster than it's supposed to be able to in water. So if the speed of light was right, then in that medium, it could only go so fast, but it goes way faster. So there's also that. There's quite a few things. Also, like, I want to say it was like 50s, they discovered like some of the edges of the galaxies would have to be going faster than the speed of light.
So Witcher, what do you plan on doing with all of this information you found?
Just not believing in fairy tales. That's pretty much it.
So basically nothing, but
well, just not being an indoctrinated, brainwashed person that believes in fairy tales. Yeah, I mean,
you should write a book. Make money off of it.
I'm sure they would line up to publish that thing. College dropout who thinks the Earth is flat.
No, you can do you can self-publish. Amazon will let you
Yeah.
self-publish.
Yeah, I might well at some point, maybe. All jokes aside. But not anytime soon.
Yeah, I found a transcript of that thing with Rupert Sheldrake. It says, because he was talking about, Sheldrake was talking about fudging the numbers, and the guy you were talking to, the physicist, he said, we don't like the word fudge. I said, what do you prefer? He said, well, we prefer to call it intellectual phase locking.
Wow.
Uh,
Yeah, by the way, you guys should tune into the debate. I'm debating that physicist dude Friday night on my channel.
Nice.
Bachelor of Science, Master's, blah blah blah. I'm terrified. It's about gravity and the spin of the Earth. Those are the two topics. I don't think I can handle it. I'm so nervous. Can any of the Globers help me out? What can I do? What should I say?
Is it that Brian guy?
Yeah.
Oh man, he's gonna get ruined.
Yeah, 1v1, Jaren's moderating.
I'm not even saying that because I agree with you that the Earth's flat. It's just that when I saw him debate, he just doesn't have the experience in this debate at all.
Yeah, no. Like people in here can debate it better than him because they've heard so much more. Right?
I mean, kudos to the guy, though. I mean, wow.
Yeah, we're taking the 1v1. Yeah, for sure. It was like kind of his idea, actually. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, I'm just a bit. He went from I don't want to talk to Austin.
Yeah.
To one-on-one.
I think he watched
okay.
it back and was like, "We wants redemption" or something, you know.
That couldn't have been a fun watch. I mean, it was painful.
Yeah. He tried to say that like I was interrupting him. I'm like, "Are you serious? Did you actually watch it?" Dude, every time I started talking, you interrupted me, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, "You talked more than anyone there." I'm like, "I literally didn't even talk for the first hour and a half, bro. What are you talking about?" So I don't know. And then he got in the comment section because Jaren quoted, "I don't want to talk to Austin anymore," and pinned the comment. So he like jumped in there, and then he was like talking like reckless about me. He just uses big words to try to sound smart and tries to talk fast to try to woo the audience. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Blah blah. You know, like the typical like baller stuff. And you know, people were asking, "Can you give a specific example of words he used that didn't make sense and he didn't know he was talking about or something?" And he couldn't. Then I saw it, I jumped in and I'm like, "Yo, just debate 1v1, man." You know? And a fair conversation, no interruptions, blah blah blah. And he's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll give you an example of whenever you were just wrong. You said quantum fluid, and you asked if I had heard of quantum fluid, and I said, what are you talking about, like superfluid?" And then you said, "No, never mind, you don't know." And then I Googled it after the debate, and everything that pops up is superfluid. So I was objectively right, and you were wrong. And then I was like, no, you still don't get it, bro. Like, it was in the context of the ether, and I said, he said that he knew the ether wasn't real, and I was like, well, actually, even within like modern quantum field theory and quantum mechanics, people are proposing effectively an ether, like quantum fluid. I'm like, have you ever heard of that? And he said, what, like superfluid? So anyway, what I did was I dropped like 7 quantum field theory papers about quantum fluid. And instead of being like, "Oh, damn, I was wrong," he deleted his comments. So
Nice.
yeah. So now the conversation just like doesn't make sense, you know? Well, whatever.
Well, I mean the ether stuff. I don't know much about it at all, but I think it's more dangerous than flat Earth. I don't know. I mean, when I've listened to Die Slow talk about it, I've thought this sounds like phlogiston to me. But when I've listened to you talk about it, Austin, I don't know. Something just clicks. I don't know.
Well, It did make me think the other day, because I don't know much about ether, but I have spoken to a few friends who are kind of heliocentric ether guys, and a lot of these, like the reason that they allow flat Earth is that the flat Earth itself, yeah, it's a deception. Everyone kind of knows that the government lies anyway, so there's not really like a huge next step from there, other than the fact that everyone knows everyone in authority is like full of shit, which we all know anyway. The next step from that, if it is something like ether, actually is much more, let's just say, there's actually a pragmatic application to the conspiracy at that point, and that's a lot more dangerous, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
Well, when you see that documentary I sent you, Austin, all the people, the main people, Einstein included, they sit down for that famous photograph. Trying to think about it, so long ago. It came out in about 2007, and I thought, what a good documentary that is, and I really enjoyed it. But with hindsight, looking back, they just look like a bunch of grabblers.
Oh yeah.
Einstein's doing the hidden hand, and I just think, I think it's called the. Wait, it'll come to me in a minute, I'm sure.
That dude was an ethnic supremacist, bro. It's crazy.
The Copenhagen interpretation. That's what it came out of it. I remember that quite well, actually, because I've got a terrible memory, but I remember the quantum jumps and how the mathematical structures, and I don't know nothing about abstract math, so I'm not going to go into that, but I remember the documentary is what I'm saying.
2007?
Yeah, it's called Atom. But as I said to you in that message, it's the BBC, so, it's well made, but it's the British brainwashing corporation,
Yeah. British brainwashing cult.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna jump in the shower. I gotta set my stream up afterwards, but it's been nice talking to you guys. Like I said, I'm debating him Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. Jaren's the moderator. In case you guys want to check it, I'll probably drop it in here a few times before then. And Jaren and I are hosting a pretty dope little virtual summit with like a bunch of epic flat earth speakers.